The city of Zhangyang was sweltering under the scorching summer sun, like a steaming basket trapping the whole earth. Jiang Shuo's ears buzzed, his mind blank. He stared at the old, familiar streets of his childhood. By the roadside, a few old men in sleeveless undershirts squatted on the ground, fanning themselves with palm leaves and biting into slices of watermelon. Bicycles rang their bells as they whizzed past him. The street was filled with the greasy scent of restaurants. From an arcade nearby came the chaotic sounds of people playing video games. And somewhere a loudspeaker blasted out, "You are the wind, I am the sand. Winding and twisting around the world we stand." No traffic noise, no pedestrians glued to their phones. Everything felt fresh, simple, and beautiful. Beside him, a 200-pound ball of fat named Hao Jiangwo wouldn't stop yapping. "Listen, Jiang Shuo, you shouldn't have gone to deliver that letter to Li Qian in the first place. Seriously, it was so embarrassing. Worse, Yao dragged me into it too. Give up already. Stop dreaming about marrying her, let alone cooking her for dinner. Man, do you even know who Li Qian is? She's the most beautiful girl since the founding of Jianyang No. 1 High School. If we line everyone up, even with your looks, you'd be ahead of me." Slap. Jiang Shuo suddenly turned and smacked Hao Jiangwo across the face. Hao exploded. "What the hell, Jiang Shuo? You're taking it out on me now." Jiang Shuo stared at him. "Did it hurt?" "Hell yeah, it did." "Good, because I think I just reincarnated back to 1998. How did this happen?" Jiang Shuo tried to piece things together. He had been successfully a millionaire business owner, never married. That day, during a toast-filled dinner at a hotel, he suddenly got a stomach ache and went to the restroom. Then boom, a lightning bolt struck. He flew out of his body, and then a beam of light appeared from the sky. When he looked down, he saw a sea of people staring up at him. At least 10,000 people watching him reincarnate naked. "Damn, I must be the only one who made such a dramatic comeback," Jiang Shuo muttered, exhaling deeply. He looked around, murmuring to himself. At this time, Ma Yun's Alibaba was barely surviving, down to its last pair of underwear, crying in front of the Great Wall in Kyoto with his 18 disciples. Ma Huateng, the slick-haired young man, was still eating instant noodles with his team in Guangdong, debating whether or not to sell 10 cent. Lu Qiangdong was selling pirated DVDs in Beijing, and Little Miss Milk Tea was still in kindergarten. But he, Jiang Shuo, had come back from 2020. Holy crepe, is fate setting me up to outshine Jack Ma and Pony Ma and marry Brother Dong's little milk tea girl? His heart surged with excitement. It took him a while to calm down. Looking at the fatty beside him, he hesitated. "You look familiar. Who are you again?" "Dude, you're really losing it." Hao Jiangwo pressed his hand against Jiang Shuo's forehead. "Jiang Shuo, snap out of it, okay? That red boy Li Qian has ruined so many male classmates." "Hao Jiangwo, oh my god, I remember now." Jiang Shuo finally snapped out of shock. "You always used to gel your hair up like some kind of pimp. It's definitely you." He gave Hao Jiangwo a big hug. Hao Jiangwo was Jiang Shuo's childhood best friend. But after high school, they lost touch. In the 20-some years since, the guy had completely vanished from his life. That's why Jiang Shuo didn't recognize him at first. "Hao Jiangwo, tell me you had today's date?" Jiang Shuo asked eagerly. Hao Jiangwo chalked up Jiang Shuo's weird behavior to being emotionally destroyed by Li Qian. He sighed dramatically. "June 26th. What's wrong with you?" "June 26th?" Jiang Shuo slapped his head, trying to recall what happened on this day. On this day, Jiang Shuo had gathered his courage and decided to confess his 6-year-long secret crush on Li Qian, the girl he loved through junior high and high school. Had imagined a scene like Prince Wu in My Fair Princess, passionately declaring his love, then spinning Li Qian around in a romantic embrace on the grassy riverside. But when he got there, he found a line of guys all trying to impress her. There were literary types, guitar players, strongmen breaking bricks over their chests. Even one guy who smashed a brick into his own forehead to prove his sincerity. All hardcore tough guys. Jiang Shuo thought he couldn't compete. He ended up watching from afar Li Qian in her floral skirt, white shoes, looking like a goddess. He sighed and left. A right in later that day, in his previous life, Hao Jiangwo had fallen into a sewer drain. Li Qian just happened to walk by and help pull him out. After that, Jiang Shuo handed her his love letter and never heard from her again. 10 years later, he learned she had moved to America and was living a miserable life. Just as Jiang Shuo was about to warn Hao Jiangwo. Plop. Yep, the idiot still fell in. One step behind. Helplessly, Jiang Shuo shouted into the sewer hole. "Stuck good?" Inside, Hao Jiangwo cried out in frustration. "What the hell? Who stole the freaking manhole cover again? This is the 3rd time I've fallen this month. Can someone please leave me alone?" Jiang Shuo mumbled. "Still don't get how you keep falling into sewers." How Jiang Shuo grumbled back. My pecs are too BG, can't see where I'm stepping. I told you to lose weight. As Jiang Shuo turned to find a rope, sure enough, saw Li Qian. She was approaching on her bicycle, graceful as a spring breeze. Her long black hair danced in the wind. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars. Her straight nose and delicate lips gave off a gentle smile. A slender leg peeked beneath her white shoes, and her plaid skirt fluttered gently in the breeze. Back then, without makeup or perfume, she was pure beauty incarnating an angel descended from heaven. True to the script of his past life, Li Qian parked her bike next to Jiang Shuo and peered into the drain. Jiang Shuo, did Hao Jiang Shuo fallen again? Yeah, let's go find a rope, Jiang Shuo replied calmly. After all, he was a grown man reborn with scars from decades of life. He no longer cared for childish romance. Li Qian nodded. Okay, I'll go check the arcade. Wait for me, she said, and ran into the arcade. Once Li Qian was gone, Jiang Shuo calmly lit a cigarette and sat by the sewer opening. Inside, Hao Jiang Shuo panicked. Why are you just sitting here? Go get the rope. Jiang Shuo flicked ash into the hole. Don't worry, you won't die. Bad choice of friends. Hao pounded his chest dramatically, moaning about his misfortune. The cigarette burned out. Jiang Shuo stamped it out with his shoe and yawned. He'll go play hero for a bit. You wait here, no rush. He patted off his pants and walked into the arcade. The air inside was thick with sweat, smoke, and foot odor. It took Jiang Shuo a moment to adjust. In the far corner, Li Qian was cornered by a punk thug. She clutched a rope in her hands, desperately trying to escape. Sure enough, today was the day she got harassed. When Li Qian saw Jiang Shuo enter, she waved frantically like a drowning woman seeing land. Jiang Shuo, help me. The punk turned and sneered at Jiang Shuo, who looked like just another student. Your boyfriend? No. Then what are you doing here? Saving her? Jiang Shuo pointed at the rope in Li Qian's hand. My buddy fell into a sewer. I need that rope to save him. He'll take the rope and leave. Do whatever you want. Li Qian was stunned, furious, her goddess aura shattered. Jiang Shuo, heartless bastard. We're in the same class. The punk laughed out loud. Bro, I freaking love your style. So spineless. He slapped Jiang Shuo on the face. Take the rope and scram. Don't interrupt my flirting, he added with a mocking whistle. Laughter and taunts echoed around them. No one noticed the strange smile slowly spreading across Jiang Shuo's face. Suddenly, his big hand shot out, grabbed the punk's hair, and slammed his head into the arcade machine. Crash! The punk's skull hit the control panel hard. Not done yet, Jiang Shuo grabbed a chair and smashed it over the punk's body, shattering it into pieces. Chapter 2. A shocking revelation. Astonishment and disbelief permeated the vast gaming arcade, where the only sound resonated was the familiar tune from the arcade game Street Fighter. All eyes were fixated on Jiang Shuo, while Li Qian stood frozen, covering her mouth in shock. Suddenly, Jiang Shuo seized her small hand. What are you waiting for? Run, he urged, pulling her outside. Good heavens! That rascal just took down Brother Kun. Let's get him. In an instant, the entire arcade erupted in chaos, with chairs being brandished as the crowd surged outside. The arcade owner, in despair, dashed out from behind. Damn it! They've emptied my chairs again. How many times has this happened? A throng of people pursued Jiang Shuo, who was riding a bicycle with Li Qian clinging to him. As shouts of anger echoed behind them, soon they found refuge in the playground behind the school. After hiding for a considerable time and realizing no one was following, Li Qian stepped out, patting her chest. Jiang Shuo, you didn't kill anyone, did you? Jiang Shuo jumped down from a spot and yawned. No one dies from a beating. So why worry? He nonchalantly suggested they all return home, sliding his hand into his pocket, striding towards the school gate like a carefree wanderer. Li Qian regarded him with curiosity, sensing a change in his demeanor. They had been classmates for 6 years, and although their conversations were scarce, she was acutely aware of his long-standing affection for her. She jogged up beside him, gazing intently. I think I saw you by the river today. Jiang Shuo averted his gaze. I went to the river to fish, but it was too crowded and dull, so I left. Were you there too? Li Qian frowned slightly. This was not the Jiang Shuo she knew, who usually sought topics to engage her in conversation. Yet, contemplating that he had harbored feelings for her for 6 years and that they were soon to part ways, she felt compelled to offer him some closure. Suddenly, she spoke. I'm sorry, Jiang Shuo, but I have no intention of dating in university. I just want to focus on my studies. However, as a token of gratitude for saving me today, I would like to invite you to the poetry gathering in 2 days. A poetry gathering? Jiang Shuo looked at her quizzically. What is that? Oh, it's something organized by me and the class monitor. It will be held on the grassy area near the lighthouse by the river. You should come. Li Qian's large eyes blinked, her long lashes enhancing her charm. Jiang Shuo waved his hand dismissively. Oh, that flamboyant class monitor? We'll see, but I'm heading home now. With that, he continued walking forward. The more he acted this way, the more uncomfortable Li Qian felt. A person who had secretly admired her for 6 years and always found reasons to talk to her was suddenly so indifferent, leaving her feeling disconcerted. Yes, he was definitely playing hard to get, for he had always been an unpredictable character. Determined, she bit her lip and followed him. Suddenly, she noticed an envelope drop from his back pocket. She hurriedly ran over, picked it up, and exclaimed, "Here, for you, my love, Qian." Li Qian chuckled to herself. You still dare to play innocent? However, when he opened the letter, his expression darkened instantly as he rushed towards Jiang Shuo. He slapped Jiang Shuo across the face, exclaiming, "Scoundrel! A disgrace to the nation!" Jiang Shuo, bewildered, protested, "What on earth are you doing, crazy person?" Li Qian, filled with rage, demanded, "Tell me, is this letter intended for me?" Jiang Shuo glanced at the letter and realized that it was indeed the very letter he had given to Li Qian in his previous life. Yet, he had no intention of entangling himself with her in this lifetime. He was waiting for the girl from the milk tea shop to grow up. He immediately denied, "No. Where did you find this? You shameless rogue, you still deny it. It even has your name at the end." She retorted, infuriated. "I never imagined you could be such a person." With that, she hurled the envelope at Jiang Shuo's face and, in a fit of anger, rode away on her bicycle, tears streaming down her face like rain-soaked pear blossoms. What on earth is happening? Jiang Shuo was utterly confused. He picked up the envelope from the ground. Staring at it curiously, his mouth gradually agape. The content of the letter read, "Li Qian, why do you act so innocent? Let me tell you today. I've liked you since middle school. Who am I? A man standing at the pinnacle. Am I not worthy of you? Hurry, wear those stockings tonight. Make your skirt shorter. And come to my house to sleep with me." Jiang Shuo's hair stood on end. What the hell? That fatso. Now I understand why I couldn't find Li Qian in my later life. It was all because of this idiot ruining my life. This long-standing grievance was finally brought to light. It turned out that for the past 6 years, Jiang Shuo had secretly written numerous love letters to Li Qian, but she had never responded. Later, Hao Jiangwo remarked that the quality of his love letters was lacking. Thus, he concocted a terrible idea to enlist a master of love letters to help him draft a new one. Little did he expect that this letter would contain such content. Fortunately, he hadn't delivered it by the river. Otherwise, his friends would have surely made him regret it. Right, I must deal with this fool. Jiang Shuo could no longer remain calm. He dashed back to the sewer, but by that time, Hao Jiangwo had already left, and his whereabouts were unknown. Just as he was fuming, Hao Jiangwo suddenly emerged from a side alley and pulled him in. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you back here? Li Qian is looking for you everywhere." Jiang Shuo forcefully pushed him away, demanding, "Tell me what this letter is about. Do you have any idea that I got slapped by Li Qian because of you?" Hao Jiangwo instantly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He chuckled awkwardly. "So you found out." Jiang Shuo, "Honestly, I was helping you," he added. "Helping me? Is this how you help me?" Jiang Shuo retorted. Hao Jiangwo sighed. "I truly couldn't bear to see you wallowing in this despair. Look at you, staring at Li Qian every day. If this continues, you might really lose your mind. It would be better for Li Qian to be resolute with you, allowing you to finally relinquish your feelings and live a good life thereafter. Isn't that quite agreeable?" "You." Jiang Shuo raised his hand, but after a moment's contemplation, he lowered it. Upon reflection, he realized that in his past life, he had become infatuated with a woman to the point of losing his own identity. Despite his exceptional academic performance, which could have granted him admission to a superior university, he ultimately achieved nothing. Conversely, once he emerged from Li Qian's shadow in college, it felt as though he had liberated himself. His path thereafter was smooth, leading him to a modest fortune, placing him within the middle class. Without the commendable deeds of Hao Jiangwo, he would not have become the person he is today. Ultimately, it is evident that he truly regarded you as a brother. With a sense of resignation, he kicked him lightly and placed his hands in his pockets, saying, "Let it be. Do not involve me in such matters again. Let us head home." "But what about the situation with Li Qian? What can be done? He is a petty thug. If he dares to cause trouble, I will call the police to handle him." An hour later, Jiang Shuo found himself in a dilapidated area. If memory serves, this place eventually transformed into the city center in the future, with property prices starting at 16,000. Drawing upon his recollections, he quickly located his own doorstep, Suddenly, a wave of anxiety and tension washed over him. He was on the verge of reuniting with his closest kin, whom he had not seen in over a decade due to the chasm of time separating their lives. Just as he was lost in thought, a slightly plump middle-aged woman abruptly opened the door. Glancing at Jiang Shuo, she matter-of-factly remarked, "My Shuo has returned." Chapter 3. One cannot be a slacker standing at the doorway, casually greeting others, was Jiang Shuo's adoptive mother, his Aunt Zhang Hohot. Jiang Shuo's parents tragically perished in a car accident when he was merely a month old. He was raised by his uncle Jiang Dashan and his Aunt Zhang Hohot, who devoted all their love to him as they had no other children. However, in Jiang Shuo's third year of college, he whimsically decided to start a business, and his aunt and uncle wholeheartedly supported him. They endeavored to gather funds and sought ways to make money, ultimately relinquishing their modest livelihood from a sesame pancake stall. They ventured south to seek work, but fate dealt a cruel hand when a bus accident claimed their lives. This became Jiang Shuo's greatest regret in his previous life, a burden of guilt that haunted him, as he often pondered whether he was the cause of the demise of his dearest kin. Upon seeing Zhang Hohot again, Jiang Shuo could not restrain himself and embraced this beloved woman tightly, softly calling out, "Mother." This was a debt from his past life. Startled, Zhang Hohot quickly pushed him away, saying, "Sure, Haven T, I told you not to call me that. Tell me, has someone been bullying you again?" Her love for Jiang Shuo ran deep. She had always believed him to be the best. "I may reprimand him countless times, but woe betide anyone who dares speak ill of my son. I would fight fiercely for him." Jiang Shuo wiped away his tears and took a moment to regain his composure. Fortunately, he had been reborn and could alter the fates of his beloved aunt and uncle. Yet, he suddenly felt a chill. In his previous life, everything had gone smoothly, which hardly aligned with the tragic standards of a reincarnated individual. Was it possible that the injustice surrounding his uncle and aunt's deaths lingered, compelling him to return and save them? Quickly shaking off such thoughts, he took a deep breath and asked, "Is Uncle home?" Zhang Hohot ruffled his hair playfully. "You rascal. You startled me. Your uncle is inside kneading dough." Jiang Shuo hurried into the house, and upon seeing Jiang Dashan, a wave of relief washed over him. Jiang Dashan, somewhat simple and earnest, smiled as he spoke while preparing the dough. "Sure, I just discussed with your aunt. Regardless of how you perform in this year's college entrance examination, as long as you have a university to attend, we will ensure you go. Our hard work throughout our lives has but one purpose, to see you succeed." Jiang Shuo approached to lend a hand, smiling. "Don't worry, Dad, I won't fall short of a second-tier university." In his previous life, Jiang Shuo had graduated from Zhonghai University of Finance. Now reborn after the college entrance examination, it indicated that his trajectory was set. Second tier? Jiang Dashan chuckled with satisfaction. "That is excellent. If you manage to get into a second-tier university, I'll buy firecrackers to celebrate." Zhang Hohot entered. "You're putting pressure on him again." We agreed. "As long as he is happy in this life, that's all that matters." "Sure, I heard you confessed to Li Qian today?" Jiang Shuo was momentarily taken aback. "Aunt, how do you know about this?" "Haha, of course, I know about my son's affairs." Jiang Dashan laughed heartily. "The young lady possesses a certain charm, a delightful girl indeed. Worthy of my cousin Shuo." Zhang Hohot shot him a disapproving glance, asserting, "You know nothing. I believe she is unworthy of our Shuo." "All right, uncle and aunt. Please refrain from meddling in my affairs." Jiang Shuo felt quite pleased. With nothing to occupy him during the summer break, he offered, "I could help you set up the stall." "No, you should refrain from such endeavors. We can manage just fine." The couple hastily waved him off, seemingly concealing something. Jiang Shuo inquired, "What is it?" Zhang Hohot replied, "It's nothing. As a prospective university student, you shouldn't accompany us and embarrass yourself." "Dashan, are the materials ready? We need to head out to claim our spot." Upon checking the time, Jiang Dashan exclaimed, "Oh, it's already 5 o'clock. Shuo, I've left some food for you in the kitchen. Please help yourself." With that, the couple busily wheeled out their cart of baked goods, almost running from the house. This routine unfolded daily. At this hour, they would head to the public square to secure their position. For over a decade, they had relied on this humble stall to support Jiang Shuo. After entering junior high, they no longer allowed him to accompany them, fearing that his classmates might see them and cause him embarrassment. Observing the couple's diligent efforts, Jiang Shuo felt a sudden lump in his throat as he brought the food from the kitchen. Savoring the familiar flavors, he collected his thoughts and calmed his mind. Suddenly, he placed his chopsticks down firmly on the table. "Although in this rebirth, I could simply follow the trajectory of my past life and amass a fortune, I cannot continue to be so complacent. For the sake of my uncle and aunt, I must devise a plan for rapid personal growth. I need to set a goal for myself. Otherwise, I would squander this promising era. But what should I pursue? Should I write online novels? Merely replicating Tang Xiao's works? No. Every aspiring writer has faced the scrutiny of readers. Perhaps I could visit Hangzhou to drink with Ma Yun or seek partnership with Xiaoman Shenzhen. No, that would lack meaning. My aim is to capture their market share, not to collaborate with them. I swiftly dismissed that notion. The internet and real estate are poised to be the most lucrative industries in the next decade or two. However, lacking funds, I realized that these sectors would require a journey through the educational corridors of Zhonghai before execution. At present, it is imperative to earn quick money over the summer, alleviating my uncle and aunt from their strenuous stall work. Suddenly, an idea sparked in my mind. Yes, setting up a street stall to sell clothes. People in this era have yet to embrace the concept of a nighttime economy. Clothing stores close as night falls. I could exploit this gap to earn a quick profit. However, setting up a street stall is not a particularly high-threshold endeavor. Anyone can do it. In a few days, others will undoubtedly imitate my approach, and at most, I could operate for a few days. Thus, I must consider additional investments. What should I invest in? Perhaps I could open an arcade? Jiangyang City, after all, is a small town where the updates for arcade games are rather languid. The same old game, Contra, continues to be played endlessly. I could procure some new game cartridges from the southern region. It would not be a challenge to make a splash in Jiangyang City. Jiang Shuo could hardly contain his excitement. The entrepreneurial spirit he had possessed in his past life surged forth. He began to jot down ideas fervently with pen and paper. The following day, he arose from his slumber and hastily proceeded to brush his teeth and wash his face. He approached his aunt to request 120 yuan. This sum represented the total earnings from 3 days of market vending for the couple, yet they never inquired why Jiang Shuo needed the money. They trusted him. Recognizing his maturity, after securing the funds, he hurried to the Jiangyang Guqiao wholesale market. In this era, the market's goods were not distinctly categorized. It resembled a grand emlang. Thus, Jiang Shuo wandered for over 2 hours within its confines. Eventually, a store named the Revolver Clothing Wholesale caught his eye. He stepped inside. Chapter 4. The start of business. As the proprietress, engrossed in her nail care, noticed someone entering, she swayed her hips and approached with an exaggerated smile. "Hello there, young man." Jiang Shuo turned to glance at this alluring woman, a shiver coursing through him. She appeared to be in her 30s, with curly hair and makeup so dramatic that even her parents would struggle to recognize her, a quintessential embodiment of the 1990s Hong Kong style. With a figure that seemed almost too ample for her attire, he almost felt as if he had wandered into a salon by mistake. Embarrassed, he replied, "Sister, I'm just browsing, heh. Oh my, this little brother sure knows how to charm." The proprietress giggled, covering her mouth. "Are you here for supplies, or perhaps to buy some clothes for yourself?" Jiang Shuo casually mentioned supplies and then dismissed her attention. His mind solely focused on the merchandise within the shop. He picked up one item after another, yet nothing seemed to catch his eye. Seeing his dissatisfaction, the proprietress could not help but inquire, "Little brother, what style are you looking for?" After a moment's thought, Jiang Shuo responded, "Do you have any replicas of those worn by Hong Kong stars?" The proprietress clapped her hands in delight. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Follow me." She wiggled her hips and led him to a back section. "Look at these. Can you believe it? Styles worn by Andy Lau, Aaron Kwok, Yang Yueying, and Michelle Zhou. We have them all." Jiang Shuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. After browsing for a while, he suddenly stumbled upon a cheapao that captivated him utterly. The hottest figure in the entertainment industry at present was none other than Fei Wong, whose performance of Meeting in 1998 during the Spring Festival Gala had become legendary. At that moment, she was the talk of every street and alley. And this cheapao was the very one she had worn during that gala. Selling women's clothing was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. Once a woman set her eyes on something she desired, she would stop at nothing to possess it. Riding the wave of Fei Wong's popularity, Jiang Shuo was certain this cheapao would sell like hotcakes. He promptly inquired, "Proprietress, is there much demand for this dress?" The proprietress chuckled, "Young man, you have quite the discerning eye. You've spotted this piece right away. It's a new arrival and has been flying off the shelves in the provincial capital. How many would you like?" Jiang Shuo felt a surge of excitement and quickly asked, "But first, please tell me the price?" With a smile, the proprietress replied, "If you take 50 pieces, I can offer them to you at 10 each." This left Jiang Shuo in a bit of a quandary. "What if I only take 10? The proprietress laughed, covering her mouth. "Oh dear, little brother, This is your first time at a wholesale market? Isn't it? What is wholesale? It's about buying in bulk. 10 pieces is merely retail. Then let us settle on 31 pieces, 3 times the retail price, which I still consider quite fair. Jiang Shuo frowned slightly and suggested, how about this? I'll leave my ID as a deposit for 120 yuan and take 50 pieces now. I promise to return tomorrow morning to settle the remaining balance. If I fail to do so, you can reach me at my family's home. The proprietress furrowed her brow slightly, studying Jiang Shuo intently. Digu remarked, I have never engaged in transactions that involve deposits. My dealings have always been in cash. In a market where demand surpasses supply, everyone opts for cash transactions, as there is never a shortage of buyers. The concept of deposits emerged during an era of overproduction, adopted by certain enterprises to secure orders through a collaborative model. Thus, when Jiang Shuo proposed this, the proprietress felt a twinge of resistance. Sensing her reluctance to dismiss him, Jiang Shuo quickly interjected, Sister, you are so beautiful, consider it a favor to your younger brother. I have been accepted into university, but my family is impoverished. I have an elderly mother and a 3-year-old sister to support, and I must earn my own tuition. The 120 yuan I have saved is the result of multiple blood donations. Please assist me. I assure you, I will deliver the money by tomorrow morning. With such earnestness, the proprietress found herself in a quandary. After all, she too had risen from humble beginnings. Her own early departure from school had been due to financial constraints. With a sigh, she conceded, Very well, I have indeed never conducted business in this manner. Your ID will be held here. Take 50 garments, and I expect the payment tomorrow. Thank you, sister. Jiang Shuo seized the opportunity to embrace her. She promptly pushed him away. Jesting, you little rascal, trying to take advantage of me while borrowing goods. Jiang Shuo, maintaining a serious demeanor, countered, It is simply that your charm is overwhelming, and I cannot help myself. Oh. You flatterer. Come, let us head to the warehouse. In the end, Jiang Shuo managed to thoroughly charm the proprietress, leaving with 10 pairs of stockings as a gift. Free of charge. Soon, he found himself carrying 50 Cheongsams to the home of Hao Jiangwo. Hao Jiangwo's parents worked for a local state-owned enterprise and were occupied during the day, making it convenient for their activities. Choosing not to return to his own home for fear of alarming Zhang Hohat and her husband, Jiang Shuo spent a few minutes discussing his entrepreneurial aspirations with Hao Jiangwo, who was left bewildered. But Jiang Shuo, your idea is commendable, yet it resembles speculative capitalism, rotten to the core. Jiang Shuo dismissed his concerns, saying, If they sell in malls. It's socialism. If I sell it, it's capitalism. What sort of logic is that? Do not overthink it. Quickly help me gather some supplies. Surely you have an extra table at home? Yes. Then please, prepare a table and a cloth for me. Oh, I recall there is a neighbor who sells rat poison. Could you borrow their loudspeaker? Jiang Shuo continued to issue commands, leaving Hao Jiangwo in a state of astonishment. Observing that Jiang Shuo was not jesting, he naturally fell into step with Jiang Shuo's rhythm. In his previous life, Jiang Shuo had transformed from an ordinary university student with no connections into a millionaire entrepreneur, a feat closely linked to his tenacious disposition. Once one sets their sights on a goal, they pursue it with relentless determination, refusing to relent until the objective is achieved. This tenacity is a shared trait among all successful individuals. Now, equipped with the advantage of a new beginning, he is destined to stir the currents of the business world in the coming years. Selling clothing serves merely as a starting point. The two worked tirelessly until after 7 in the evening, finally establishing their stall in Weiman Square. This square is the largest in Jiaoyang, bustling with activity at night as numerous food vendors set up shop. Thus, it becomes a favorite spot for evening strolls and consumer activity. Hao Jiangwo felt a twinge of apprehension as he gazed at the crowd. Having never engaged in such an endeavor before, he found himself hesitant. Despite typically possessing a thick skin, the thought of raising his voice to sell in the square was daunting for him, given his youth and inexperience. Conversely, Jiang Shuo, a rugged man reborn, had no such reservations. After arranging the clothing, he seized the megaphone and began his fervent cry. Over 100 items for just 30. Don't ask me why. The factory director is my cousin. Is the quality good? Even Wang Fei says it's good. What do you think? Chapter 5. The boisterous square. Hao Jiangwo stood by, his soul seemingly rejuvenated by Jiang Shuo's voice, his mouth agape in astonishment. Jiang Shuo, undeterred, continued to bellow at the crowd from atop a stool. In Wenzhou, Zhejiang province, the scoundrel boss Huang he has indulged in vice and debauchery, fleeing with his mistress. A miraculous scene unfolded as the dense throng turned in bewilderment, seeking the source of the raucous proclamation. Nearby, several street vendors noticed the crowd gravitating towards Jiang Shuo and joined in the uproar. Stinky tofu. Delicious yet pungent tofu. Fish balls. They're both fishy and round. These vendors appeared to compete with Jiang Shuo, yet he held a megaphone, calmly commanding the attention of the masses single-handedly, drawing them to his stall. In no time, he was surrounded by a sea of eager onlookers. Standing on the stool, he wielded the megaphone, directing his pitch with fervor. Just like Fei Wang, the scoundrel boss Huang, he has absconded, and we, the employees, are liquidating factory goods to pay wages. Originally priced over 100, now only 30. A bargain awaits. An elderly woman interjected. Young man, didn't you just say the factory director is your cousin? Are you insulting your own kin? Madam, please refrain from complicating matters. Whether you buy or not is your choice. Just don't disrupt the excitement. Hey, do you look down on people? She retorted. I'll take one. How Jiang Wo hurriedly collected the money, sensing the indignation of the once aspiring matron, now feeling slighted. She snatched the item and left. Another girl stepped forward. Can you make it cheaper? Jiang Shuo, maintaining an air of superiority, replied, no discounts, but since you're so lovely, how about a buy one get one offer? Including a pair of stockings? Flushed with flattery, the girl blushed, her vanity gratified. You're insufferable. Jiang Shuo shot her a glance. Remember to wear the stockings, or you'll waste those long legs of yours. In this summer heat, wearing long pants is quite uncouth. How embarrassing. You're truly unbearable. Fine, I'll take one. The market dynamics resembled a butterfly effect. Once one person initiated a purchase, the crowd inevitably followed suit. Especially in an era when clothing was rarely displayed on the streets for sale, the novelty drew them in. Consequently, after the elderly woman and the girl purchased a Cheongsam, the women in the crowd lost their composure. 50 pieces, each priced at 30, astonishingly sold out within an hour. How Jiang Wo stood in disbelief. With a cost of 10 per piece, Jiang Shuo sold them for 30, earning a profit of 20 per item, 200 for 10, and a staggering 1,000 for 50. He gazed at Jiang Shuo in disbelief. Jiang Shuo, it seems we've struck it rich. Jiang Shuo shot him a look. Tomorrow we continue. Go get me a pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes. Understood. How Jiang Wo was thoroughly impressed by Jiang Shuo's prowess and promptly dashed off to procure a pack of Hometown Mountain. With practiced ease, he lit a cigarette and surveyed the throng in the square, a sense of determination swelling within him. As he held the cigarette between his lips, casting his gaze over the crowd, How Jiang Wo called out, Shuo, aren't those your uncle and aunt? Jiang Shuo replied, what about my uncle and aunt? They've been selling pancakes here for over a decade. Is this your first day noticing? How Jiang Wo interjected, no, I mean, are those people not vandalizing your uncle and aunt's stall? A pang of anxiety gripped Jiang Shuo as he quickly climbed onto a stool for a better view. Indeed, he spotted a chaotic scene where a group of individuals was wreaking havoc, pulling Zhang Hohot and her husband to the ground. The square was vast, and the bustling stall had drawn his attention away just moments before. His expression darkened as he picked up a brick. Pack up your things and head home. I'll go over first. With that, he dashed off. In his previous life, this couple had never known a day of comfort, and he had felt guilty for a lifetime. Now, reborn, they represented his deepest vulnerabilities. Any harm done to them would be met with deadly retribution. Meanwhile, at Jiang Dashan's location, a man with a fearsome countenance, an apron tied around his waist, stood before the couple, flanked by a group of thugs. How many times must I tell you? Don't come to this side of the People's Square. If you can't heed my warnings, don't blame me for being unkind. A crowd had gathered, and the couple appeared visibly intimidated. Zhang Hohot, typically a fiery individual, would have retaliated fiercely in her youth. However, the burdens of life and motherhood had tempered her spirit. It was not fear of confrontation but a dread of endangering her family that held her back. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shuo, the couple had faced numerous such confrontations over the years, often opting for patience over conflict. After all, life rarely allowed for passionate outbursts. It was enough to earn a living to support their family. Thus, Zhang Hohot pleaded, Lu Gu, we've been neighbors in business for so many years. I've never interfered with your affairs. The man spat dismissively, you haven't affected me? Who told you to speak ill of my pancakes? He continued. Since you've breached the rules, you must leave. Nephew, throw their stall out of the square. Please, I beg you. I need to earn tuition for my son, who has just been accepted into university, she implored. Do me a favor? Get lost, shouted Lu Gu, as a young man with bleached hair emerged. leading a group to start dismantling their stall. As the crowd murmured and pointed, a sudden shadow darted from the side. A brick soared through the air, striking the young man squarely on the head. Blood immediately oozed from the wound, and he rose, ready to retaliate. But Jiang Shuo was relentless, sending another brick flying his way. The crowd fell into stunned silence, paralyzed by the unfolding chaos. Jiang Qianqian and his wife stared wide-eyed, as did Lu Gu and his cohorts, all equally taken aback. Jiang Shuo observed the yellow-haired thug lying helplessly on the ground and, gripping a bloodied brick, pointed it menacingly at Lu Gu. Are you finding this amusing? Is it your pleasure to bully others? Is this a competition in ruthlessness? Come on. With those words, Jiang Shuo's display of defiance truly startled everyone present. Upon realizing it was their son, Jiang Qianqian and his wife hurriedly rose to intervene, but Jiang Shuo shouted, "Stay behind me." The couple stood frozen, as if gazing at a stranger. Meanwhile, the gang of ruffians helped the yellow-haired man to his feet, holding his head. He spat blood and glared at Jiang Shuo. "You're finished. Do you understand? Do you know who I am?" Jiang Shuo frowned and replied, "I don't need to know who you are, but I know you are bullying my parents. How dare you? Do you really think you're someone important?" The yellow-haired thug retorted, turning to his lackeys and bellowing, "Did you not see me getting beaten? Get in there and fight." His minion snapped back to attention, ready to retaliate. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out from the crowd. "What a lively scene. I just stepped out to buy a pancake and stumbled into this commotion." Chapter 6. Who is this influential figure? Everyone turned their gaze. A slightly plump, bespectacled, and genteel middle-aged man emerged. Among the crowd, someone recognized him, their hair standing on end and expression exaggerated. The blond youth, unfamiliar with the man, frowned and glared. "What? Is someone meddling?" The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. "Meddling is hardly the case. My daughter is quite fond of the sesame cakes from Sister Zhang's stall. As fortune would have it, I happened to drive by and thought to bring one back for her, only to stumble upon this situation." "Sister Zhang? Are there still cakes available today?" This was an old customer at Jiang Qianqian's stall, and the couple naturally recognized each other, though they were unaware of his true identity. Zhang Hohot felt somewhat awkward. "Given the current circumstances, I fear there are none left." "Oh, I see." The middle-aged man then patted Jiang Shuo's shoulder. "Young man, you are commendable for protecting your parents." He turned his gaze to the blond youth. "And you, young brother, whose side are you on?" The blonde, realizing the man was likely looking for trouble, darkened his expression. "Brother Hua from the commercial street. What is your intention? Are you planning to take on this family's affairs?" The middle-aged man chuckled and shook his head. "Brother Hua from the commercial street? I haven't heard of him. Who does Brother Hua belong to?" The blonde's temper flared. "Brother Jian from the old town." "Brother Jian? Still unfamiliar to me. And who does Brother Jian belong to?" The blonde exploded. "Are you going to leave or not? If not, I'll deal with you as well." The middle-aged man continued to smile. "No need for such anger. Young brother, come, tell me, who does Brother Jin belong to?" "Duan Xiaodao. Surely you must know him." "Oh, Xiaodao, the young man under Yuan Yaowen, right? I recall him." He then produced a Nokia phone, dialing a number. "Yaowen, there's a little brother of Xiaodao's little brother causing trouble at Wayman Square. Perhaps you could call and inquire about the situation?" As he made the call, the crowd's hair stood on end. Even Jiang Shuo felt a sinking sensation. He had heard of Yuan Yaowen, the most formidable character in Jiangyang's underworld. However, this man, who appeared so genteel, was conversing with Yuan Yaowen in such a manner. Who was he? Why did he seem so familiar? The crowd gasped in astonishment, though the blonde remained oblivious. In the streets, one often encountered a few who would boast about their connections every few days. How could Yuan Yaowen be someone a mere buyer of sesame cakes could possibly know? Laughter erupted among them. The middle-aged man shook his head, and after hanging up the phone, he said to the blonde, "Give me 10 minutes. The blonde, too, grew stubborn. "All right, I'll let you play your little game. Let us see what figures you manage to summon." The middle-aged man sighed and then gazed at Jiang Shuo. "Aren't you going to help your parents pack up the stall? It's only 9 o'clock. We still have an hour to conduct business." Sister Zhang, the usual, without chili. "Oh, very well." The couple quickly realized something and hurried to tidy up. Jiang Shuo assisted them, his mind lingering on the identity of this person, yet he could not recall. As 10 minutes passed, Huang Mao was about to emerge to mock the middle-aged man when suddenly, the screeching of tires echoed from across the street. A large group of people appeared, and a man with a scarred face rushed towards them, visibly anxious. Following him were individuals who left even Huang Mao dumbfounded. His boss, Brother Hua, and brother Jian, the boss of his boss, along with the scarred man. Duan shouted out himself. Upon their arrival, the crowd bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. Brother Yuan asked me to convey his apologies. He cannot come as he is in his hometown. The middle-aged man, holding a sesame cake, laughed heartily. It's nothing at all. No need to be so tense. I've already bought my cakes. You all handle it yourselves. By the way, my daughter particularly enjoys Sister Zhang's sesame cakes. She thinks about them all day. Please don't drive them away. This couple relies on their stall to support their family. And with their son in university, they need to earn tuition. Sister Zhang, I shall take my leave now. Zhang Hohat nodded eagerly. Though she was just an ordinary person without much knowledge, she could tell that this middle-aged man, who frequently patronized their business in recent years, had an extraordinary background. Huang Mao and his crew were already trembling. Suddenly, all 15 of them fell to their knees. Duan Xiao politely bowed to Jiang Shuo's family, saying, I apologize. Such an incident will never occur again. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his subordinates to drag Huang Mao and his companions towards their vehicle, including Lu Go. In an instant, the crowd erupted into chatter and speculation. Jiang Shuo turned to the couple. Uncle, Aunt, who is that middle-aged man? Don't you know him? Zhang Hohat replied. He comes almost every other day to buy a sesame cake for his daughter. He's a regular customer, but I am unaware of his true identity. Sure, you weren't hurt, were you? She said, pulling Jiang Shuo to check on him. He smiled reassuringly. I'm fine, really. Let us head home. Jiang Dashan managed a wry smile. I suppose we can only go home now. Let's go. We've had quite the early shift. Having experienced a thrilling episode, the family pushed their cart homeward under the shimmering stars, sharing laughter along the way. On the journey, Jiang Shuo learned about the couple's conflict with Lu Go. Some time ago, a customer had complained at their stall, claiming that the sesame cakes from Lu Ji's stand had caused an upset stomach. Zhang Hohat had only remarked, his are unclean. Come here, and you'll find mine are absolutely pristine. The result was overheard by a nearby vendor, and as the rumor spread, it eventually reached Brother Lu, transforming into the claim that Zhang Hohat was spreading malicious gossip about the cleanliness of their pastries. Thus, a commotion ensued. Jiang Shuo remained largely silent throughout the journey, burdened by a feeling of helplessness akin to that of a stranded fish. In 2 months, he must secure a new livelihood for himself and his partner in Jiagang, free from the daily hardships of braving the elements and enduring grievances. A night passed. The following morning, Jiang Shuo returned the initial capital of 120 yuan to Zhang Hohat and her partner. The previous night, he had generated a total revenue of 1,500 yuan, from which he allocated 50 yuan to Hao Jiangwo as wages, and repaid 120 to Jiang Dashan and his partner. After accounting for the outstanding payment of 380 yuan from the previous day, Jiang Shuo found himself with a remarkable sum of 950 yuan, having started with nothing. This amount was equivalent to a month's salary for the high-income earners along the coast. And Jiang Shuo had achieved it in just one day. Such is the allure of commerce in this era. Once again standing in front of the Revolver clothing wholesale store, the proprietress held the remaining 380 yuan, gazing at Jiang Shuo as though he were a creature of legend. Her mouth agape for a considerable time before she finally spoke. What did you say? You sold everything overnight? Chapter 7. Too indecent. Jiang Shuo cast a mischievous glance at the proprietress. Sister, you must trust this money, right? How about we make it a grand affair today? Intrigued, the proprietress, having conducted business in this market for many years, had encountered all manner of merchants, yet had never met such a peculiar young man. Leaning forward over the glass table, Jiang Shuo scrutinized the woman's features. In truth, she appeared more attractive without makeup, though she still fell short of the standards set by Li Qian. Nonetheless, her facial features could be deemed beautiful, albeit marred by excessive cosmetics. Coupled with her early 30s, she exuded a distinctive air of maturity. Feeling the visual impact of Sister Kong, Jiang Shuo swallowed hard. I will place this 950 yuan as a deposit, and you let me take 500 pieces of merchandise. Deal? The proprietress was taken aback. 500? That is my entire inventory. Are you out of your mind? Besides, is there even a demand for that at Wayman Square? Jiang Shuo chuckled and shook his head. Yesterday, while selling clothes at Wayman Square, I roughly estimated the crowd. There are at least 1,000 to 2,000 people gathering there daily. It's a viable market. Similarly, places like Jianian Square, Opera House Square, and Little Goat Square also attract considerable crowds. In total, the clientele I face at night could reach 6,000. With such a gathering, do you think I can't sell these 500 garments? Customers aren't fools. The The clothes you supply to retail stores start at 50 yuan. I'm offering them at 30. A 20 yuan discount. Won't they buy? The proprietress remained unconvinced. Taking 900 yuan for 500 pieces? What if you abscond with them? She quickly countered, little brother. Heed my advice, never rush into business. Once you do, it's easy to stumble and fall. It's wiser to proceed cautiously. I can offer you 200 pieces, but no more. With a sigh, Jiang Shuo realized he had to continue his persuasive efforts. Thus, he unleashed his eloquence. Sister, you are truly beautiful and so incredibly alluring. After an hour of flattery, the proprietress was nearly swayed, contemplating closing her shop. What am I doing running a shop? With my looks, I should be a star. What a waste. Ultimately, Jiang Shuo arranged for a vehicle to transport the 500 pieces of merchandise. As he departed, the proprietress gifted him several bundles of stockings, leaving him perplexed. Why does she keep giving me these? He also learned her name, Kong Yunfei, Sister Kong. He discovered her personal circumstances. She had been married once, divorced, and had no children at the age of 31. She was so caught up in the conversation that she almost divulged the color of her underwear. Upon returning to Hao Jiangwo's residence, Hao Jiangwo was left speechless at the sight of the goods piled upon the tricycle. Jiang Shuo had to exert considerable effort to explain everything to him. He then summoned a few of Hao Jiangwo's close friends, a group of uneducated youngsters who spent their time in arcade halls, each of them stationed at a square, with compensation distributed according to effort, a mere 1 yuan commission for each piece of clothing sold. Upon hearing this, the idle youths exclaimed in excitement, realizing that selling just one item would afford them 6 tokens for gaming. Fueled with enthusiasm, they shouted like they were on a high. Jiang Shuo was unfazed by the thought that they might abscond with the merchandise, as they were all neighbors of Hao Jiangwo. Once a monk runs, he cannot escape the temple. The group busied themselves for an entire day. Jiang Shuo avoided the Min Plaza, wary of being seen by Jiang Dashan and his wife, opting instead for the Opera House Square. Coincidentally, a large performance was scheduled for that day, drawing a significant crowd. Alongside Hao Jiangwo, Jiang Shuo noted that his companion's courage had considerably increased since yesterday. Once their stall was set up, they began to shout loudly, reminiscent of the previous day's scene, quickly becoming flustered at their booth. They barely had time to call out their wares. They were incessantly collecting and giving change. The affordability of the items, especially those resembling celebrity styles, proved irresistible to many. They were occupied for 3 to 4 hours, during which they sold out 3 times, with Hao Jiangwo racing off to other squares to restock. As the crowd at the Opera House Square gradually dispersed, Jiang Shuo and Hao Jiangwo's followers collapsed onto the ground, their voices hoarse yet their spirits high. After more than half an hour, the others returned, and without exception, everyone had sold out. They joyfully received their earnings from Jiang Shuo. Afterward, Hao Jiangwo gazed at the several bundles of stockings on the table. Jiang Shuo, what should we do with these? If I take them home, my mother will surely scold me. Jiang Shuo looked at the other youngsters. How about I give them to you? The boys quickly shook their heads, none daring to take such items home. Jiang Shuo then felt a headache coming on. It was unthinkable to simply discard them. He turned to Hao Jiangwo. Why not take them home for your sister? Just say I gifted them to her. Come on, Jiang Shuo, that is too much. My sister is so unattractive. You must be joking, Hao Jiangwo exploded. Jiang Shuo kicked him lightly. What is going on in that head of yours? It was merely a gift for her. Rest assured, I have no intentions towards your sister. Yawning, he said, let us head home. I'm utterly exhausted. Just as he was about to leave, a crisp voice rang out. Jiang Shuo, you scoundrel. Shameless rascal. Who is insulting me? Jiang Shuo turned to discover Li Qian and several other girls standing together, looking at him with indignation. They must have come to see the opera. Hao Jiangwo and the others quickly fell silent, turning away as if they hadn't seen a thing. Jiang Shuo looked at her. Why are you suddenly berating me at this late hour? You've infuriated me. Li Qian pointed at the stockings on the table, recalling the contents of that letter, her anger boiling over. How could you stoop to sell such vulgar items? Another girl interjected, expressing disappointment. You have betrayed the nurturing care of your country and school. Is this something a man can openly sell? In this day and age, stockings and women's lingerie are considered items of personal privacy, deserving of reverence. The girl, Jiang Shuo, recognized was also a classmate of Jiang Yang from the same school. Though not from the same class, she lived next door to Li Qian. Her name was Xiao Wanjia, and during their school days, she was inseparable from Li Qian. Deep down, Jiang Shuo felt utterly speechless. What was wrong with selling a pair of socks? Yet, upon glancing at Li Qian, whose cheeks were puffed in indignation, He pondered. Are these items truly so indecent? What do you think? Li Qian, standing at a graceful height of 168 meters, trembled with fury. Her expression was unmistakable, and Jiang Shuo found himself wanting to pinch her cheeks playfully. Suddenly, a rebellious demeanor surfaced in his mind. How can this be deemed vulgar? I recall you often wore such items at school. Why then do you persist in donning such indecent attire? Chapter 8. So it's you, this big shot. Li Qian found herself momentarily at a loss for words, stamping her foot in frustration. You shameless scoundrel, she exclaimed. Indeed. You are a grotesque product of this country's educational system. Su Wanjia chimed in. Jiang Shuo, unfazed, looked at Su Wanjia and suggested, how about I gift you a pair? After all, there are plenty left. He turned to Qianqian. If you want, I'll take care of all your socks. You can switch them up every day, silk today, mesh tomorrow, knee-high the day after. The two girls stared at Jiang Shuo in astonishment. Truly, he was beyond redemption, brazenly teasing us, and simultaneously at that. Li Qian, exasperated, shouted, I never want to see you again. Jiang Shuo, you are a jerk. To which he retorted, I too wish to never see you again. With that, the girls stormed off, incensed. Jiang Shuo watched their retreating figures, scratching his head, realizing he might have crossed a line. Here he was, a rough man in his 40s, shamelessly flirting with two girls barely 17 or 18. But then he thought, wait a minute, I'm also a youthful lad of 17 or 18. Instantly, he felt justified. How Jiang Wo sidled over, eyeing Li Qian's furious silhouette, and gave Jiang Shuo a thumbs up. Dude, that was impressive. Li Qian is quite the ice queen at our school. Always surrounded by a throng of admirers. You actually managed to flirt with her. Jiang Shuo, hands clasped behind his head, replied, this is merely the beginning. Be patient. She has much more to endure. Let us head home, laden with spoils. As soon as he spoke, Li Qian, who had stormed off, felt a chill run down her spine, sensing impending misfortune. Upon returning home, Jiang Shuo locked the door and emptied a bag of cash onto the table, beginning to organize it meticulously. 500 items sold, with total revenue amounting to 15,000. After deducting 5,000 for costs and 300 for wages, a surplus of 9,006 remained. Wow, Jiang Shuo gasped, realizing why people claimed business was easier 20 years ago. With audacity and initiative, profits were guaranteed. In contrast, entrepreneurship 2 decades later required not only courage but also intellect and a competent team. The challenges had multiplied significantly. Now, with over 10,000 on hand, he pondered if his uncle and aunt would go mad upon discovering his newfound wealth. Perhaps it was best to keep it under wraps for now. Jiang Shuo understood all too well that this frenzy would likely last only until tomorrow night. After that, the square would be inundated with vendors, making it less enticing for him to continue. Nevertheless, it was enough to further his plan for an arcade. Once the money was organized, he tucked it beneath the bed and lay down, suddenly recalling Li Qian. That's right. Didn't they have a poetry gathering tomorrow? Surely. She wouldn't have turned me away. Should I go and check? What if that girl gets swept away by someone else? All of this belongs to me. Everyone else. Step aside. With that, he plunged into slumber. The sleep he experienced was exceptionally restful. In his previous life, ever since he embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, Jiang Shuo had become accustomed to insomnia. His mind swirled with thoughts of client supplies, employee salaries, and various operational costs. This was the daily reality of every small business owner. In contrast, large business owners enjoyed peaceful slumbers, thanks to their established teams that merely required them to heed the data, unless a crisis arose within the company. However, the plight of small business owners was far more arduous. Each daybreak signified the onset of another day's expenses. When he awoke, it was already 10 in the morning. His partner was busy preparing ingredients for their pastries. Upon seeing Jiang Shuo awake, Zhang Qianqian smiled and said, Shuo, you must be hungry. Head to the kitchen. I've saved you a few buns, homemade, filled with meat. Jiang Shuo yawned as he washed up and inquired, Auntie, that little ruffian didn't he come looking for trouble yesterday? Did he? Jiang Dashan chuckled heartily. They wouldn't he dare come back. We don't even need to fight for our stall anymore. No one dares occupy it. Jiang Shuo leaned in curiously. So impressive. Who was that middle-aged man the other day? He seemed quite formidable. Zhang Qianqian entered the room with a mysterious smile. A rather significant individual. He is Chun Jijun, the owner of Dong'an East Real Estate. Who? Jiang Shuo's mind instantly conjured a vivid image, feeling a surge of energy. Jiang Dashan added, he is the developer of the Dong'an International Mall. We have several of his projects in Jiangnan. That's the Qinjijun we're talking about. Who would have thought? He seems so unassuming, always amiable. He's been a familiar face at our stall for years. If he hadn't mentioned it, who would have known he was the rumored big boss? Jiang Shuo's mind raced through various associations with Qinjijun, the wealthiest individual in Jiangnan province, rumored to possess a remarkably strong background that extended all the way to the capital. He had indeed spent several years in Jiangyang, having been ostracized within his family, leading to his fall into obscurity here. However, after approximately a decade, he reclaimed his status within the family and leveraged their resources to expand his enterprises rapidly, ultimately becoming the wealthiest in Jiangnan province, a true figure of ambition. In his previous life, Jiang Shuo had not paid much attention to him, having distanced himself from the Jiangyang circle after graduating and attending university in Zhonghai. It was only later, at a social gathering in Zhonghai, that he was introduced to Qinjijun by the president of the Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce, as they both shared ties to Jianggang. Their conversation had flowed pleasantly. Now, encountering this individual again, Jiang Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing him. Calculating the timeline, this marked the third year of Qinjijun's return to Jiangyang, with 7 more years of perseverance ahead of him. At that time, it would be a pivotal moment in his life. Since it is Qinjijun, matters will surely proceed smoothly. Consider this my first stepping stone in Jiangyang. My mind swiftly began to devise plans concerning Qinjijun. My esteemed elder brother commands considerable respect in Jiangyang, to the extent that even someone like Yuan Yaoan dares not raise his head in your presence. This connection must not be squandered. It serves as an opportunity to validate the tale you recounted to me at the banquet all those years ago. Of course, one must not rush, for the disparity in our current standings is substantial. I suspect you may not regard me with much esteem, and I am yet to be worthy of your circle. Thus, I shall bide my time. Regaining my composure, I washed my face and brushed my teeth. Then, I retrieved 2 buns from the pot, consuming them as I made my way outside. Zhang Hohat's head popped out. Having just risen from your slumber, where do you think you are off to? Will you be back for lunch? Jiang Shuo waved his hand dismissively. The weather is splendid, perfect for pursuing romantic interests. I shall find a daughter-in-law for you. If not, I shan't return for lunch. Chapter 9. The Troublemaker by the Riverbank. A spirited group of youths gathered on the grassy area beneath the lighthouse. With you playing the accordion and me holding a book in the sunlight, he stood by the river, passionately reciting verses about our homeland. This was a unique scene emblematic of student life in this era. Unhindered by the toxic influence of mobile phones, interpersonal connections flourished. Among the throng, Li Qian remained the focal point, surrounded by numerous admirers eager to curry her favor and engage in conversation. Li Qian reveled in the vanity of being pursued. However, the scene took a strange turn when someone brought a large gong and drum to perform, likely in hopes of capturing Li Qian's attention with their talent. There exists a certain type of girl, pursued by countless suitors, yet never accepting any of them. Li Qian epitomized this archetype, relishing the feeling of being sought after. In the sun's embrace, she sweetly responded to each boy attempting to win her favor, creating a harmonious atmosphere. At that moment, a rather discordant figure appeared on the riverbank, a small rogue, a cigarette dangling from his lips and one hand tucked into his pocket. He gazed at Li Qian from a distance, a sly smile creeping across his face. In such a serene scene, how could Su Gu be absent? He leapt down from the side. Xiao Wanjia, noticing him, covered her mouth and pointed at Jiang Shuo, exclaiming, "That scoundrel is coming." Dozens of heads turned in unison, most belonging to their own class, alongside several other suitors of Li Qian from different classes. The moment Li Qian spotted Jiang Shuo, her expression darkened instantly. Class leader Lu Sudong seemed to sense her discomfort and gently inquired, "Qianqian, what's wrong?" Li Qian, with a sullen face, turned away and replied, "Nothing." Lu Sudong furrowed his brow at Jiang Shuo, asking, "Since when did you start smoking?" Jiang Shuo approached, chuckling, "Smoking is manly. Li Qian prefers this." Many gazes fixated on him, scrutinizing his every move. Jiang Shuo quickly added, "Please, everyone, I have no intention of becoming your rival. Enjoy your own activities and ignore me." Lu Sudong frowned slightly. "I recall we did not invite you. Why are you here?" Jiang Shuo shrugged. "Isn't it a bit dull? This isn't your home. I simply came to see if there were any fish to catch. I told you to mind your own business and leave me be." He glanced at Li Qian, who was now pouting and seemingly stomping her foot. "How charming." Xiao Wanjia also frowned. "Jiang Shuo, I feel as though you've become a different person." Lu Sudong replied, "Never mind, he is a rogue who doesn't understand our world. Let us proceed with our recitation." Yes, I concur, chimed in Deputy Class Leader Wang Hongguang, who had evidently been waiting for this moment. The title of little poet in their class was not bestowed lightly. He cast a furtive glance at Li Qian, clearly intending to use the recitation as a means of confession. Lu Sudong observed as Jiang Shuo settled down beside them, choosing silence. He no longer regarded him with any seriousness, intentionally exerting pressure on Jiang Shuo. It was perhaps beneficial for certain individuals to undergo a little tempering. Qianqian, please take a seat and refrain from anger. After Li Qian sat down, for reasons unknown, she discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Shuo. It turned out that the way a man smoked could indeed possess a certain charm. An old smoker of over 20 years. He had long since perfected the most attractive posture for smoking. Jiang Shuo always had a precise grasp of charisma. Such a little girl was easily deceived, intentionally teasing. He suddenly turned to gaze intently at Li Qian, causing her to hastily lower her head to avoid his stare, her face darkening. You rascal, you're infuriating me. The vice class leader, Wang Hongguang, was the first to step forward. Everyone, let me begin. Let our class's little poet set a good precedent. Someone in the crowd immediately shouted. Wang Hongguang stepped forward with a piece of paper, while the others gathered around him. I shall now make a fool of myself. This poem is dedicated to our class's Li Qian. Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Li Qian's face as she rested her chin in her hands. Gazing at Wang Hongguang like a young girl, Wang Hongguang cleared his throat and began to recite loudly. I adore you as the gentle breeze of spring. I cherish you as the sun at the summer solstice. I miss you like the autumn leaves. And I long for you as one covets a scarf in winter-ash chill. When you are with me, you are like a chilled beer. Jiang Shuo struggled to suppress his laughter, severely disrupting the harmonious ambience, leading everyone to turn their disgruntled gazes towards him. What are you doing, Jiang Shuo? Could you kindly move aside? Indeed, your unsolicited presence is quite bothersome. Please step away, you're utterly annoying. Jiang Shuo quickly waved his hands in surrender. All right, everyone. I promise to remain silent. My apologies. As for you, the chilled beer poet, continue your recital, strive to freeze your goddess with your words. Wang Hongguang was incensed. What did you say? Are you mocking my poetry? Unbeknownst to anyone, Li Qian couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Lu Sudong, also a suitor of Li Qian, was widely regarded among her admirers as having the best chance. Many speculated that Li Qian might end up with him in college. Therefore, witnessing his rival flustered by Jiang Shuo's antics brought him a small sense of triumph, prompting him to chime in. Old Wang, don't be agitated. Why bother with a little rascal? Don't be upset, just sit tight. How about I take the stage next? Xiao Wanjia, who frequently benefited from Lu Sudong, was already in his pocket. The crowd quickly responded. Great. Let us see what the class leader has to offer. Li Qian also smiled faintly, her eyes inexplicably drawn back to Jiang Shuo, who had lit another cigarette. The sight of a man smoking still held a certain allure. Qianqian, please listen to my recital. This poem is also dedicated to you, Lu Sudong announced as he stepped forward, prompting Li Qian to fluster. Oh, okay. Thank you. Please go ahead. Lu Sudong strutted about for a moment before declaring. It is because of your elegance that I have fallen in love with the blossoms of spring. It is due to your delicate veil that I adore the graceful falling leaves of autumn. It is through Adam and Eve that you and I have come to be. Just then, the monitor, Jiang Shuo, interrupted the recitation once more. Lu Sudong turned around in fury, exclaiming, What do you want? The others glared at him, equally incensed. Jiang Shuo rose, chuckling softly, and said, Monitor, I merely wish to remind you that there is an issue with your last line. Huh? What issue could there possibly be? Lu Sudong retorted with a bitter laugh. Come, enlighten us. The one who has caused our language teacher to question his life for 3 years. The others erupted in laughter. Jiang Shuo, somewhat embarrassed, interjected. I wouldn't call it a critique, but I wanted to ask, are you confessing to Li Qian? Me. Lu Sudong's face flushed crimson. Yes, and what of it? A chorus of boos erupted from dozens of voices. Monitor, you are impressive. Monitor, you are formidable. Li Qian looked at Jiang Shuo in confusion, wondering what this peculiar fellow was up to. Jiang Shuo approached with a sly smile, saying, Confessing is fine, but your confession has a flaw. How could you turn it into a sibling bond? What do you mean by that? Lu Sudong scoffed. Jiang Shuo playfully wrapped an arm around his neck, speaking earnestly. Adam and Eve were a married couple. It is through their union that you exist. Is that not a sibling relationship? Monitor. This sibling romance is not to be trifled with. It could lead to trouble. Chapter 10. Raise the wine and steady the scene. What nonsense. You are desecrating the love that resides within my heart. Utterly unreasonable and irredeemable. How could Jiang #1 high school produce such a disgrace? Lu Sudong, enraged, forcefully pried open Jiang Shuo's hand, his fury palpable. Jiang Shuo, with a solemn expression, declared, "The national law stipulates that close relatives cannot marry. I am not at fault." The others could not help but burst into laughter. Li Qian stifled her laughter, finding it quite difficult to contain herself. Lu Sudong felt utterly humiliated, as if he had lost face in front of his grandmother. With a thunderous roar, he shouted, "You disgrace, get out. You are not welcome here." Xiao Wanjia immediately chimed in, rising to say, "Class monitor, why such anger? How about we allow Jiang Shuo to recite a poem?" It was evident that they wanted to see Jiang Shuo embarrass himself. After all, his highest score in high school Chinese was a mere 20. A feat he had never surpassed. Ever since the teacher had begun instructing him, she had repeatedly questioned her own soul. Should I have taught physical education instead? He was notorious for his abysmal performance in Chinese class. The others joined in the raucous mockery, and Lu Sudong, seething with anger, took a seat. In that moment, Jiang Shuo found himself cornered against the wall by the crowd. He surveyed the suitors of Li Qian, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind. If I were to pursue Li Qian, would these little brats weep and wail? How amusing. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Since my classmates are so eager, I cannot decline their warm invitation. However, unlike you, I shall refrain from being overly sentimental, for I do not harbor feelings for Li Qian. Is it acceptable for me to simply do my own thing?" Upon hearing this, Li Qian's expression soured. "Is it really necessary for you to emphasize your disinterest in me? Weren't you once infatuated with me? What's with the pretense?" Lu Sudong interjected, "Enough with the nonsense. Let us see what you've got." Jiang Shuo burst into laughter, noticing a few bottles of beer nearby. He grabbed one, placed 5 yuan on the table, and declared, "This drink is on me." With a swift motion, he popped the cap and took a hearty swig, facing the mighty river before him. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of grandeur surged within him. Approaching the large drum, he took several more gulps, raised his arm, and struck the drumhead. Dong, dong, dong. The adapted song raised the wine resonated powerfully from his lips. Do you not see? The waters of the yellow river come from the heavens, rushing to the sea and never returning. Do you not see? The bright mirror in the grand hall laments white hair, morning like black silk, evening turned to snow. Do you not see? The Yangtze River stretches endlessly, galloping towards the sea. Do not worry, the boundless falling leaves rustle down. Where will the spring breeze once again green the southern banks? The crowd was mesmerized, their faces frozen in astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, everyone had risen to their feet, staring intently at Jiang Shuo in a profound silence. Although these individuals were his classmates, they were ultimately just naive high school graduates, unacquainted with the world. Where can one find a comparison to Jiang Shuo, a man who has lived for 40 years and returned anew, coupled with the grand gong before him? The masculine aura emanating from him swept through the crowd like a tempest, overwhelming all present. Li Qian felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. How had Jiang Shuo transformed so completely from the man he once was? Gazing at his silhouette against the vast rivers, her heart raced uncontrollably. As the performance concluded, Jiang Shuo tossed aside the mallet and downed a bottle of liquor in one go. With a satisfied belch, he turned and remarked, "So, how is my singing?" This song had become a staple at his company's annual gatherings, sung with the vigor it deserved. Many snapped back to reality, and Lu Sudong, noticing Li Qian's rapt gaze upon Jiang Shuo, felt a surge of jealousy. He angrily shouted, "Scoundrel! Who permitted you to alter this poetry? You insult the treasures left by our ancestors." Silence. Jiang Shuo bellowed, fueled by the alcohol. Lu Sudong, taken aback, stood frozen in astonishment, rendered speechless. Jiang Shuo cast a piercing glance at him before striding confidently toward Li Qian. A flurry of nerves overtook her as she gazed into his captivating eyes. What do you want?" she stammered. Jiang Shuo, with a serious demeanor, peered into her eyes, discerning the intentions behind his visit. Suddenly, he winked playfully, as if teasing her. "Nothing to worry about. Did I frighten you?" Li Qian instinctively stepped back, unable to meet his gaze. Jiang Shuo erupted into laughter, tossing the liquor bottle behind him. "I shan't disturb your poetic musings any longer. Time to retire for the night. Business awaits." He procured a red pagoda cigarette, lit it, and with one hand in his pocket, hummed an off-key tune as he sauntered toward the embankment. Behind him, astonishment spread like wildfire as onlookers marveled at his rendition of Toast. Lu Sudong, unable to endure the conversations among his peers, stormed off in a fit of rage. A perfectly good poetry gathering had been ruthlessly shattered by Jiang Shuo. Meanwhile, Li Qian continued to gaze at Jiang Shuo's departing figure, murmuring, "That scoundrel Jiang Shuo is rather intriguing." Having successfully showcased his bravado by the river, he later took Hao Jiangwo out for a meal. Hao Jiangwo, known for his boastful nature, especially after a few drinks, proclaimed, "I feel as if I've conquered outer space." Jiang Shuo, equally intoxicated, considered it a toast to his own rebirth. After a brief slumber at home, he found himself at Kong Yunfei's establishment by mid-afternoon. Upon seeing Jiang Shuo, Kong Yunfei sighed in relief. "You nearly gave me a fright today?" Jiang Shuo, with a mischievous glint in his eye, replied, "What is this, Sister Kong? Missing me? Are you? Come on, why do I feel you've lost your rhythm? Give me the leftover money from yesterday." "Ah, you were worried I would abscond," Jiang Shuo remarked, pulling a stack of 10 yuan notes from a bag and slapping it onto the table. Kong Yunfei, momentarily stunned, responded, "Please don't tell me you've sold everything again." Jiang Shuo, brimming with pride, replied, "Sister Kong, have I ever deceived you in the 2 days we've known each other?" "Indeed," Kong Yunfei observed, beads of cold sweat forming on Jiang Shuo's forehead. Having traversed numerous regions for many years, she had mingled among various affluent individuals in the South and had heard countless legendary tales of the wealthy. Yet, she had never encountered someone as extraordinary as him, selling 50 items on the first day and 500 on the second. In the span of just 2 days, he had amassed over 10,000 yuan, a feat that sent shivers down her spine. This fellow had come into my shop, claiming that his initial capital of 120 yuan was accumulated through countless blood donations. With such prowess, why feign humility before me? After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and gazed at Jiang Shuo. "How about we escalate our endeavors tonight?" Chapter 11. This kid is quite a character, Sister Kong. Do you have any brilliant ideas? Jiang Shuo gazed at Kong Yunfei with a smile. Initially, Kong Yunfei harbored doubts that Jiang Shuo would abscond with her 50 pieces of merchandise. Yet, he returned after selling them all overnight and took away 500 more. This was a significant shock to her. In any era, there is not a soul who does not relish the prospect of easy money. Despite being over a decade older than Jiang Shuo, she now found herself akin to a smitten admirer. Kong Yunfei took a sip of water and suggested, "What if I procure 2,000 pieces for a grand sale in the market?" 2,000 pieces, Sister Kong? Are you attempting to bite off more than you can chew? One cannot plunge headlong into business, Jiang Shuo jested. Kong Yunfei interjected, "I am speaking earnestly here. Please refrain from sidestepping. Just tell me if you're in or out." Jiang Shuo shook his head, stating that selling 2,000 pieces would be exceedingly challenging. Customers at street stalls are merely drawn by novelty, and with 2 days having passed, that novelty would have significantly waned. Consequently, sales would undoubtedly suffer. Kong Yunfei, undeterred, began to persuade Jiang Shuo. Throughout the day, she contemplated the matter. Her small, shabby store only earned about 800 to 900 yuan a month. It would be far more satisfying to take a bold risk. Her plan involved sourcing 2,000 pieces for a special sale, contingent upon her collaboration with Jiang Shuo. The profits would be split evenly. This proposal caused Jiang Shuo to regard her with newfound interest. Given that there were no promising prospects ahead, they might as well seize the opportunity. The two quickly reached an agreement. Kong Yunfei promptly contacted a theatrical troupe, offering 1,000 yuan to host a special event, with the condition that they would promote their garments. Each would contribute 5,000 yuan, and Kong Yunfei would manage the subsequent arrangements. As for the venue, they decided on the Opera House, as it was rumored that a minor celebrity would be present that evening, attracting an estimated crowd of over 10,000. On his way back, Jiang Shuo ceased to ponder the clothing matter. It was his habit to always think a step ahead. With the clothing opportunity slipping away, he turned his thoughts to the arcade business. Renovating a storefront and purchasing arcade machines for a grand opening was impractical due to time constraints. The most viable solution was to acquire an existing shop. As he walked, he found himself near the Hongguang arcade, the very place where he had encountered Wang Kuan upon his rebirth. Perhaps he should speak with their owner? Suddenly, a bright, clear voice interrupted, "Jiang Shuo, where are you headed?" Looking up, he spotted Li Qian and Xiao Wanjia standing at the entrance of a small convenience store, ice cream in hand. Clearly, the so-called poetry gathering had long since dispersed. He casually replied, "Just handling some matters," and turned to walk towards the arcade. Li Qian quickly called out, "Let me treat you to ice cream." Xiao Wanjia looked at Li Qian in disbelief. This was likely the first time Li Qian had ever taken the initiative to invite a boy to share a meal. Unexpectedly, Jiang Shuo directly dismissed her. "No, I won't. Eating that will make me gain weight. I have things to do." Without even casting a glance, he strode into the gaming room. Li Qian paused, evidently taken aback by Jiang Shuo's blunt refusal, offering him not even a passing glance. With remnants of white ice cream adorning her lips, she stamped her foot in frustration. Appearing quite playful, Xiao Wanjia, equally irked, remarked, "What a show-off. Does he truly believe himself to be someone special? There's not a decent man among them. They simply relish retreating into gaming rooms. Qianqian, let us go." However, why was this scoundrel ignoring her? It was simply unreasonable. Li Qian felt an impulsive urge to rush into the gaming room and confront Jiang Shuo to unveil the truth. Xiao Wanjia gazed at her, saying, "Isn't it better if he ignores you? What if this little rascal were to harass us in public like yesterday? I believe it's best to minimize contact with him. Let us go buy flowers instead." Li Qian considered this and, feeling somewhat indignant, thought, "If you choose to ignore me, then so be it. I have no desire to engage with you either." Fuming, she walked away with her ice cream. As Jiang Shuo navigated through the arcade, he encountered the owner, Zhang Qianqian. After an hour of back-and-forth discussion, the owner's brows furrowed into an inverted V. "Little brother, I've invested 30,000 in this establishment. And you expect to take it over for merely 10,000? Do you honestly believe I would consider that?" Jiang Shuo shook his head. "A non-profitable business holds no significance for you to persist. Look around. Your arcade is on the verge of becoming a den for delinquents. Who would dare to enter and play? It would be wiser to simply take the 10,000 and walk away." This predicament resonates with many arcade owners. If the proprietor cannot maintain order, delinquents will inevitably come to cause trouble, not to extort the owner, but to swindle the gaming tokens from the students. Over time, this leads to a complete loss of patronage. Since Zhang Qianqian was not a local, his arcade had nearly turned into a stronghold for Wang Kuan and his underlings. Following their arrival, business plummeted for 6 consecutive months, marred by frequent brawls that left him disillusioned with the venture. Yet, he found it hard to accept the idea of relinquishing it for merely 10,000. After some contemplation, he sighed, 20,000. If you can muster that amount, I'll let you take over. I want to even take my toothbrush with me." Jiang Shuo waved his hand dismissively, then let us call it a day. "Our negotiations have reached an impasse. By the way, Brother Song, I noticed the shop next door is also up for lease. It appears the sign indicates a transfer fee of only 2,000. Could you assist me in contacting the owner?" Zhang Qianqian was taken aback and hastily replied, "I don't know their owner." "Don't be fooled. That shop has poor feng shui and has cycled through several owners. It's 15,000. It absolutely cannot be less. If you lower it further, you might as well strip me of my undergarments." Jiang Shuo chose to ignore him. "Forget it. There is no point in continuing this discussion. I'll seek out the owner next door." With that, he stood up, leaving Zhang Qianqian in a state of unease. Business was already struggling, and the opening of a new arcade nearby would undoubtedly exacerbate the situation. Hastily, he rose to detain Jiang Shuo. 12,000. "I'm truly bearing it all for you." Jiang Shuo barely glanced his way. "Thank you, Songge, but we simply cannot reach an agreement. An hour has elapsed, and I shall seek out the owner next door." He stood up and prepared to leave. Zhang Qianqian called out from behind, "Then how much are you willing to offer?" Jiang Shuo turned back to cast a fleeting glance. "How about 8,000? 8,000. Just a moment ago you quoted a price of 10,000. How has it now dwindled to 8? Is this how one negotiates?" Jiang Shuo shrugged nonchalantly. "I mentioned we cannot come to terms." With that, he exited the arcade without a backward glance. Zhang Qianqian felt tears welling up in his eyes, bewildered by how adept this young man was at bargaining. He appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, yet he was remarkably shrewd. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and pursued him. Chapter 12. The Terrified Acquaintance from a Past Life, 11,000. "Are we on?" Jiang Shuo stepped onto the street, while Zhang Qianqian shouted from behind. Jiang Shuo raised his hand, 6,000. "What?" Zhang Qianqian's hair stood on end. "You are truly ruthless. You slashed the price from 20,000 directly down to 6,000. Not only did you cut my price, but you also committed financial suicide." Jiang Shuo remained unfazed, casually lighting a cigarette as he continued to walk ahead. Zhang Qianqian, seething with resentment, wished he could run over and obliterate this guy. A man in his 30s was being outwitted by a mere 17 or 18-year-old. Gritting his teeth, his face flushed, he chased after him. 10,000. It absolutely cannot be less. If it is, I'll have no way to explain to my wife and will end up kneeling on a washboard. Can we finalize the deal? If not, I'll just pull a few strings." Jiang Shuo suddenly halted, turning to face the infuriated and flustered Zhang Qianqian. He produced a cigarette and offered it. "Why the rage? If you had mentioned 10,000 earlier, we could have settled this. Come, let us discuss this inside." Zhang Qianqian Feeling utterly manipulated by Jiang Shuo, waved his hand impatiently. Anything less than 10,000, even if you kill me, I refuse to comply. 10,000 it is, all right? Let us go, Brother Song. Thus, Jiang Shuo swiftly secured the establishment. Lacking sufficient funds, he initially paid 4,000, promising to settle the remainder the following morning. With only 2 months at his disposal, he needed to act swiftly and decisively. After receiving the transfer agreement, he turned and entered a nearby convenience store. Relying on his memory, he made a phone call. Guangzhou Province. A nonchalant voice answered on the other end. What are you looking to transport to Hong Kong? Upon hearing that voice, Jiang Shuo felt an immense sense of relief. He smiled. Is this Li Qian? There was a noticeable pause on the other end, followed by a cautious and nervous tone. Who are you? How do you know my real name? What do you want? Jiang Shuo replied with a chuckle. No need to be alarmed. I merely wish to procure some game cartridges. King of Fighters 98, Sword of Fury, Journey to the West, The Legend of the Monkey King. And I also need a few fruit machines. You can get those, right? Find someone else, the voice responded, preparing to hang up. Jiang Shuo, with no other choice, pressed on. In 1997, you smuggled a batch of cars from Southeast Asia. Don't think no one knows. What do you want? The voice on the other end grew tense but did not hang up. I just said, if you can obtain those items for me, we can be friends. And perhaps we could prosper together in the future. If you can't, I will report your cars immediately. The line fell into silence once more. Before a somber voice inquired, what is your name? Jiang Shuo, he replied. Very well, I cannot commit at this moment, as I am uncertain about the availability of the goods. Once I have confirmation, how shall I reach you? After providing a contact number, Jiang Shuo hung up. Li Qian, a gaming merchant from Guangdong known to Jiang Shuo in a previous life, had once collaborated with him, and their partnership had flourished. Through their exchanges, Li Qian had recounted the story of his rise to wealth. Presently, he operated as a water guest, a term for those who facilitate the transport of goods between Shenzhen and Hong Kong. In later years, this role would be referred to as a purchasing agent. His ascent, however, was not without its blemishes. He had once engaged in smuggling under the tutelage of a notorious figure. The 3 games Jiang Shuo sought had yet to penetrate the domestic market, but were already thriving abroad. To acquire them, he would need to traverse unconventional paths, and Li Qian was perfectly positioned to assist. It was fortunate that Lu had boasted in Jiang Shuo's presence. Jiang, do you know? I have used this number for over 20 years without changing it. Little did he know that Jiang Shuo would be reborn, leaving Lu in a state of sleeplessness for days on end. Once the gaming prospects began to crystallize, Jiang Shuo arrived at the Opera Square. Indeed, Kong Yunfei was no ordinary woman. She had assembled a large crew to erect an impressive stage. Although dusk had yet to settle, a considerable crowd had already gathered around. Hao Jiangwo and his band of gaming misfits were also lending a hand. Upon spotting Jiang Shuo, Hao hurried over, pulling him aside with an air of secrecy. Have you heard? He whispered. Jiang Shuo frowned. Heard what? Spare me the gossip. Just speak plainly. No way, Jiang Shuo. You don't know? Li Qian is coming here to see the stars. And she is coming with you, Jiahao. You Jiahao? The wealthy one whose family sells electronics? Jiang Shuo had indeed heard of him. He was Li Qian's childhood companion, whose parents were among the first electrical merchants in Jianyang, amassing considerable wealth before relocating to the provincial capital. Yet, he frequently returned to Jiaoyang No. 1 High School, flaunting gifts for Li Qian. Hao Jiangwo slapped his thigh in excitement. Exactly. I just heard about it from classmates today. Jiang Shuo, you're in a precarious position. Precarious, my foot, Jiang Shuo scoffed, rolling his eyes. Without Li Qian, there are still plenty of senior and junior sisters at Zhonghai Financial College. If all else fails, I can always seek out the milk tea girl from kindergarten. Do I lack for women? At that moment, a group of men clad in shirts approached, shouting. Who authorized the construction of this stage? Dismantle it immediately. Do you not know that today is Teacher Jin's concert? The entire troupe halted their work, and Jiang Shuo turned to observe the commotion. Kong Yunfei hurriedly stepped in to mediate the situation. Who might you be? We are the assistants of the esteemed Teacher Jin. Quickly, take away your belongings. What is this? A concert is set to take place inside while you are performing outside. Are you attempting to create chaos for us? Kong Yunfei forced a smile. So it is the illustrious Teacher Jin. Not to worry, we are merely setting up a boutique here, and it will not interfere with your event in the slightest. At that moment, a girl adorned in fashionable attire and donning sunglasses approached from behind, her expression as stern as iron. Are you incapable of managing such trivial matters? Dismantle everything at once. I have long advised against holding a concert in such a modest venue, yet you chose to disregard my counsel. The shirt-clad men quickly lowered their heads. We apologize. Teacher Jean, we will resolve this immediately. Please proceed to the hall. We will handle things here. The so-called Teacher Jean, exuding an air of superiority akin to a peacock, turned on her heel and strode towards the hall, leaving a trail of discontent in her wake. Chapter 13. The proud peacock as the so-called Teacher Jean departed. The expressions of the men in shirts grew even more sullen. One stepped forward, declaring, "If you do not leave voluntarily, do not blame us for taking action." Kong Yunfei and the others were seething with indignation, yet they found themselves at a loss for a retort. Jiang Shuo stepped forward, challenging. "You claim we have no right to set up our stall here. Pray tell, what authority do you possess to drive us away?" The shirt man furrowed his brow. "Because Teacher Jean is hosting a concert inside, you cannot remain here." Jiang Shuo chuckled lightly. "I beg your pardon. But I am aware this is a public square for the citizens of Jiaoyang City. Should you insist we vacate, I would not shy away from a brawl. If this escalates, we common folk have little to lose in terms of reputation, but I dare say your Teacher Jean might face some repercussions." His words struck a chord with the men in shirts. The leader scowled. "What, are you determined to stir trouble with us?" Jiang Shuo shook his head and glanced at those behind him, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Even a mighty dragon fears the local snake. If you persist in your vexation, I would not hesitate to become that very snake. I might even contact the press to reveal the true nature of your Teacher Jin's pretensions. A mere newcomer in the entertainment industry, having gained a modicum of fame, thinks herself above others. I would not hesitate to clip her wings." You, the leader, upon witnessing Jiang Shuo's brazen demeanor, was instantly incensed. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached. The shirt men, upon seeing him, immediately lowered their heads. Mr. Yang. Accompanying him was Chen Jijun, bespectacled and perpetually courteous. Upon recognizing Jiang Shuo, Chen Jijun appeared momentarily taken aback. "Are you Zhang Jie's son?" Jiang Shuo promptly straightened. "Greetings, Mr. Chen. I apologize for not recognizing you that day in the square. I came to help my parents earn a living selling pancakes as I wished to cover my tuition. I did not anticipate that these individuals would attempt to expel us." Chen Jijun's brow furrowed slightly as he turned to Mr. Yang. "Old Yang. This should not affect the concert inside, should it?" Mr. Yang broke into a cold sweat, evidently wary of Chen Jijun. He turned to the men in shirts, barking. "Who permitted you to drive them away? Depart at once." "But Teacher Jean just said," the leader protested. "Who holds authority here, her or me? Can you not discern the situation? What is she? When I support her, she is a phoenix. When I do not, she is but a mere chicken." Yes. My apologies, Mr. Yang." The leader hastily retreated with his cohorts. Mr. Yang then turned to Chen Jijun, offering an apology. "Newcomers can be quite naive, easily letting fame go to their heads. Please do not take offense, Mr. Chen." Chen Jijun laughed heartily. "You see, I have remained silent. Yet you are the one who is anxious. Come, let us proceed inside the hall." The two individuals entered the venue, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Inside the dressing room, the leader promptly reported the external circumstances to Teacher Xiao Jin. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Jin erupted in anger, rising to deliver a resounding slap to his face. "Useless. What good are your eyes if you cannot wait for President Yang to arrive before taking action? You infuriate me. Come with me." The leader, seeming to anticipate Xiao Jin's intentions, hurriedly replied, "Teacher Xiao, please reconsider. We still do not know their background. If we offend President Yang as friend, the consequences could be dire." Xiao Jin, with her tempestuous demeanor, retorted, "If you want to come, then you all can leave tomorrow." She, a celebrated star, found it intolerable to be humiliated by a mere local ruffian. Of course, her audacity stemmed from a desire to change agencies. Several record companies were vying for her signature, and parting ways with the young fellow would be no great loss. "What is a mere agent to me? You think you can belittle me as if I were still that Navi newcomer?" Enraged, she stormed out. The staff, feeling helpless, could only follow behind her, bracing themselves. Moments later, they burst through the back door towards Jiang Shuo's side. Without uttering a word, they seized Kong Yunfei and struck her across the face. "You shameless beggar! You exploit my fame to peddle your wares and insult me? Do you think I am easy to bully?" Kong Yunfei, taken aback, was about to retaliate when Xiao Jin's sycophant swiftly pushed her to the ground. Xiao Jin rushed over, relentlessly slapping Kong Yunfei, creating a scene that quickly attracted the attention of the theater troupe. Jiang Shuo, having rushed over, forcefully pulled Xiao Jin away, demanding, "What is going on?" Xiao Jin, with a brazen attitude, pointed at Jiang Shuo and retorted, "What do you want, street beggar? Did you not just insult me?" Jiang Shuo, discerning her demeanor, frowned and replied, "And what of it? Your people were the aggressors first. What? Does your boss's authority mean nothing?" Xiao Jin scrutinized Jiang Shuo from head to toe, her irritation intensifying as she noted his student-like attire. Pointing at him, she declared, "Fine, you think you're beggars? I'll ensure you can't even beg properly. Do you believe me?" Subsequently, she bellowed like a shrew, addressing the crowd, "My fans, look over here." Her voice reached those in line to enter, who turned to see Xiao Jin and rushed towards her. Jiang Shuo and his companions were left utterly dismayed. Once encircled, the woman's demeanor shifted, adopting a more pitiable facade. "Everyone, listen to me. This troupe is merely here to ride on my coattails today." Her attitude was brazen as she continued, "Pay attention. Everything they sell is counterfeit. Do not be deceived." Hajian Gua, trembling with rage, charged forward, ready to retaliate. However, Jiang Shuo was abruptly seized by the arm. "Endure it." Kong Yunfei and the members of the troupe clenched their fists tightly. In an instant, Jiang Shuo and his companions found themselves enveloped by the spittle of fervent fans. Every era has its share of obsessive admirers, and this one is no exception. They believe solely in the words of their idols. Xiao Jin, observing that Jiang Shuo and his group had fallen silent, cast a disdainful glance at them. "You street beggars dare to challenge me? Consider this a lesson." This woman, who fancied herself a phoenix after soaring to new heights, viewed people through a lens of hierarchy, forever categorizing them into the trivial and the significant. While they were all performers, she held the street artists in contempt, equating their craft to begging. At that moment, bolstered by her fans and seeing Jiang Shuo and his companions rendered mute, her indignation was fully unleashed. With one last scornful look at Jiang Shuo and his group, she departed, escorted by her bodyguards. For a time, Jiang Shuo and his companions became the target of public scorn. The onlookers berated them for over 10 minutes before finally dispersing. Once the crowd had thinned, Kong Yunfei collapsed onto the ground. "It's over, this time. We are truly in trouble." Chapter 14, a stunning performance. This time, Kong Yunfei has wagered everything. Although Jiang Shuo only contributed 5,000, Kong Yunfei put forth a sum of 20,000. She spent 2,000 to source goods from the market and invested another 1 to 2,000 to set up the stage. Originally, she intended to orchestrate a grand venture and make a quick profit. However, everything fell apart due to a so-called celebrity. Silence enveloped the crowd. After a prolonged pause, Jiang Shuo, who had been frowning, felt that indomitable spirit rising within him. "If you compel me to take a stand, then I shall do so." "How, Zhengwo? I recall you have a guitar at home, correct? Fetch it for me." Does she not presume her stardom grants her superiority? I shall ensure her concert is brought to a halt. All eyes turned to Jiang Shuo. How Zhengwo stared at him in bewilderment. "Jiang Shuo, what are you planning?" "What am I planning? We shall draw her audience to us." "Are you out of your mind?" Kong Yunfei looked at Jiang Shuo in utter shock. Jiang Shuo swiftly explained his intentions. It was crystal clear. "We shall commence our performance immediately. However, the act would transform into a singing performance, with me as the lead." Others believed Jiang Shuo was being absurd, attempting to compete for the attention of a celebrity. Moreover, those present had purchased tickets specifically to see her perform. How could one possibly usurp that? Was this a jest? Yet, they too found themselves at a dead end, and were swayed by Jiang Shuo's formidable confidence, ultimately mustering the courage to proceed. How Zhangwo promptly hailed a motorcycle taxi to retrieve the guitar. Behind the scenes, Jiang Shuo donned a mask. He addressed them. "Ladies and gentlemen, regardless of how today unfolds, I implore you to forget what I am about to do. Do not let it leak." A dozen heads nodded in agreement, though skepticism still lingered in their minds. "All right, the host may now take the stage." The theater troupe's host nodded, somewhat anxious, and leaped onto the stage from behind. It was now past 6 in the evening. The crowd in the square was swelling beyond their expectations. The influx of attendees was astonishing. Xiao Jin, a rising star this year, had previously worked as a host. After unexpectedly singing a song, she gained fame overnight and swiftly signed with a record label. The label was vigorously promoting her, attracting not only locals but fans from afar to her concert. A sea of people was already queuing. The humble stage was a stark contrast to the opulence of the grand venue. No one was paying attention to this side. The host, feeling apprehensive, gazed at the throng of fans waiting to enter and raised his voice. "Step right up, take a look, come this way. The grand summer clothing sale is officially underway. To give back to the people of Jiangyang City, garments originally priced at 100 are now being sold for 30. and there will be a mysterious star performing alongside. Everyone, come this way. Over there, numerous fans cast expressions of discontent. What is going on? Isn't it merely a disreputable troupe peddling counterfeit goods, claiming to be graced by mysterious stars? In this day and age, street performances seem to attract all manner of bizarre characters. The security personnel stationed outside cast mocking glances in this direction, observing a group of delusional individuals, street beggars, who mistakenly believe themselves to be of significance. How revolting. At that moment, amidst the disdainful murmurs, Jiang Shuo stepped onto the stage with his guitar in hand. Goodness. He even donned a mask, as if he were a superstar making a grand entrance. It was utterly laughable. Has street performance become so pretentious? The crowd expressed their derision, viewing Jiang Shuo as nothing more than a poser. Among them, a graceful young woman murmured, "Strange, why do I feel like I've seen this masked figure somewhere before?" Beside her, a remarkably handsome young man flashed an appealing smile. "Qianqian, do you know this street performer?" "No, I just feel like I've encountered him before." The young man chuckled. "Street performers are transient. They could be anywhere today and somewhere else tomorrow. It's likely you've seen him before." "Stop staring. Such individuals are hardly noteworthy." "We should queue to enter," Li Qian replied, though her gaze remained fixed on the stage. Suddenly, an erratic strumming of the guitar erupted, provoking a wave of laughter from the audience. Is this level of talent truly worthy of the stage? Kong Yunfei and others backstage displayed expressions of despair. This was bound to end in disaster. Amidst the laughter, the masked Jiang Shuo lifted his gaze, calmly surveying the crowd that mocked him. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to find his rhythm with the guitar, and his fingers began to deftly dance across the strings. Beautiful notes floated gently from his fingertips, softly resonating and warmly permeating the small stage, like a fresh spring breeze, quietly entering the hearts of all present. Thousands turned to look in his direction, the derision replaced by an astonishing silence. Li Qian stood still, gazing intently at the masked figure on stage. Jiang Shuo's deep voice began to emerge. "Can the brightest star in the night sky hear me? I pray for a transparent heart and tearful eyes. Grant me the courage to believe once more. Oh, to embrace you beyond the lies." A profound stillness enveloped the crowd. The brightest star in the night sky, a breakout hit from Escape Plan in 2011, had resonated through the streets of China, having moved countless couples to tears. Jiang Shuo's vocal prowess may not have been top tier, at best comparable to a KTV aficionado, yet he conveyed the sentiments of a man with 40 years of life experience. And that was sufficient. As for his guitar skills, they had been a cherished hobby since his university days, never abandoned even in his past life at the age of 40. Thus, his proficiency reached a professional level. Among the thousands present, one individual finally took a step forward, approaching the stage of the troupe. Following this first brave soul, a second began to follow suit. Then a third, a fourth. Like a tide, the crowd gradually moved toward the stage. As the final notes of the performance faded, Jiang Shuo reopened his eyes, only to behold a throng of thousands gathered below, with more individuals continuously approaching. He glanced at the venue, a fleeting smirk gracing his lips. For his experiment had yielded success. Hao Jiangwo and the others stood in stunned silence, while Kong Yunfei, in disbelief, clutched Hao Jiangwo's arm with urgency. "You fool," she exclaimed. "What is Jiang Shuo's true identity? Did he compose this piece himself?" Hao Jiangwo replied, his expression one of profound bitterness. "Sister, I am as perplexed as you. Despite knowing him for so many years, I have never witnessed such a talent for singing." At that moment, Jiang Shuo rose, bowing slightly to the silent crowd below. He then grasped his guitar and prepared to retreat backstage. A voice from the audience erupted in protest. "What is the meaning of this, brother? You've drawn us and only to leave us hanging?" Chapter 15. Do you dare to compete with me? Indeed. Are you trying to be charming? How nauseating. Sing. Oh. Forgive us. We should not have insulted you. Let us hear it. In an instant, thousands erupted in unison, as if a superstar graced the scene. It was not merely Jiang Shuo's charm, but the song itself that resonated deeply within every soul present. In this era dominated by the trends of Hong Kong and Taiwan, this piece was akin to a magnificent current of purity, cleansing the hearts of all. Behind the mask, Jiang Shuo wore a satisfied smile, pausing his steps. With microphone in hand, he returned to the stage. "Apologies, everyone. My task today is to sing a song. Street performers struggle to survive. Our clothes are unsold, and we must take them elsewhere for sale." "Damn, he is truly a peddler of fakes," someone shouted from the crowd. "If we buy your clothes, will you keep singing?" A comrade's roar quickly resonated with others. Jiang Shuo feigned difficulty, saying, "Isn't that inappropriate? That celebrity just insulted us as sellers of counterfeit goods." Yet another individual could no longer contain himself. "Damn, what do you actually want? Who cares about that washed-up star? Where are the clothes? How much? Hurry up, stop stalling." Jiang Shuo deliberately paused for 20 seconds, allowing the fervor to build. As the crowd's enthusiasm surged, he sighed deeply and declared, 51 pieces remain, while we have 2,000. Once sold, I shall be free from worrying about these garments. I would sing for 2 hours without issue. You better keep your word. If you don't sing, I'll make you bleed." A fellow rushed forth, pulling out a wad of cash. "I'll take 5 pieces." How Jiang Wo's mouth dropped in astonishment. "Wow, Shuo. You sly fox. You even hiked the price by $20. I love it. Sister Kong, stop dawdling, go sell the clothes." Once again, the scene erupted in chaos. Over there, a dozen individuals were bustling about, collecting money, handing over goods, without a single soul attempting to haggle. After more than half an hour, all the clothes were sold out. Meanwhile, the venue's announcement system began to relay a message. "Dear fans, please line up in an orderly fashion to enter. The Small Gene 1998 Fan Appreciation Concert is about to commence grandly." Yet, with thousands present, who would leave? They were completely captivated by Jiang Shuo, their pent-up frustration palpable. Standing on stage, Jiang Shuo bowed deeply to the masses. "Thank you for your support. Without you, we might have faced ruin." Then, rising, he turned to Li Qian, who had been standing at the front, and said, "This song is titled The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, dedicated to a girl. In middle school, this girl confided in me that she adored stars. Yet, she felt as distant as a star to me, always just out of reach. I am aware that she is among the thousands of people here. For your sake, I shall sing once more." He then returned to his seat and plucked the guitar strings. The brightest star in the night sky. Li Qian stood in the crowd, momentarily dazed. Was that person just now speaking to me? No, it cannot be. I must have misseen. He is wearing a mask. Yet, I have always held a fondness for stars. My mind was in a whirl. As the music played on, Li Qian fell into silence. Thousands of people fell silent. No one dared to cheer, seemingly fearful of interrupting the exquisite melody. After the first rendition concluded, the crowd erupted in a chorus of "One More Time." With no other choice, Jiang Shuo steeled himself and sang once again. The first time, the audience grasped only a fraction of the lyrics. The second time, some were already singing along. By the third rendition, dozens, hundreds, thousands joined in a grand chorus. The atmosphere reached a poignant crescendo, moving every soul present. The crowd swelled, ultimately numbering in the thousands. Jiang Shuo grew increasingly exhilarated, belting out over 20 songs, including Pu Shu's Ordinary Road and Su Wei's Blue Lotus. The entire square buzzed with energy. At that moment, he was the superstar of the multitude. Below, thousands waved glow sticks, swaying rhythmically to his musical cadence. In stark contrast, the venue that should have been bustling was eerily quiet. Moments ago, they had been incessantly calling for fans to enter through the loudspeakers. A few individuals, irritated by the repeated announcements, smashed the loudspeakers. Teacher Jean, with a stern expression, managed to sing a couple of songs for the scant audience. Ultimately, even the cleaning lady could not resist the allure of Jiang Shuo's performance and dashed outside to listen. She was left alone on stage. In a fit of rage, she threw down the microphone and stormed off to the backstage, shouting at the security personnel, "Tell me, who is that singing outside?" A security guard cautiously replied, "It's the one performing the grand show. Teacher Jean, even Mr. Yang has gone out to listen to him sing." "What did you say?" "He is my manager. How dare he leave my concert for someone else's event?" "Move, move. You scoundrel, if you dare to sabotage my performance, I will make you pay." Enraged, she dashed outside. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuo's voice had become hoarse from singing. He paused, rose, and took the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, 2 hours have passed. Thank you for your support. My throat is quite uncomfortable. This will be all for today." The crowd of thousands protested, still chanting for Jiang Shuo to continue. With a bittersweet expression, he replied, "There will surely be another opportunity in the future." Suddenly, Li Qian couldn't contain herself and shouted from the crowd, "Tell me, what is your name?" Had it been anyone else, Jiang Shuo would have ignored the call. However, he was compelled to respond to Li Qian's inquiry. After a brief moment of contemplation, he devised a name of lofty distinction. "You may call me Aoki." "Thank you. Until we meet again." Just as he was about to turn and leave the stage, Teacher Jean suddenly rushed down from the side. "Scoundrel, how dare you sabotage my performance?" Who allowed you to sing outside my concert? The crowd erupted in boos, and a hush fell over the venue. Hao Jiangwo and his companions rushed in from behind. Jiang Shuo swiftly signaled for them to hold back. Li Qian pointed at Hao Jiangwo, her striking eyes wide with astonishment as she exclaimed, "How could Hao Jiangwo be here?" No one paid her any mind. Jiang Shuo, microphone in hand, fixed a piercing gaze on Xiao Jin. "You dare to invade my stage and then accuse me of undermining yours. It seems you are quite oblivious to the situation." Xiao Jin began to throw a tantrum. "These fans are here for my concert, not to witness street beggars like you sing. Do you even call this singing? Does it deserve the title of music? A bunch of filthy beggars pretending to be musicians." The statement elicited a tremendous uproar from the audience. Chapter 16. Sudden Wealth. How could Xiao Jin, once the epitome of youthful beauty, behave in such a manner? Indeed, her actions resemble those of a shrew. Such is the nature of celebrities. They put on a facade of grace on television, yet who knows what they are like in private. The murmurs from the crowd grew louder and more fervent. Jiang Shuo felt no need to respond. He merely shrugged, adopting an air of indifference, as if to say this was a predicament of her own making. Xiao Jin, taken aback, suddenly realized that thousands of eyes were fixated upon her, leaving her momentarily flustered. "Get off the stage." A coarse voice erupted from the throng, and the call to remove her intensified like a rolling wave, drowning out any semblance of stardom she once possessed. In that moment, Jiang Shuo emerged as the true star of the stage. In comparison to Aoki, Xiao Jin's singing was nothing but drivel, scarcely deserving to be labeled as music, and she had the audacity to insult him as a mere beggar. How absurd. Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, Xiao Jin suddenly grasped Jiang Shuo's scheme. Pointing an accusatory finger at him, she declared, "Fine, I'll remember you. Your name is Aoki, isn't it? You'd better steer clear of me in the entertainment industry from now on." "What are you doing?" Her manager, Mr. Yang, stepped forth from the crowd, silencing the commotion. Upon seeing him, Xiao Jin quickly interjected, "Mr. Yang, this person is causing a disruption at our concert. He must be sent by some rival record company. You need to take responsibility for my show." Mr. Yang glared at her with a darkened expression, arrogant and presumptuous. Just because a wild chicken perches on a branch, it thinks itself a phoenix. "Don't presume I'm unaware of your antics behind my back. Get out now." Xiao Jin was left dumbfounded, as were her bewildered assistants. Mr. Yang was renowned in the industry for transforming countless stars into sensations. With such a public reprimand, they realized the challenges Xiao Jin would face henceforth. Turning his attention to Jiang Shuo, Mr. Yang's demeanor softened. "My friend, I've just been listening to your songs from below. Are you interested in joining my agency? I could have an album ready for you immediately." Jiang Shuo politely smiled. "I'm merely a street performer in Jiaoyang City, with little interest in the entertainment industry as I fear being blackballed. Besides, someone just suggested I avoid crossing paths with her, and I'd prefer to heed that advice." With that, he turned to leave, casting a parting jab at Xiao Jin. Mr. Yang's countenance paled instantly, glaring at Xiao Jin. "When we return to the office, I'll have the legal team speak with you." With that, he stormed off in a fit of rage. The crowd erupted into an enormous cheer, chanting Aoki's name in unison. The atmosphere was electric. Once backstage, Kong Yunfei anxiously urged, "Quick, change your clothes. There are many fans eager to meet you, and we can't hold them back any longer. Go change at the bottom of the stage." In a flurry of activity, Jiang Shuo hurried beneath the stage, then slipped out from another side, blending into the crowd as he made his escape. The throngs of fans remained reluctant to disperse, continuing to call out for Aoki. From a distance, Jiang Shuo gazed at them, lighting a cigarette and letting out a soft sigh. "I never intended to create such a commotion. It's truly unfortunate. I had hoped to seize this opportunity to woo Li Qian." Shaking his head, he hailed a motorcycle taxi and made his way to Kong Yunfei's shop in the Gaoqiao market. After more than 2 hours, Kong Yunfei and her companions returned from outside. Hao Jiangwo carried a large burlap bag. Upon entering, Kong Yunfei was in tears. Jiang Shuo looked at her and asked, "Sister Kong, did that little Jean cause trouble again?" Kong Yunfei wept even more, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you've made me cry. It reminds me of my first love." Jiang Shuo, perplexed, thought this was quite absurd. "Let us just split the money and get some rest. I'm exhausted." Hao Jiangwo closed the door, then walked to the center and tipped the burlap bag over, spilling a cascade of cash onto the floor, 100,000, every last cent. Despite having seen many spectacles in his life, Hao Jiangwo had never encountered such a sum. It was exhilarating. The paper currency from 1998 had small denominations, hundreds were rare, with tens and fifties being more common, and even fractional bills were still in circulation. Given it was old money, 100,000 truly required a burlap sack for storage. Wiping her tears, Kong Yunfei hurriedly fetched a calculator and began to tally the amount. After a while, her face lit up with joy. 76,000. My heavens, our net profit is 76,000. The three of them erupted into hearty laughter. Ultimately, they rewarded Hao Jiangwo with 2,000 as compensation, while Jiang Shuo and Kong Yunfei each pocketed 37,000. Such a rapid ascent to wealth was unparalleled. Hao Jiangwo had little to say, as he had not invested any capital and was already quite satisfied with his 2,000. The two departed the Gaoqiao wholesale market via motorcycle taxi. In the ensuing days, Jiangyang City indeed transformed as Jiang Shuo had anticipated. Streets and alleys were filled with clothing vendors. For instance, at the Weimin Square, which had been established for over a decade, vendors had predominantly sold snacks. Now, however, the square was entirely overrun by clothing sellers, relegating the snack stalls to the roadside. A rather exaggerated phenomenon. A few days had passed since the college entrance examination scores were announced, and Jiang Shuo had achieved a score of 525. This year, the admission line for the second-tier universities was set at 521, meaning Jiang Shuo had barely made the cut. On this day, upon hearing his score, his parents were overjoyed. Jiang Dashan could hardly contain himself and went out to buy a string of firecrackers to set off at the door. It was time to return to school to fill out the enrollment forms, and he was curious about which school Li Qian would choose. In his previous life, he had waited several days at school without seeing her, leaving him unaware of her subsequent choices. Early in the day, he arrived at school and, along with Hao Jiangwo, sat by the flower bed smoking a cigarette, while Hao Jiangwo glanced at the beautiful legs swaying before him. Drooling with anticipation, Jiang Shuo, do you know? I relish observing my classmates from this angle. I perceive them all as vibrant and brimming with youthful exuberance, poised to become the pillars of our nation's future. Scram. You might indulge in your voyeurism, but is it necessary to elevate your own nobility so? Jiang Shuo cast him a disdainful glance. Slowly, he brought a cigarette to his lips, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a ring of smoke. Hao Jiangwo edged closer. Hey, Shuo, may I inquire about something? What has Sister Kong been up to lately? Jiang Shuo regarded him. Why do I sense that you, my friend, are reeking of flirtation? Are you attempting to woo Sister Kong? Hao Jiangwo swallowed hard. Damn, with Sister Kang's fiery figure, she has graced my dreams as my goddess for several nights. Ahem. I hope this summer, I can achieve a flawless transformation from boyhood to manhood with her. As they conversed, over in the campus corridor, Li Qian stood with a book clutched in her arms, fuming. Jiang Shuo, are you not afraid of being caught by the teachers from the political education office while smoking here? Chapter 17. Is Chunqingmu Aoki? Upon hearing the mention of the political education office, both individuals felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, their hair standing on end as they hastily rose to their feet. Yet, upon reflection, they realized, wait, we graduated. What is there to fear? With a newfound sense of calm, they lit a cigarette. Li Qian, observing their demeanor, stomped her foot in frustration and exclaimed, they are utterly hopeless rascals. At that moment, a bald man with a grim expression approached. Jiang Shuo quickly called out, Old Bao. Over here. The middle-aged man turned back, his face darkened with displeasure. Who permitted you to smoke on campus? He reprimanded. Jiang Shuo, unabashed, jogged over and greeted, hello. Teacher Bao. Hao Jiangwo stood upright, his plump figure rigid, resembling a spherical mass from any angle. Noticing Jiang Shuo's demeanor, the middle-aged man's expression softened considerably. Even though you've graduated, smoking is still prohibited on campus. Do you understand? He admonished. Yes, of course, hehe. Jiang Shuo continued. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Bao. Under your strict supervision, the school spirit at Jiagyang No. 1 High School has remained steadfast over the years. It is because of dedicated teachers like you that we have thrived as exemplary students. Come, have a smoke, he said, pulling out a pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes and offering one. Teacher Bao, maintaining his serious demeanor, remarked, not bad, Jiang Shuo. These Hometown Mountains cost about 70 yuan a pack, don't they? He naturally accepted the cigarette. Hao Jiangwo quickly produced a lighter to ignite it for him. Ah, this brand packs a punch, though it is a bit pricey. Now, remember to be cautious with smoking on campus. Avoid smoking in public areas, understood? Yes, hehe. Go ahead and fill out your applications. I have matters to attend to. You are always welcome to visit the school." With that, he patted his backside and walked away. Li Qian was left astounded. Isn't teacher Bao always fighting against unruly students? How could he accept a cigarette from someone like Jiang Shuo? After bidding farewell to teacher Bao, Jiang Shuo shrugged at Li Qian. "See? I managed to win over the director of the political education office." With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he swaggered into the teaching building. Li Qian glared at his arrogant figure, seething with anger. Summer Wanjia jogged over from the side. "What's the matter? Have you been riled up by that rascal Jiang Shuo again?" Li Qian was on the verge of tears. "What is his problem? I always feel like he is targeting me." She was infuriated. Summer Wanjia looked at her with a quizzical expression. "It seems to me that you are often targeting him as well. You don't have a crush on Jiang Shuo, do you?" "Nonsense. Even if I were the last woman on earth, I would rather marry another woman than lay eyes on him." She stomped her foot in frustration and stormed into the teaching building. In class 219, many students had already returned, boasting about their achievements in the classroom. The homeroom teacher, Zhang Qianqian, stood at the podium, holding a stack of application forms, with students continually approaching him to collect their documents. Each student, upon receiving their form, expressed their gratitude with remarks such as, "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Zhang," and "Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Zhang," among other similar sentiments. Zhang Qianqian was a man of few words, responding with a faint smile. After waiting in line for a long time, perhaps fatigued from standing, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. However, it was swiftly snatched away by Jiang Shuo, who admonished him, "Take better care of your health. Smoke less. It would be best to quit altogether." With that, he extinguished the cigarette and discarded it into a nearby trash bin. Zhang Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, a wave of unexpected emotion washing over him. After 2 decades of teaching, sending off countless high school graduates each year, he had never had a student express such concern for his well-being. Smiling, he replied, "Thank you. Now go fill out your application." He handed Jiang Shuo the form. After receiving it, Jiang Shuo added with earnestness, "I am not joking." His insistence stemmed from the fact that Zhang Qianqian had succumbed to lung cancer at the age of 50, demonstrating genuine concern from the depths of his heart. Zhang Qianqian chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Li Qian, who had been trailing behind, approached to collect her own application form. After a little over 10 minutes, she seemed to be brimming with frustration. She marched up to Jiang Shuo and demanded, "Which schools did you apply to?" Jiang Shuo regarded her coolly. "Why is that any of your concern?" "You." Li Qian, unwilling to engage in further banter, snatched the form from his hands. Upon glancing at it, she exclaimed, "I have no ulterior motives. I simply do not want to coincidentally apply to a university in the same city as you." With that, she stormed off in a huff. Hao Jiangwo, observing from the sidelines, found the situation peculiar. "Jiang Shuo, tell me honestly, what on earth did you do to Li Qian? It feels as though she is always targeting you." His words echoed those of Xiao Wanjia. Jiang Shuo yawned. Who knows? Though he uttered this flippantly, he was secretly waiting for Li Qian to submit her application. Once she did, if the school was too far away, he would promptly retrieve another form to rewrite his preferences. That girl would not escape his grasp so easily. With a chuckle, he thought to himself, "As I have always said, any woman I, Shuo, choose in this lifetime shall never evade my hold." At that moment, a nearby conversation caught everyone's attention. "Hey, have you heard? The mysterious performer at the Opera House from a few days ago is rumored to be a student from Jiangyang No. 1 High School. Is that so? Who could it possibly be? You know, the name Qingmu. Isn't that just Chen Qingmu from the arts class?" "Indeed. It must be Chen Qingmu." The topic of Qingmu quickly spread, igniting discussions everywhere. Currently, 2 events stirred the most excitement in Jiaoyang City: the frenzy surrounding a clothing trend that few realized Jiang Shuo had initiated, and the sudden emergence of Qingmu, a street performer who had audaciously drawn an audience away from a celebrity's concert, truly a striking display of talent. However, with the limitations of communication in this era, the news had only circulated through word of mouth. Upon hearing the name Qingmu, Li Qian's earlier frustration with Jiang Shuo vanished, replaced by a whirlwind of fantasies. "Wanjia, who do you think he really is? Was his remark directed at me? I truly long to see him in person." Xiao Wanjia smiled mysteriously beside me. "That day on the stage, the words spoken by Qing Shu were directed at you. I took the liberty to investigate." "Really?" Li Qian felt an overwhelming joy, nearly soaring with delight. The aloof goddess of the high school for 3 years suddenly saw her carefully crafted image collapse in an instant. Meanwhile, the class monitor, Lu Sudong, sat nearby, on the verge of tears in the restroom. "Woo-woo, Wasn't it said that my chances were the greatest? Now, this is outrageous. To express feelings through song. All I can do is write poetry, but I lack the talent for singing. Li Qian was infatuated with Qishu like a lovesick girl. Suddenly, her expression turned serious. Wait, Wanjia, how do you know that Qingshu's words on stage were meant for me? You can't possibly know him, can you? Xiao Wanjia smiled confidently. Have you completed your application? Yes, I have. Well then, submit it. I shall take you to meet Qingshu. Excellent. Li Qian promptly stood up to submit her application form to Zhang Lian, then grabbed Xiao Wanjia's hand and rushed out. Jiang Shuo also hurriedly rose to approach Zhang Lian. Chapter 18. The show-off brother, what do you want? Zhang Lian gazed at Jiang Shuo with a smile, clearly distinguishing his demeanor towards him from that of other students. Jiang Shuo chuckled softly and asked, could I perhaps take a look at the form from Li Qian? How Jiang Wo immediately understood Jiang Shuo's intentions, regarding him with an expression that conveyed a sense of admiration for his boldness. Zhang Lian smiled and handed the form to Jiang Shuo. After glancing at it, a smile spread across Jiang Shuo's face, and he returned it to Zhang Lian, reiterating, remember, smoke less. I certainly do not wish to return in a few years only to find you absent. Zhang Lian nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the Chinese teacher appeared at the doorway. In truth, she was not much older than Jiang Shuo, having graduated from a normal university less than 4 years ago. After 4 years of teaching, 3 of which were plagued by Jiang Shuo's existential doubts, her long-planned teaching career had received a devastating blow. Upon seeing Jiang Shuo, she could not help but turn away. Jiang Shuo quickly called out, hello, Teacher Xiaohe. Now that he had greeted her, she felt it inappropriate to leave. Jiang Shuo rushed towards her and bowed deeply. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you over the past 3 years. It is not that you did not teach well, but rather that I simply could not absorb the material. I wish you a brilliant future. He then hastily departed. The Chinese teacher, unable to hold back her tears, cried out in despair, is this boy deliberately trying to upset me? Even after graduation, he still wants to provoke me. Zhang Lian approached, observing Jiang Shuo's retreating figure with a meaningful expression. He is indeed a remarkable student. If it weren't for his 20-minute performance in the Chinese exam, he would have been admitted to a prestigious university rather than a second-tier one. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Teacher Xiaohe wept even more profusely. Zhang Lian, taken aback, quickly reassured her. Oh, Teacher Xiaohe, please do not misunderstand. I am not implying that your teaching was inadequate. After exiting the teaching building, Hao Jiangwo pulled Jiang Shuo aside. Shuo, aren't you going to change your application? Li Qian has already said she won't be in the same city as you. Are you really letting the ice cream goddess slip away? The ice cream goddess was another moniker for Li Qian at school, as she would always end up with ice cream smeared all over her face, making her particularly playful and charming. As they walked, Jiang Shuo replied, no need to change. Let us go see who this Qing Mu is. Hao Jiangwo, filled with rage, exclaimed, let us go. I want to see this shameless person too. Meet on the playground. At that moment, the playground was bustling with activity. A tall, slender student, possessing a touch of charm, was holding a guitar and softly singing Your Desk Made amidst the fragrance of magnolia blossoms. Countless girls nearby were swooning. Chen Qingmu, a student from the senior art class, had been a familiar face at every school event over the past 3 years. His enchanting voice and flamboyant hairstyle had captivated many young ladies within the school. As Li Qian approached, he stood up from the grass and greeted her with a charming smile. You finally arrived. Oh, the crowd erupted in cheers. Xiao Wanjia quickly clarified. Ah, Qianqian, this is the person I wanted to tell you about. Qingmu, it's Chen Qingmu. He was invited by that opera troupe, and thus his performance resonated throughout Jiangyang City. The surrounding crowd began to cheer in unison. Li Qian's cheeks flushed. For the past few days, she had been consumed by thoughts of whether Qingmu's words were truly meant for her. A young girl, fixated on someone, inevitably becomes enchanted. Indeed, Qingmu's melodious voice had deeply penetrated her soul, especially the song The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, which seemed tailor-made for her. As a breeze swept by, Chen Qingmu's perfect, Hong Kong-style split hairstyle was lifted, and his pearly white smile shimmered in the sunlight, exuding an ethereal charm reminiscent of a prince from a cinematic fairy tale. When he approached, Li Qian's heart raced uncontrollably. Cautiously, she inquired, Are you truly Qingmu? Chen Qingmu nodded slightly. I wanted to give you a surprise. For 3 years, I have never expressed my fondness for you. As I was aware of your academic excellence and did not wish to disrupt your studies, the brightest star in the night sky encapsulates my admiration for you over these years. Oh, thank you. Li Qian beamed with happiness, her hands clasped behind her back, her graceful figure swaying with a blend of shyness and bewilderment. Suddenly, an acrid scent of smoke wafted through the air, abruptly pulling her thoughts back to reality. She turned around in irritation and spotted Jiang Shuo squatting on the side, puffing away like a seasoned smoker. Her expression soured immediately. "Jiang Shuo, what are you doing?" Many classmates cast annoyed glances his way, the unpleasant odor of smoke lingering in the air. Hao Jiangwo quickly extinguished his cigarette and stood up. "It's Jiang Shuo smoking. I am not." Jiang Shuo shot him a disdainful look. What a character. Then, turning to Li Qian, he remarked, "No worries, you all continue. I simply wish to observe how that guy confesses. It could provide some valuable experience for me in the future." Li Qian's anger flared up again. She couldn't fathom why she felt this way whenever she saw him. The mere thought of him made her teeth clench in frustration. Chen Qingmu frowned slightly. Stepping in front of Li Qian, he addressed Jiang Shuo. "Excuse me, could you please leave? Thank you. One should do good deeds and not obstruct others' romantic prospects." Jiang Shuo glanced at him. "You sound quite eloquent, putting on quite the act. If you're Qingmu, then Hao Jiangwo should eat all the refuse from the toilets of Jiangyang No. 1 High School." Well, Hao Jiangwo's face turned an ashen green at the remark, and he quickly retched. Li Qian frowned. "Could you please leave? It's infuriating. Why do I see you everywhere?" Jiang Shuo sighed as he rose. "Enough. Only someone like you, a naive girl of 17 or 18, could be so easily deceived. There are always pretentious individuals like you, claiming to be Qingmu, lacking any sense of shame. No offense intended, my dear classmate, but I felt compelled to remind you. Please continue to evoke heartfelt emotions. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned away, cradling his head. However, how could Chen Qingmu allow him to depart so easily? Maintaining an air of indifference, she remarked, "Your name is Jiang Shuo, correct? You come here to disrupt the mood of others with a careless remark, and you believe it appropriate to leave just like that?" Jiang Shuo shook his head and responded, "Brother, I have no desire to expose you. Could you please drop the pretense? I am departing, and you may continue your charade as Qingmu. Do not be so hasty to leave. You owe me an explanation." Chen Qingmu placed a hand on Jiang Shuo's shoulder. Jiang Shuo, losing his patience, retorted, "An explanation? Do you have any shame? Do you truly think of yourself as Qingmu? Ask Hao Jiangwo." On the day Qingmu appeared, Hao Jiangwo was over there working part-time. "If you are Qingmu, ask him if he knows you." As soon as the words left his mouth, hundreds of eyes in the playground turned toward Chen Qingmu. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She had not anticipated Jiang Shuo's intense reaction, nor had she expected the existence of a Hao Jiangwo. Behind her, Li Qian also regained her composure. "Indeed, I saw Hao Jiangwo over there that day. He was assisting in selling clothes." Jiang Shuo added, "I told you. If you were Qingmu, Hao Jiangwo would lick every last bit of filth from Jiangyang No. 1 High School until he could see his reflection." At that moment, Hao Jiangwo, who had just straightened up, doubled over and began to retch violently. Chapter 19. Humbling the pretentious one. "You." Chen Qingmu stammered in anger. "What do you mean, you?" Jiang Shuo retorted, stepping forward. To his surprise, Chen Qingmu took a step back. Jiang Shuo, seeing through this childish display, dismissed it without concern. After glancing at the crowd of hundreds, he felt it was necessary to expose Chen Qingmu. "You wish to flaunt your facade by leveraging my reputation to attract women? Ha! I shall have this multitude denounce you." Looking directly at Chen Qingmu, he proposed, "Let's settle this. Are you truly Qingmu? The audience has only heard my voice claim so. Why don't you sing a song that Qingmu performed that night? Yes, if you are indeed Qingmu, that would be the most convincing proof. Sing for us. And if your voice matches, we shall have Hao Jiangwo lick the latrine." A collective gasp echoed from the crowd, and Hao Jiangwo appeared increasingly distressed. Chen Qingmu laughed heartily at Jiang Shuo, as if he were gazing at a fool. "Does this not provide me the perfect opportunity to prove myself? I practiced that song for days. Do you think I cannot sing it? All right, Jiang Shuo, you've set the stakes. If I prove my identity, Hao Jiangwo will indeed lick the latrine." Hao Jiangwo, visibly nauseated, protested, "How can you let these celestial beings clash without considering the plight of us mere mortals?" Jiang Shuo gestured for silence, and Chen Qingmu beamed with pride, turning to Li Qian. "Qian, watch closely." As he strummed the guitar, his fingers danced swiftly over the strings, producing an accompaniment identical to Jiang Shuo's from that day. To Jiang Shuo's astonishment, Chen Qingmu even managed to emulate his voice with remarkable accuracy. Those who had doubted Chen Qingmu began to reassess Jiang Shuo. Upon finishing the song, Chen Qingmu turned to Jiang Shuo. "What do you think? Can Hao Jiangwo go indulge in excrement now?" The crowd turned in unison to look at Hao Jiangwo, who was left dumbfounded. He stood up, shivering, and with a cry. His rotund form fled, fearing the mob would drag him to the restroom. Jiang Shuo smirked. Well, that was quite good. Now, let us proceed with ordinary road. Qingmu's smile faltered. I can only sing the brightest star in the night sky. Jiang Shuo scrutinized him in silence. What is the matter, O deity of song? Can you not sing? Oh, and how about Blue Lotus? Sing that. Sing Perfect Life. Come on, sing. Are you mute? The latter words carried a hint of Jiang Shuo's irritation. What nonsense. Pretending to be me to woo my goddess of ice cream. How dare he provoke my wrath? Qingmu was left speechless by Jiang Shuo's final remarks. Beads of sweat pouring down his forehead as he stammered, struggling to utter a word. Jiang Shuo stood amidst the crowd, pointing at Qingmu. He is nothing but a pretender. Do any of you still believe he is Qingmu? What delusion possesses one to believe that by merely adopting Aaron Kwok's hairstyle, they could somehow transform into Jackie Chung? Instantly, hundreds recognized the absurdity. It became glaringly apparent that Qingmu was nothing more than an imposter. A barrage of accusations and scornful remarks inundated him. Like a rat scurrying through the streets, he hastily pushed through the crowd and fled. However, after running a short distance, he turned back, summoning his courage to shout, Jiang Shuo, remember this, you rascal. Our paths shall cross again. I will not let you off easily. Jiang Shuo, in response, flung his slipper at him. Terrified, Qingmu fled in a frantic dash, his appearance a picture of disarray, eliciting peals of laughter from behind. Li Qian sighed in disappointment. Alas, my idol. After retrieving his slipper, Jiang Shuo approached Xiao Wanjiao with a stern expression, declaring, over the years, you have profited greatly from selling Li Qian. I advise you, best refrain from disparaging her. You may find yourself struck by lightning. With that, he departed. Xiao Wanjiao stood momentarily stunned before quickly regaining her composure, exclaiming, What do you mean, Jiang Shuo? Stand still and clarify yourself. How have I sold Qianqian? We have been childhood friends. Yet, Jiang Shuo paid her no heed. Qianqian, do not listen to his nonsense. Qianqian. It was evident that Li Qian's expression towards Xiao Wanjiao had shifted. Coldly, she replied, forget it. Let us minimize our contact from now on. With that, she left, her demeanor clouded with gloom. Outside the school gates, Hao Jiangwo was crouched, peering surreptitiously inside. Suddenly, someone patted him on the back. All right, you needn't go eat dirt anymore. Let us go. Startled, Hao Jiangwo turned to find Jiang Shuo. He sighed heavily, Brother Jiang. Could you refrain from using me as a shield next time? What if they had actually pushed me into the restroom? Jiang Shuo cast him a glance. Then you would just have to eat. What else could you do? Oh no. Hao Jiangwo grimaced, feeling a churn in his stomach. Jiang Shuo looked at him disdainfully, lit a cigarette, and sauntered forward in his slippers, embodying the essence of a carefree vagabond. You should head back. Do not follow me. I have some matters to attend to. Where are you off to? Into the lion's den? Just go home. With that, he dismissed him. Hao Jiangwo, feeling dejected, scratched his head. At that moment, Li Qian emerged from the school gates, inquiring of Hao Jiangwo, Where's Jiang Shuo? He has gone. Oh, Hao Jiangwo, tell me. Do you truly know Qingmu's real identity? Can you share it with me? Her eyes brimmed with anticipation. For a fleeting moment, Hao Jiangwo considered revealing the truth. However, he ultimately chose to protect Jiang Shuo's secret. Qingmu is not from our Jiaoyang city. He is a wandering singer hired by a theater troupe from who knows where. I see, Li Qian replied, her countenance shadowed with worry. Hao Jiangwo suddenly asked, Li Qian, which university did you apply to? Zhonghai University. Li Qian smiled sweetly and said, If you encounter Jiang Shuo next time, please extend my gratitude to him. Without his intervention, I would have undoubtedly been deceived today. With that, she gracefully departed. Zhang Jingwo, puzzled, scratched his head. Why does that name sound so familiar? After a moment of contemplation, a sudden realization struck him, and he incredulously lifted his gaze towards Li Qian's retreating figure. Goodness, isn't Zhonghai University right across from Zhonghai Finance College? I see. What are these two up to? An hour after Jiang Shuo left Jianyang No. 1 Middle School, he found himself standing before a billiard hall where the cacophony of raucous sounds echoed incessantly. It was evident that this was not a reputable establishment. Noticing a small convenience store nearby, he entered to purchase a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. After some thought, he picked up a brick from the side and stepped inside the establishment. Chapter 20. The income. As I entered, the individuals within immediately turned their gaze toward me. Each bore a nonchalant demeanor, exuding an air of menace, unmistakably the ruffians of the streets. Are you here looking for trouble, brother? armed with a brick. One of the thugs wielding a cue stick approached me. With a smile, I replied, I seek Li Qian. My business does not concern the rest of you. The thug promptly turned his head, calling out, Brother Qian, there's someone outside with a brick looking for you. What should we do? Someone's come to seek me out with a brick? Who dares? At that moment, Li Qian, his head wrapped in bandages, emerged from a room. Upon seeing me, his fury erupted, pulled down the shutter. The thug hastily complied, drawing down the shutter, thereby encircling me. You indeed possess considerable audacity. I did not seek you. Yet here you are, Li Qian remarked, his gaze fixed upon me. Do you intend to strike me with that brick? I shook my head, and with a resounding thud, the brick landed on the table, alongside a large item. Li Qian scrutinized the brick and the object, his brow furrowing. What is the meaning of this? With a smile, I replied, I have acquired the Hongguang arcade. You may take your cigarette, and we shall put our previous matters to rest. The others were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Li Qian regarded me with a bemused expression. Brother, have you been struck by the door before arriving here? Do you truly believe our issues can be resolved with a mere cigarette? I am aware of your acquisition of the Hongguang arcade. My brothers and I have been eagerly awaiting your opening. Are you afraid we might cause a disturbance, hence the offering of a cigarette? I shook my head. So you refuse the cigarette? Fixing my gaze upon Li Qian, a coldness enveloped me, a fierce determination surging forth. Li Qian's heart skipped a beat, as if my piercing stare had inflicted several wounds upon him. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Are you threatening me? I swept my gaze across the 7 or 8 men surrounding us. Accept the cigarette, and we can settle our grievances. I shall manage the Hongguang arcade from here on, allowing you a small fortune. If you refuse, while I may be outnumbered, I assure you, this brick will find its way to your skull. You may attempt it. Such arrogance. One of the thugs shouted, advancing towards me. Suddenly, Li Qian raised his hand, halting his subordinates. He furrowed his brow, contemplating my words. I added, remember, I did not come here to apologize. You have disrespected my woman, and you shall be held accountable. I merely seek someone to oversee the arcade, nothing more. The surrounding thugs glared at me, eagerly awaiting Li Qian's command to pounce. However, as time ticked away, Li Qian appeared to have no intention of striking. The atmosphere was stifling, with only the creaky old ceiling fan rotating above. After a prolonged silence, Li Qian fixed his steely gaze on Jiang Shuo and said, You may leave the cigarette. Brother Qian, please, let me be. Li Qian bellowed, causing the subordinates nearby to bow their heads in fear. Jiang Shuo clasped his fists and declared, Come find me tomorrow morning at the Hongguang arcade. Without turning back, he walked away, and none dared to obstruct him as they watched him pull open the shutter door and vanish. Once Jiang Shuo departed, one of the small-time thugs appeared quite vexed. Brother Qian, why did you back down in front of a student? Li Qian furrowed his brow, staring at the entrance. This individual is anything but ordinary. His eyes can devour a soul. He feels as if he hails from a realm apart from this one. His indifference is chilling. Are you truly going to seek him out tomorrow? The thug inquired. Li Qian remained silent as he glanced at the large billiard table. Distribute the winnings among the brothers, he instructed before retreating to the inner room. Li Qian had previously harassed Li Qian, although Jiang Shuo had retaliated against him in the arcade. It was considered a form of retribution. Logically, he would not seek out this individual again. However, he now required someone to oversee the arcade's operations. At that moment, he could not conceive of anyone else, especially since if the arcade opened and Li Qian continually sought trouble, the business would falter. Thus, Jiang Shuo reluctantly decided to approach him, offering a semblance of goodwill to resolve past grievances and entrust him with the management of the arcade. With Li Qian's presence, the local ruffians would think twice before entering. As long as no one dared to create disturbances, the children could spend their tokens without fear of theft, ensuring a steady flow of customers. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, prompting Jiang Shuo to proceed with his plan. After leaving the arcade, he sought a convenience store and used a public phone to contact Lu Shisan. As soon as the call connected, he inquired, Haven't you prepared the items yet? When can you deliver them? I am eager to commence business. Lu Shisan's tone was filled with exasperation. Brother, do you think acquiring these items is a simple task? I am only short of the fruit machines, which will arrive at my warehouse tomorrow. I can send them to you shortly thereafter. Jiang Shuo pondered for a moment and replied, Forget the shipping. I need them urgently. Fly to Zhongyang tomorrow and bring me those cards. As for the fruit machines, you can send them via logistics once they arrive. Lu Shisan pleaded, Brother, I have a plethora of goods to manage tomorrow. I scarcely have time to come to Jiangnan. Jiang Shuo frowned. No more excuses. I will reimburse your round-trip airfare. If I do not see you in Jianyang tomorrow, I will promptly report you to customs. Handle it as you wish. Lu Shisan's temper flared. All right, dear heavens. I will deliver them to Jianyang City. Is that satisfactory? Jiang Shuo nodded and said, in Jianyang City, on Muksu Road, at the Hongguang Electronic Gaming Room. Simply knock on the shutter door upon arrival. I will be waiting for you inside. Remember, I am not jesting. If I do not see you by 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, I shall promptly report you to customs. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. However, after the call, Jiang Shuo hesitated momentarily. Had he been too harsh? After all, this was a friend from his past life. Never mind. His desire to reunite with a friend after his rebirth was simply an earnest wish. He soon felt a sense of justification wash over him. Standing at the street corner, he hailed a motorcycle taxi to return home. Half an hour later, as he emerged from the alley leading to his doorstep, the shopkeeper at the entrance called him over, saying, Jiang Shuo, a girl just came by and left you a letter. You might want to take a look. Chapter 21. The enchanted Lu Shisan. Could it be Li Qian? This thought instinctively crossed Jiang Shuo's mind. However, as he scrutinized the note, he murmured, Huang Yanling? In the recesses of his memory, he could not recall such a person from his past lives. Curiously, he unfolded the note, revealing a neatly penned script. Dear Teacher Qingmu, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. I am from the provincial capital and was the voice actor for teacher Xiao Jin's recent concert. Listening to your golden melodies that day was a moment of enlightenment, a cherished fortune in this lifetime. By chance, I witnessed you changing clothes beneath the stage and, regrettably, I followed you that evening. I have also come to learn your true identity. I, Yanling, have immersed myself in music for over 5 years, yet I have been unable to break through my limitations. Tirelessly seeking a mentor throughout the mainland, I earnestly hope to receive guidance from you in person. Due to work commitments, I must return to Taiwan promptly. I truly hope to receive your call. 135XXX. In pursuit of the essence of music, Huang Yanling. Jiang Shuo felt a tinge of helplessness. He had thought he had been discreet enough, yet someone had discovered him. Should he alter his plans of marrying the milk tea sister in this rebirth? Should he, like Xia Luo from Charlotte's Woes, immerse himself in the entertainment industry? Become the godfather of entertainment? Shaking his head, he decided against it. Upon returning home with the envelope, he paid it little heed, simply stuffing it into his desk before continuing to ponder matters concerning the arcade. The following day, after a night of contemplation, Li Qian finally sought out Jiang Shuo. In the arcade, Li Qian was utterly captivated by Jiang Shuo's plans. He offered him a salary of 500 per month, along with a 1% commission on sales, a decent income in Jianyang City. After finalizing the details, Jiang Shuo checked the time and led him to a nearby restaurant. After a short wait, Hao Jiangwo entered the dining establishment with Lu Shisan. Sporting large, voluminous curls, flared pants, oversized shoes, and sunglasses, Lu Shisan, upon spotting Jiang Shuo, lifted his shades in disbelief. What the hell? Isn't that just a student? I've been played by a student from Shin City to Jianyang City. Enraged, he slammed his bag onto the table. Here is what you wanted. Li Qian observed him, frowning slightly, but Jiang Shuo silenced him with a mere glance. With a smile, he remarked, Brother, you seem quite displeased with me. Furrowing his brow, Lu Shisan stared at Jiang Shuo. Do you have any idea who I am in Shin City? Jiang Shuo chuckled and tossed him a cigarette. You are 22 this year, having dropped out of school in your teens. You've been running errands between Shin City and Port City with your cousin Lu Junwei, earning 30 yuan per delivery. However, you've been extravagant with your girlfriend, leading you to struggle financially. Since the year before last, you've been involved in smuggling operations with someone named San Go, undertaking 5 such ventures in total. The car incident I mentioned was merely one of those 5. Would you like me to recount the other escapades you've engaged in? Lu Shisan was taken aback, staring at Jiang Shuo for quite some time, unable to utter a word. He scrutinized Jiang Shuo from head to toe. Something was amiss. This was undoubtedly no ordinary student. For how else could he possess such intimate knowledge of me? The resemblance was there, yet the demeanor exuded an air of steadiness and composure. This was a person of extraordinary acumen. With a serious tone, he inquired, Who exactly are you? Jiang Shuo shrugged nonchalantly. I just graduated from high school this year. Merely a student, not anything divine. Now may I see the items? Lu Shisan gestured towards his bag. 30 cards, smuggled goods. You can have them for 500 each. Jiang Shuo remained silent, allowing Li Qian to verify the merchandise. Li Qian, an avid arcade enthusiast, was capable of confirming their authenticity. After examining each card, he declared, "They are genuine." Jiang Shuo nodded, 200 each. "What? Why don't you just rob me instead?" Li Qian exclaimed, abruptly standing up to gather the cards. "The cost price of each card is 500. I traveled a long way to deliver them to you, and you expect me to lose 300 per card? Let me tell you, these cards are currently being sold for 1,000 each in the mainland. I could easily sell them in Jiayang City." Jiang Shuo sighed lightly, thinking to himself that this fellow was indeed no different from those in his past life. He was unquestionably the type who would never accept a loss. Raising his cup, he took a sip and remarked, "Your girlfriend's name is Fong Wan. Your father's name is Lu Wenwei. Your mother's name is He Xiaoli. Your aunt's name is—" "Stop." Li Qian was nearly in tears. "Brother, who on earth are you? How do you know my family matters so thoroughly? I'm just a simple water courier. There's no need for you to investigate me like this." He was genuinely intimidated by Jiang Shuo. If it were someone familiar, it would be understandable for them to know about his family. However, this guy was a complete stranger who seemed to know everything about him. How could that not send chills down his spine? Jiang Shuo smiled slightly. "Stop pretending. If the cost price of these cards exceeds 200, I'll use your head as a ball to kick. Do you really think high school students are easy to bully, completely ignorant?" After a long pause, Li Qian relented. Once he sat down again, he no longer dared to underestimate Jiang Shuo. He waved his hand. Fine, I'll take the loss. But you must reimburse my plane ticket." Jiang Shuo chuckled. "Now that's more like it. How many fruit machines have arrived?" This was what Jiang Shuo was most concerned about. The arcade primarily profited from selling game tokens. However, relying solely on games to sell tokens wouldn't yield significant profits. When faced with a gaming expert, a single token could monopolize a machine for an entire afternoon, hardly covering the electricity costs. Thus, the best approach was to accelerate the consumption of tokens in the hands of the customers. The fruit machines inherently possessed a gambling nature. A single token could yield immediate wins or losses, leading to a rapid influx of revenue. Li Qian, feeling impatient, remarked, "I've managed to secure 10 units. Before my departure, I instructed the warehouse to send them to you as soon as they arrive." Jiang Shuo nodded in agreement. "Please arrange an additional 10 units for my family." All right. Whatever you say, just refrain from reporting me," Lu chuckled. "How could I do that?" Come, Shiga, let's order some food." For the next hour or so, Li Qian and Jiang Shuo engaged in lively conversation, reminiscent of their encounters in later years. Initially, Li Qian was exceedingly shrewd, meticulously calculating each interaction with Jiang Shuo during their collaboration. However, after encountering a few setbacks with Jiang, he became more compliant. As their discussions continued, he realized, goodness, this younger brother and I are kindred spirits. Consequently, he developed a particular fondness for dealings with Jiang Shuo. Whenever Jiang Shuo arrived in Shenzhen, Lu would set aside any pressing matters to ensure he provided Jiang with a grand reception. By that time, Lu's worth had surged to nearly 100 million, specializing in logistics between Shenzhen and Hong Kong. After their meal, the group proceeded to an arcade to test their cards. Once Li Qian had departed, Li Qian approached Jiang Shuo and said, "President Jiang, with a new owner comes a fresh atmosphere. We should strategize an opening event." Chapter 22. The worried couple. Jiang Shuo let out a hearty laugh. "Of course, we must have an opening event. How about inviting Qingmu to sing a few songs?" Li Qian was taken aback. "You mean the Qingmu who recently set the entire Jiangyang city ablaze with his popularity? Isn't he said to be quite aloof and difficult to invite?" Li Qian still harbored doubts. Jiang Shuo shook his head. "You need not worry about that. How Zhengwo? Come over here. I shall assign you your tasks." The three of them then gathered together. Jiang Shuo swiftly outlined his plans that had been swirling in his mind. Li Qian's task was to visit a local advertising shop in the afternoon to create waterproof banners proclaiming the grand opening of the Hongguang Electric Game Room, with the presence of Qingmu to add to the festivities. He was also to seek out the rickshaw drivers in Jiangyang City, offering each 5 yuan to display the banners while they traversed the city. In 1998, advertisements had not yet saturated every corner, and most of the rickshaws remained oblivious to the advertising potential of their canopies. By providing them with new waterproof covers and a financial incentive, it was certain that no rickshaw driver would refuse. Upon hearing this, Li Qian immediately grasped the concept, looking at Jiang Shuo with admiration. This advertising strategy was brilliant, achieving the most significant impact for minimal expenditure. Jiang Shuo's standing in his eyes elevated considerably. Those who had completed high school certainly possessed a different kind of intellect. Hao Jiangwo's task was to gather a team to swiftly tidy up the game room. As for the opening date, it would be set for after the arrival of the fruit machines, which should be in about 5 days. Once everything was thoroughly arranged, Jiang Shuo looked up. Do you both understand? The two nodded in agreement. Li Qian suddenly spoke up. So, Mr. Jiang, your role will be to oversee the overall situation, correct? Jiang Shuo chuckled. My task is to sing on stage. He lit a cigarette and stood up to head towards the door. Hao Jiangwo, remember to lock the door later. Li Qian hurriedly jogged up. Aren't we inviting Qingmu to sing? He chuckled. Mr. Jiang, I was also at the square that day, and I truly hope Qingmu can come to our shop. Jiang Shuo glanced at him. You are also a fan of Qingmu? Isn't he handsome? Indeed. Li Qian could hardly contain his excitement. His songs are simply mesmerizing. Do you think he might be a rival sent by that little Jin's record company to stir up trouble? How else could his songs be so captivating? Jiang Shuo smiled. He is not. From now on, don't call me Mr. Jiang. It sounds awkward. Just call me Shuoge. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I am Qingmu. With that, he walked out onto the street. Li Qian stood there, stunned, his mind taking a moment to process the revelation. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back, anxiously looking at Hao Jiangwo. Did Shuoge just say he is Qingmu? Hao Jiangwo remained unfazed. Indeed, that is correct. What of it? This was utterly astonishing. All right, let's get to work. It's not a big deal. Your excitement is quite amusing. I can't believe I ended up mingling with Qingmu, Li Qian exclaimed. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Hao Jiangwo quipped. Who would have thought that a little ruffian like you has an appreciation for music? As he made his way home, passing by the alley, the shopkeeper once again called out to him. She mentioned that a classmate had called, asking him to return. This left him feeling rather unsettled, contemplating whether he should install such a device at home, albeit it was a bit pricey. After glancing at the saved number, he dialed it. The call connected swiftly, and Lu Sudong's voice came through, cold and detached. Jiang Shuo, right? It was evident he still bore a grudge regarding the incident by the riverbank. Jiang Shuo recognized him immediately. What is it? The phone bill is quite steep, he retorted. Lu Sudong, dripping with sarcasm, replied. Haven't you been selling stockings in the square lately? You shouldn't be so concerned about the cost. Jiang Shuo frowned. If you have nothing of substance to say, I'll hang up. Wait, let me finish. I wanted to thank you for protecting Li Qian yesterday when we filled out our applications. You must be out of your mind. Who protected you? Jiang Shuo, do you have any respect for your class monitor? Class monitor? What a joke. Just a little brat making noise. If you don't have anything to say, I'm hanging up. Lu Sudong was frustrated but had no choice but to endure it. He forced himself to continue. The classmates pooled together, each contributing 10 yuan, and we're having a farewell dinner at the Xiangji restaurant the day after tomorrow. Will you come? No. Jiang Shuo was ready to hang up again, but hesitated. Will Li Qian be there? What do you think? At the mention of Li Qian, Lu Sudong inexplicably felt irritated. Jiang Shuo responded with a casual "Oh, fine then. I'll be there on time," and abruptly ended the call. Upon returning home, he found his parents, Jiang Dashan and his wife, sighing heavily, the atmosphere thick with unease. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Jiang Shuo curiously asked, Aunt and Uncle, don't you have to go out to sell today? Zhang Hohot sighed, looking particularly troubled. Sure. Which school did you apply to yesterday? Zhonghai Finance Institute. Why? Oh, a school in a big city. That's quite impressive. But have you looked into the tuition fees? Zhang Hohot's voice noticeably dropped as she asked. Jiang Shuo poured himself a glass of water, gulped it down, and then set the cup down. I specifically checked the admissions brochure for Zhonghai Finance Institute. The tuition is approximately 3,000 per year. Living expenses might be higher in a big city, around 300 to 400 yuan a month. Is it really that expensive? Zhang Hohot's face paled instantly. Jiang Dashan visibly shuddered, lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and then stubbed it out in the ashtray, his expression darkening. Expensive? I told you I would find a way to borrow the money. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Sure, go rest in your room. Don't listen to your aunt. Women lack understanding. Zhang Hohot wore a frown, falling silent. Jiang Shuo sensed something amiss and sat down, gazing at Zhang Hohot. Aunt, did you not save some money? Zhang Hohot appeared to have aged considerably overnight. With a sigh, she replied, Your uncle called today. Last year, we borrowed 1,000 yuan from him, promising to repay it by the end of this year. However, he insists on being repaid immediately and will come to our home for the money tomorrow. We have returned the borrowed amount, yet your tuition remains insufficient. Moreover, the area around Wayman Square is inundated with vendors selling clothes. Each vendor blares their loudspeaker, dissuading everyone from strolling there. As a result, foot traffic has dwindled, and business has inevitably worsened. Last night, we only made 10 yuan in sales. Shuo, your uncle and I feel utterly helpless. As she spoke, her voice choked with emotion, leaving her unable to utter another word. It is said that the greatest fear of a parent is to have a son who lacks ambition, yet now, despite their son gaining admission to university, they find themselves unable to provide the necessary funds. This reality would pierce the heart of any parent. Jiang Shuo looked at the couple. So, this is the extent of your worries, all for the sake of money? Chapter 23. You are that kid. Jiang Qianqian spoke up. You needn't worry about the money. I will visit a few of my older brothers shortly. There's no issue. It's merely your aunt fretting here. I sent it because I fear that Shuo doesn't have the funds for his education. Zhang Hohot glared at Jiang Qianqian, who immediately shrank back. Jiang Shuo's expression grew more serious. Uncle and aunt, do you know why there are suddenly so many people selling clothes at Weiman Square? Jiang Qianqian nodded. Of course I know. It's because some scoundrel is profiting by selling stockings over there, which has sparked this trend. Jiang Shuo momentarily faltered, naturally pulling out a pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes and lighting one. With deft hands, he held the cigarette, took a puff, exhaled, and flicked the ash, displaying the finesse of a seasoned smoker. Both adults stared in astonishment. Zhang Hohot seized Jiang Shuo's ear. You little rascal, you've learned to smoke? I see you flicking ash more skillfully than your uncle. You haven't just started, have you? Jiang Shuo hurriedly covered his ear and forced a smile. Aunt, let us speak calmly. How many men don't smoke? Zhang Hohot, in despair, lamented, I've failed as a parent. Forgive me, sister, in the afterlife. This boy has secretly learned to smoke. Jiang Qianqian, dark-faced, shouted, keep your voice down and let this rascal speak. Zhang Hohot immediately fell silent. After all, men tend to remain calmer than women. Jiang Qianqian's thoughts were fixated on the pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes on the table. He knew his son was frugal and would never casually spend 7 yuan on a pack of cigarettes. Jiang Shuo continued to smile apologetically. Uncle, would you like one? I hear the kick of Hometown Mountain is stronger than that of Hongdo. Jiang Qianqian regarded Jiang Shuo intently. Yes, indeed, it has quite a kick. To give it a try. Jiang Shuo, sensing his uncle's irritation yet unable to lose face, quickly offered Jiang Qianqian a cigarette. Once seated again, he said, the ones selling clothes at Weiman Square are indeed me. Cough. Cough. Jiang Qianqian nearly choked. Zhang Hohot was utterly bewildered. What did you say? You are the ones selling stockings, causing everyone to go hungry? Jiang Shuo raised a hand. It's not as you think. I'm selling clothes. The stockings are part of a promotional buy one get one free deal. Where are your thoughts wandering? Moreover, I was just contemplating how to broach this with you. Since we've crossed paths, let me explain thoroughly. Not only am I the one selling clothes at Weiman Square, but I also collaborated with friends on the summer clothing clearance sale a few days ago near the Opera House. How much have you made from your opportunistic ventures? Zhang Hohot gulped. Jiang Shuo smiled somewhat bashfully. In total, I've earned around 47,000, though I haven't calculated precisely. My heavens. Zhang Hohot felt dizzy, nearly fainting. Before grabbing Jiang Qianqian tightly, Qianqian, how many years would this 47,000 get sentenced? Jiang Qianqian's face darkened. What opportunistic ventures? What age are we living in? Let that little rascal continue. Thus, Jiang Shuo recounted the entire sequence of events, while the couple listened as if they were deciphering an ancient scripture, deliberately omitting the matter concerning Qingmu. Over an hour later, Jiang Qianqian burst into hearty laughter. A tiger father does not raise a dog's son. My elder brother, Jiang Haoran, was also a capable man. His son is equally commendable, not bringing shame to our family. Zhang Hohot finally let out a sigh of relief. Turning to Jiang Shuo, what do you plan to do with that money? Jiang Shuo smiled. I've already invested about 20,000 to acquire an arcade, with the intention of providing you both a new avenue. You needn't continue selling pancakes. Once it opens, do come by the arcade. A great weight lifted off Jiang Qianqian's heart as he smiled and shook his head, not one to be courteous. He lit another stick of Hometown Mountain. Your aunt, and I won't take your money. Save it for your education. We are already quite content. As for the arcade, I doubt your aunt, and I will frequent it. Jiang Shuo felt a twinge of disappointment. Why not? After all, I've gone through so much effort to secure a better livelihood for you both, so that I can focus on my studies without worry. Zhang Hohot wiped the sweat from her brow with a tissue. Sure, your uncle and I have been selling pancakes over there for over a decade. We have many loyal customers who cherish our pancakes. Since you need not worry about your tuition, we cannot betray the goodwill of our old customers. It's fine. You should save it for yourself, especially when the time comes for you to find a wife. Now, I must get back to cooking. The clouds of worry finally dispersed, and Jiang Dashan's spirits brightened considerably. He stood up with a smile. Then I shall go knead the dough. However, he turned back to take the stick of Hongta Mountain that lay on the table. This, uncle will take. Jiang Shuo felt a headache coming on. Did all his efforts amount to naught? He glanced at the couple, momentarily at a loss for words. After some thought, he decided to give them 10,000 tomorrow and let them manage it as they saw fit. Rising, he stepped into the room. Stealing a glance outside, he noticed that the couple was still oblivious to him, and he retrieved a stick of Hongta Mountain from beneath the bed. How could Brother Tashan lack his own Tashan? The following day, true to form, Jiang Dashan went to sell pancakes late into the night, not altering their ways despite their son coming into a substantial sum. For over a decade, their lives had been a relentless hustle, and their habits were inseparable from their existence. Naturally, they had formed a bond with their longtime customers at the stall, one that could not be easily severed. Much like any farming family, no matter how successful their son became in the bustling city, they would never relinquish the few acres of arable land they had tended to for a lifetime, nor would they forsake the kinship with their neighbors, who, while not related by blood, felt like family. Jiang Shuo rose early, noticing that the couple was still resting, and chose not to disturb them as he quietly stepped outside. All the money was secured in the arcade safe, and he needed to retrieve 10,000 to bring back. The warm sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting shimmering golden specks onto the aged streets. The fragrant scent of osmanthus wafted through the morning breeze. On this beautiful day, a vivid image of Li Qian standing in the campus suddenly appeared in Jiang Shuo's mind. It seemed that he had not seen her for several days. Perhaps he could invite her to breakfast. Yes, that seemed feasible. After stifling a yawn, he made his way in the direction of Li Qian's home. Li Qian's father was a criminal police officer, and they resided in the police station's family compound, not far from Jiangyang No. 1 High School. Having harbored a secret admiration for her for 6 years, he was well acquainted with her routines. Every morning, Li Qian would rise at 6 to go for a jog, and by 7:30, she would be at the Dabin breakfast shop, where her favorite meal consisted of soybean milk and fried dough sticks. He hailed a motorcycle taxi, heading straight for the Dabin breakfast shop. Chapter 24. Setting your daughter ablaze after more than 10 minutes. Indeed, Li Qian was spotted sitting alone in the breakfast shop, her forehead glistening with sweat. Beneath her athletic shorts, a pair of long, fair legs elegantly outlined her flawless figure, while her petite white shoes accentuated her light and airy demeanor to perfection. A few strands of her ebony hair, damp with perspiration, playfully clung to her exquisitely beautiful oval face. With her delicate fingers, she gently dabbed a tissue against the beads of sweat forming on her brow. Her eyes, reminiscent of tranquil waters, were gazing blankly at a stool outside. It was on that very stool she often spotted Jiang Shuo, though she had never paid it much heed until now. She mused to herself, that scoundrel Jiang Shuo must still be asleep. Will he come to the graduation farewell dinner tomorrow? Suddenly, she noticed a young rogue approaching her with a grin. Startled, she quickly feigned ignorance. Li Qian. Without a hint of courtesy, Jiang Shuo plopped himself down beside her. Li Qian felt a wave of confusion. It was as if her thoughts had conjured him into existence. She glared at him and insisted, You should sit across from me. All right. Jiang Shuo stood and shifted to the opposite side. He leaned casually against the table, chin resting on his hand, his gaze fixed intently on Li Qian. The intensity of his stare sent a shiver down her spine. How come you're here? She stammered. Winking at her, Jiang Shuo replied, This morning, as I left, you suddenly crossed my mind, so I thought I'd come see you. Were you thinking of me just now? Crazy. Who would think of a scoundrel like you? Li Qian retorted without a second thought. Jiang Shuo chuckled, unfazed. Boss, for youtiao and 2 bowls of soy milk, one without sugar. Li Qian stared at him. How did you know I never put sugar in my soy milk? You've been under my watch all along. That's why I see you here every morning, Jiang Shuo remarked, his gaze unwavering. Do you enjoy the feeling of being followed? She shot back. You're quite unwell. Li Qian rolled her eyes at him. Jiang Shuo laughed lightly, shifting the topic. You haven't been in touch with that wretched Xiao Wanjiao, have you? Why do you speak ill of her? She is, after all, my neighbor. Li Qian reproached him gently. Jiang Shuo shrugged. Fine, keep in touch with her. One day, you might find out she has sold you out. That's your concern. I'm merely trying to warn you, he added, with the wisdom of a man reborn at 40. He understood that to win a woman's heart, one must first navigate the challenges posed by her close friends. These companions can either be turned into allies or eliminated. Xiao Wanjiao would undoubtedly never side with Jiang Shuo, as he had nothing to offer her. Thus, he would have to find a way to dispose of her. Noticing Li Qian's silence, Jiang Shuo glanced at the sweat on her forehead and, with an unexpectedly tender gesture, reached over to help her wipe it away with a tissue. Strangely, Li Qian did not refuse. Jiang Shuo felt a sense of pride, albeit tinged with a hint of audacity. Gazing at Li Qian, he remarked, "Qianqian, if I recall correctly. You have turned 18 this year, haven't you? What are you plotting now?" After 6 years of camaraderie, Li Qian's perception of Jiang Shuo had been completely transformed in recent days. Observing his mischievous demeanor, she instinctively thought that this rascal was certainly up to no good. At that moment, a fried dough stick was delivered. Jiang Shuo eagerly seized one, taking a hearty bite. "Oh, it's nothing serious, really. I just think at your age, it's time to consider finding a boyfriend. How about I introduce someone to you? You're the one who should be considering that. I've already mentioned that I have no intention of dating in college." All right. Back in middle school, when others pursued you, you said you weren't planning to date. In high school, you repeated the same line. Now, in college, you're trying to play the same game again. To be blunt, I think, Jiang Shuo." A woman's excited voice abruptly interrupted him. "Who is it?" Jiang Shuo appeared somewhat irritated. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Kong Yunfei. Dressed provocatively, she resembled a freshly steamed bun, drawing the gaze of several men who momentarily abandoned their food. Staring at her in awe, Li Qian looked at the woman with curiosity, sensing a familiarity. Before she could process it, Kong Yunfei, brimming with enthusiasm, plopped down beside Jiang Shuo, entwining her arm with his, exuding a charming allure. "What a coincidence! What brings you here?" "I must tell you, Jiang Shuo, that day was absolutely delightful. Why don't we plan another grand evening?" "Oh, you're Jiang Shuo's classmate, right? Let me tell you, that day with Jiang Shuo was truly..." Smack! Li Qian could no longer contain her frustration. She stood up and slapped Jiang Shuo, exclaiming, "Rascal! Scoundrel! I knew you had this kind of nature. How shameless!" She then stormed out in a huff. Jiang Shuo quickly freed himself from Kong Yunfei's grasp. "Sister Kong, what are you causing a ruckus for so early in the morning? You're being vague, and I have matters to attend to." He promptly stood up, preparing to chase after Li Qian, but just then, he spotted Li Qian's father, Li Yujun, emerging from the courtyard, looking at his daughter. "Qianqian, what's wrong? Why are you so upset this early? None of you men are worth a damn." Li Qian retorted angrily before hastily darting into the building. Li Yujun, perplexed, turned to his colleague with a wry smile. "My daughter has grown up. I no longer understand her thoughts." He then looked at the anxious Jiang Shuo. "You must be my daughter Qianqian's classmate." Jiang Shuo immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, a sense of suffocation overwhelming him. Ultimately, he could only watch Li Qian's retreating figure, resigned to his fate. There was no way he could confess to Li Yujun that he was courting his daughter and had riled her up. With a helpless sigh, he said, "Good morning, uncle. I'm Li Qian's classmate. I'll be on my way now." Kong Yunfei hurriedly followed, exclaiming, "Jiang Shuo, I was just speaking with you. Let us continue this conversation one evening." Li Yujun stared in disbelief at Jiang Shuo and the scantily clad woman beside him, scratching his head in confusion before shaking it and heading towards the breakfast shop. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuo swiftly hailed a motorcycle taxi and departed. Kong Yunfei seemed to grasp the situation, slapping her forehead in realization. "Oh no, this must have ruined Jiang Shuo's chances," she thought, quickly jogging over to Li Yujun. "Excuse me, are you the father of that girl?" she inquired. Li Yujun accepted the bowsy from the shopkeeper's hands and replied, "Yes, do you need something from me?" "I wish to clarify a misunderstanding involving Jiang Shuo and your daughter," she began to explain, tugging at Li Yujun's sleeve. After listening, Li Yujun scratched his head again, puzzled. "Was that young man just courting my daughter?" he mused, losing his appetite as he hurried home. Chapter 25. Reluctance to pretend upon returning. He found his daughter's door tightly shut. He gently knocked and called, "Qianqian, are you in there? I need to discuss something with you." "What is your relationship with that classmate of yours?" "What relationship could I possibly have with a jerk like him?" Li Qian's fiery voice erupted from within. Li Jijun sighed in relief, muttering to himself, "As long as there's no connection." It turned out that this boy was the one selling stockings in Jiaoyang City these past few days. Yet, upon reflection, although his path seemed misguided, in this era of market economy, as long as one could invigorate the economy and earn money, it was acceptable. He shook his head and left for work, unaware that his cherished daughter was inside, weeping beneath her blanket. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuo returned to the gaming room, sighing heavily for over an hour. However, he soon decided to let it go. After all, his ultimate goal was the girl named Qianqian from the Finance Academy. It was a pity, though, that the milk tea sister was still in kindergarten. If he were to pursue a little girl from kindergarten, he would surely face divine retribution. Thus, he resolved to wait for Qianqian and headed home. As the morning gloom lifted, he retrieved 10,000 yuan from the safe and returned home. Upon reaching the door, he heard lively voices from inside. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by his uncle Zhang Qianqian and his wife. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, aunt." He cheerfully approached. "Ah, good." Zhang Qianqian responded heartily, though his gaze carried an unmistakable air of superiority. His wife, Li Qian, nodded coolly. "Jiang Shuo, I heard you've been accepted into university?" Jiang Shuo smiled. "I was just lucky, managed to get into a second-tier university." "What about Haiqing? She should have passed as well, right?" Zhang Qianqian let out a hearty laugh, proudly declaring, her performance was rather average. She only missed admission to Tsinghua University by 2 points. It's a pity, but attending a 211-key university isn't a bad outcome. Don't be too disappointed, third sister. Jiang Shuo getting into a second-tier university is an accomplishment in itself, he added, subtly mocking Jiang Dashan's family. Jiang Shuo, understanding the underlying tones, smiled silently. Li Qian shot him a glance, urging him to discuss more serious matters. "Can we talk about something substantial? We still need to head back to town for business." After hearing this, Zhang Qianqian shifted his tone. Right. Let us get to the point. Dashan, I know your family is not doing too well here. Raising Jiang Shuo with your pancake sales is not easy. And business is tough. This 1,000 yuan is all we can manage. Jiang Dashan smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing, brother. Don't worry, it's not just you. Our business selling pancakes is also quite challenging now." "No." Zhang Qianqian, fearing that Jiang Dashan was reluctant to repay the debt, quickly interrupted, pleading earnestly, "Rest assured, dear brother-in-law, just give me a moment to manage my finances, and I will lend you again promptly. Not only will I continue to lend you this 1,000 yuan, but I will also cover Jiang Shuo's university expenses in the future." His demeanor appeared quite familial. However, Jiang Shuo felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Zhang Qianqian was quite generous when it came to lending money to his siblings. But the caveat was that the loans came with exorbitant interest rates, 3 to 4 times that of a bank, bordering on usury. Thus, Jiang Shuo found him insincere. Not wishing to engage in further conversation, he placed a black plastic bag containing 10,000 yuan onto the table with determination. "Dad, I thought long and hard last night. Since you are unwilling to visit the arcade, I will give you this 10,000 yuan. You can use it to open a pancake shop. It's surely better than struggling to push a stall through rain and wind every day." "Oh, uncle, hurry and give him the money. After all, the interest is substantial." After saying this, he pulled out a pack of Hongta Mountain cigarettes and placed it on the table. "Uncle, I will not keep you company any longer. I am off to sleep." With that, he retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. The living room fell into a profound silence. The fan whirred, blowing Zhang Qianqian's hair to one side. After a moment of adjusting his disheveled locks, he swallowed hard. Where on earth did Jiang Shuo acquire such a sum of money? Jiang Dashan seized the opportunity, chuckling good-naturedly. "Though this lad's college entrance exam scores were not high, he certainly inherited my brother Jiang Haoran's business acumen." Without a word, he went out and earned 40 to 50,000 yuan. He even mentioned wanting to ease our burdens by taking over an arcade. "We have spent our lives selling pancakes. And what do we know about arcades?" He remarked that Jiang Shuo had still brought 1,000 yuan even after being told not to lend him money. What? He earned 40 to 50,000? Li Qianqian's mind struggled to comprehend. Their store in Shihe Town barely made a profit of 20,000 a year. It was hard to believe that he could earn such a sum in such a short summer break. She felt her mind was not functioning properly. Zhang Hohat, who had often been ridiculed by her sister-in-law, retorted coldly, "Yes, 40 to 50,000 in 3 days. Brother, sister-in-law, why don't you stay for lunch? I'll go prepare the meal." The couple stood dumbfounded, their minds reeling at the notion of earning such an amount in a mere 3 days. Feeling as if they were hearing something incomprehensible, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The usual air of superiority they held in front of the family had vanished completely. With little appetite left, Li Qianqian quickly stood up. No, Hohat, we should head back. There is no one at the store." Zhang Qianqian, "Why are you still sitting there? Let us go." "Oh, right, we need to catch the bus back." Thus, the couple left, their heads hung low. Jiang Dashan rose to his feet as well, expressing, "Why not have lunch before departing? It's a rare occasion for us to visit the city. Yet, In the blink of an eye, the couple vanished from sight. Jiang Qianqian, feeling an overwhelming sense of elation, strolled back inside, pondering. This must be our family's most triumphant moment. Zhang Qianqian emerged from the kitchen, retorting, "What triumph are you speaking of? This money belongs to our son. We cannot accept it." With a disapproving glance, she made her way to Jiang Shuo's door, saying, "Shuo, you should take this money back and save it for yourself." "Oh. Aunt, what are you doing? Just take the money. There's no need for such back and forth. We are family, after all. Don't bother me. I'm trying to sleep." The couple exchanged knowing glances at the door, recognizing that their son was surely preoccupied with his own thoughts. With a resigned sigh, they returned to their own tasks. Later that evening, when Li Qian returned from work, he noticed that his beloved daughter's door remained shut. Anxiously, he inquired of his wife, Peng Hong. "Has Qianqian emerged from her room today? I hope she hasn't gone the whole day without eating." Chapter 26. A tiger father does not raise a dog son. Peng Hong smiled faintly. "You still do not know your daughter. Although she did not emerge for lunch." The little mouse could not endure the pangs of hunger any longer and stealthily ventured into the living room to procure some snacks. "Rest assured, your daughter will not starve." "Old Li, did Qianqian encounter any issues this morning?" Li Qian furrowed his brow slightly. Throughout the day, his mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of his daughter, and he harbored an unsettling suspicion that it might be connected to that lad selling stockings. Shaking his head, he replied, "I am not quite certain. I shall summon her." As he changed his shoes and approached Li Qian's door, it creaked open, and Li Qian emerged. At that moment, her eyes appeared slightly swollen, and her face bore an expression of exhaustion. Li Qian was taken aback. "My daughter, please tell your father honestly. Has that boy bullied you this morning? I shall bring him here to do 200 push-ups for you." Li Qian burst into laughter. A father knows his daughter well. Li Qian had a talent for making her smile. Yet, her demeanor quickly shifted back to a somber state. "It has nothing to do with that scoundrel. Dad, I am hungry." "Oh, very well, very well. Sit down quickly. I shall fetch you some rice." Li Qian busied himself. In the kitchen, Peng Hong observed the scene outside and shook her head with a smile. When all the dishes were served and placed upon the table, Li Qian still noticed his daughter's lingering gloom. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Is that boy the son of Jiang Qianqian?" Li Qian looked up in surprise. "Dad, how do you know his father?" As he ate, Li Qian explained, "To be precise, Jiang Qianqian is not his father, but his uncle. His name is Jiang Shuo. If I recall correctly, I did some research during the day. His father is Jiang Haoran." Jiang Haoran. Li Qian had never paid attention to Jiang Shuo. Thus she was unaware of his family background, sparking her curiosity. Li Qian continued, 18 years ago, a remarkable figure emerged from Jiagyang City. By the age of 28, his worth had surpassed 1 million, and he was featured in a national economic newspaper. His enterprise was highly regarded by the Jiangyang government, with great expectations placed upon it. Yet, fate can be cruel. During a business trip, the couple's bus tragically overturned into the river. To this day, their bodies have not been recovered. This case exerted considerable pressure on our precinct's officers, which is why it remains vivid in my memory. Li Qian raised her enchanting almond-shaped eyes. "Are you saying that man was Jiang Haoran, Jiang Shuo's father?" "Indeed, he is the father of your classmate," Li Qian confirmed, shaking his head. After sipping his soup, he remarked, "It is true what they say. A tiger father does not raise a dog son. One must admire this aspect. This young man has evidently inherited his father's audacity in business. Who would have thought he would venture into such a niche market as selling stockings?" "Qianqian, you should be aware of the events that transpired at the Opera House a few nights ago, correct?" Li Qian appeared to have recalled something, her demeanor shifting to one of tension. "I know, that day Yu Jiahao returned and invited me to the concert. I was there. What is the matter?" Li Qian paused, taken aback. "Yu Jiahao? The eldest scion of the Renew Electric family?" "Yes, that's him." "Dad, weren't you quite familiar with their family in the past?" Li Qian replied. Li Qian's expression darkened, his face clouded with displeasure. "A wealthy family devoid of virtue. We should minimize our interactions with them henceforth." "Oh, come on, Dad. We were discussing Jiang Shuo. Let us not digress. I had no choice that day. He was right downstairs," Li Qian urged. Li Qian nodded. "I initially had no idea it was him. It was the woman he stood with this morning who informed me. She mentioned that this lad earned over 900 yuan on his first day of business with her. The following day, he went again and made nearly 10,000. Later, they decided to scale up, and thus they collaborated to launch at the Opera Square. Do you know how much that lad has earned in just a few days? Almost 50,000. His entrepreneurial prowess rivals that of his father, Jiang Haoran, from back in the day. I was also puzzled later and checked his household registration, only to discover he is indeed Jiang Haoran's son, which left me astounded for quite some time. Li Qian was momentarily stunned. However, her concern did not lie in Jiang Shuo's earnings. What truly occupied her thoughts was the nature of Jiang Shuo's relationship with Kang Yunfei. Without filtering her thoughts, she blurted, "So, has he ever slept with that proprietress?" The couple exchanged glances, their expressions darkening immediately. Li Yujun tapped her head with his chopsticks. "They are business partners." "What nonsense are you talking about? What are you thinking? I told you to steer clear of that Jiahao. That lad is just like his father, sharing the same unscrupulous nature. Just because they have wealth, they think they can act without restraint. A crooked beam leads to a crooked roof." Suddenly, Li Qian's spirits brightened, her pent-up frustrations dissipating in an instant. Like a young girl reveling in a secret delight, she thought, "He truly is a scoundrel." "Qianqian, what are you mumbling about?" "Oh, nothing, hee. Mom, I want 3 bowls of rice. I'm starving." The little girl, oblivious to her image, began to devour her meal ravenously. The restaurant, Xiangji, is located at the entrance of Jiaoyang No. 1 High School, regarded as one of the more upscale dining establishments nearby. Typically, it serves the parents of students. At this moment, the restaurant was filled with graduates from Class 219. Those who had gained admission to prestigious universities boasted loudly, as if they had already embraced a perfect life. Meanwhile, those who performed poorly sat quietly at the edges, enveloped in self-doubt. The dynamics among classmates began to subtly shift once the college entrance examination results were released. Jiang Shuo paid no mind to others, sitting by the window with Hao Jiangwo, gazing upon the familiar campus of Jiaoyang No. 1 High School, filled with memories. The students present could not comprehend the mindset of this reborn old soul. Hao Jiangwo waved his hand in front of Jiang Shuo's eyes and asked, "What's on your mind, Shuo?" Jiang Shuo mumbled, "Nothing, you little brat, wouldn't he understand?" "Damn it. You're pretending to be mature in front of me again. I can't stand it," Hao Jiangwo retorted. He then added, "Give me a cigarette." Jiang Shuo tossed him a Hongtum mountain and lit one for himself, lost in thought as smoke curled around him, gazing vacantly at the campus. As Hao Jiangwo exhaled a puff of smoke, he caught sight of Li Qian below. He quickly nudged Jiang Shuo, saying, "Your ice cream goddess is here." Jiang Shuo looked down and indeed saw Li Qian, dressed in a loose plaid dress, purchasing ice cream with another female classmate at the convenience store. After a night had passed, Li Qian's spirit had returned to its usual brightness. Today, she had braided her hair into 2 twists that cascaded gracefully over her shoulders. Standing at the convenience store's freezer door, she was as enchanting as ever. After receiving 2 ice creams from the shopkeeper, she glanced up at Jiang Shuo, offering a sweet smile before shyly entering the cafeteria. Chapter 27. Jiang Shuo surprisingly declines the goddess's ice cream as Li Qian made her entrance. The previously boisterous boys fell silent. In her hands, she held 2 ice creams, instantly igniting a flurry of nervous anticipation among them. Who were they meant for? Would one be offered to me? Woe betide the soul who dared to consume the ice cream from her hands. They were destined to face divine retribution. Li Qian, however, paid no heed to anyone as she approached Jiang Shuo, her voice as melodious as wind chimes. "Jiang Shuo, I invite you to have some ice cream." A collective gasp echoed through the classroom. The most beautiful ice cream goddess at Jianyang High had extended an invitation to this rogue Jiang Shuo. Were deities now being sullied by such ruffians? It became clear that the ice cream was indeed intended for this little scoundrel. As everyone held their breath, anticipating Jiang Shuo's eager response, he calmly regarded her and replied, "I still remember the slap from yesterday, so spare me your attempts at flattery." What audacity! Jiang Shuo had the gall to assert that the ice cream goddess was trying to curry favor with him. The boys were left gaping in disbelief. A flicker of hurt crossed Li Qian's face. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that slapping someone in public was hardly befitting of a goddess. But why hadn't he been forthright with her? Determined to maintain her charm, she offered a sweet smile. "I apologize for slapping you yesterday. Please forgive me." Jiang Shuo cast her a sidelong glance. "I'm sorry, but toss the ice cream in the trash. I have no desire for that." Unable to bear the situation any longer, Lu Sudong rose indignantly. "Qianqian, if you want to eat it, then give it to me." "That scoundrel." Jiang Shuo shot him a cold look. "What is it to you? Sit down." To everyone's astonishment, Lu Sudong was actually cowed into sitting back down. Jiang Shuo then turned his attention back to Li Qian. "What are you still doing here? I've told you I want to take your offering. Go about your business." "My mood is quite sour." Li Qian felt tears welling in her eyes. overwhelmed by the embarrassment of having never felt so humiliated in front of a boy before. Yet, dignity must be preserved. She glared at Hao Jiangwo. Hao Jiangwo, is smoking all you know? Can't you see what is happening? You're sitting there like a slouch, looking no more like a student than he does. You're just as much a rogue. Hao Jiangwo lamented. Sister, why am I being dragged into your affairs? Li Qian thrust the ice cream towards him. What are you waiting for? Help him hold it. Oh, all right. Sister Qian, don't be angry. Being angry doesn't suit a goddess. As she prepared to leave, Li Qian noticed the entire class watching her. If she were to simply walk away, where would her pride go? She shot an exasperated look at Jiang Shuo, whose leg rested casually over another chair. Let me tell you. Don't think I didn't know what you wanted to say yesterday. Dream on. The idol in my heart is Qingmu, certainly not a rogue like you. A few days later, Aoki will arrive in Jiaoyang City, and I shall surely confess my feelings to him. Oh. The people inside the room began to tease. It turned out that the one Li Qian loved was indeed Aoki. Goodness, let us not waste any more time. Over there. Lu Sudong and the vice-class leader Wang Hongguang let out a collective sigh of relief. Wang Hongguang meaningfully patted Lu Sudong on the shoulder. Old Lu, we can all drink in peace now, as long as it's not that scoundrel Jiang Shuo. Lu Sudong, deeply moved, nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. As long as it's not that rascal, we can drink to our heart's content. In memory of our 3 years of rivalry. After Li Qian made this remark, she angrily found a seed and sulked. Her chest rose and fell, her lips pursed in displeasure, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes remained fixed on Jiang Shuo, as if she could devour him whole. Jiang Shuo ignored her, continuing to gaze out the window. Hao Jiangwo brought the ice cream closer to Jiang Shuo. Brother Shuo, I'm craving this. Then you should eat it. Thank you, Brother Shuo. Hao Jiangwo devoured it without any hesitation. Seeing the ice cream she had given Jiang Shuo being happily devoured by Hao Jiangwo, Li Qian couldn't help but lean on the table and weep. At that moment, a remarkably handsome young man approached. Qianqian, why are you crying? Everyone turned to look, and the boy sighed once more. The newcomer was Yi Jiahao, a well-known figure from Jianyang No. 1 Middle School. Li Qian quickly wiped her tears with a tissue upon seeing him. It's nothing. What brings you here? Yi Jiahao flashed his signature smile. This restaurant is about to undergo renovations. The owner has ordered some supplies from my family. I came to discuss the delivery process. He glanced around the hall at everyone. Are these all your classmates? Li Qian nodded. Suddenly, Yi Jiahao boisterously declared, since these are my Qianqian's classmates, let me treat you all today. I appreciate everyone's care for my Qianqian over the past 3 years. Eat to your heart's content. It's on me. Lu Sudong clenched his fists. Damn it. Just because you have money, you think you're impressive? The other boys also appeared discontent. What do you mean, my Qianqian? When did she become yours? Li Qian frowned slightly, clearly displeased, yet no one stood up to refute him. Yi Jiahao noticed Jiang Shuo by the window and seemed to recall something. He approached. You must be Jiang Shuo? Oh, I've heard my Qianqian mention you. Brother, it's rather unseemly to bully a girl, and that love letter of yours was quite distasteful. Li Qian had always regarded Yi Jiahao as an older brother, confiding many things to him. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. Jiang Shuo furrowed his brow and replied, What business is it of yours? Back off. You. Yi Jiahao had not expected such a blatant disregard from Jiang Shuo. However, he needed to maintain his amiable image in front of Li Qian. Suppressing my frustrations, I declared, Young man, I shall remember you. Turning my gaze to the assembled crowd, I proclaimed, Dear friends, remember, today the bill is on me. Enjoy your meal. I then excused myself to discuss project matters with the owner, saying, Qianqian, I must take my leave. The incessant chatter about projects, where even the purchase of a few air conditioners was considered a grand endeavor, was nothing short of pretentious and irksome to others. It was as if pretentiousness coursed through their very veins. Li Qian's thoughts were wholly consumed by Jiang Shuo. She gazed at him, her eyes fluttering, feeling a sense of calm, yet sensing something was amiss with his demeanor today. Yi Jiahao, noticing that Li Qian was indifferent to him, forced a chuckle and exited. How curious that this heartless rogue could also be plagued by discontent. Yet, it mattered not. I had no affection for him. Merely a twinge of guilt for having slapped him. Humph. In a few days, my beloved Aoki would arrive in Jiaoyang City. I must confess my feelings to him then. If you truly hold affection for me, you shall weep then. How you continue to feign indifference. Li Qian mused joyfully, her spirits lifted at the thought of Aoki. Chapter 28. The facade of pretentiousness, though she harbored such thoughts, her gaze remained fixated on Jiang Shuo. Why is he getting up? What does he intend to do? Unable to resist, she turned her eyes towards him. Jiang Shuo approached the bar, gesturing to the bartender. I would like a bottle of Wulianya. The bartender paused, taken aback. This liquor is quite expensive. Are you sure? No worries. Just bring me a bottle. Thank you. Oh, certainly. All the classmates stared in astonishment at the bottle of Wulianya in Jiang Shuo's hands. In this day and age, students dared not indulge in such costly spirits, as it was priced over 100 yuan per bottle. Lu Sudong exhaled sharply. Has this kid suddenly become wealthy? Wealthy? What a joke. Did that pretentious fellow not just boast about picking up the tab? Wang Hongguang retorted with annoyance. The moment the words left his mouth, both of them fell silent for a moment, exchanging glances as if a shared realization dawned upon them. Lu Sudong broke the silence. Old Wang, over the past 3 years, aside from me, who have you despised the most in relation to Li Qian? That pretentious guy, Yi Jiahao. Well then, the moment for retribution has arrived. What do you think? Indeed, like-minded individuals. Lu Sudong clasped his fists together, then turned to bellow. Boss, bring me a bottle of Wulianya for rinsing my mouth. I'll have one as well. Wang Hongguang chimed in cheerfully. At that moment, the classmates erupted in excitement. Boss, bring me a bottle too. Boss, serve the most expensive dishes. In an instant, all 30 or so boys in the class came to a collective realization. Regardless of the choice, they would select the priciest options. Hao Jiangwo, influenced by the atmosphere, suddenly stood up. Boss, do you have any special services? I want one too. Order the most expensive technician. The bustling hall fell silent. All eyes widened in disbelief at Hao Jiangwo. Damn, Hao Jiangwo, you're such a show-off. Hao Jiangwo, you beast. Hao Jiangwo, how can I be your classmate? Over 60 classmates pointed at him, bursting into laughter. Amidst the mirth, a sudden silence enveloped the room. Lu Sudong rose, holding a bottle of Wulianya. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 years. We are finally stepping out of high school. He raised his glass. May we never forget the bonds of our 3 years together. And may each of you have a bright future. I, Lu Sudong, drink first in tribute. He began to chug the liquor. This was strong liquor. And after just a couple of swigs, Lu Sudong struggled to swallow more. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he had to maintain his bravado. Thus, to showcase his boldness, he slammed the bottle onto the ground. Haha, exhilarating. Boss, bring me another bottle. All 30 boys stood up, each taking a swig before smashing their bottles to the floor. The atmosphere was electrifying. Jiang Shuo, remarkably composed, remarked, youth is truly wonderful. It has been a long time since I felt this way. His gaze shifted to Li Qian, whose enchanting big almond eyes blinked curiously at him. As Jiang Shuo cast a glance towards her, a wave of flustered energy surged through him, prompting him to hurriedly avert his gaze and lift a cup of tea to mask his discomfort. He chuckled softly, his eyes landing on Hao Jiangwo, who stood atop a chair, brandishing a bottle of liquor, shouting exuberantly yet having taken only a few sips. Do you still remember old 3? Upon hearing this, the fervor drained from Hao Jiangwo, who sank into his seat. Why bring up that rascal all of a sudden? Hasn't he transferred and fallen off the radar? Damn. Back then he swore he wouldn't sever ties with us. And yet here we are, over 2 years without a word. Old 3, known as Hu Jiuzhong, had been Jiang Shuo's classmate from middle school through the first year of high school, and the trio had been inseparable during those days. However, after his first year, he vanished without a trace, seemingly having moved away with his family. Jiang Shuo inhaled deeply, a flicker of sorrow crossing his gaze. Stop cursing him. He has gone. What are you saying? Jiang Shuo, don't say that. He just transferred schools, and you're claiming he is dead. I'm serious. Jiang Shuo took a sip of white liquor. Let us go visit his grave later. Hao Jiangwo sensed something was amiss. Jiang Shuo, what is going on? He just transferred, right? How could a perfectly healthy person just die? Jiang Shuo learned of Hu Jiuzhong's demise many years later. The transfer was, in reality, a transition into the hospital. Shaking his head, Jiang Shuo replied, let us not dwell on it for now. After the gathering, we'll go pay our respects. He always said his greatest wish was to have a sip of Wulianya. I'll bring him a bottle. Hao Jiangwo lost his earlier boisterous spirit and settled into a quieter rhythm, sharing drinks with Jiang Shuo. Meanwhile, Li Qian continued to keep a watchful eye on Jiang Shuo. Sensing something was amiss, she contemplated approaching them several times but ultimately felt that reconciling so easily would undermine the situation. She could only pout in frustration. After more than an hour, the group had shed enough tears reminiscing about their high school days, and the meal had been thoroughly enjoyed. In one of the rooms, Yi Jiahao, exuding the aura of a successful individual, emerged with the shop owner, both chuckling heartily. The dozens of patrons in the hall fell silent. Yi Jiahao cast a glance at the high school students and, deliberately raising his voice, announced, "Manager Fong, shall we finalize this project then?" Manager Fong felt a twinge of annoyance. "Didn't I just purchase a few air conditioners from you? What project are you talking about?" Without giving it much thought, he responded with a smile, "Young Yi's capabilities are no less than your father's. In this world, it ultimately belongs to the youth." Yi Jiahao felt a surge of delight within. He had been waiting for the owner to praise him in front of so many people. With a grin, he replied, "Manager Fong, you flatter me. For young people to aspire to greater heights, we still need you seasoned individuals to lead the way. Oh, by the way, everyone here is my Qianqian's classmate. Being high school graduates, we ought to gather. This treat is on me." A wave of amusement rippled through the 30-some boys, each secretly anticipating how this fellow would maintain his FAAD. President Fong laughed heartily. All right, that little Meng, please bring over their bill for settlement. Apply a 10% discount." "Yes." A young woman promptly organized the order and brought it over. Upon receiving the bill, President Fong paused momentarily. "Is there a mistake?" "President Fong, I have checked it several times, and there is no error. The total is 8,200. 8,200? Yi Jiahao was taken aback. Quickly snatching the bill to examine it, his complexion turning pale. "The total value of the business I negotiated amounts to merely 13,000. How could you have consumed 8,200? If my father finds out that I spent 8,200 on a single deal, he would surely beat me to a pulp upon my return home." He began to feel increasingly anxious. At that moment, Jiang Shuo approached, holding a bottle of wine. His gaze fixed intently on Yi Jiahao. "If you lack the means, do not venture out to flaunt your wealth. Remember this, in the future. Refrain from invoking your family's Qianqian at every turn. I have encountered many shameless individuals, yet I have never come across someone as audacious as you." Chapter 29. Never forgive you. Yi Jiahao's temper flared as he glared at the bottle of wine in Jiang Shuo's hand, his expression darkening. "Who says I can't afford the bill? Yet here you are, consuming my provisions and expecting to take more away with you? Such despicable behavior." Jiang Shuo chuckled softly, shaking his head as he pulled out over 500 yuan from his pocket and threw it at Yi Jiahao's face. "This bottle of wine is on me. As for Hao Jiangwo's meals and drinks, I shall cover those as well. I'll pay for Li Qian's share too. Spare me your pretentious bravado. Do you think you're impressive just because of a wealthy father? Without him, you're nothing but a lump of mud. Hao Jiangwo, let's go." "I'm heading to see the third brother," he said, turning on his heel and striding towards the door, with Hao Jiangwo hastily following suit. Yi Jiahao, infuriated, shouted, "Jiang Shuo, what did you just say? Clarify your words." Suddenly, Lu Sudong appeared, blocking his path. "Mr. Yi, you did say you would treat us today. You cannot simply walk away now. Indeed, we indulged ourselves only because of your generous spirit, Mr. Yi," several classmates chimed in. "Class 219 will forever remember this generous feast you have provided. You shall remain immortal in our hearts." A cluster of classmates gathered around, determined not to let Yi Jiahao escape the burden of the several thousand yuan bill. Frustrated yet powerless, Yi Jiahao could only grimace as he walked to the front desk to call his family for money. Upon turning back, he noticed that Li Qian had also rushed out, trailing after Jiang Shuo. Anger surged within him, causing old blood to rise. On the cramped, three-wheeled motorcycle, Hao Jiangwo appeared quite uncomfortable. Once the three were seated, Li Qian fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Shuo, who remained silent, staring out at the passing scenery. Moments later, Li Qian abruptly turned to Hao Jiangwo. "Hao Jiangwo, don't look at me like that. This place is too small for me to escape. Should I jump out of the vehicle while you two carry on?" "Humph." Li Qian's delicate face showed a hint of irritation, yet it exuded a playful charm. "Tell me, where do you wish to go? Hu Jiao Zhang, do you remember him?" Jiang Shuo turned his head to look at Li Qian. Li Qian paused, recalling, "The skinny one with glasses, always trailing behind you two?" Jiang Shuo nodded. "Yes, we are going to see him." "Oh, where did he transfer to? It's been ages since I last saw him." Jiang Shuo reached for a cigarette, placing it between his lips, but upon noticing Li Qian across from him, he tucked it back into his pocket. "He's passed away." "What? How is that possible?" Li Qian was utterly shocked, primarily due to his youth. Jiang Shuo glanced at her and smiled suddenly. "We are going to his grave now. Are you still coming along?" I have nothing to fear," Li Qian replied. Though fear flickered in her eyes, she refused to concede. Jiang Shuo shook his head. I apologize for my earlier behavior in the restaurant. I was reminded of that young man, and my mood turned quite sour. Oh, I'm fine, Li Qian instinctively responded, but then reconsidered, realizing that this rogue had been rude to her in the restaurant. I cannot forgive him so easily. Soon, there was a change of heart. I will never forgive you. You infuriate me. Regardless, my idol is Aoki, and you stand no chance. Aoki, the young lady exclaimed. I, too, am quite fond of Aoki. The driver unexpectedly interjected. Li Qian seemed to have found a kindred spirit. Indeed, right, master? Aoki is quite handsome. Handsome or not? I cannot say, the driver replied with a chuckle, but I appreciate him for providing us an additional 5 yuan. Isn't the new owner of the Hongguang arcade a bit foolish? He came over to help us replace this awning and even gave us 5 yuan. How could such a simpleton exist in this day and age? Jiang Shuo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Li Qian, with curiosity, asked, Master, have you ever met the owner of the Hongguang arcade? The girl was currently concocting a scheme to establish a good rapport with the owner, hoping it might lead to an introduction to Aoki. After all, if one could invite him to assist, surely they could arrange for me to meet him. The driver chuckled and shook his head. I do not know such a simpleton. However, I have heard that this owner possesses considerable resources. Yet no one really knows their identity. Jiang Shuo felt somewhat speechless. Why did they make it all so mysterious? Unbeknownst to him, the Hongguang arcade had already embedded itself in the hearts of every resident of Jiangyang City. The streets were plastered with advertisements for the arcade, and they had even invited Aoki, who had recently taken the city by storm. How could the gaze of Jiangyang City not be drawn to this arcade? With a helpless glance at Li Qian, he suddenly wore a mischievous smile. If given a choice between Aoki and me, whom would you select? Li Qian was taken aback by Jiang Shuo's sudden inquiry. Stammering in confusion, she replied, You, is this even a question? You are just a classmate. How can you compare to my Aoki? You do not even come close. How Zhang Wo, observing from the side, sighed softly, glancing at Li Qian. Feeling a pang of sympathy for her, it seemed she would never escape the clutches of this rascal, Jiang Shuo. The ice cream goddess had vanished just like that. Pretending he had not heard, Jiang Shuo chuckled. Ah, so if you were to confess and Aoki rejected you, what would you do? Would you choose me? Impossible. Even if I had to choose Hao Zhang Wo, I would not choose you. You are merely a little rascal, humph. Hao Zhang Wo quickly interjected. No, both of you. Please keep your romantic banter to yourselves and leave me out of it. Humph. Jiang Shuo, do not speak to me anymore. I do not wish to engage with you. Li Qian turned her head away. Jiang Shuo, captivated by her exquisitely charming visage, suddenly felt an impulsive urge to plant a kiss on her delicate, rosy lips. However, upon glancing at Hao Zhang Wo, who occupied 2 seats like an obnoxious light bulb, he cursed inwardly. Had I known, I should not have brought this fellow along. Thus, he resigned himself to the situation. After more than 10 minutes, the tricycle wobbled its way onto a small road outside Jiangyang City. Within, there lay a solitary grave, quietly assembled. Beside it stood a grand tree, casting its shadow, silently gazing upon the winding, serpentine bluestone road, as if watching over the unfinished journey of its occupant. As a few individuals alighted from their vehicle, a palpable heaviness enveloped their spirits. Li Qian, timid by nature, hesitated to approach. Jiang Shuo instructed her to wait on the road. Upon entering, Hao Zhang Wo's gaze fixated on the inscription of Hu Jiaozhang upon the gravestone, rendering him momentarily speechless. He murmured, This lad, he truly has departed. Why did you not utter a word? For the past 2 years, I have scolded you each morning for not reaching out. Could you not find peace? At the very least, you could have visited me in a dream. Jiang Shuo paid him no heed, instead uncorking a bottle of Wuliangye, pouring a small amount onto the gravestone. Brother, I have brought you a bottle of Wuliangye on the day of your passing. Neither Hao Zhang Wo nor I were present to pay our respects. Today, we make amends. Chapter 30. Despair of Li Qian. Jiang Shuo, in a state of vexation, took a swig from the bottle. Jiang Shuo, pour me a drink as well, Hao Zhang Wo said, taking the bottle and indulging himself. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat, igniting a warmth deep within his chest. Tears began to glisten on Hao Zhang Wo's plump face. Jiang Shuo reclaimed the bottle from him, and the two sat before the tomb of Hu Jiaozhang, reminiscing and conversing. On the roadside, Li Qian observed Jiang Shuo, and for reasons unknown, a sudden pang of compassion surged within her. It dawned on her that this rogue, too, possessed a heart full of sentiment and loyalty. Finding a large stone, she seated herself upon it, resting her chin on her hand, gazing dreamily at the inebriated Jiang Shuo. As they continued to drink, Jiang Shuo suddenly began to hum a tune. You say your favorite is the lilac, for your name is akin to hers. Such a melancholic flower. How sentimental a soul you are. The flowers blooming before the grave embodied the beauty he yearned for, as they blanketed the mountains and valleys. The song Lilac was penned by Ding Lei in memory of a girl who had perished in a car accident, in the innocent days of love and longing. Certain tales possess the power to move the heart. This melody transcended boundaries, meant for lovers and brothers alike. Li Qian's thoughts momentarily froze. Qingmu? Just as she resolved to listen intently, Jiang Shuo and Hao Jiangwo leaned to the side, succumbing to slumber. Li Qian was taken aback and hurried over. Hey. How can you sleep here? Wake up, Jiang Shuo. You scoundrel, there's no one around. What am I to do? A young girl, alone in a desolate wilderness, before a solitary grave. How could she not feel fear? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Hu Jiozhang. He had seemingly penned a love letter to her. Glancing at the lonely grave, tears streamed down her cheeks. Woo, Jiang Shuo, you rascal, are you deliberately trying to frighten me? Woo, this is infuriating. I won't bother with you anymore. Li Qian, leaving behind the two slumbering figures, contemplated her departure. Yet, what if Jiang Shuo were to be devoured by wild boars? How reckless of him to sleep now. Woo. She turned back, her fragile form determined to drag Jiang Shuo to the road, away from Hu Jiozhang's grave, where it would at least feel less daunting. As she wept, she struggled to pull Jiang Shuo along. Eventually, they reached a ditch, and in a moment of carelessness, Jiang Shuo tumbled into the water. The shock rendered her speechless, and without a second thought, she slipped into the ditch after him. Hastily, she turned his head. Woo. Jiang Shuo, you fool, can't you wake up? It's terrifying here. The ditch was not particularly deep, yet as a small girl, she lacked the strength to lift Jiang Shuo out. Thus, they remained there, submerged. At that moment, Li Qian's appearance could only be described as a picture of utter disarray. Soaked to the bone, the water lapping at her knees, her fair, delicate thighs were smeared with mud. She could only crouch in the water, cradling Jiang Shuo's head, fearing that if she let go, this fellow would drown. The expression on her face was one of utter despair. As if the heavens had turned a deaf ear and the earth had betrayed her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, resembling a weeping willow. She incessantly scolded Jiang Shuo for bringing her to such a place. As her cries subsided, fatigue overtook her, and with sore arms, she resigned herself to the circumstances, closing her eyes and waiting for Jiang Shuo to awaken. An hour later, Jiang Shuo groggily opened his eyes and was startled to find himself in the water. However, upon noticing Li Qian holding his head, he froze in place, staring intently at her muddy face. Her long eyelashes rested delicately on her eyelids, and beneath her prominent nose were soft, rosy lips that exuded a unique beauty. Unable to resist, he leaned in closer, their lips mere half a centimeter apart. When a thunderous voice erupted from the shore, "What on earth are you doing in the water?" Li Qian's beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened, catching sight of Jiang Shuo's intentions. "What do you think you're doing?" she exclaimed, noticing the mud on his lips. "I was just trying to wipe it off," Jiang Shuo replied with faint seriousness. In a fluster, Li Qian quickly released him and scrambled back onto the shore. However, her dress, now soaked, clung to her figure, and as she climbed up, Jiang Shuo inadvertently caught a glimpse of a lovely lace trim. He swallowed hard. Even at 40, with a heart hardened by age, it inexplicably raced. Once on land, Li Qian hastily adjusted her dress, glaring furiously at Jiang Shuo. "You idiot! Are you ever coming out of the water?" "All right," Jiang Shuo exclaimed as he stood up, casting a fierce glance at Hao Jiangwo. "Why did you have to lean in just when we were so close?" Hao Jiangwo realized he had interrupted Jiang Shuo's moment and averted his gaze. "I swear I saw nothing. I won't tell anyone about what happened in the water today. What could possibly happen between us?" "Hao Jiangwo, shut your filthy mouth." Li Qian fumed, feeling a wave of indignation wash over her. Why had she come here with them? She stomped her foot in frustration and walked towards the road. Not daring to linger in Jiang Shuo's presence after ruining his moment, Hao Jiangwo followed her. "Sister Qian, don't be mad. I didn't mean to interrupt you." "Ah, Hao Jiangwo, shut your piggish mouth, or I'll tear it apart." "All right, big sister. Don't be angry. Anger doesn't suit a fairy. Who is your big sister? You're all idiots." Jiang Shuo glanced at the cigarette Hao Jiangwo had dropped on the ground, picked it up, and lit 3 sticks, placing them before Hu Jiozhang's tombstone. He lit one for himself and clenched his fist. "Brother, even in the underworld, you wish for us to find happiness. Thank you. Beneath the 9 springs, may you be the groom each night. I shall return to visit you another day." Thus, I trudged across the road, drenched in my wet attire. Upon my return to the city, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. The twilight was deepening, the sky adorned with a splendid array of evening clouds, illuminated by the resplendent golden rays of the setting sun. Under this sunset, a silent couple traversed the old street. How Jiang Shuo, acutely aware that he had disrupted someone's good fortune, felt a sense of obligation to flag down a motorcycle for his return home. Upon reaching the entrance of the police family's compound, Li Qian suddenly inhaled deeply. With a piercing gaze fixed upon Jiang Shuo, she stated, "As for today's events, consider them to have never occurred. I contemplated for quite some time during our journey, and I must confess, I still do not wish to pursue a romantic relationship. My heart still belongs to Qingmu. I apologize, Jiang Shuo." Chapter 31. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. However, who was Jiang Shuo? A mere girl of 17 or 18 attempting to put on a fade before a man in his 40s. Did he not see through such trivial antics? With a mischievous smile, he remarked, "Very well, let us part ways from this moment." With that, he turned and walked away. Li Qian felt a bit dazed. She had not anticipated Jiang Shuo would speak in such a manner. She nearly rushed after him to inquire the meaning of his words. Yet, seeing his resolute demeanor, tears welled in her eyes. The pride of a goddess could not bow down. Cursing under her breath, she exclaimed, "Jiang Shuo, you scoundrel. You only know how to bully me." After uttering this, she hastily dashed into the building. Suddenly, a head popped out from the window above. Li Yujun asked, "You're calling for Jiang Shuo, right? Come to my house. Uncle has something to discuss with you." Dismayed, Jiang Shuo glanced back and took off running. In the days that followed, the advertisement for the Hongguang arcade had completely captivated the entire city. Each day, numerous men and women flocked to the arcade, shouting for Qingmu. However, each time the roller shutter descended, a hefty figure weighing around 200 pounds would suddenly appear, grinning at them, which left them quite disgruntled, forcing them to depart with complaints. Li Qian had not reached out to Jiang Shuo during this time, seemingly engrossed in preparing how to confess her feelings to Qingmu. As for Zhang Qianqian and his wife, they utilized Jiang Shuo's modest funds to lease a small storefront near Min Square, continuing to sell their pancakes. Jiang Shuo, too, was quite busy, until one day the narrow street of a couple hundred meters was densely packed with people coming to see Qingmu, akin to the arrival of a superstar. A grand stage was erected at the entrance of the Hongguang arcade, arranged with the assistance of Kong Yunfei. Jiang Shuo donned a mask and took a deep breath, contemplating whether he should simply pursue a career as a star. Operating an arcade hardly compared to the earnings of a celebrity. How Jiang Shuo, grinning slyly beside him, chimed in, "Sure, I'll help you reach out to those Annies." "Get lost," Jiang Shuo retorted, giving him a kick. Kong Yunfei raced over from the front, urging, "What are you all dawdling for? It's time to get on stage. Hurry up." How Jiang Shuo responded promptly. As Jiang Shuo walked past the arcade, he beheld the dazzling stage ahead, a feeling of stepping towards dawn and dreams blossoming within him. Outside, the host announced Qingmu's entrance, and the throng erupted in excitement. Jiang Shuo, holding a guitar, ascended the stage. "Qingmu, I love you. Qingmu, you're so handsome. Qingmu, will you sleep with me?" A cacophony of cheers quickly overshadowed Jiang Shuo. He raised his hand to silence the crowd, which gradually quieted. Scanning the sea of faces, he indeed spotted Li Qian amidst the throng, holding a bouquet of flowers, her face alight with anticipation and excitement. He shook his head in bemusement and, bowing slightly to the audience, began, "I am deeply grateful for the affection of the people of Jiangyang City. I am grateful for your ability to appreciate my music. Recently, while passing through a certain place, I stumbled upon a splendid melody that inspired me deeply. I wish to share it with everyone. The song is titled Lilac Flower." Oh yes, Aoki, I adore you. Please sing it," cried Li Qian amidst the crowd. Jiang Shuo smiled at her, which brought her immense joy. However, once Jiang Shuo began to sing, doubts began to cloud her mind. Isn't this song sung by Jiang Shuo? How could Aoki possibly hear him sing? Where on earth has that rascal been these past few days? Is he off charming other women again? What is Jiang Shuo up to right now? Although Li Qian had not thought about Jiang Shuo for a while, a sudden reminder ignited a torrent of fantasies about him in her mind, leaving her with a twinge of melancholy. But then she resolved, if we don't contact each other, so be it. I still have Aoki. Ah, Aoki, you are so handsome. I love you. Other than Lilac Flower, Jiang Shuo had not performed any new songs, only those he had sung at the plaza. His demeanor was rather arrogant. After finishing, he simply stepped off the stage. The atmosphere nearly erupted into chaos, with various voices clamoring for Aoki to perform another song. Many lingered at the entrance of the arcade, reluctant to depart. After a 2-hour launch event concluded, the arcade was ablaze with excitement. Li Qian and his crew were bustling about, while Kang Yunfei grinned widely as she collected payments. In the courtyard behind the arcade, a girl in sweatpants scaled the wall with flowers in hand. Humph. If they won't let me in, I'll just climb over. Suddenly, she pointed at the passing Hao Jiangwo. Hao Jiangwo, why do I keep seeing you everywhere? Hao Jiangwo was momentarily stunned, incredulously gazing at Li Qian. Sister Qian Yu. Climbed over? Humph. What business is it of yours? Where's Aoki? I demand to see him. The girl who had scaled the wall was none other than Li Qian. She had been keeping a close watch on the arcade. Several times before, she had attempted to rush into the backyard but was thwarted each time. From her observations, Aoki had not left at all. With the main route blocked, she resorted to the less conventional path. A goddess from Jiangyang High School, reduced to the point of scaling a wall to see a man. Thankfully, they had all graduated. Otherwise, it would have caused quite a stir throughout the school. Aoki must be in that room. I shall go find him now. Humph. That little rascal Jiang Shuo has always looked down on me. I shall bring Aoki to him and see him seethe with jealousy. With that, Li Qian darted towards a nearby room. Hao Jiangwo quickly reacted, intercepting her. Qian, don't be impulsive. Aoki has already left. You cannot just barge in. It's none of your business. Hao Jiangwo, get out of my way. I cannot let you through. You cannot just enter there at will. Li Qian, driven to desperation, delivered a swift kick to the most vital part of Hao Jiangwo. Damn, that hurt. Sister Kong, hurry over and check if I'm injured. Hao Jiangwo's face turned an alarming shade of purple as he crouched on the ground. With a heart full of joy, Li Qian burst into the room. Qingmu, I love you. The door swung open, revealing Jiang Shuo, who leaned against the frame with a roguish grin. You love me? How come you're here? Li Qian stared at Jiang Shuo in disbelief. Jiang Shuo shrugged nonchalantly, because I am Qingmu. You scoundrel. How dare you impersonate Qingmu? With that, she shoved Jiang Shuo aside and rushed in. Jiang Shuo let out a soft sigh. Believe it or not, it's up to you. He shrugged once more and proceeded to check on the business operations. As he arrived at the front, he noticed Li Qian bustling about. Approaching him, he offered a cigarette. How's it going? Li Qian replied, somewhat exhilarated. In less than 3 hours, the store's revenue has already surpassed 2,000. The main profit source is those 20 fruit machines. They consume coins at an astonishing rate. Chapter 32, Under Surveillance 2000. In the current market situation, that sum is astronomical. The operational costs of an arcade are not particularly high, requiring merely a modest amount for electricity. After deducting expenses such as rent and labor, at least 1,000 of those 2,000 could find its way into Jiang Shuo's pocket. Moreover, this figure represents the revenue for just 3 hours of business. Nevertheless, Jiang Shuo remained remarkably composed. If reincarnation were solely for such trifling gains, then the worth of this rebirth would be utterly devoid of significance. He patted his shoulder and encouraged, work hard. As I mentioned, I will help you earn a little money, at least more than you would on the streets. Li Qian nodded eagerly, his demeanor becoming more serious. Brother Shuo, if our store is thriving, it inevitably means that other arcades are suffering. People have flocked to our establishment. I just saw Fang Guangqing, the owner of Tomorrow Arcade, running back and forth to our store multiple times. I worry he might take some drastic action. Fang Guangqing was once a figure from the era of Yuan Yaowen, reaching a peak in Jiangyang where he stood on equal footing with Yuan. However, after opening an arcade and being overshadowed by Yuan several times, he began to fade from the scene, effectively washing his hands of the underworld. Jiang Shuo, who often frequented the arcade scene, was well aware of Jiangyang's most prominent Tomorrow Arcade. He furrowed his brow slightly. Has this individual had any interactions with us? Li Qian responded, there has been no contact. He just came to take a look and left. Brother Shuo, this person has a reputation for unscrupulous methods. Even if he is engaged in legitimate business now, he is not a principled person. Given that we have taken so much of their clientele, he is likely to make a move. Jiang Shuo pondered, placing a cigarette between his lips. Competition is a natural aspect of business. But if the opposing party employs underhanded tactics, it could become troublesome. Suddenly, a thought of a certain individual crossed his mind. It seemed the time had come to forge a deeper connection with this influential figure. He extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. Do not dwell on it too much. I will take care of it. Li Qian nodded in agreement. All right, I'll get back to work. Just as Jiang Shuo prepared to leave, Li Qian approached from behind, an air of dejection about her. She looked captivating as she asked, Jiang Shuo, when did Qingmu leave? I didn't even get to see him. Jiang Shuo cast her a glance and chuckled lightly. It's all right. Without Qingmu, You still have me. Li Qian's expression immediately turned stern. You're overthinking it. I said it's best if everyone forgets about that incident. Jiang Shuo gazed at her. Are you referring to that moment when you held on to me in the water? You. I can't continue this conversation. Li Qian huffed angrily and stormed out of the arcade. Jiang Shuo hastily followed her, stepping closer. Let me walk with you. If we can't be lovers, surely we can be friends. If that is not possible, we can't sever our bond as classmates either. Seeing him adopt a more earnest demeanor, Li Qian felt her spirits lift somewhat and took a deep breath. Fine, I'll treat you to ice cream. You're treating me to that again? Yes. You wretched scoundrel, I have invited you twice, and both times you declined. Today, you simply must accept. This thought weighed heavily on Li Qian's mind. It was always I who turned others down, yet you rejected me on 2 occasions. Jiang Shuo shook his head, conceding. Very well, I shall treat you. The two of them strolled down the street, each holding an ice cream purchased from a nearby convenience store. Li Qian, like a young girl, was filled with anticipation for the university life that awaited her, reminiscing about her past high school experiences. Jiang Shuo, rarely serious, walked alongside her, engaged in conversation as they traversed the road. The next day at the arcade, Fang Guanxuan spent the entirety of his day preoccupied with the Hongguang arcade. The arrival of Qingmu caused quite a stir, resulting in an empty establishment. The primary reason for his unrest lay in the fruit machines at the Hongguang arcade, which rendered him unable to remain composed. A couple of months prior, he had visited the provincial capital for an assessment and ordered a batch of fruit machines. But they would not arrive for at least another 3 months. Those machines operated under a gambler's logic. Once one sat down, the desire to win more tokens became overwhelming, and leaving became a distant thought. Conversely, losing would lead to an incessant preoccupation with recovering losses. The prospect of waiting 3 months seemed intolerable. By that time, the opportunity would have long passed. Thus, he sought numerous individuals to investigate the identity of the new owner of the Hongguang arcade. A subordinate entered the room. Boss Fang, I have uncovered the truth. It is a high school student named Jiang Shuo. The machines were shipped directly from Guang Province. A high school student? Guang Province. Fang Guanxuan was taken aback by this revelation. How could a mere student establish contact with manufacturers in Guang Province? What was his lineage? What connections did he possess? The subordinate lowered his gaze. His parents sell pancakes near Minmin Square. They have no connections. And we are still unclear on how he reached out to the manufacturers in Guang Province. Fang Guanxuan exhaled sharply, his expression darkening. Incompetent fool. The subordinate quickly averted his gaze, fearful of Fang's wrath. After a moment, Fang Guanxuan's anger had somewhat subsided. Who was overseeing his interests? A man named Li Qian, a minor street leader. While he might be somewhat notorious on the streets, he did not hold significant sway in Jianyang City. A petty thug? Fang Guanxuan instantly relaxed. That makes things easier. You have a group of miscreants under your command, correct? From this day forth, let them occupy the Hongguang arcade for me. I trust you know how to handle this. Over the years, he had engaged in numerous such dealings, which was why he had managed to establish his presence in Jianyang City. The subordinate understood the directive, nodded in agreement, and departed. After escorting Li Qian back, Jiang Shuo found himself preoccupied with thoughts of the arcade. He had arrived at his doorstep, but hailed a motorcycle to the Dong'an building instead, intent on meeting Qin Jijun. As a high school student, arranging a meeting with Qin Jijun was no simple task. Initially, the receptionist refused to relay his request. There was no way around it. He had once again commenced his eloquent flattery. The young lady, overwhelmed by his compliments, could only reach out to the assistant of the chairman upstairs. The call was promptly returned, summoning Jiang Shuo to ascend. With a playful wink at the receptionist, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mississippi. I shall certainly keep your number and will be sure to call you often. With a sense of triumph, he tucked the number she had written for him into his pocket and made his way to the elevator. The receptionist's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as if she were on the brink of falling in love. However, a moment of doubt struck her. Wasn't this young man merely a high school student? Why had she inexplicably given him her number? Had she lost her mind? What if he were to call her while her boyfriend was nearby? Perhaps she should consider breaking up with him? The receptionist found herself in a state of disarray. Chapter 33, Progressive Ideals. Jiang Shuo arrived punctually at the chairman's office to meet Qin Jijun. He sensed that Qin's willingness to see him stemmed merely from the familial bond associated with his uncle and aunt. However, Qin was preoccupied upon Zhang's entrance. He gestured for him to take a seat on the sofa while he perused a set of documents, frowning in concern. As a high school student, Zhang had no reservations and simply listened attentively. Eventually, he could not contain himself and spoke up. Mr. Chen, are you troubled by the development of the new land? Chen Jijun's vice president frowned, thinking it inappropriate for a high school student to interject. Nevertheless, as this was the boss's guest, he refrained from voicing his discontent. Chen looked up, smiling. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Xiao Jiang. I'll be with you shortly. It's no trouble, Jiang replied, a hint of shyness in his voice. I've heard so much, and I can't shake the feeling that your current approach may lead to a significant misstep. Chen Jijun smiled and inquired, what are your thoughts? Xiao Jiang? The vice president could hardly contain his irritation. This project was concluded after thorough discussion among our company's leadership. How could there be an issue? Being contradicted by a student in front of the boss felt like an affront to him. Chen Jijun slightly furrowed his brow. Yang, we must be open to diverse opinions at this critical juncture. Yang hastily nodded, not daring to dismiss the matter. Xiao Jiang, please share your insights from your observer's perspective. The fact that the largest real estate magnate in Jiaoyang was willing to hear a student's opinion spoke volumes about Chen Jijun's exceptional character. It was evident that his future success as a provincial tycoon would not merely rely on familiar resources. Jiang Shuo, feeling emboldened, produced a cigarette from his red pagoda mountain pack, adopting a somewhat rebellious demeanor. He began, as the real estate bubble continues to expand. The future of the industry will undoubtedly favor smaller units, especially in light of the financial crisis affecting the Southeast Asian markets this year. I believe you should focus on two key strategies. First, for the properties currently slated for development, convert larger units into smaller ones, 2-bedroom units of 60 square meters and 3-bedroom units of 90 square meters to better align with market demand. Second, consolidate funds to secure land in preparation for the impending new round of the real estate bubble. Nonsense. Yang could no longer hold his tongue. The local mindset in Jiaoyang revolves around family living together. Your argument for smaller units simply doesn't hold water. Moreover, with banks tightening their funding amidst uncertain market conditions, pursuing land acquisition now is risky. What if it backfires? This was the conventional wisdom in real estate. A significant number of real estate companies nationwide had already collapsed in the first half of the year, primarily due to the repercussions of the Southeast Asian financial crisis. Yet, most only perceived the immediate situation, failing to grasp the future. Jiang Shuo thought to himself that in the future, even a small place like Jiang'an could see property prices soar to 16,000 per square meter. I fear that they may soon regard me as insane and expel me. Shaking my head, I acknowledged the wisdom in Yang's words. Conservatism can lead to enduring success. Yet, the consequence of being overly cautious is the perpetual forfeiture of opportunities, which elucidates why, despite starting from the same starting line, some soar to great heights while others remain stagnant, making no progress whatsoever. Chen Jijun's eyes clearly sparkled with admiration for Jiang Shuo, a sentiment quite uncharacteristic of a high school student. He relished listening to his subordinates articulate differing viewpoints, often arriving at pivotal decisions through their debates. Thus, he refrained from interrupting. Yang, striving to suppress his temper, insisted, do not hastily dismiss my inquiries with grand theories. First, address the question I posed earlier. Jiang Shuo shook his head and began to articulate a rationale based on pressing needs. At that time, the term urgent need had yet to emerge. Most developers were focused solely on large properties, neglecting this segment of the market. An urgent need refers to individuals with limited financial means who are nonetheless eager to purchase a home and settle in the city. The notion of a family living together pales in comparison to the desire for establishing a home. The affordability of smaller units perfectly aligns with their aspirations. The Southeast Asian financial crisis of 1998 had a far-reaching impact, resulting in the demise of numerous real estate companies in the first half of the year. If real estate firms continued to adhere to outdated strategies, their plight would only worsen. A shift in mindset was imperative. Initially resistant to Jiang Shuo's perspective, Yang found himself silenced as he listened, fixated on the high school student before him. Who was this young man? And how did he possess such profound insights into the real estate market? This was far beyond the understanding of an inexperienced student. His advanced theories resembled those of a seasoned real estate strategist. Regarding land acquisition, Jiang Shuo employed an exaggerated theory suggesting that future property prices could be tenfold what they are now to substantiate his claims. He argued that the gamble lies not in the present but in the future. Chen Jijun erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed. The son of Jiang Haoran possesses the same formidable spirit as his father. He always sees a step further than others." Yang, taken aback, questioned, "Mr. Chen, are you saying this boy is the son of Mr. Jiang?" Lingering doubts clouded Jiang Shuo's mind as he interjected, Mr. Chen, how do you know my father? His parents, Jiang Dashan and his wife, had never spoken of him beforehand. They had vanished in a car accident a month prior, leaving him with no recollection. Chen Jijun smiled at Yang. Old Yang, you may step out. I wish to converse with him. Yang appeared to hold great respect for Jiang Shuo's father. Nodding to the young man with genuine goodwill as he departed, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Once Yang had left, Chen Jijun chuckled. I had the fortune of sharing a drink with your father in the provincial capital many years ago. Oh, do not misunderstand. I am not probing into your background. It was after the incident at the square that Yuan Yaowen required an explanation from me. He spoke of your father's past. Back then, the people of Zhongyang City were unaware that Yuan Yaowen was secretly supported by your father, for whom he has always held deep gratitude. Chen, are you sure you haven't mistaken someone? How could Yuan Yaowen possibly be connected to my father? Jiang Shuo found it hard to believe. Chen Jijun smiled at him. I can also surmise the thoughts of your aunt and uncle. They likely wish to protect you. Your father was quite a figure in his time, yet he attracted much jealousy, and many wished for his downfall. Jiang Shuo's mind was still somewhat dazed. To be precise, it was his first encounter with the truth about his father. Hadn't his uncle and aunt always portrayed him as an ordinary businessman? Why did even someone as esteemed as Chen Jijun speak of him with such reverence? What kind of person was my father back then? Chapter 34. The mountain. Just as Jiang Shuo was about to inquire further, Chen Jijun abruptly halted the conversation. Pray tell, what brings you here today? Jiang Shuo struggled to emerge from the depths of his thoughts regarding his rather unremarkable father. He resolved to question his uncle and aunt thoroughly upon his return. With newfound seriousness, he spoke. Mr. Chen, the day before yesterday, while dining out with friends, I inadvertently overheard a conversation at the adjacent table. It pertained to you. Chen Jijun took a sip of water. Were they disparaging me as an unscrupulous real estate developer? There are plenty in Zhongyang City who speak ill of me. Jiang Shuo shook his head. I caught wind of one name amidst their chatter, Tian Erdong. Suddenly, Chen Jijun stood up, his previously composed demeanor evaporating. As if the mention of this name had unearthed his most sensitive fears. He fixed a dark glare upon Jiang Shuo, as if preparing for battle. Where did you encounter this individual? Where is he now? Feigning ignorance, Jiang Shuo replied, in the left bank community on South Fuching Avenue. I cannot vouch for the accuracy of this address, but they mentioned that he is temporarily residing there. Mr. Chen, you seen Chen Jijun quickly regain control over his emotions. Silently scrutinizing Jiang Shuo, sensing ulterior motives, he inquired, what is your intent in providing me with this information? Feigning innocence, Jiang Shuo responded, what could my intentions be, Mr. Chen? I merely overheard them incessantly berating you and plotting against you, so I felt compelled to offer a warning. Ah, so they have pursued me all the way to Zhongyang. Chen Jijun exclaimed, slamming the table in frustration, his anger palpable. 3 or 4 years prior, Chen Jijun had been abruptly ousted from his family. The pretext was embezzlement of family funds in a significant project. But the truth was that his brother had conspired with his confidants to frame him. Tian Erdong was pivotal in that affair, serving as a financial officer under him. Following the incident, Tian Erdong vanished without a trace. If Chen could locate him, redemption would be within reach. This matter had been discussed by Chen Jijun during a past gathering with Jiang Shuo, where he lamented that the very nemesis he had been seeking was, in fact, in Zhongyang City. They had indulged in a few too many drinks, and Chen had mentioned this community, which remained etched in his memory as it was directly opposite Li Qian's residence. Jiang Shuo's purpose for visiting today was uncomplicated, to relay this information in hopes of garnering Chen Jijun's respect. To gain his recognition would equate to securing a formidable ally. As for Fang Guangqing and his ilk, should they dare approach, they would find themselves crushed beneath the weight of this mountain. However, he had not anticipated the revelation that Chen Jijun was a close friend of his father, and that Yuan Yaowen was also associated with his father's past. Observing Chen Jijun's fury, Jiang Shuo smiled and asked, Mr. Chen, I am not well versed in other matters. By the way, do you know of a person named Fang Guangqing? Chen Jijun calmed himself, gazing at Jiang Shuo, realizing that the young man had indeed come with ulterior motives. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, the one who runs the arcade? Jiang Shuo nodded affirmatively. Yes, the one who runs the arcade. I've heard that his methods of competition are rather unscrupulous. With a chuckle, he continued, Mr. Chen, I've opened an arcade today, and business is thriving. Fang Guangquan has visited several times today. I'm feeling quite anxious. Chen Jijun's eyes glimmered as he looked at him. Is it true that the popular Hongguang arcade in Jiaoyang City is yours? Jiang Shuo replied enthusiastically, indeed. I'm just trying to earn some tuition and engage in small business ventures, which is no easy feat, Mr. Chen. If Chen Jijun remained unaware of Jiang Shuo's intentions at this point, it would have been a disservice to his years of experience. With a sidelong glance, he pulled a piece of paper from the table and wrote down a number, Yuan Yaowen's phone number. You don't need to go through me for this. Simply reach out to Yuan Yaowen directly. He will certainly assist you, given his bond with your father. Jiang Shuo carefully accepted the number. I had no idea my father was such a remarkable figure. Thank you, Mr. Chen, he added. I'll be sure to tell my uncle and aunt about this and arrange a VIP experience for you, with a 50% discount on sesame cakes. You have quite the sense of humor, unlike your father, Chen Jijun remarked with a smile. Now it's getting late. I should go home and spend time with my daughter. Allow me to escort you out. The two exited the office, exchanging laughter, their camaraderie resembling that of old friends. Chen Jijun regarded Jiang Shuo as a younger relative, causing the employees outside to gaze in astonishment, pondering if he might be Mr. Chen's nephew. Upon reaching the lobby, the flustered young woman who had been waiting for a long time spotted Jiang Shuo and hurried over. Will you really call me? However, upon noticing Chen Jijun beside him, she quickly lowered her head. Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry. Jiang Shuo appeared quite embarrassed. Chen Jijun observed him with a teasing smile. Have you charmed my company's receptionist as well? Well, I was just joking, Jiang Shuo stammered. The receptionist, feeling humiliated, was left bewildered by the playful banter. Armed with Yuan Yaowen's number, Jiang Shuo felt a sense of assurance. After departing from Dong'an Building, he made his way directly to Wayman Square, seeking out the pancake shop owned by Zhang Qianqian and his wife. A long line had formed outside, showcasing the strength of their long-established brand. Now, with a physical storefront, they were finally reaping the rewards of their years of hard work. Previously, the couple only operated in the evenings due to restrictions on street vending during the day. The nighttime business was challenging, with numerous snack vendors competing for customers. However, during the day, the absence of other stalls allowed their pancake shop, bolstered by a decade of good reputation, to flourish uncontested. After waiting over an hour, the couple finally had a moment to breathe. Jiang Shuo approached them. Business is thriving, I see. Although exhausted, the couple's hearts swelled with joy. Zhang Hohot approached with a secretive smile. Shuar, do you know how much your uncle and I earned today? Jiang Dashan, filled with a sense of pride, chuckled but remained silent. How much? A full 100 yuan. Who would have thought that business could be so flourishing during the day? I never imagined it before. 100 yuan, for a couple, was indeed a considerable sum compared to the past. Jiang Shuo shook his head. Then congratulations to you both. While you're still young, work a bit harder, and let me enjoy a taste of being a wealthy heir. Oh, stop with the nonsense. Zhang Hohot shot him a glance. I heard that your arcade business is thriving today as well? Jiang Shuo nodded. It's manageable. However, Aunt, I would like to inquire about my parents. Were they quite prominent in Jiangyang City over a decade ago? Chapter 35. The unyielding Li Qian. Upon hearing Jiang Shuo mention his parents, Zhang Hohot's smile abruptly faded. She somewhat evasively remarked, Sure, where did you hear such news? Why have you suddenly brought up your father and mother? Zhang Dashan approached as well. Jiang Shuo gazed at her and said, Aunt, based on my observations of you since childhood, your expression typically signifies two things. What do you mean? First, you are certainly not telling the truth and will try to deceive me. Second, you will enlist my honest and simple uncle to join in your ruse. And if I dare to argue, you will surely twist my ear. Hey, you little rascal, are you mocking me? Zhang Hohot indeed seized his ear. Jiang Shuo sighed inwardly. Aunt, please tell me about my father. You and uncle have never shared anything with me. The couple fell silent. Zhang Hohot released his ear and said, What is there to ask? Some matters are better left unknown. You should focus on preparing for university. Zhang Dashan chimed in. Our family is doing quite well. Your gaming business is thriving, and we earn over 100 yuan daily. Be content, and let bygone matters remain in the past. Jiang Shuo understood that he would not glean any information from them. Although he had no memories of his parents, what child bereft of their parents would not harbor curiosity? He had inquired countless times throughout his life, yet the couple always evaded his questions. Fine, if you won't tell me, I shall eventually uncover the truth myself. After all, wasn't Yuan Yaowen mentioned by my father? I can simply ask him directly. He stood up, brushing himself off. Zhang Hohot looked at him. Where are you off to? We haven't even eaten yet. Jiang Shuo did not turn back, waving his hand. Just going to check out the gaming hall. I won't be home for dinner. With that, he strode away. A night passed. The gaming hall did not close until past midnight. The total revenue reached over 5,000 yuan. Although it paled in comparison to the windfall from clothing sales in the square, Jiang Shuo felt immense satisfaction, as this income was consistent and stable. Kang Yunfei directly proposed to invest in Jiang Shuo's business. After giving it some thought, he decided that having a woman present in the gaming hall would be beneficial. So he offered her a 5% stake. Kang Yunfei was overjoyed, as even this small percentage was far more profitable than her previous shop. The next day, Jiang Shuo arrived at the gaming hall early. As he opened the roll-up door, a throng of players surged in, vying for the machines. A bustling and vibrant day was about to commence. He ostentatiously prepared a set of kung fu tea utensils and sipped his tea with nonchalance. Li Qian approached with a worried expression. "Brother Shuo, I've received word that Feng Guanqing will bring people over to cause trouble this afternoon. Should we call for reinforcements?" Jiang Shuo looked up at him. "Call for reinforcements? What for? To fight them? That would make me one of them. Furthermore, if a brawl were to erupt in my establishment, my arcade would undoubtedly be left in shambles, incurring losses that would ultimately befall us." Li Qian expressed a hint of bitterness. Should they approach, they would undoubtedly resort to intimidation tactics, and if they were to repeat this a few times, the players would surely refrain from patronizing our venue. Jiang Shuo shook his head. "Attend to your own matters. I am currently suppressing a powerful technique. Should they dare to come, I shall retaliate fiercely." "What?" Li Qian failed to grasp this statement. Jiang Shuo waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. You focus on your own affairs and fear no one. Even if Feng Guanqing himself were to come, I would ensure he is subdued today." Li Qian scratched his head, pondering. "All right then, I shall get back to my tasks. If you wish to summon anyone, do let me know. It would be no trouble for me to gather a dozen individuals." "Enough, enough, be on your way." As Li Qian turned, he caught sight of Li Qian, who stood at the gate with breakfast in hand. Remembering that he had once teased her, a wave of bitterness washed over him. He quickly lowered his head. "Sister-in-law, are you here to deliver breakfast to Shuoge?" The once cheerful smile on Li Qian's face instantly faded. "Who is your sister-in-law? Stop calling me that." She stormed over, placing 2 fried dough sticks and a cup of soy milk before Jiang Shuo. "I wasn't sure what you liked, so I bought what I enjoy." It is indeed true that the more beautiful the girl, the cuter she appears when angry. Today, Li Qian dressed casually, wearing a baseball cap and sporting a ponytail. Her upper attire was a white t-shirt, and her lower half consisted of jeans, exuding youthful energy. Jiang Shuo deliberately focused on her. "Qianjia, you wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for me, would you? It's 7:30, as far as I know. You should be out for a run. Why have you taken the time to bring me breakfast? Moreover, how did you know I was in the arcade?" Li Qian's expression betrayed a hint of unease. "What business is it of yours? Do you honestly think I would have any interest in you? How could it not concern me? After all, this is food you have brought for me. What if you had poisoned it? Whether you eat it or not is your choice." Li Qian, feeling quite vexed, prepared to take it back. Jiang Shuo swiftly grasped her hand, causing Li Qian to retract it hastily. "You scoundrel, you're taking advantage of me again." Jiang Shuo grinned mischievously. "Soy milk with fried dough sticks. If you were to add a bowl of tofu, it would be utterly perfect. Now, tell me, how did you know I was here?" Li Qian rested her chin on her hand. "My father investigated you yesterday. He informed me that you own this arcade. Thus, I have come to foster a good relationship with you. Is it to find Aoki?" Jiang Shuo munched on the fried dough stick, his manner somewhat unrefined, his mouth greased. Li Qian nodded earnestly. "Yes, Jiang Shuo, as classmates, please tell me, who exactly is Aoki? You were able to invite him to your grand opening, so surely you must have his contact information. Would you share it with me? I would be willing to bring you breakfast every day." Jiang Shuo took a sip of soy milk and said, "Did I not inform you yesterday that I am indeed Aoki? You scoundrel, I knew you wouldn't reveal this to me. You are simply envious. Rest assured, even without Aoki, I would never develop feelings for you. You stand no chance." Jiang Shuo shrugged. "I never claimed to have feelings for you. You are quite amusing this early in the morning." Li Qian's temper flared once more. "Haven't you liked me for 6 years? Who told you that? You scoundrel, your letter explicitly stated so." Jiang Shuo chuckled softly. "That letter was merely an attempt to seduce you, nothing more." "Ah, you wretched bastard. How can you be so vile? I shan't converse with you any longer." Jiang Shuo smiled, but suddenly heard a loud commotion ahead. He became serious and said, "Stay here. No matter what you hear, do not come out, understood? I must attend to some matters up front." Chapter 36. The best is yet to come. Li Qian wished to follow, but seeing Jiang Shuo's serious demeanor, She could only obediently remain seated. However, her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to lean against the window and gaze into the lobby of the gaming hall. At that moment, a group of uninvited guests entered the premises. Their attire made it evident that they were street thugs. At the forefront was a long-haired man dressed in bell-bottomed pants, his face contorted with malice. He confronted Li Qian and his companions. Upon noticing Jiang Shuo's arrival, the long-haired man deliberately raised his voice. "Aren't you just a small-time thug, Li Qian? When did you learn to play the role of a bouncer? Do you even possess the qualifications for that? Have you consulted with me, Qing Wanli?" Li Qian's face turned ashen, clearly straining to suppress his emotions. Kong Yunfei and Hao Jiangwo stood nearby, their expressions equally grim. Li Qian replied, "Brother Cheng, I am not here as a bouncer. I am simply working here and earning a salary. None of my people have come over. Perhaps you could take your brothers and leave for now? After I finish my work, I can treat you all to a sumptuous meal at a nearby restaurant. What do you say? What do you take me for?" Cheng Wanli stepped forward, his chest nearly touching Li Qian's. His demeanor was audacious. "I, Cheng Wanli, reign over Jiangyang City. Why would I covet a meal from a mere street thug? Brother Cheng, please show some courtesy." "Courtesy? Li Qian, what nonsense are you spouting in front of me? You are nothing in Jiangyang City. I am here today for no other reason than to check out this newly opened gaming hall, which boasts the latest games. So, what? Am I unwelcome? Brother Cheng, it's not that you're unwelcome, but your brother's demeanor may frighten the others." With a sharp slap, Qing Wanli struck Li Qian across the face. The entire gaming hall fell into a profound silence. Li Qian watched from behind the glass, her heart racing with trepidation. Would Jiang Shuo be beaten today? Should she call her father for assistance? Suddenly, she felt a surge of anxiety for Jiang Shuo. Although Li Qian had been slapped, he continued to suppress his emotions. He recalled Jiang Shuo's words. Since they had chosen a different way of living, there was no need to flaunt their toughness. Jiang Shuo stepped forward, pulling Li Qian behind him. With exaggerated expression, he addressed Cheng Wanli, "Brother Cheng, was it you who, years ago, wielded a machete single-handedly against a dozen men in the alley? The hero who struck fear into many?" This was Qing Wanli's legendary battle, a source of pride throughout his life. Hearing this, his expression faltered slightly. "Yes, that was me. And who are you to know of my past?" Jiang Shuo approached him like an old acquaintance, draping an arm over his shoulder. "Brother Qing, your name resonates throughout Jiangyang City. Who doesn't know of your feats? From striking kindergartens to kicking seniors' homes? Come on, Brother Cheng, I have a question I've long wished to ask you. Would you kindly enlighten this humble brother?" Cheng Wanli regarded this peculiar young man with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. However, since he is aware of his own thunderous reputation, one might consider him a fan. When he posed a question, it seemed nothing out of the ordinary, adopting a lofty demeanor as he said, "Speak." Jiang Shuo smirked mischievously. "I am merely curious. How does a hero like Chenggu end up as someone's obedient lapdog? What kind of torment have you endured over the years? Have you consumed a fair share of fiery clouds? You are toying with me." Cheng Wanli quickly realized, pushing Jiang Shuo away. "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Shuo maintained a nonchalant attitude. "I am the owner of this establishment." "What of it?" "Chenggu, since you are indeed someone's lackey, don't you wag your tail for whoever pays you? Tell me, how much did Fang Guangqing pay you for you to wag your tail so joyfully?" "Little brother, I'll pay you 2. Just for the admiration of Chenggu, you should wag 1 for me as well." "Damn." Qing Wanli seized Jiang Shuo's shirt. Hao Jiangwo picked up a stool, pointing at Qing Wanli. "Let go of him." Li Qian silently retrieved a steel rod from behind. Li Qian became anxious, worrying about what would happen if Jiang Shuo got hurt. She hurriedly searched for something in the yard, preparing to help. The atmosphere grew tense, and Jiang Shuo quickly raised his hand to interrupt Hao Jiangwo and the others. Smiling, he said, "You are out here for financial gain, just as I run my shop to earn money. Since we are both motivated by profit, why can't we reach a cooperation?" His gaze fixed intently on Qing Wanli. In truth, Qing Wanli had not come to confront the owner today. Fang Guangqing had instructed him merely to create chaos and scare away those players. Thus, he had no intention of genuinely attacking Jiang Shuo. Observing the stance of those behind him, he understood that if he laid a hand on Jiang Shuo, they would certainly retaliate. He still had several unresolved matters at the police station. If he were to be apprehended again, he would undoubtedly face imprisonment. Reluctantly, he released Jiang Shuo, saying, "Money can resolve many issues. Produce 3,000 yuan. This is the price for the insult you just inflicted upon me. Furthermore, for the next 10 consecutive days, my brothers will be playing in your establishment. Rest assured, we will not trouble you, but you must provide us with game currency." Jiang Shuo chuckled. Very well, 3,000 it is. There is no reason to drive away customers when running a business. You are welcome to patronize my establishment. Kang Jie, hand him 3,000 yuan. Jiang Shuo's tone left no room for argument. Kang Yunfei, sensing Jiang Shuo's rising temper, complied reluctantly. Soon, she retrieved 3,000 yuan from the front desk and handed it over. Upon receiving the money, Cheng Wanli's demeanor shifted instantly. This should have been the case from the beginning. There was no need for things to escalate so drastically. All right, brothers, let us enjoy our own games. Today, I treat. And tomorrow, this shop owner will host us. With that, 20 or 30 individuals dispersed in a rush, eager to seize machines in the gaming room. Inside the gaming hall, there were a total of 60 machines, and the crowd was not particularly large, comfortably accommodating 20 to 30 individuals. Yet, these patrons insisted on occupying the machines already in use. The less assertive players were reluctant to confront these rowdy individuals, ultimately choosing to step aside and even leave altogether, too intimidated to re-enter. Jiang Shuo turned and made his way to the backyard, noticing Li Qian adorably wielding a broom. What are you doing? He inquired. I'm here to help you, she replied. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained with that petite frame of yours. How Zhang Wo approached, visibly agitated. Jiang Shuo, are we really going to allow them to wreak havoc in the store? You even gave him 3,000 yuan. Doesn't that frustrate you in the slightest? Jiang Shuo gazed at him calmly. I am not frustrated. However, I do not recall suggesting we permit them to continue their antics here. Let them be. Chapter 37. Are you convinced? Kang Yunfei and his companions gathered in the backyard. How Zhang Wo suggested, why don't we call your father-in-law over? Father-in-law? Who is that? Everyone looked at Hao Zhang Wo in confusion. It's Sister Qian's dad. After all, isn't this precisely what he should handle? Hao Zhang Wo. Li Qian's big almond eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Shuo furrowed his brow. It was hardly the time for such jokes. Listen to me, from this moment forward. We must comply with every request from Cheng Wanli and his group. Whatever they desire, we shall provide, and I even expect you to serve them tea and water. Kang Yunfei, feeling anxious, asked Jiang Shuo, what exactly are you plotting? Jiang Shuo shook his head. To bring about someone's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. The higher they are lifted, the harder they will fall. Remaining composed, he added, our allies will be arriving shortly. The others looked at Jiang Shuo, bewildered. Yet no one spoke as they moved to the front. Jiang Shuo returned to the tea table, and Li Qian plopped down beside him, gazing intently at him. Jiang Shuo, are you really not going to call my dad? Jiang Shuo replied calmly. For now, it's unnecessary to disturb your father. Li Qian found herself at a loss for words. Realizing she could not continue the conversation, she shot him a glare. I came here today to ask you something. Do you want to go take the driving test together? I've been prepared to take it for a while, Jiang Shuo responded, looking up. All right then, I'll go protect you. What if someone bullies my sister Qian? Can you act normally for once? I'm trying to have a serious conversation here. I only love Aoki. You have no chance. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the gaming room grew increasingly bizarre. The previously defiant Hao Zhang Wo and his companions transformed into flight attendants, warmly serving the guests. Hello, brother. Would you like some tea? Little brother, need a massage? Hey, little brother, you play that game exceptionally well. Come here, let me help you stretch your fingers. This left Cheng Wanli and his group feeling utterly unnerved. One of the younger members approached Cheng Wanli, Brother Cheng. Why do I get the feeling these people are so disrespectful? We came here to stir things up, and they don't seem to respect us at all. Cheng Wanli's face darkened as he watched Hao Zhang Wo giving a younger member a massage, looking utterly servile. Furrowing his brow, he asked, what are they up to? Have you checked if there are people in the back courtyard? No. The younger member replied firmly. Just a beautiful girl chatting with the owner of the establishment. Wow. Brother Cheng, that girl is stunning. Cheng Wanli contemplated for a moment. You go to the back and tell their owner to send that beautiful girl over to play games with me. All right. As they anxiously enjoyed the services of the rotund staff, a scar-faced man entered from outside. Cheng Wanli cast a glance without hesitation, signaling a nearby subordinate. With a menacing expression, the subordinate approached, barking, what are you doing? Get out. We have booked this place. Scarface frowned. Is the owner of the gaming hall around? What does it matter to you? Scram. The subordinate retorted while moving to push him away. Yet, as he drew near, Scarface raised his foot and kicked him squarely in the abdomen. With a loud thud, the subordinate was sent flying several meters away. The immense gaming hall fell into a hush. Cheng Wanli stood up and bellowed, what are you waiting for? Instantly, over 20 individuals surrounded Scarface. Chang Wanli, brow furrowed, demanded, "Which faction do you belong to? Kneel and kowtow now, and I might consider forgiving you." From behind Scarface emerged a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit. "He is under my jurisdiction, Yuan Yaowen." Scarface stepped aside, exhibiting a demeanor of respect. Upon recognizing Yuan Yaowen, Li Qian was momentarily taken aback, swiftly summoning Hao Jiangwo and the others to stand respectfully at the side. The crowd of subordinates was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Cheng Wanli, upon recognizing this figure, nearly wet himself in terror. "Mr. Yuan, what brings you here?" Yuan Yaowen, in his 40s with a crew cut, possessed a fierce gaze that could intimidate anyone. He fixed his penetrating stare on Cheng Wanli. "Who permitted you to come here?" The bravado Cheng Wanli had just displayed dissipated. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "Mr. Yuan, it was Boss Fong who sent us. Is this establishment owned by your friend?" Yuan Yaowen, disinterested in engaging with such a lowly character, turned to Hao Jiangwo. "Is Xiao Jiang in the establishment?" "Yes, he is in the back having tea, Mr. Yuan." "I'll fetch him," Hao Jiangwo replied hastily. "No need, I will go myself." "Xiao Dao, you know what to do." With that, Yuan Yaowen walked towards the back courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. Duan, Xiao Dao, Cheng Wanli, who had been desperately holding back, found himself wetting his pants. He crumpled to the ground. Duan Xiao Dao was a man of few words but fierce demeanor. He approached, seized Cheng Wanli by the hair, and commanded the 20-odd individuals, "All of you, to the back courtyard and kneel." He dragged Cheng Wanli along as if he were a lifeless dog. In the back courtyard, upon seeing Yuan Yaowen enter, Jiang Shuo quickly rose. "Greetings, Mr. Yuan." Li Qian also stood up, feeling anxious. In Jiangyang City, everyone knew of Yuan Yaowen's reputation. Li Qian had heard tales of how Yuan once became so enraged that he sought to strike someone, but with no one around. He ended up hitting himself in the mirror, rendering him both fearsome and terrifying. Yuan Yaowen fixed his gaze on Jiang Shuo. "You are the son of my elder brother?" Jiang Shuo hesitated, taken aback by Yuan Yaowen's opening line. However, Chen Jijun had previously informed him of the connection between Yuan Yaowen and his father. Therefore, there was no great curiosity. Nodding slightly, Yuan Yaowen approached with a serious demeanor and took a seat at the tea table. He poured himself a cup and took a sip, saying, "Please, sit down. By rights, you should address me as uncle." "Oh, all right," Jiang Shuo replied, pulling Li Qian to sit beside him. Yuan Yaowen glanced at Li Qian and remarked, "Not bad. She can rival my former sister-in-law." "Is she your girlfriend?" he inquired. Jiang Shuo chuckled softly. "No, just a high school classmate." Upon hearing the mention of Jiang Shuo's girlfriend, Li Qian felt a surge of indignation. However, when he clarified that she was merely a classmate, a tinge of disappointment crept into her heart. She found it perplexing why she felt such conflicting emotions. At that moment, Xiao Dao dragged Cheng Wanli into the backyard, tossing him forward like a small chick. Cheng Wanli promptly knelt on the ground, trembling. His 20-odd subordinates obediently lined up and knelt before Jiang Shuo and the others. Chapter 38. The presence of the overlord. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Duan Xiao Dao had subdued over 20 individuals, forcing them to kneel in the backyard. Remarkably, none dared to resist, trembling in fear. This was the might of Yuan Yaowen and Duan Xiao Dao in Jiangyang City. In matters of the underworld, no one dared to defy him. Yuan Yaowen, calmly sipping tea, did not cast a glance at them throughout. After a considerable time, he finally spoke. "How do you wish to resolve this?" Jiang Shuo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, asked, "Am I free to act as I please?" "Indeed, you may do as you wish. While I am present, they shall not dare to move." "Very well. I shall not hold back." Jiang Shuo rolled up his sleeves, laughing heartily as he approached Cheng Wanli. Cheng Wanli was taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Shuo teased with a grin. "Where's the money I just received?" "It's right here." Cheng Wanli hastily retrieved the money from his pocket. "Brother, I did not recognize your stature. I was merely following orders to come here. For grievances have their roots, and debts their masters. It was Fong Guoqing from the Tomorrow Arcade who sent us to stir trouble. You should seek him out." Jiang Shuo shook his head. No, my brother. I believe you do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Now, position your face correctly." Yes, just like that. Face at a 45-degree angle to the sky. And do not move." With a swift motion, Jiang Shuo's palm struck Cheng Wanli's face. Cheng Wanli was seething with rage. How could he endure being struck by a high school student? What would others think? Yet, in the presence of Yuan Yaowen, he dared not retaliate. In his heart, he vowed to remember this slap, thinking, "I will have my revenge in due time." Upon lifting his gaze, he found Jiang Shuo staring intently at him. He quickly suppressed the fury in his eyes, feigning a trembling demeanor, unable to meet Jiang Shuo's gaze. Jiang Shuo chuckled, shaking his head. My brother seems quite unwilling to accept this. Come now, continue to lift that disdainful corner of your mouth. Face it 45 degrees. Yes, good. Smack. Another resounding slap echoed against his face. Cheng Wanli's fists clenched tightly, reaching the limit of his patience. His face burned, as if it might ignite with fury. Endure. Jiang Shuo sighed, raising his palm high. Smack. 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 He delivered over a dozen slaps to Cheng Wanli's face, draining the anger from within him completely. Afterward, Jiang Shuo stood up, stretching his back. Brother, are you still contemplating revenge against me? Cheng Wanli's face was swollen to an alarming degree. He dared not harbor even a hint of anger. With a face resembling that of a pig, he weakly uttered, I concede. I cannot contend with you. Please spare me. From now on, I will avoid your arcade. Jiang Shuo patted him on the face with a smile. Now, this is more like it. If you had expressed this sentiment from the beginning, we would not have had this situation arise. Oh, by the way, let each of the others slap themselves 20 times before leaving. Yuan Yaowen cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Shuo and signaled to Duan Xiaodao. Duan Xiaodao respectfully nodded and addressed the 20 or so individuals. What? Do you not understand human speech? The group immediately snapped back to reality, resorting to harsh self-inflicted reprimands. After a little over 10 minutes, Duan Xiaodao expelled them all. Hao Jiangwo and his companions returned to their duties, continuing to manage the business of the arcade. At the table remained only Yuan Yaowen, Jiang Shuo, and Li Qian. Li Qian had been too apprehensive to speak. The atmosphere at the table felt rather peculiar. After a long silence, Jiang Shuo finally spoke. Mr. Yuan, could you share with me some insights about my father? Yuan Yaowen glanced at him, replying matter-of-factly. It's merely a tale from the past, nothing of significance to discuss. However, I can tell you that your father was quite the figure. Had he not encountered misfortune, he would likely have been among the most esteemed individuals in the country by now. That said, there is nothing further to elaborate on. I shall take my leave. With that, he stood and departed. Jiang Shuo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, perplexed as to why everyone seemed to deliberately obscure details when speaking of their fathers. He quickly rose and inquired, what will be the course of action regarding the arcade tomorrow? Yuan Yaowen turned back, stating, Fang Guangqing is beneath my notice. Do not worry. From this day forth, his arcade will be plagued by unruly ruffians. Should any issues arise here, simply reach out to Xiaodao. With that, he fell silent. Jiang Shuo, feeling somewhat helpless, followed behind him to see him off. After bidding farewell to these formidable figures, Hao Jiangwo and the others could no longer contain their curiosity. Damn, Shuo, how do you know such a big shot as Yuan Yaowen? Li Qian's hair stood on end. Fortunately, he had refrained from confronting Jiang Shuo in the billiard room that day. Otherwise, it would have been he kneeling before Yuan Yaowen, not Xing Wanli and his crew. Jiang Shuo waved his hand dismissively. Chen Jihua is a longtime customer of my family's business. He facilitated the introduction. They could now conduct their business with a sense of security, knowing they had someone watching over them. The group's faces lit up with joy, realizing the news of today's events in the arcade would soon spread throughout Jianyang City. The local ruffians would undoubtedly recognize that this establishment was under Yuan Yaowen's protection, ensuring that no one would dare cause trouble in the future. Jiang Shuo had successfully brought this protector in, securing their future. After wrapping up the matters in the arcade, Jiang Shuo and Li Qian strolled down the street. At this moment, Li Qian appeared considerably more reserved in Jiang Shuo's presence. The earlier scene of him fighting had startled her. She had never witnessed him in such a state before. Passing by a small convenience store, Jiang Shuo purchased 2 ice creams, handing one to Li Qian. After taking a few bites, Li Qian's mood had calmed significantly, and she asked Jiang Shuo, why did you have to resort to violence? They were already begging for mercy. Jiang Shuo continued walking, savoring his ice cream. If I hadn't acted today, those people would certainly return. Who knows? One day, I might find myself on the street, suddenly ambushed and dragged into an alley for a beating. You do not understand the world of men. They must learn to fear. Oh, I see. Li Qian relaxed considerably. Jiang Shuo, I've also heard that if Yuan Yaowen gets angry, he might even strike himself. Is that true? What? Jiang Shuo gazed at her in disbelief. Li Qian's small mouth, reminiscent of delicate pink cherry blossom petals, was adorned with remnants of ice cream, lending her an enchanting charm. She slightly lifted her beautiful almond-shaped eyes and replied, I heard it from someone else. Suddenly, Jiang Shuo leaned closer and suggested, "How about this? If you give me a kiss, I'll tell you whether it's true." Li Qian immediately understood she was being teased and furrowed her brows. "You rascal, you just want to take advantage of me. Come on, the lofty ice cream goddess. It was you who took advantage that day in the water. To be honest, I was quite inebriated and barely aware of my surroundings. Did you do something to me?" Jiang Shuo feigned modesty as he adjusted his clothing. Chapter 39. Doing push UPS. Li Qian was exasperated. "Can you be serious for once? I'm done talking to you." With that, she hailed a tricycle and departed in a huff. Jiang Shuo scratched the back of his head, puzzled by her agitation. In the following period, the Red Light Arcade indeed saw no troublemakers grace its premises. It was pristine and orderly. Conversely, the Tomorrow Arcade, as Yuan Yaoan had predicted, was overrun with ruffians daily. Feng Guanchuan sought out Yuan Yaoan numerous times, yet Yuan remained indifferent to him. After more than half a month, the Tomorrow Arcade could no longer sustain itself and ultimately shuttered its doors. The Red Light Arcade thrived in Jianyang City, and Jiang Shuo amassed wealth at an astonishing rate. A month later, his pockets swelled with nearly 100,000 in cash. The acceptance letter had arrived, and in a manner akin to the trajectory of the future, he was admitted to Zhonghai Financial Institute. Li Qian also received an acceptance from Zhonghai University. As for obtaining a driver's license, that endeavor faltered as Li Qian was still 3 months shy of turning 18. The vibrant university life, filled with passion and excitement, was finally on the horizon. On one particular day, Hao Jiangwo and Jiang Shuo stood at the bus station with their luggage. As they smoked, passers-by frowned and circumvented them. Jiang Shuo observed Hao Jiangwo leering shamelessly at a woman's legs and kicked him lightly. Did things not go as planned with Sister Kong? Hao Jiangwo sighed. Don't even mention it. I was so close. Just at the crucial moment, Sister Kong suddenly halted, claiming I was still a minor. If she slept with me, it would be illegal. You have no idea how pent-up I felt that day. Thankfully, there was a bottle of Laoganma nearby, or I might have combusted from frustration. Jiang Shuo looked at him in disdain. So, you were holding a bottle of Laoganma. Really? Hao Jiangwo chuckled sheepishly. In critical moments, other considerations often fall by the wayside. Ugh, stay away from me. Jiang Shuo quickly distanced himself. Don't be like that, Jiang Shuo. You can't fathom the sensation. It's like having a loaded gun with no target in sight. It's bound to go off. Jiang Shuo scoffed. I fear you might end up in a rather precarious situation one day. Suddenly, a thought crossed Jiang Shuo's mind about Hao Jiangwo's mysterious disappearance in the future. He continued, let me ask you, if you weren't planning to stick with me in Zhonghai, where would you consider going? Hao Jiangwo had also applied to Zhonghai Financial Institute, but he hadn't been accepted. Instead, he enrolled in a subpar university affiliated with Zhonghai Financial Institute, akin to a self-study undergraduate training program. Thus, his fate diverged from what it could have been. With a distant look, Hao Jiangwo took a drag from his cigarette and said, I particularly yearn to go to the Middle East, to charge into battle like a true man. Jiang Shuo fell silent, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized him. This fellow. Could it be that he perished in the Middle East in a past life? Otherwise, how could there have been no news of him for so many years? Now that I have inexplicably reincarnated, could it truly be that some vengeful spirits are at play? Just as he began to drift into his thoughts, a gentle fragrance wafted by. Li Qian, with her exquisite and innocent figure, flew over. Jiang Shuo, you are smoking here again. After saying this, she snatched the cigarette from Jiang Shuo's lips. Jiang Shuo feigned confusion. What brings you here as well? Li Qian chuckled. I'm here to register for school too. Oh. Which school? I told you I wouldn't tell you. At that moment, a cheerful voice interjected. Qian, is this your classmate? The two turned to see Li Qian's father, Li Yujun, and they quickly stood up straight. Hello, uncle. Li Yujun gazed at Jiang Shuo and nodded. Good, very good. Qian, why don't you head to the car? I'd like to have a word with your classmate. Li Qian looked up in confusion. Dad, what could you possibly want to talk about with them? Jiang Shuo and Hao Jiangwo suddenly felt an ominous chill at the back of their necks, but dared not speak. Li Yujun chuckled. It's nothing, just a casual chat with your classmate. You go on now. Be good and listen. He then guided his daughter toward the vehicle. Afterward, he turned back to Jiang Shuo and Hao Jiangwo, still smiling. Have you two been classmates with Qian for many years? The two nodded. Hao Jiangwo, unable to hold back, said, Uncle, I can't help but feel a sense of menace about you. I am a law-abiding citizen. This one beside me isn't. If there's trouble, let it be directed at him. Jiang Shuo shot him a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Yujun lit a cigarette and smiled blandly. Gentlemen, do you exercise regularly? Jiang Shuo replied loudly. Not really, uncle. Oh, is that so? Then let us start with 100 push-ups. Me. Jiang Shuo was momentarily speechless. Li Yujun's expression turned serious. Don't think I'm unaware of the incident at Hongguang Arcade a month ago. If I hadn't sent the information to your school, you would undoubtedly be in trouble. With a thud, Jiang Shuo and Hao Jiangwo immediately dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups, without a hint of protest. Li Yujun chuckled. That is more like it. He then looked at Jiang Shuo. Which school did you apply to? Replying to uncle, Zhonghai Finance Institute. Jiang Shuo's face flushed crimson. Li Yujun looked astonished. Oh, Zhonghai Finance Institute? Isn't that the school right across from where my daughter studies? Now, add 100 more. Tears nearly sprang from Jiang Shuo's eyes. Over the past month, Li Qian had frequently come to find him, and they had occasionally encountered Li Yujun on the streets. He had anticipated this day would come. He could only comply. Hao Jiangwo stifled a laugh and muttered, "This is what you get for trying to date someone's daughter." Li Yujun glared at him. "Young man, you must weigh around 200 pounds. Don't you think you need to lose some weight? Now, add another 100. With a thud, Hao Jiangwo dropped to the ground. Thus, Jiang Shuo and Hao Jiangwo, amidst the bustling crowd, resolutely completed 200 push-ups each. Upon returning to the car, I beheld Li Qian enthusiastically waving at me. With my arms dangling limply, I instinctively glanced outside. There, Li Yujun was greeting us with an exceedingly warm smile. A shiver ran down my spine, prompting me to quickly feign ignorance of the situation. I settled into a seat, my complexion paling. Li Qian sensed something amiss. Casting a glance at her father outside, she hurried down and exclaimed, "Dad, what were you just doing?" Li Yujun turned to observe the two of us sulking in the car. With a chuckle, he replied, "Nothing much. If that kid dares to bully you again in Zhonghai, I'll have Jiang Dashan come to our home to do push-ups." "Oh, Dad, what are you thinking? Why would they bully me?" "You are so meddlesome," she retorted. Li Yujun playfully tapped his daughter's head, saying, "As you grow, dear, it is inevitable that you will venture far and wide. As a father, my only wish is that no one will trouble you out there. Now, get in the car and remember to call home often." Chapter 40. Those who desire Swan meet Li Qian initially contemplated reprimanding her father. However, upon hearing his words, she was overcome with emotion and found herself at a loss for words. There are two particularly challenging phases in the journey of parenthood. The first occurs when children enter kindergarten, leaving parents anxious about potential bullying. The second arises when children reach adulthood and venture out for their studies, provoking similar concerns. What if my daughter faces adversity while away from home? Li Qian understood the depth of her father's love for her. After a moment of silence, she said, "Dad, please take care of your health, all right? Don't stay up late." All right. The bus is about to depart." "Off you go," he replied. "Okay, goodbye." "Dad, I will call you once I arrive," she said, suppressing her tears as she turned away and boarded the bus. Li Yujun glanced at Jiang Shuo and Hao Jiangwo, who were seated on the opposite side. He deliberately passed by their window, wielding his baton. Hao Jiangwo shivered at the sight and remarked, "Shuo, do police usually carry batons when they go out?" "How would I know?" Jiang Shuo replied, unable to lift his gaze. "Stay calm until Li Yujun moves away." "All right." A few minutes later, they spotted Li Yujun exiting the station, and both exhaled in relief, returning to their previous demeanor. Jiang Shuo glanced at Li Qian, a mischievous smile forming as he stood up. "Are you really considering teasing Sister Qian again? Are you not afraid of dying? Li Yujun is still right outside." Hao Jiangwo warned, clearly anxious about the repercussions. Jiang Shuo shot him a disdainful look. "This is my act of revenge. I shall avenge the 200 push-ups Li Yujun made me do by teasing Li Qian." He pushed past Hao Jiangwo and approached Li Qian. At that moment, she was gazing out the window, tears glistening on her cheeks, appearing utterly heartbroken. As Jiang Shuo was about to take a seat beside her, a young man called out, "Brother, that seat is mine." "Apologies, but the seat number on my ticket is the same," Jiang Shuo responded with a smile, rising to offer a compromise. "I'll switch with you. I have a window seat over there." The young man, initially intent on switching, was struck by Li Qian's beauty. Wow, a stunning beauty. "No way I'm giving up this opportunity," he thought. "Sorry, but there are rules on the bus. I can't switch." "You can take your seat." Jiang Shuo frowned slightly. Standing up again. "Are you really not going to switch?" "Sorry, but I genuinely can't. It's unnecessary." "Fine then," Jiang Shuo relented, taking one last look at Li Qian, who remained lost in her sorrow. He shook his head and returned to his seat, where Hao Jiangwo began to tease him again. "Ignore me if you wish. I couldn't care less." Jiang Shuo muttered, his mind drifting to a girl named Qianqian, stirring inexplicable excitement within him. After a long absence of over a decade, I am about to uncover a treasure that has never been unearthed. Qianqian, you are mine. Sisters of Zhonghai Finance Institute, I have arrived. After the young man neatly arranged his belongings, he took a seat, his mind racing with thoughts on how to engage the beautiful girl beside him. However, she seemed preoccupied, gazing out the window and unwilling to converse with anyone. With no other choice, he mustered his courage and spoke up. I am Xie Chuanbo, a third-year student at Zhonghai University. Judging by your attire, you must be here to register at the same university, correct? Upon hearing that he was a senior from Zhonghai University, Li Qian gathered herself, her clear eyes tinged with a hint of redness, evoking a pang of sympathy. She replied, Oh, you are from Zhonghai University. Yes, I am a third-year student as well, serving as the deputy head of the publicity department in the student council. Which school are you registering for? Perhaps I could offer you some advice. Xie Chuanbo felt a surge of excitement as he realized Li Qian was willing to engage in conversation. When she turned to face him, he was utterly captivated by her breathtaking beauty. She was stunning, far surpassing the so-called beauties at his own school. As a seasoned third-year student, he understood a crucial truth. In his freshman year, the attractive girls were unattainable due to the older students' attention, and by sophomore year, those who were available had already found partners. His only glimmer of hope lay in the new influx of freshmen each year, innocent and easily persuaded. Li Qian smiled faintly, her dimples deepening, further enchanting Xie Chuanbo. What a coincidence! I am also a freshman at Zhonghai University. It is a pleasure to meet you, senior. Xie Chuanbo quickly extended his hand. What a coincidence! Haha, we truly are fated. However, when Li Qian glanced at his outstretched hand, she pretended not to notice. She was resolute in avoiding handshakes with strangers, especially after a certain someone had attempted to hold her hand several times over the summer without success. With a polite smile, she replied, Indeed, it is quite a coincidence, her tone slightly frosty. Xie Chuanbo felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him as he scrambled for a topic. Adopting an instructive tone, he remarked, University life is quite different from high school. With only a handful of classes each week, there is ample free time. Yet many students squander it on sleeping or playing video games. This is unwise, as it will be challenging to adapt to the future workplace, especially in a bustling city like Zhonghai. Curiously, Li Qian asked, Do you have any suggestions, senior? The moment she spoke, she regretted it, feeling she had divulged too much to a stranger. Seeing that Li Qian was intrigued, Xie Chuanbo quickly seized the opportunity. Join the student council. It is the only place that truly fosters personal growth. However, gaining entry is quite challenging. I only managed to join in my sophomore year after much effort. And even now, I am merely a deputy head. Though he spoke with modesty, internally he reveled in pride, knowing that every freshman harbored a curiosity about the student council. Many aspire to join, as the identity of the deputy director of the publicity department at Zhonghai University serves as an invincible charm in his pursuits of romance. Li Qian, already regretting her indiscretion, responded with a rather indifferent acknowledgement. Xie Chuanbo, oblivious to her thoughts, began to boast. Don't worry, Junior, since you are my fellow townsman. As long as you are willing, I will find a way to get you into the student union. Join my publicity department, and you will follow my lead. I assure you that by your sophomore year, you will undoubtedly hold a position at the level of deputy director. Meanwhile, Hao Jiangwo had been keeping a close watch on Li Qian. As the sister-in-law found herself pursued, Jiang Shuo appeared utterly unfazed, gazing out the window with a cheeky grin. He promptly nudged, Shuo, are you really going to just stand aside while our ice cream goddess, Sister Qian, is being courted? Shouldn't you go and break a couple of that guy's front teeth? Chapter 41. Allow me to teach this senior a lesson. Jiang Shuo cast a nonchalant glance towards Li Qian. If she chose to leave, so be it. It was hardly a matter of great significance. Yet, his thoughts were consumed with delight over the girl named Qianqian. Hao Jiangwo placed a hand on his forehead, exclaiming, Have you damaged your brain doing push-ups? While Li Yujun's behavior may have been somewhat outrageous, you cannot simply let his daughter off the hook. Weren't you just speaking of courting his daughter for revenge? Why the sudden retreat? Jiang Shuo shrugged off his hand, retorting, Mind your own business. Good grief, Jiang Shuo. How did I not realize just how despicable you are? Hao Jiangwo lamented. No one could be as lowly as you. Even Lao Ganma would find it intolerable. I cannot be equated to you. My situation is merely a quest for temporary solace, having not found true love with Sister Kong. As long as she is willing to share a bed with me, I would love her fervently. Get lost. What are you even talking about? Meanwhile, on Li Qian's side, Xie Chuanbo had begun to prattle incessantly, adopting an air of superiority as a senior, flaunting his knowledge of university life before her. One might mistake him for a figure of great importance at Zhonghai University. Throughout, Li Qian remained coldly indifferent, yet he continued unabated. A girl so beautiful, and a fellow townsfolk of Jianyang City, how could I possibly let her slip away? If she were to enroll at Zhonghai University, it would undoubtedly cause a stir, attracting the attention of numerous suitors. I must surely enchant her with a deluge of romantic persuasion. Ultimately, Li Qian, overwhelmed with annoyance, decided she could endure no longer. She gathered her belongings and stood up. Where are you going, Junior? Xie Chuanbo asked, suddenly anxious. Li Qian frowned slightly. I see my classmate over there. I'm going to sit with them. Thank you for sharing so much about university life, but please move aside. Xie Chuanbo, unwilling to relent, remained steadfast. No worries. I have plenty more to share with you. Just sit next to me. Li Qian's patience waned. Could you please move? I want to sit with my classmate. After speaking, she cast an irritated glance at Jiang Shuo. Her voice was raised enough to draw the attention of several nearby onlookers, leaving Xie Chuanbo embarrassed. His face flushed as he quickly stepped aside. Fuming, Li Qian moved to sit beside Hao Jiangwo, declaring, Hao Jiangwo, I'm switching seats with you. Hao Jiangwo promptly stood. Sure, whatever you say, Qianjie. After taking her seat, Li Qian noticed Jiang Shuo, his head resting against the window, ignoring her. She thumped him lightly. You could have asked Hao Jiangwo to switch with me instead of just leaving me to fend for myself. Is this amusing to you? I merely didn't speak with you a moment ago. Upon hearing this, Xie Chuanbo's expression darkened with jealousy, a fiery rage igniting in his eyes. The conversation had taken on the tone of a couple quarreling. Suddenly, a suffocating sensation washed over the scene. A hefty man weighing 200 pounds, while picking his nose, cheerfully turned to him. Brother, make way, I'd like to sit inside. He, feeling quite irritated, obliged. After much effort, Hao Jiangwo finally squeezed himself in. Upon settling down, he extended the hand that had just delved into his nostrils. Hao Jiangwo, what is your esteemed surname, brother? Xie Chuanbo felt a wave of disgust as he tentatively extended 2 fingers in response, only to be seized by Hao Jiangwo. Greetings, senior. With his other hand still engaged in the unseemly act, he gently stroked Ste's hand. University students have such delicate hands, don't they? Which institution do you hail from? Xie Chuanbo felt as though he had consumed something vile, desperately trying to retract his hand. Yet, Hao Jiangwo held firm. What on earth do you want? Let go. Hao Jiangwo chuckled. No worries, senior. Do share the tales of university life. I have long yearned for it. I have nothing to share, he exclaimed, bolting from the scene as if pursued by a specter. However, Hao Jiangwo seemed unwilling to relent, trailing behind him with relentless annoyance. Li Qian's cheeks puffed up with indignation as she glared at Jiang Shuo. Jiang Shuo glanced back, taking note of her swollen cheeks, and couldn't help but gently poke her face. With a puff, Li Qian exhaled, a fragrant breath that was intoxicating. This truly makes me furious, she exclaimed. Yet, unable to suppress a laugh, she appeared quite charming. But I am angry. How could I be so easily amused by this rascal? Her struggle between laughter and feigned anger only heightened her allure. I'm asking you a question. Are you upset with my father? Jiang Shuo shrugged. There's nothing worth being upset about. I simply observed that guy trying so hard. I didn't want to disturb him, so I let him have his way. Besides, I'm not your boyfriend. Li Qian playfully swatted him. You jerk, I won't talk to you anymore. With that, she clutched her backpack and closed her eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Shuo leaned closer, resting his chin in his hand, gazing earnestly at Li Qian. As he observed her, he inhaled deeply. Truly, you are renowned as the most beautiful girl since the establishment of Jianyang No. 1 High School. You're on par with Qianqian. Aren't you? Those lips, like cherry blossoms, make one yearn for a kiss. Though Li Qian kept her eyes shut, a sliver opened to survey Jiang Shuo. Unable to hold back, she burst into laughter. Jiang Shuo, I can see the remnants of your nasal escapades, haha. Jiang Shuo, taken aback, promptly straightened up. Can't you embody a goddess even a little? Must you always mention such unrefined things? Li Qian's face flushed with laughter. Well, it is true. All right. Let us just enjoy the ride, she added. By the way, you still haven't told me which school you're enrolling at. Li Qian, with a sense of playful pride. Thought, I want to tell you, humph. Jiang Shuo shook his head, inwardly amused by her antics, and fell silent. The vehicle swiftly departed, ultimately leaving the station. It traversed the modest expanse of Jiangyang City. Jiang Shuo gazed out the window, his heart surging with fervor. The exhilarating chapter of university life was finally set to commence. Yang Buozhou, LV Xingde, Deng Kaiying, you three flamboyant individuals, brace yourselves, for Shuo is returning to 1998 to best you once again. Surprising, isn't it? These three were Jiang Shuo's steadfast companions from his university dormitory. And then there was the enchanting girl, TSK. How could such a stunning beauty go unnoticed throughout 4 years at Zhonghai Finance College? Countless men lamented in despair afterward. Shuo has come to claim you. A glance at the side revealed Li Qian, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Rebirth is indeed so indulgently exhilarating, so splendid. Li Qian looked at Jiang Shuo, then at herself, retrieving a bottle of Waham mineral water from her bag and handing it to him. You didn't buy any water, did you? Here is a bottle for you. Stop staring at me. I'm going to sleep. Chapter 42. Arrival at Zhonghai in 1998. The highway network was still in its infancy, forcing the bus to navigate a labyrinth of national and provincial roads. The journey spanned over 20 hours, during which Jiang Shuo gazed at the monochrome scenery with a sense of innocence. At that moment, he truly felt he had been reborn into this most unadulterated and genuine modernity. He considered himself fortunate to have been granted a second chance. Upon reaching the Zhonghai bus station, the clock struck 7:30 in the morning. Throughout the journey, Li Qian initially maintained a respectful distance from Jiang Shuo. However, as fatigue set in, the young lady leaned her head against his shoulder, dozing off and occasionally murmuring in her sleep, her demeanor playfully endearing. Up front, Xie Chuanbo, irked by the scene, frequently cast glances back, only to be thwarted by Hao Jiangwo's interruptions. The morning streets of Zhonghai bustled with activity, predominantly filled with aging Santana and Jetta cars. Jiang Shuo surveyed the city where he had spent over 20 years in his previous life, smiling as he thought, Hu Wan-san have finally returned. Glancing down at Li Qian's long eyelashes resting delicately on her eyelids, he couldn't resist the urge to pinch her exquisitely sculpted nose. Hey, what are you doing? I want to sleep a bit longer, she murmured. Jiang Shuo, captivated by her luscious red lips, leaned closer. Meanwhile, Xie Chuanbo, ever watchful, transformed into a self-appointed guardian of virtue. Scoundrel, rogue, you shameless wretch, taking advantage of the situation, you deserve to be struck by lightning. What kind of education produced such a disgrace to our nation's modernization efforts? Hao Jiangwo, exasperated, turned to Xie Chuanbo, mind your own business and sit still. Xie Chuanbo immediately acquiesced. Just as Jiang Shuo's lips were about to graze Li Qian's enchanting mouth, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes suddenly fluttered open, long lashes blinking at him. What do you think you're doing? Jiang Shuo, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement, realized he was mere millimeters away from his goal. Adopting a serious demeanor, he replied, I was merely checking your breathing and noticed it was absent, so I contemplated whether to administer artificial respiration to save you. Get lost. Li Qian quickly pushed him away. Her delicate, oval face flushed like a ripe apple. Jiang Shuo straightened up, feigning indifference. This is no fun. You can find your own way back to school. I'm not escorting you. Li Qian, alarmed, retorted, You jerk. My school is right across from yours. Are you really not going to see me off? I can't. I'm quite busy, he declared, rising to exit the bus. Hao Jiangwo promptly followed suit. Inside the station, throngs of people created an atmosphere of chaos. Yet it could not quell Jiang Shuo's exuberant spirit. After retrieving his luggage from beneath the bus, he inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet scent in the air. Lovely sisters from Zhonghai Financial College, I'm here to see you. Li Qian, fuming, retrieved her belongings and glared at Jiang Shuo. Help me with my things. I can't carry them. Jiang Shuo chose to ignore her. Xie Chuanbo hurried over to ingratiate himself, saying, Junior, we are from the same school. We are fellow travelers. Li Qian appeared somewhat averse and replied, I'm sorry, I don't need your assistance. Please leave. However, Xie Chuanbo was not so easily dissuaded. No. Zhonghai is vast, far surpassing Jiangyang City. I am familiar with the bus routes. Let us proceed to the bus stop. He unceremoniously prepared to help carry her belongings. Hao Jiangwo, resembling a hulking mass, glared at him, his substantial chest muscles quivering. What is this? It seems the ideological education along the way hasn't quite hit the mark. Are you still so infatuated with my sister Qian? You rogue. Xie Chuanbo felt a shiver of fear. Throughout this journey, he had developed a psychological shadow due to this imposing figure. Jiang Shuo yawned, sauntered over, and picked up Li Qian's large suitcase. Teasingly, he addressed Xie, "Brother, if I catch you continuing to pester her at Zhonghai University, I'll have this fat man climb into your bed tonight. Get lost. This has nothing to do with you." "What? Do you wish to fight?" Hao Jiangwo thrust his belly towards Xie, nearly sending the frail young man flying. Frustrated yet powerless, Xie scampered away in defeat. Li Qian felt her spirits lift as Jiang Shuo assisted her with her belongings. She took the backpack off his shoulder, saying, "Let me help you with that." Jiang Shuo ignored her and confidently led the way to the taxi stand. Before they had gone far, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared beside them, holding a sign for lodging. "Young man, are you looking for a place to stay? We offer massage services." Hao Jiangwo swallowed hard, asking, "Sister, what kind of massage do you offer?" The woman laughed and playfully tapped Hao Jiangwo. "Look at this young man inquiring. We are all legitimate here. Care to experience it? All right, Jiang Shuo, after our long journey, should we not take a moment to relax?" Jiang Shuo glanced at Li Qian. "But you've brought a dead weight along. You scoundrel." Li Qian felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. Although she was not entirely familiar with the underground economy surrounding the station, the woman's sly demeanor suggested the nature of her services. How could Jiang Shuo even consider such a place upon disembarking? How could she not be furious? Jiang Shuo teased her, "You can wait outside for us. Don't worry, it won't take long. How do you charge by the hour?" "Ah, Jiang Shuo, I cannot endure you any longer." Li Qian's eyes brimmed with tears from her frustration. She seized the large suitcase from Jiang Shuo's grasp, struggling to drag it forward. "Well, that's that." Jiang Shuo jogged up to her and took the suitcase back, grinning, "I was just joking. Why are you so angry?" Seeing that Jiang Shuo had not gone to that place, Li Qian's mood lightened slightly. "You scoundrel, I never expected you to be such a tasteless person." "How am I tasteless? Where there's a seller, there's a buyer. It's a market economy. Get lost. Spare me your attempts to con me. Furthermore, I implore you to promise that you shall never venture into such places again." "Why should I guarantee that? What is your relation to me?" Li Qian found herself at a loss for words. Hao Jiangwo came running from behind, his curiosity piqued. "Shuo go. It's quite inexpensive, merely 10 yuan per hour. Shall we not indulge in a bit of relaxation?" "Hao Jiangwo." Li Qian glared at him. "Do not poison Jiang Shuo with your filthy thoughts." Hao Jiangwo promptly fell silent, casting a disgruntled glance at Jiang Shuo, who was stifling a laugh. Who is really corrupting whom? Everyone in Jianyang knows this fellow is nothing but a notorious debaucher. Li Qian stormed ahead in a huff. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuo and Hao Jiangwo engaged in light banter as they walked. After more than half an hour in a taxi, they finally arrived at the entrance of Zhonghai University. Chapter 43. A journey full of pits. The entrance of Zhonghai University was bustling with activity. The crisp autumn air heralded the arrival of students from all corners, while banners proclaiming the fragrant osmanthus and wishing for a bright tomorrow lined the gates. The atmosphere was vibrant with youthful exuberance. Nearby, senior student representatives had set up welcome stations for inquiries and guidance. The faces of those present radiated the essence of youth, and Jiang Shuo reveled in the scene before him. The heart of a man in his 40s was momentarily melted by the vivacity surrounding him. Hao Jiangwo had initially assumed that the university was located within Zhonghai Finance Institute, only to discover upon arrival that the so-called Wild Chicken University was situated 10 kilometers away. With no choice, he hailed a taxi to reach his own school. Jiang Shuo followed Li Qian as she completed various formalities. After an hour of bustling activity, he finally found himself inside the girls' dormitory. Room 503 had been assigned to Li Qian. Upon entering, he noticed several girls already unpacking their belongings. Before Li Qian could greet them, Jiang Shuo took the initiative to speak. "Hello, beautiful ladies. It is a pleasure to meet you all." Li Qian shot him an irritated glance, displeased with his overtures. "What are you trying to accomplish with your flattery?" The girls, mistaking Jiang Shuo for an enthusiastic senior, greeted him warmly. "Hello, senior. You are quite handsome. Thank you for your efforts." Upon entering campus, freshmen often harbor a sense of reverence towards upperclassmen, believing them to be exceptionally accomplished. The girls were entirely taken in by Jiang Shuo's mature demeanor. He responded to each of them with enthusiasm and, after a while, delivered a mock-serious summary. "Dear classmates, university life is truly wonderful, yet you must not neglect your studies. Strive diligently to contribute to the modernization of our great nation. You are all remarkable. Now, please share your names and measurements with me for future correspondence." The girls were captivated. One girl, Zhao Fen, whom Jiang Shuo deemed the most beautiful in the dorm besides Li Qian, boldly spoke up. Senior, I hope you can look out for me in the future. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Zhao Fan sought to forge a closer bond with him, believing him to be a member of the student council. Just as Jiang Shuo was about to respond, Li Qian interjected, He is just a scoundrel. Don't be deceived by him. He is not a senior. He is from the school across the street. What? From the school across the street? The girls immediately cast disdainful glances at Jiang Shuo. What a joke. We genuinely thought he was from the student council. What a beast. They all returned to their own tasks, ignoring Jiang Shuo. With a playful grin, he continued to engage with each of them. Li Qian, unable to bear it any longer, pulled him out of the dormitory. You scoundrel, are you intentionally trying to annoy me? Jiang Shuo shrugged nonchalantly. Why would I want to irritate you? The intention was to improve relationships with them, ensuring they would not bully you in the future. Well, it's time for me to return to my own school. You should focus on your own matters. After saying this, he shouldered his backpack and departed. Li Qian hurriedly caught up, saying, Jiang Shuo, promise me one thing. What is it? I forbid you from teasing the girls at your school. Oh, very well. For your sake, I shall remain virtuous. However, what exactly is our relationship? Shouldn't we clarify that? Get lost. We have nothing but a classmate relationship. After this, she stormed angrily into the dormitory, slamming the door behind her. Jiang Shuo muttered. Why the temper? He strolled confidently through the Zhonghai campus, occasionally pointing out new students nearby. The freshmen genuinely believed he was a senior and treated him with utmost respect. As for the upperclassmen, they frowned at the sight. This year's newcomers are quite audacious. They watched as he eventually disappeared into the gates of the Zhonghai Finance Institute. Damn, that's not even our school. Zhonghai Finance Institute, Boys' Dormitory, Room 212. Jiang Shuo pushed the door open, and an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. Reminiscent of his past life. Just like before, one of the guys was holding a scallion, drinking erguotu, and was already quite inebriated. This person was Liang Boizhou, a northeasterner, who initially earned the title of the dormitory's wine god and had since risen to legendary status among the male dormitories. His reputation had grown so much that every day, challengers would come to their dormitory, only to leave in defeat. Nearby, a boy who was only 18 but sported a thick beard, had managed to present himself as a middle-aged man. His name was Wendy. Sitting beside him, engrossed in a mobile game, was Deng Yingkai, a local who came from the wealthiest family among the four. Jiang Shuo suppressed his excitement while organizing his belongings. Suddenly, the bearded Wendy stood up and clasped his fists towards the others. Gentlemen, I am Wendy from Sichuan. Today, as many heroes gather, I feel quite inspired. I have a small suggestion, and I wonder if you would be willing to hear it. The others turned to look at him simultaneously. Liang Boizhou, still tipsy, stood and asked, Uncle, whose guardian are you in our dormitory? Why are you still here? Wendy felt embarrassed. Well, I may look a bit older, but that signifies my masculinity. Since we will be living together for the next 4 years, I believe we should establish a hierarchy. What do you all think? Deng Yingkai calmly replied, Sure, the eldest should lead, but looking old doesn't count. Jiang Shuo also jumped down from his bed. The group gathered around the table. Jiang Shuo suggested, We're all the same age, so let us share our birth months. Who goes first? I'm September. Yang Boizhou burped. September? Haha, sorry. But I'm ahead of you. I'm May, Wendy chimed in. Deng Yingkai concluded, The results are clear. I'm the eldest, being born in March. Regarding the hierarchy of leadership, Jiang Shuo experienced considerable distress during his 4 years at university, often being referred to as the youngest. Consequently, he resolved to stand up for himself, offering a sheepish smile. I apologize, everyone, but I was born in January. How can you be older than me? Wendy exclaimed, filled with excitement. Clearly, I appear the oldest, yet I am to be ranked third. This is rather unreasonable. Little did they know that the birth dates and destinies of these individuals were all etched in Jiang Shuo's mind. To put it bluntly, regardless of who graduated as a monk, he had a clear understanding of it all. These young lads stood no chance against this 40-year-old man. With a sense of pride, Jiang Shuo rose to declare, From this day forth, I shall be the leader. You, Deng Yingkai, will be second. Wendy, you are third, and our inebriated companion, Liang Boizhou, will take the last place. Ironically, Liang Boizhou was the eldest among them. But his drunken state had led the others to playfully mislead him into taking the position of the youngest. Upon regaining his senses, he protested, No. We cannot settle this with mere words. We must check the identification. Chapter 44. the girl named Qianqian upon hearing the request for identification. The three men immediately aligned themselves with one another. The elder gentleman, El Windy, chuckled lightly, remarking, in this day and age, how many have prospered from merely checking IDs? Young one, do you not trust us? Our gathering from all corners of the world is a grand fete. It relies on loyalty and a heart filled with righteousness. I am quite disappointed in you. Zhang Qianqian took a deep breath, lamenting, between classmates, especially those who share a bond of cohabitation. How could you possibly harbor doubts about us? It is truly disheartening. Jiang Shuo, in a fit of sorrow, proclaimed, the hearts of men have grown cold, rife with treachery. I am utterly disillusioned with society. Liang Guozhou stood bewildered, momentarily taken aback by their banter. He quickly interjected, all right, fellows, whether you call him young one or not. I trust you all. Jiang Shuo, smiling, responded, now that is the spirit. I shall graciously accept your trust. Gentlemen, shall we forge a brotherhood akin to the Peach Garden? The others responded in unison with skepticism. What are you, filming a drama? However, Liang Guozhou suddenly froze, fear etched on his face as he gazed at Jiang Shuo. Boss. I didn't even introduce myself earlier. How did you know my name? Zhang Qianqian, equally alarmed, looked at Jiang Shuo with trepidation, realizing he had inadvertently let something slip. Jiang Shuo hurriedly laughed it off. Oh, before entering the dormitory, I glanced at our roster. Nothing to fret about. By the way, gentlemen, have you noticed any enchanting ladies today? This was the perennial topic of discussion in dormitory 212, one they could endlessly share from freshman to senior year. Thus, they immediately delved into the subject. Jiang Shuo listened intently, amused within, as none of these country bumpkins seemed to notice the girl named Qianqian, just as scripted in a previous life. As the conversation flowed, the night deepened, and camaraderie blossomed among them. Later in the evening, Jiang Shuo generously treated them to a late-night meal, and they completely regarded him as their leader. Upon entering university, military training awaited them, and the students of 98 could not evade this rite of passage. The following day, they donned their camouflage uniforms, standing in neat rows on the playground, eager to see Qianqian. Jiang Shuo arrived early. The other three, ever the suave ones, began scanning the faces of the girls beneath their military caps, striving to identify their targets. Yet, Jiang Shuo remained fixated on the girls' dormitory. As time ticked by, anxiety crept in. Where was Qianqian? Hadn't they agreed that the script of rebirth would be identical? Why was the ice cream goddess present while Qianqian was nowhere to be seen? Was he destined to be left with only Li Qian? At that moment, the military instructor approached, stern and unsmiling, with a bronze complexion that unmistakably marked him as a genuine soldier, not one of the pretenders often found among students. As he drew nearer, the disorganized students hastily formed into proper ranks. Jiang Shuo felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he did not catch a glimpse of Qianqian, instantly perceiving that this second chance at life had lost its profound significance. After a brief address from the military training instructor, a timid and fragile voice suddenly emerged from the side. Report. I'm sorry, I'm late. All the students turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. With her head bowed, her dark hair cascaded down, concealing a stunningly beautiful oval face. She wore an old high school uniform that had faded with time, and her trousers were too short, revealing a portion of her calves, a clear indication of her rapid growth. On her feet were a pair of exceedingly worn-out white sneakers, marred by a gaping hole. Standing at around 7 meters, she appeared heartbreakingly frail. The rest of the classmates merely glanced at her before turning their attention elsewhere, showing no interest in a country girl like her. Only Jiang Shuo remained transfixed. She was Qianqian. Throughout their 4 years in university, she always bore an air of insecurity, maintaining a considerable distance from everyone. While her classmates laughed boisterously, she quietly sat in the corner, smiling gently, yet never approaching them. Coming from a modest background, she often subsisted on steamed buns accompanied by a bit of chopped chili. Thus, she navigated her 4 years of university life feeling profoundly out of place. Until the day of the graduation party. With her frugal savings from part-time jobs, she purchased a simple outfit. Her hair, which had cascaded down for 4 years, was elegantly styled for the event. Even without a trace of makeup, her appearance sent shockwaves throughout the campus. The so-called campus beauties, regarded as the most resplendent flowers, found themselves overshadowed by her presence. Countless boys lamented their own blindness, cursing themselves for allowing such an exquisite goddess to slip away. In that moment, Qianqian nervously clutched the hem of her shirt, her head bowed as if awaiting judgment. The military instructor furrowed his brow. Addressing her, "Why are you the only one late?" Qianqian's voice was as faint as a whisper, filled with trepidation. I overslept. Then why didn't you change into the military training uniform? I can't afford to pay for it. Laughter erupted from the 60-odd students. Yet, Jiang Shuo remained silent. The instructor snapped, "What's so funny? This is your classmate. Poverty is not shameful, but mocking the impoverished is." He commanded them to silence. The laughter ceased abruptly. The instructor continued, "From today onward, anyone who is late will have to do 50 push-ups before rejoining the group. Do you understand?" Tears welled in Qianqian's peach blossom eyes as she bit her cherry-red lips and nodded, feeling wronged. "Rejoin the group." The instructor then turned to the students of Class 3. "Do not treat university military training as a joke. This is genuine military training. No one will heed your cries for sympathy. No one will show you mercy due to your myriad excuses. Therefore, you best prepare yourselves mentally. Should anyone find it unbearable, they may pack their belongings and return home at once. Do you understand?" Understood. The 60-odd individuals were devoid of any inclination for levity. After surveying the group with a discerning gaze, the instructor proceeded to declare, "Stand in military posture for 1 hour. Heads held high, chests out, and posteriors tucked." The 60-odd individuals stood rigidly. This military stance is particularly grueling, and it constitutes one of the most arduous aspects of military training. Within 10 minutes, some in the crowd began to feel their legs weaken, yearning to sit and rest. Yet, the instructor unhesitatingly delivered a swift kick to those who faltered. Qianqian stood just 2 rows in front of Jiang Shuo, her gaze fixated on the frail girl. He felt a pang of concern, wondering if this malnourished girl might collapse. Fortunately, the hour eventually elapsed. At the instructor's command to disperse and take a break, the 60-odd individuals collapsed onto the ground in various positions. Jiang Shuo, equally exhausted, was approached by a few flamboyant classmates from Class 212. Young Boizhou spoke first. "Gentlemen, I have inquired, and the girl's name is Wang Qianyu. I dare say she is undoubtedly the belle of our class." Chapter 45. Do you want me to be the sacrificial lamb? Bearded L. Wendy expressed his discontent. "You, the youngest, are merely intoxicated, using your blurry vision to judge a woman's beauty. This is the folly of drunkenness. Everyone appears beautiful under such circumstances. I believe the most stunning among us is that girl named Zhang Qianqian. Just look at her figure." TSK, I can't help but act lewdly." Zhang Qianqian calmly interjected. "You all seem to have a flawed aesthetic. Take a look at that girl. Doesn't she surpass your chosen ones?" He pointed towards a direction. The group turned simultaneously, and Jiang Shuo immediately grew anxious, for he was indicating Qianqian. L. Wendy, indignant, retorted, "That rustic girl? Come on, have the people from Zhonghai grown too accustomed to meat, always longing for wild vegetables?" Liang Boizhou shook his head. "Still, my scallions are more flavorful." Zhang Qianqian rolled his eyes. "Quit rambling. I'm referring to the girl behind that rustic one. Her name is Songganing." The group focused intently. El Wendy and Liang Boizhou promptly raised their thumbs in approval, recognizing the caliber expected from the people of Zhonghai. "Come on, let us play rock, paper, scissors. The winner fetches the water." The 3 flamboyant individuals began their game. However, sensing the odd atmosphere, they all turned their gaze towards Jiang Shuo. "Shuo, this doesn't feel right. Such a sacred moment. Why aren't you expressing your thoughts?" Liang Boizhou inquired. Jiang Shuo lazily responded. "You all have something in your eyes. Do you truly believe this level of attractiveness warrants such admiration? I'm not exaggerating. Even without considering Qianqian, Li Qian from Zhonghai University far surpasses the girl you fancy by a mile." The others scoffed at his remarks. It seemed they couldn't bear the absence of pretense. Ignoring him, the group continued their game of rock, paper, scissors to determine the winner. While Jiang Shuo rose to head towards the convenience store. "Where are you going?" Liang Boizhou asked. "To buy water." "Don't worry, I won't steal from you." "I don't find any of your choices appealing." Jiang Shuo waved dismissively and entered the store. A few minutes later, he returned with 2 bottles of Gatorade. Disregarding the 3 still engaged in their competition, he walked directly towards Qianqian. What is he up to? The 3 became agitated. The other boys from the class cast envious glances. It was the first day of military training, and they were still unfamiliar with one another. Songganing was indeed quite lovely, having been the belle of the class in her previous life. A modest score of 8.5 would suffice. Many had already taken notice, yet on this first day, the boys were reluctant to make overtures. What was this fellow planning? Was he trying to make the first move? The atmosphere grew unusually tense, with the trio from class 212 pounding their chests in frustration. They had not anticipated that while they were determining the victor through rock, paper, scissors, Jiang Shuo would resort to a more subtle approach. It was evident that everyone assumed he was going to present Songgening with water as a gesture of affection. Songgening felt quite distressed, contemplating how to politely decline. It was only the first day of university. She had no desire to be embroiled in any scandal. As for Qianqian, she merely glanced up momentarily, not taking it to heart. Lifting an old porcelain cup, freshly retrieved from her dormitory, she sipped the water, seemingly detached from her surroundings. Just as she believed Jiang Shuo would pass by, he unexpectedly plopped down beside her, offering a bottle of energy drink. You still have to march this afternoon. You must not have slept well last night. Drink up, it will invigorate you. I don't want it. Thank you, Qianqian stammered, flustered. Jiang Shuo scolded her. Take it. Why are you hesitating? Startled by his sudden temper, Qianqian trembled, biting her lip in uncertainty. She thought to herself, isn't this meant for Songmening? Why is he giving it to me? Is he afraid she might refuse and is using me as a substitute? Seeing her unyielding demeanor, Jiang Shuo pressed on. Did you not hear me? How will you manage this afternoon like that? Qianqian looked up at him, her eyes adorned with a subtle blush, resembling the delicate petals of a peach blossom, glistening with a dreamy allure. Her petite, oval face exuded an air of vulnerability that was heart-wrenching. This beauty was entirely different from Li Qian's, yet they both belonged to the same echelon. Understanding Jiang Shuo's domineering attitude, Qianqian realized that this fierce classmate would not relent until she complied. Hesitantly, she extended her hand. I will pass it on to her later. It's for you. Jiang Shuo replied, rising and departing. Shortly after, Songmening rushed over. Why does he seem like a little rogue? Why is he giving you something? Mening. This is from him. Qianqian quickly prepared to hand the energy drink to Songmening. Enough. He gave it to you, so just drink it. Don't pass it to me again. I can't stand him. Oh, all right then. Qianqian clutched the bottle tightly. As a child from the mountainous regions of Hunan province, she had only heard of such premium beverages like this energy drink, never having tasted one herself. This was not meant for her, and she felt she could not drink it. Moreover, given Jiang Shuo's fierce disposition, what if he merely intended for her to relay it? If she drank it, would he retaliate? Her thoughts raced with apprehension as she resolved to return it to Jiang Shuo after their training session. Carefully, she placed it in a plastic bag. Wary of any spillage, Jiang Shuo had given a drink to a country girl, and instantly, the boys in the class ceased their scrutiny of him, some mocking his poor taste and aesthetics. Upon Jiang Shuo's return, 3 flamboyant peers began to chatter. Lu Wendy remarked, Boss, you're impressive. Your methods are quite ruthless. I've looked into that girl. She is from Songmening's dorm and is well regarded by her. You're aiming to win over those close to Songmening. Liang Boizhou chimed in, resting a hand on Jiang Shuo's shoulder. Though Songmening is great, I must still caution you. As you passed by just a moment ago, I immediately sensed a surge of murderous intent emanating from among the students. Boss, take care. Jiang Shuo cast a glance at them. What nonsense are you all blabbering about? Who's going to see Songgening off? I'm the one escorting that country girl. Deng Inkai promptly gave a thumbs up. Indeed. Only someone of our boss's caliber could have such taste, effortlessly surpassing us all. Get lost. You know nothing, Jiang Shuo retorted, turning his gaze towards Qianqian. Qianqian was also looking at this fierce-looking male classmate. Upon realizing Jiang Shuo was staring at her, she trembled in fear, quickly lowering her head, her body quivering incessantly. This classmate, would he actually hit me? Would he? Sister Manning, doesn't he want your drink? What can I do? Chapter 46, A Showy Entrance. Beginning with a hairstyle, a brief respite of over 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. The afternoon military training proved to be exceedingly harsh, especially for students accustomed to a life of comfort. The sudden imposition of such strenuous exercises left many feeling overwhelmed. At 5 o'clock, the instructor's command to cease training sent a throng of students scattering, all eager to return to their dormitories. Qianqian cautiously approached and retrieved the plastic-wrapped drink. Upon touching it, she found it still exuded warmth, causing a twinge of anxiety within her. What if it had soured? Just as her impatience began to mount, Jiang Shuo appeared before her. Nervously, she extended the drink, saying, Classmate, Sister Manning mentioned she doesn't want it. I didn't mean for it to go bad. I'm sorry. Jiang Shuo glanced at her and replied, Hand it over. Oh, all right. Qianqian hurriedly placed the drink into his hands, fearful of incurring his wrath. After taking it, Jiang Shuo swiftly opened it and handed it back to her, insisting, I said it's for you. Drink it. Tears brimmed in Qianqian's eyes. What are you doing? This isn't my fault. Are you trying to poison me? Feeling wronged, she accepted it and took a small sip. How does it taste? She inquired. It tastes off. It must have been left in the sun for too long. I apologize. I thought the shade would remain here. But it was still exposed to the sunlight in the afternoon, she explained. Jiang Shuo looked at her and remarked, this is a metal can. Air cannot easily penetrate it. So it doesn't spoil that easily. That is the original taste of the drink. Come on, I'll walk you to your dorm. He then casually lit a cigarette. Noticing Qianqian's hesitation, he furrowed his brow and asked, what's wrong? Don't you want me to accompany you? Keep up. Okay. Fearing Jiang Shuo's ire, Qianqian unconsciously followed him. The girls' dormitory was situated opposite a small lake adjacent to the playground. By this time, the sky had darkened, and the autumn breeze carried a refreshing chill, mingling with the sweet scent of osmanthus, creating an uplifting atmosphere. As Qianqian trailed behind Jiang Shuo, time seemed to stretch endlessly. She dared not look up at him, keeping her head down, obscuring her delicate features that resembled a precious gem. The two walked in an oddly tense silence until they reached the dormitory. Jiang Shuo paused and, looking up, advised, university is not high school. Don't stay up too late studying. Relax a bit and rest early so you won't be late tomorrow. This was a habit of Qianqian's. In truth, she had performed exceptionally well on her college entrance examinations. However, after consulting many people, she discovered that Zhonghai University of Finance and Economics offered the most support for work-study programs, with annual student subsidies ranked first in the nation. Coming from a poor family, she had limited choices and thus settled on this second-tier institution. Her tardiness that morning was due to her studying late alone in the dormitory the previous night. She bit her lip and nodded slightly, handing the drink back to Jiang Shuo. I can't get used to this flavor. Jiang Shuo took it from her, inquiring, what about cola? Can you adapt to that flavor? Upon hearing this, Qianqian felt tears welling up once more. What is this about? Did they expect me to play the scapegoat tomorrow? Jiang Shuo shook the bottle of Jianlibo, finding that it was still half full. Without further thought, he took a swig. Qianqian, in a fluster, exclaimed, but that's what I've already drunk, you don't mind? Jiang Shuo replied, waste not. He then turned to leave, instructing her to head back to the dormitory and rest early for tomorrow. With a sudden sigh of relief, Qianqian dashed into the girls' dormitory, akin to a small beast escaping from its cage. Once back, she sat on her bed, still shaken, her mind a blank slate. That person was utterly terrifying. Soon, Songganing and the others entered with their thermos bottles. As soon as they stepped in, Songganing inquired, was that guy still pestering you just now? Qianqian bit her lip in distress. Sister Anning, why don't you just talk to him directly tomorrow? He.S. even planning to bring you cola. Moreover, Jianlibo has an off-putting taste. Songganing, incensed, retorted, that scoundrel, did he really force you to drink Jianlibo? Yes, he insisted that I drink it. All right. I'll clarify things with him tomorrow. He must not bully you. Similar to the dynamics in dormitory 212, the girls' dormitory had also formed a hierarchy. Being the youngest, along with her modest background and timid disposition, Qianqian was perceived by the others as someone in need of protection. After leaving the girls' dormitory, Jiang Shuo did not return to his own quarters immediately. Instead, he stood before a mirror at a nearby shop, gazing at his reflection. The store owner could no longer tolerate the sight and stepped out, saying, Hey, classmate, you've been grinning at my shop's mirror for over 10 minutes. What on earth are you doing? Can you please move along? One might think I'm a rare specimen being scrutinized. Jiang Shuo straightened up, apologies. I was just contemplating my hairstyle. Hurry along. You're even more narcissistic than a woman, the owner grumbled, shooing him away. Jiang Shuo left with a grin, his demeanor carefree as he playfully eyed the senior girls passing by. Eventually, he arrived at the entrance of a trendy salon. Flashing a wide smile, he declared, My flamboyant university life begins with my hairstyle. He strode inside. After a prolonged discussion with the hairstylist, the barber was left perplexed. As a professional accustomed to cutting countless middle-part hairstyles daily, he found Jiang Shuo's description utterly baffling. Growing impatient, Jiang Shuo picked up a newspaper, pointing at the head of a criminal depicted within. Just like this, my friend, do you understand? The stylist was taken aback. Isn't this a prisoner's haircut? If you say so, just get on with it. I don't want to waste time. The barber complied, scissors in hand, and within 20 minutes, a prison-style haircut was completed. Jiang Shuo gazed at his reflection in the mirror, tilting his head from side to side, feeling as though something was amiss. He pointed to his temples and said, Right here, use that electric clipper to carve a letter Z. The barber felt a shiver run down his spine. Was this young man from another planet? How could he be so eccentric? There was no choice. Customer requests must be honored. Thus, the barber dutifully etched AZ into the hair, which accentuated Jiang Shuo's rebellious charm to an extraordinary degree. Satisfied, he rose, paid, and sauntered out. The barber, conflicted, lingered behind for a considerable time before mustering the courage to chase after him. Is it that you don't have enough money? He inquired. No, that is not the issue. I have sufficient funds. The barber, visibly distressed, pressed on. Brother, if anyone asks where you got this hairstyle, please do not say it was from me. I fear for my safety. My family relies on this shop for our livelihood. Chapter 47. Re-entering the trade game? Jiang Shuo disregarded his boss and made his way directly to the school's bulletin board. Every institution boasts such a wall, a convergence of various announcements and information. He stood by the wall, scrutinizing each notice with care. Promotions galore, back-to-school discounts, water tickets at a 10% reduction. Seeking tutors for jobs, a genuine quest for fate. Offering substantial rewards for offspring. Are there wealthy women from the harbor city in this era? I had never noticed before. Jiang Shuo scratched his head, having spent over 10 minutes without encountering a single useful piece of information. Helpless, he turned to leave. Along the way, he pondered what speculative ventures he could undertake in college. Selling clothes seemed viable. Street stalls were a novelty in Jiaoyang, yet they had long become commonplace in Zhonghai. That avenue was closed. Establishing an arcade on campus would surely be denied by the administration. Outside the school, the situation was even less favorable, as each institution attracted a plethora of dubious characters, creating a veritable jungle. He needed to engage in something sustainable and enduring. What about flipping goods? As he walked, the term flashed in his mind, illuminating his thoughts. Yes, that is the path. This is indeed my forte. In the future, Jiang Shuo would delve into foreign trade. To put it bluntly, it would be akin to running a shell company, adept at luring foreigners to the domestic market. He would find a massive factory and boast of its capabilities, asserting that they were partners of great strength. The foreigners would be impressed, believing, this young fellow indeed possesses considerable assurance. Thus, contracts would swiftly be signed. Afterwards, he would approach the factory owner, presenting them with a lucrative order. This was how one could build an empire from nothing. To put it crudely, it was akin to flipping goods. Given the current state of information isolation and the varying demands across regions, this method was entirely feasible. Did not Boss Wang of Wanko profit handsomely from reselling corn in his day? This was the plan. After military training, he would delve into research in the computer lab. As for what to do with the profits, that could wait for another time. With newfound purpose, Jiang Shuo's spirits lifted. Little did he know, many classmates were already critiquing his hairstyle behind his back. Initially, the attractive senior girls regarded him with judgmental eyes. However, upon closer inspection, they found a certain rugged charm in his appearance. He returned to the dormitory, enduring a barrage of peculiar glances. Upon entering, Liang Boizhou and El Wendy stared at him in bewilderment, noting that Deng Yingkai was absent. Shuagu? What on earth is that hairstyle? Shuagu. Why are you so flamboyant? Shuagu. Where's your center part? The two were riddled with questions. Jiang Shuo ignored them, taking a gulp of water. After setting the cup down, he inquired, "What are you discussing?" "Oh, naturally, it's about the evaluation of the class beauty," El Wendy replied, stroking his beard. "In the spirit of fairness and justice, to ensure that some beautiful pearls are not buried in the dust, we have decided to establish a judging committee for Class 3. What nonsense is this?" Jiang Shuo fixed his gaze on the two. Liang Boizhou solemnly added, "It's about the ranking of the girls in our class. We assess them based on their physique, appearance, voice, attire, and other attributes through a comprehensive scoring system." Lu Wendy established a remarkably scientific and objective set of evaluation criteria for this purpose. Jiang Shuo rolled his eyes. Yet he feared that Qianqian might fall prey to their so-called scientific system of judgment. He cautiously inquired, "So, who have you determined to be the class beauty?" "Songganing." Without a doubt, Lu Wendy replied earnestly. "Oh, Songganing, I support your scientific system, Old 3. He then asked, "Have you decided who will be the first to lead the charge?" "Haha, of course, that would be me," Liang Boizhou chimed in. At that moment, Deng Yingkai entered, holding his phone to his ear while walking. Okay, I'll discuss it with my dad later. Don't worry, uncle, your 30,000 investment is definitely secure." "Oh, right. It's like this." He appeared quite busy, smiling at Jiang Shuo and the others as he headed towards the balcony. Liang Boizhou called out, Old 2, hurry over. The committee is waiting for your input. I'm busy, on a call, Deng replied loudly. His voice echoed through the corridor beneath the balcony, drawing the attention of several passers-by. He felt a surge of satisfaction. Owning a Nokia in this day and age was undeniably stylish. Noticing the crowd's gaze, he raised his voice even more. Uncle. Rest assured, it's just a matter of 30,000. You won't lose a dime. What? There's a shipment worth over $1 million coming from the north? Beep, beep, beep. As he was amusing himself with the phone call, astonishingly, his phone rang again. The others in the room were momentarily stunned. Liang Boizhou scratched his head in confusion. Shuo, being from a small city, are you aware that while on a call, another call can come through? Jiang Shuo chuckled inwardly, thinking that this guy, just like in his previous life, enjoyed showing off his phone. He looked at Liang Boizhou and replied, I'm not sure. Lu Wendy approached. Old 2. Your phone is ringing. Aren't you going to answer it? Deng Yingcai's face flushed. Who would have anticipated that while he was showcasing his bravado, an unexpected call would interrupt? Caught in a predicament, he resolved to maintain his facade. Loudly, he continued, all right, uncle, I'll have to pause our conversation. I have something of great importance to discuss with my classmates. He quickly glanced at the incoming call number, chuckling, it's not a call, it's the alarm ringing. So, what did you need me for? Damn it, how could you forget such an important matter? Hurry up. The boys in the class are eagerly awaiting the results from our ranking committee. Deng Yingcai smacked his forehead. Right, I almost forgot about that. The three of them then gathered around the table, embarking on a vigorous debate. You say this girl looks better without clothes, while I argue she looks great in clothes. Without a hint of shame, they began their earnest evaluations amidst an air of frivolity. Were it not for Qianqian, Jiang Shuo would undoubtedly have been the most boisterous among them. Now acquainted with Qianqian, he found himself entirely disinterested in the heated competition for rankings that had left the three of them flushed with excitement. Dialing the landline of Li Qian's dormitory, he was met by the indifferent voice of Zhao Fen. It was apparent that, with the first day of school just passed, their phone was likely besieged by numerous suitors vying for Li Qian's attention. At that moment, Li Qian was occupied with her bath and unable to answer the call. After leaving their dormitory's number, Jiang Shuo hung up. Glancing at the time, he noticed the imminent clash between the others and swiftly intervened. Are you all completely devoid of sense? Is there a woman who does not look appealing when she sheds her garments? Even the plainest, when the lights are dimmed, can become your goddess. Beauty, cuteness, allure, none are worth mentioning when confronted with the tangible experience. Chapter 48. Defiling my ice cream goddess? The quarrel among the three abruptly ceased, and they simultaneously bestowed a thumbs up upon Jiang Shuo. Impressive, Brother Shuo. The rivers and lakes are still ruled by the seasoned. Clearly, Brother Shuo possesses a wealth of stories, and stories necessitate an audience, as well as libations. With your formidable presence, why not treat us to a midnight feast and regale us with tales of your illustrious life? Jiang Shuo rolled his eyes in response. Pack your things. Let's head out for a late-night snack. All right, our illustrious leader speaks with such bravado. The three, brimming with excitement, trailed behind Jiang Shuo as they ventured out. Zhonghai University and Zhonghai Financial Academy were merely separated by a narrow street, the most vibrant locale in the area. As night fell, students from both institutions would converge here, a cacophony of youthful exuberance. The four settled at a bustling food stall, ordering a sizzling platter of chives, skewers, grilled fish, and more. As they indulged, the atmosphere grew lively with the first rounds of drinks consumed. After a few cups, the spirited discussions resumed, centering around their rankings. Jiang Shuo felt a pang of annoyance. At that moment, another table nearby was occupied by students proudly displaying the emblem of Zhonghai University. It was characteristic of their students to don their insignia whenever they frequented this street, a clear demarcation from their counterparts at the Financial Academy. The latter was a second-tier institution, while they boasted a first-tier status, a distinction not to be overlooked. Moreover, wearing the university insignia while mingling with female students from the Financial Academy undoubtedly enhanced their chances of success. Despite the shortcomings of the male students from the Financial Academy, the allure of their female counterparts was undeniable. As the group settled in, they cast a condescending glance at Jiang Shuo and his friends. One of the boys, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle, fixated on Jiang Shuo. The freshmen from the Financial Academy are quite arrogant, flaunting such a bold hairstyle. Don't they fear provoking the masses? Another chimed in. Come on, Chom. What is the fuss? However, I spent an entire evening outside the Financial Academy yesterday, and I must say, The quality of the new female students leaves much to be desired. None could rival the likes of Li Qian. Li Qian? Jiang Shuo, initially oblivious to their chatter, instinctively perked up at the mention of her name. The group remained unaware of his subtle shift in demeanor and continued their conversation. The one referred to as Chong swallowed hard, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. All right, brothers, let us make a pact. I'll pursue Li Qian first. If I fail, then it's your turn. Understood, the others replied, a sense of boredom settling in. Another added, let me tell you. Today, I saw Li Qian at the cafeteria, dressed in a nightgown that left much of her thigh exposed. It was mesmerizing. I couldn't tear my eyes away. Her long hair cascaded down, her figure tall and curvaceous. How could there be such a perfect goddess in this world? Beauty aside, she is simply enchanting. Given her tall stature, it is likely that she has attained an exceptionally high level of beauty. A few individuals swallowed hard. Brother Chong remarked, really? Why didn't you inform me back then? The other person waved his hand dismissively. Brother, it's not that I didn't want to inform you. But at that moment, there were at least 30 boys surrounding Li Qian, admiring her. If I had called you over, what could you have done? Would you have the courage to take a picture of her pert backside? Oh, come on, don't say that. You're making me feel like I might have a nosebleed, he replied, and a hearty laughter erupted among them, their words growing increasingly frivolous and vulgar. Jiang Shuo, listening from the side, felt his expression darken. Lu Wendy, noticing Jiang Shuo's changing demeanor, inquired, Shuo, what's wrong? Jiang Shuo took a sip of his drink. It's nothing. Zhang Qianqian interjected, speaking of which, brothers, the girl from the table next to us reminded me of something. In previous years, everyone knew that the girls from our finance department were a head above those from Shanghai University. However, this year, a girl named Li Qian has overshadowed us. A friend of mine, who is in her class, called me today to mention this. Liang Boizhou exclaimed, are you telling me our finance department has been eclipsed? Jiang Shuo interrupted, all right, hurry up and get that ranking list. The boys in class are waiting for the announcement. Right, we can't waste any more time. The group resumed their academic endeavors. Jiang Shuo stood up and exited the food stall. He purchased a phone card from a small shop and found a public phone to make a call. It was too long before someone on the other end picked up. Are you calling for Li Qian again? Stop calling, she won't answer. Jiang Shuo replied, tell her that it's Shuo Go calling. If she doesn't answer, don't bother coming to find me again. Shuo Go? The girl murmured. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the other end. Moments later, Li Qian's voice came through. Hello? Is that Jiang Shuo? Yes, it's me. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to return your call. Hee. How was military training today? Li Qian had also been quite exhausted that day. As a high school student seeking education in a foreign land, the initial days were often filled with a profound longing for home, leading to a reliance on those from her hometown. Thus, Li Qian's demeanor towards Jiang Shuo was exceptionally warm. Jiang Shuo yawned and lit a cigarette. It was all right, but there are fewer beauties in my class. Li Qian's expression immediately soured. You jerk. Did you call just to irritate me? Not at all, Jiang Shuo replied. Did you go out wearing a nightgown to buy food today? Li Qian paused. Yes. How did you know? Did you just come to our school? Oh no. Just checking on that. Just know you shouldn't wander around in a nightgown, unless I'm coming to find you. Li Qian, puzzled, responded, why? My dress is quite thick. You can't see anything underneath. Do not concern yourself with so much. Simply obey and act accordingly. Jiang Shuo spoke with a hint of authority. Li Qian teased, what is the matter? Are you feeling jealous? Enough of that. I have no reason to be jealous. The myriad senior sisters from the School of Finance are more than enough for me to handle in this lifetime. I merely wanted to remind you to stay safe. You jerk, I can't continue this conversation with you, she retorted, abruptly hanging up the phone. After placing the receiver back on the telephone, Jiang Shuo gazed up at the somber moonlight, exhaling a puff of smoke. Taking a deep breath, he returned to the bustling food stall. The group of boys from Shanghai University were still engrossed in discussing Li Qian, now even to the point of bearing children with her, a rather crude topic indeed. Upon seeing Jiang Shuo return, Lu Wendy looked up in curiosity and asked, where have you been, Shuge? Jiang Shuo did not respond. Instead, he silently twisted the cap off an empty beer bottle and strode over to the adjacent table without uttering a word. Chapter 49. Unyielding confrontation at this moment. Jiang Shuo exuded an aura of audacity. With a cigarette dangling from his lips and a beer bottle gripped tightly in one hand, he appeared utterly unrefined. Wendy and his companions were momentarily taken aback. The boisterous Chang was becoming increasingly animated, his words dripping with vulgarity, as if Li Qian had already succumbed to his advances. With a resounding crash, Jiang Shuo smashed the bottle against Chang's head, leaving his table in stunned silence. Just as they were about to retaliate, Jiang Shuo brandished the shattered bottle, pointing it menacingly at them. Who dares to step forward? These were merely students, unaccustomed to such brazen displays of aggression. They stood frozen in fear. Chang, a student from the prestigious Shanghai University, proved to have a rather resilient skull. Despite the bottle shattering upon impact, he remained unscathed, springing to his feet in preparation to fight back. Yet, Jiang Shuo was relentless, pressing Chang's head down onto the table with formidable force. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap across Chang's face. You think you can speak so arrogantly? Crack. Li Qian is your woman? Crack. The blows rained down mercilessly, 10 slaps in quick succession. The once defiant Chang found his spirit utterly crushed. As for his companions, who had initially rallied around him in camaraderie, they quickly abandoned him at the first sign of trouble, fleeing in haste to avoid being entangled in the chaos. Chang, witnessing his allies retreat, quickly cowered. Brother, I was merely having a drink. Did I offend you? Was it because I glared at you earlier? If so, I sincerely apologize. Please, spare me. Jiang Shuo, radiating an intimidating presence, crouched down and intoned, it is one thing to harbor feelings for someone, but to insult and degrade them is an entirely different matter. Deserving of retribution. Should I encounter you again in public, disrespecting Li Qian, I shall strike you down with a bottle once more. Let us see whether your skull is indeed tougher than the glass. In that moment, Chang comprehended the motive behind Jiang Shuo's aggression. He was undoubtedly one of Li Qian's admirers. Was he not a student of the business school, but rather a mere street thug? How could such a rogue possess such insightful knowledge? As he lowered his gaze, he pleaded for mercy and offered apologies, fearing further retribution. Jiang Shuo's ire began to dissipate. And with a dismissive kick, he commanded, "Leave." Chang, relieved, quickly vanished into the crowd. After this tumultuous encounter, none had the appetite to continue their meal. They settled the bill and departed the eatery. On the way back, the three companions hesitated, wary of approaching Jiang Shuo. Upon returning to their dormitory, Jiang Shuo lit a cigarette and asked, "Were you frightened?" Nods of affirmation followed. He clarified, "Li Qian is a high school classmate of mine. Before I came here, her father implored me to look after her. When others insult her in my presence, I must intervene." This revelation eased their minds somewhat. Liang Boizhou leaned in. Giving a thumbs up, being the boss certainly has its privileges. I remarked on your apparent lack of interest in Songganing, only to realize that your aspirations soar even higher. However, Shuo, do remember to inform us before you take action next time, so that we may join forces. Indeed, you left us all in a state of confusion. El Wendy chimed in as well. At this moment, Dang Inkai could not resist boasting. I possess some connections in Shanghai, and should trouble arise, I can navigate it. The group was certainly not a mere assembly of armchair strategists. They had not shied away from joint ventures in the past, bonded like brothers. Jiang Shuo chuckled softly. Let it be. You little rascals, what chaos are you trying to stir? Rest early. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shuo, the strong fellow he had confronted was actually a student from Li Qian's class. Shanghai University was also undergoing military training. After the first military training class, Li Qian sat languidly by the flower bed, her forehead glistening with perspiration, strands of hair clinging to her exquisite oval face, attracting the furtive glances of several boys. At that moment, she was sipping from a bottle of water. Zhao Fan approached her and nudged her playfully. Qianqian, did you know that a boy from our class was beaten up yesterday because of you? I just heard about it. Li Qian blinked her large eyes in confusion. Beaten up because of me? Why? Zhao Fan pointed to a swollen-faced figure in the distance. That's him, Lin Wenxiang. Yesterday, a few boys from our class were dining at a street stall discussing you. An unassuming student from the Finance Institute suddenly rushed over and slapped him repeatedly. Li Qian was perplexed. A student from the Finance Institute? What does he look like? I heard he is quite intimidating, resembling a hardened criminal. Zhao Fan teased. Look at you, Qianqian. It's only been a day, and you already have admirers from the Finance Institute. Li Qian frowned slightly, gazing at the playground. That scoundrel Jiang Shuo called me last night out of the blue. It can't be him. No, Jiang Shuo has a side-part hairstyle, not a criminal look. With a faint sigh, her thoughts drifted back to what that rogue Jiang Shuo might be up to. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Shuo was indeed up to no good. Currently seated beside Qianqian, who held a bottle of cola in her hands, her head lowered, avoiding his gaze. exuding a palpable fear. Jiang Shuo looked at her with an expression of feigned grievance and snatched the cola from her grasp, twisting off the cap. It's already opened. Drink it quickly, or it will go flat. Qianqian's voice was barely audible. Classmate, I really don't want to drink it. Why don't you give it to Sister Man Ning instead? Jiang Shuo glanced over at Song Man Ning, who was surrounded by boys. What does that have to do with her? Just drink it. With tears brimming in her peach blossom eyes, Qianqian reluctantly took a sip. PFF. The moment she swallowed, she spat it out immediately. Did this classmate intend to poison me? What have I done to deserve this? She looked in horror as the cola she had sprayed on the ground fizzed. Qianqian nearly fainted, recalling the martial arts drama she had watched in her village, where any nefarious concoction would bubble upon contact with the ground. Thus, she concluded that this was a bottle of poisoned cola. Jiang Shuo sighed at her pitiful expression and took the cola back, taking a sip himself. You've never had this before, have you? The first sip does feel like swallowing poison, but once you get used to it, it's quite refreshing. He handed it back to Qianqian. Go on, drink. Pressured and unsure, she looked up at Jiang Shuo, her expression filled with an endearing vulnerability. Reluctantly, she accepted the bottle, holding her breath. To her astonishment, she downed the entire contents in one go. After finishing, she passed the bottle to Jiang Shuo and said, I have finished drinking. May you now grant me my release? Chapter 50. Too young to understand the depth of schemes, Jiang Shuo found himself both amused and exasperated as he gazed at Qianqian's delicate oval face. He lightly tapped her head, eliciting a pained reaction from her as she instinctively shielded the spot he had struck. Does it hurt? Jiang Shuo inquired, feeling a twinge of regret. Yes, it hurts, she replied, her voice tinged with grievance. The man is heavy-handed. Please be gentler next time. Qianqian's expression became even more woeful at the thought of a next time, and she dared not utter another word. Jiang Shuo lit a cigarette and turned his gaze toward their classmates, murmuring, Are you from Xiang province? Yes, she answered. Oh, who else is in your family? He probed. What do you want? Qianqian's heart raced at the unexpected question, and she instinctively looked up at Jiang Shuo, wondering if he intended to silence her grandfather as well. Noticing her alarm, Jiang Shuo shot her a glare. Is it wrong to ask? Speak quickly. Terrified, she hastily replied, I only have one grandfather. Ah, just one grandfather? That simplifies matters. At that moment, Song Qianqian approached with a furrowed brow, pulling Qianqian away. Don't associate with this little hoodlum. He only knows how to bully others. All right. I'll listen to you, Sister Man Ning. Qianqian responded gratefully, as if she had been rescued from the depths of despair, hastily trailing behind. Jiang Shuo watched Song Qianqian's retreating figure and muttered under his breath, busybody. Lu Wendy, bewildered, looked at the two departing figures and remarked, Bro, you don't stand a chance. Yet he added, though Qianqian may seem a bit rustic, from behind, she certainly scores above a 9 in terms of figure. Jiang Shuo rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Where are Deng Yingkai and the others? They seem to vanish after being reprimanded. Lu Wendy lay back on the grass with his hands behind his head. They went to scout out the girls from other classes. Our class has limited female resources, and after our research these past 2 days, we found there's no target worth pursuing. Hey, bro, how about you invite Li Qian out for a late-night snack with us? It's on you, Lu Wendy suggested. You know, Li Qian has become quite the sensation at Shanghai University. I heard from a classmate that there are crowds shouting outside her dorm every day. Jiang Shuo got up and kicked him lightly. You want to see beautiful girls and expect me to foot the bill? Your ideas are quite shameless. Lu Wendy quickly got up, grinning. What can I say? In our class, you are the wealthiest. Unlike Deng Yingkai, who is such a miser, always pretending to be impressive. Just because he has a phone, he struts around like it's a big deal, flaunting it everywhere. Enough of this nonsense. Line up, Jiang Shuo said, his thoughts lingering on Qianqian, unwilling to waste further words. Just then, the instructor approached and blew the whistle. 60-odd students reluctantly rose to reform their ranks. Deng Yingkai and his companion returned, wearing satisfied smiles. Once the lineup was complete, the instructor scanned the class and stated, The instructor from the adjacent class just informed me that 2 boys from our class have been fixated on the girls from their class all day. With a serious demeanor. He meticulously recorded each detail in a small notebook, prompting my curiosity about the identities of these 2 individuals. Among the crowd, the previously content expressions of Deng Yingkai and Liang Boizhou transformed into tension, their bodies instinctively tightening. In the haze of uncertainty, they seemed to envision themselves performing push-ups in the foreground. No one offered a response. The instructor furrowed his brow slightly. cautioning them not to assume that their military training attire rendered them unrecognizable. I must express my appreciation for such endeavors aimed at benefiting the boys in the class. A collective question mark emerged above the heads of over 60 individuals, bewildered by the instructor's words. One brave soul ventured, "Instructor, is there a reward?" The instructor chuckled, "Indeed, there is a reward. This afternoon, he will be exempt from military training. He may revel in freedom and do as he pleases." Instantly, the class erupted in excitement. Jiang Shuo quickly glanced at Deng Yingkai and Liang Boizhou, poised to advise them against stepping forward. Yet, Liang Boizhou eagerly interjected, "Report, instructor. Those two remarkable classmates are none other than myself and Deng Yingkai." To validate his claim, he lifted the small notebook, densely filled with various scientific evaluations of girls. Deng Yingkai shyly adjusted his middle part, stating, "In truth, we aren't that remarkable. We merely aim to attract all potential resources to our class." Jiang Shuo shook his head, remarking, "You are still too young. I fear this will require 100 push-ups as a starting point." As anticipated, the instructor's expression darkened. Two students stepped forward. 200 push-ups. What? Liang Boizhou and Deng Yingkai's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. "What do you mean? Get to it. No more idle chatter." They immediately wilted. Heads hung low, begrudgingly commencing a rhythmic count. Laughter erupted among their classmates. The instructor, adopting a more serious tone, continued. "Punishing these two students is merely the first matter at hand. The second is that the instructor from the neighboring class has proposed that, since you all seem so eager, we shall indulge you once. This evening, we will have a social gathering with their class, so prepare some performances." The class erupted in cheers. The rigors of military training were exhausting and monotonous, consisting of endless standing and resting during the day. However, evenings were typically lively, with classes mingling and forming connections. Numerous couples had emerged from such social events. The girls deemed this a proper activity to strengthen bonds among classmates, fostering mutual learning, collective growth, and a future dedication to serving the nation, striving for the modernization of our country. The boys, on the other hand, viewed the gatherings as matchmaking opportunities, eagerly anticipating potential romantic encounters. After escaping Li Qian's shadow, Jiang Shuo always emerged as the most animated participant in these social events. With his flamboyant guafuching hairstyle and a guitar in hand, he captivated countless girls. Yet now, with Qianqian and Qianqian by his side, he found little interest in such affairs, maintaining a remarkably calm demeanor amidst the crowd. As the multitude fell into silence, the instructor continued, stating that there was no need for any special preparations. The program was spontaneous, and the primary focus was to enjoy oneself. "You are dismissed. Today's military training concludes here. Assemble at the playground at 7 this evening." The group of over 60 dispersed in a flurry. Xiao cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Shuo before hastily retrieving her chipped ceramic jar and departing, anxious that this intimidating classmate might approach her. Jiang Shuo indeed contemplated following her, but upon noticing Songgening's watchful gaze, he could only exhale in frustration, muttering, "Damn that meddlesome woman." He refrained from mingling with the trio of flamboyant individuals, instead lighting a cigarette and making his way to the information board. This was a veritable hub of opportunities, a gathering place for the astute. Upon arrival, he soon spotted a newly affixed A4 sheet proclaiming, "The college supermarket is available for low-cost transfer. Interested parties may contact Mr. Chen at 133XXX. Chapter 51. Just wait. You will beg me establishing a supermarket within a school is akin to playing a game of heart-stopping thrill. With exorbitant rental costs and a densely packed clientele, those who manage operations well can lead a prosperous life, while those who falter may struggle to meet their rent obligations." Jiang Shuo pondered that, for the time being, the physical economy had yet to feel the tremors of e-commerce, allowing for a few more years of comfortable existence. Lighting a cigarette, he ambled towards the location of the college supermarket. Moments later, standing at the entrance of the supermarket, he found himself in a quandary. Merely 20 meters away, at the intersection, there existed another supermarket. Positioned at the crossroads, it boasted a significantly better location, capable of effectively siphoning off foot traffic. Unlike other industries, supermarkets find it challenging to attract customers through differentiated products. For instance, a pack of Hongta Mountain cigarettes is priced uniformly at 7 yuan across all supermarkets, making it difficult to persuade customers to walk a few extra steps for a different purchase. This explains why, in some neighborhoods, Two supermarkets situated a mere few meters apart can experience vastly different levels of business. Jiang Shuo crouched by the roadside, meticulously observing and comparing the two supermarkets. The disparity was striking. One was teeming with customers, while the other languished in desolation, nearly empty. As he glanced toward the roadside, he suddenly spotted a newly constructed building. A light bulb went off in his mind. This was the hot water room. Indeed, when he first arrived at Zhonghai Financial College, the hot water room had undergone renovation, consolidating several small facilities into this one building. Moreover, it was set to open in a month. Therefore, if the supermarket could hold out for just this month, its entrance would soon be flooded with customers due to the hot water room. With this realization, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and stepped into the supermarket. The establishment spanned roughly 200 square meters. The owner, wearing a furrowed brow, was seated at the cash register, slightly portly and balding. Jiang Shuo approached with a grin. "Hey there, brother, it seems your losses have made you bald." The owner, visibly irritated, looked up and asked, "What do you want?" Jiang Shuo offered him a cigarette. "I'm not here to shop. Are you looking to transfer this supermarket?" "Transfer?" The owner scrutinized Jiang Shuo, noting his student appearance, which diminished his interest. "Well, there is such a matter. The transfer fee is 600,000. 600,000? Jiang Shuo surveyed the surroundings and shook his head. The inventory likely did not exceed 20,000, and the business prospects were even less promising. The only assets of worth seemed to be the exorbitant rent and operational costs. Exercising patience, he said, "Let us discuss the lowest price. Let us not play games." The owner assessed Jiang Shuo once more, wondering if this young man was serious. Frowning, he replied, "If you're genuinely interested, then it's 500,000, no negotiation." Jiang Shuo felt exasperated and countered, 5,000. "If you're sincere, I can pay you today." "What? 5,000? Are you here to make a joke? Get lost. Don't bother me." The boss, unable to maintain his composure, began to dismiss people without granting Jiang Shuo the opportunity to continue speaking. Was this some sort of farce? 50,000 had dwindled to 5,000. Why not just rob someone? Jiang Shuo remained unfazed. "No worries, my friend. I'll leave you my number. If you have any thoughts, just give me a call." He scribbled down a dormitory phone number on a piece of paper and placed it down as he exited. Bah, 5,000. The boss, infuriated, tossed the note into the trash. He failed to notice Jiang Shuo's dismissive expression as he left. "Heh, I somewhat regret it. Let us make it 40,000. In 10 days, you'll be begging me." It was now 7 in the evening. Jiang Shuo patted his stomach and headed to the cafeteria. Upon surveying the remnants of uneaten food, he lost his appetite and decided to go to a nearby fast food restaurant. Just as he reached the entrance, he spotted a fragile-looking girl seated in the corner of the hall. The dim light cast a gentle glow on her fair face, and despite the surrounding disarray, her beauty remained unblemished. He smiled and approached her. Plopping down in front of the girl startled her. However, upon noticing the bottle of chopped chili on the table, Jiang Shuo fell into silence. "Is this your dinner? A bit of chopped chili and a bowl of plain rice?" The girl was Qianqian. A trace of chopped chili lingered on her naturally full red lips, which she quickly licked away, her posture stiff and straight, making her appear quite pitiful. She merely nodded, refraining from speaking or eating further. Jiang Shuo regarded her. "You truly are a peculiar creature. Eating this every day? How did you grow so tall? And how is your hair so lustrous and sleek?" Qianqian's voice was as delicate as a whisper. "I don't know." She felt quite aggrieved, wishing Jiang Shuo would leave soon. "I haven't finished my meal. Your presence makes me reluctant to continue." Gathering his things, Jiang Shuo stood up. "What are you doing?" "I'm still hungry. I haven't had my fill." Tears shimmered in Qianqian's eyes. Jiang Shuo turned back and admonished her. "If I say tidy up, then tidy up. No need for all this chatter." Oh. After a flurry of activity, Qianqian hastily finished tidying up. She carefully packed away the half-eaten bowl of rice, intending to consume it later in the dormitory, unwilling to waste it. Jiang Shuo led her into a nearby restaurant, ordering braised crucian carp, rib soup, winter bamboo shoots with cured meat, and a toothpick. He even went to get 2 bowls of rice, placing one in front of Qianqian. "Eat." Qianqian's eyes widened with anxiety as she glanced at Jiang Shuo, hesitant to touch her food. "What's wrong? Eat up. Why are you dawdling? Hurry, and I'll sing for you at the social gathering later." Still, she remained motionless, lost in thought, filled with countless questions. Why is this classmate being so kind to me? He treats me to dinner and wants to sing for me afterward. Is this a shared expense? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, She finally spoke. I suppose I shall stick to my own meal. I lack the funds to share the bill. Jiang Shuo lifted his gaze and retorted, who said anything about splitting the bill? Why are you so dazed over a simple meal? I shall treat you. Spare me your boundless imagination. Oh, all right, she acquiesced. After a series of internal conflicts, Qianqian ultimately grasped her chopsticks. However, she only dared to consume the vegetables, shying away from the sumptuous meats laid before her. Jiang Shuo, unable to bear her reluctance, persistently added dishes to her bowl, prompting her to eat a bit more. The atmosphere was peculiarly tense, with Qianqian remaining silent, savoring each bite with great deliberation. After a span of 15 to 20 minutes, she set down her chopsticks and gently patted her stomach, lowering her head as she murmured, I have finished eating. Classmate, could you please take me back to the dormitory? Jiang Shuo wiped his mouth and replied, I am Jiang Shuo, not just classmate. Come on. I will escort you back to your dorm. Qianqian, hesitant to oppose, obediently followed behind. Chapter 52. Brother Shuo is the true tycoon. As the gentle evening breeze swept through the air, Qianqian maintained a respectful distance, trailing behind Jiang Shuo. In her grasp, a red plastic bag contained a bottle of chopped chili and remnants of white rice. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, gathering her courage, she whispered, Jiang Shuo, they say you came back from prison. Is that true? Who said that? Others mentioned it, saying your hairstyle. Don't listen to their nonsense. Tell those gossips that anyone who speaks ill of me, I'll have Liang Guozhou keep watch on them while they bathe. Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle, her enchanting peach blossom eyes curving into crescent moons. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and in a soft voice, she added, Thank you for treating me to dinner today. Once I earn some money from my part-time job, I'll invite you. With that, she turned and entered the dormitory building. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the vast playground was filled with the essence of youth. Laughter and song echoed, fervent recitations resonated, and dances flowed like wind chimes. Embodying the exuberance of the finest youth in this splendid era, they reveled in the joys of campus life, with over 100 students from 2 classes gathered together. A boy from Class 4 of the business department sang Butterfly Fly by the Little Tigers amidst the crowd. Everything felt so delightful. Jiang Shuo sat at the side, smoking and gazing indifferently at the scene before him, feeling somewhat out of place. Liang Guozhou plopped down in front of him with his little notebook. Brother Shuo, I just heard something. Can you tell me if it's true? What is it? Jiang Shuo sensed it couldn't be anything good. Without hesitation, Liang Guozhou grabbed the cigarette box beside Jiang Shuo and lit a long one. His eyes wandered to Qianqian, who was absorbed in a performance. You're not actually considering pursuing that country girl, are you? Jiang Shuo replied. Where did you hear such rumors? It's just that someone from our class saw you dining with Qianqian at a restaurant. Seriously, are you letting go of Song Manning for her? Have you really been enchanted by a country girl? You're our leader. With such taste, where will we find our dignity when we're out? Jiang Shuo chuckled inwardly, realizing that in his eyes, the girls from the Finance Academy were mere supporting characters. Song Manning wasn't even worthy of carrying her shoes. He chose not to respond. Wendy and Deng Inkai approached from the side. Jiang Shuo spoke. You arrived just in time. I need your assistance with something. The 3 straightened up, attentive. Jiang Shuo continued, I'm considering acquiring the campus supermarket. What do you think? The trio stared at Jiang Shuo as though he were a peculiar creature. Deng Inkai chuckled. Where will you find the money for that? Don't joke with us. I heard that the owner is quite unscrupulous, refusing to sell for less than 500,000. Do you even grasp what 500,000 means? Jiang Shuo slowly placed the cigarette but in his mouth, gazing into the distance, surrounded by swirling smoke as he replied. I intend to secure it for 50,000. The others immediately lost interest in continuing the conversation. Let us not dwell on whether the boss is willing to reduce the price tenfold. Rather, let us consider this sum of 50,000. How do you intend to procure it? Jiang Shuo disregarded their concerns and continued, stating, You need not worry about the financial matters. From this day forth, each of you shall call that boss daily. Call? The 3 stared at Jiang Shuo, sensing the gravity of his words. He swiftly articulated his plan, which was straightforward, to incessantly undermine the boss's confidence. Presently, the boss was convinced that he could transfer ownership for 500,000 and remained ensconced in his delusions. The exorbitant transfer fee had frightened away potential buyers. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the true market dynamics. But what if he were to receive several phone calls each day? Today someone offers 5,000. Tomorrow another bids 10,000. After enduring this sustained psychological assault, he would inevitably become unsettled. This is a psychological strategy. Once you shatter your opponent's morale, They shall be led by your whims. The trio seemed to grasp the concept, yet Zhang Qianqian remained skeptical. But where will you obtain the funds? Jiang Shuo retorted. Do you think you are the only one with wealth? I, too, am a minor scion in Jiangyang City. Henceforth, spare me the pretense with your outdated phone. I came to university with 100,000 in my pocket. A collective gasp escaped the three as they regarded him as if he were a mythical creature. How could Brother Shuo possess such wealth? He truly is a tycoon. Various thoughts swirled in their minds. Jiang Shuo paid them no mind, his gaze drifting toward Qianqian amidst the crowd. At that moment, a male classmate approached, his expression troubled. Old Liang, why are you all just sitting here? The girls in our class are in danger of being swept away by that guy from the next class. The group lifted their heads in unison. Indeed, the earlier butterfly had incited a fervor throughout the crowd. The girls were cheering and squealing. Even someone like Song Manning had her eyes shaped like hearts. Meanwhile, the boys from Class 3 were seething with envy. Jiang Shuo cast a nonchalant glance. Is this truly worthy of such raucous applause? Are they out of their minds? The troubled classmate replied, They're already calling for a battle. You should hurry over. The group returned to the throng, with Jiang Shuo plopping down beside Qianqian. As soon as he sat, her face blossomed with two sweet dimples. Your singing is delightful, she complimented. However, upon realizing it was Jiang Shuo beside her, she immediately lowered her head, hesitant to speak. Jiang Shuo remarked, Is this level of performance truly deserving of your praise? His voice was not loud, yet it pierced through the jubilant crowd, reaching the ears of the young man clutching a guitar. A glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes as he shot a meaningful glance at the boys of Class 3. Boys from Class 3, as our two classes unite. You won't remain mere spectators, will you? Didn't they say that the boys in your class are exceptionally talented? Why has anyone stepped forward? The 30 or so boys from Class 3 all lowered their heads, visibly frustrated. It turns out that Liang Boizhou and his companions from Class 4 were investigating the behavior of the girls, which incited the righteous indignation of the boys from Class 4. They were all holding their breath, eager to reclaim their pride at this social gathering. You think you can lure away the girls from our class? Very well. I shall return the favor by enticing those from your class. This bespectacled boy is actually a ringer brought in by Class 4. A lead singer from the finance department S-band, and also a sophomore. Naturally, hearing of an opportunity to impress the younger students, he readily agreed to come assist. Observing that no one dared to defy him, the bespectacled boy smugly adjusted his glasses, casting a scornful glance at the boys from Class 3, a mocking smile adorning his face. Jiang Shuo intentionally raised his voice, looking at Qianqian. Do you truly believe that this sounds particularly melodious? Chapter 53. Reluctant to slap you in the face, the room fell into an eerie silence. The boys from Class 3 were filled with bravado. Yet their lack of real skill rendered their bravado meaningless. They soon drooped their heads in disappointment. Meanwhile, Class 4 erupted with jeers and mocking remarks. After all, the one they were up against was the lead vocalist of a band, a professional in his own right. Their shouting only invited humiliation upon themselves. Song Manning cast a disgruntled glance at Jiang Shuo. Enough, Jiang Shuo. Don't embarrass our class. Just sit quietly. Jiang Shuo shook his head. I've said nothing but the truth. Huh. You there. Come on. Stand up. The bespectacled student thought it imperative to teach this kid a lesson, believing that he wouldn't comprehend the nuances of social interactions otherwise. Naturally, he relished the opportunity to embarrass someone in front of so many freshmen. Jiang Shuo, with a mischievous air, stood up defiantly and glared at him. What's the matter? Are you really asking me that? The bespectacled student wore a resigned smile, shaking his head. You claim I sing poorly, which implies you must sing exceptionally well. Come on. I have studied music for several years and enjoy engaging in friendly exchanges with those who share similar interests. Let us showcase our talents. Jiang Shuo shot a glance at this fellow and then at Qianqian, who was lowering her head. Want to listen? Qianqian dared not respond, with over 100 pairs of eyes fixed upon her. Had it not been for Jiang Shuo's presence, she would have fled the scene long ago. Having grown accustomed to quietly observing others from the sidelines, she found the attention overwhelming. Seeing her silence, Jiang Shuo rubbed his head and stepped into the clearing formed by the crowd. Are you truly challenging me? How audacious for a freshman to speak to me so. The bespectacled student's irritation was palpable, his expression darkening. It's not a challenge, it's merely an exchange, he thought to himself, eager to witness Jiang Shuo's embarrassment. He thrust the guitar toward Jiang Shuo. Here, perform for us. Let us see what you've got. Jiang Shuo surveyed the surrounding students, feeling a pang of reluctance to show off. Accepting the guitar, he remarked. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate what true singing sounds like. What you've sung is utter nonsense. You. How audacious. The bespectacled student fumed as he sank back onto the sidelines. Jiang Shuo ignored him, seated himself on the grass, gazing up at the moonlit sky and then at Qianqian's sparkling eyes, reminiscent of a clear spring. It felt as if the world had shrunk to just the two of them. With a profound sense of tranquility, he began, "This song is titled Those Flowers." Class 4 erupted with derisive laughter. What a rogue. How can he even attempt to be sentimental? It's utterly nauseating. Lu Wendy sighed. It seems we are destined for disgrace today. Brothers, when Jiang Shuo gets pelted with bottles, let us step in to shield him. After all, he is quite wealthy. Borrowing money will be convenient in the future. They all nodded in agreement. Not a single person in the crowd had faith in Jiang Shuo, except for Qianqian, whose gaze remained fixed, lost in thought. Amidst the cacophony of mockery, Jiang Shuo began to strum the strings of the guitar. The exquisite and pure notes drifted far into the fragrant night filled with osmanthus. In just a few fleeting seconds, the mocking laughter within the crowd abruptly ceased. The bespectacled boy paused as well, initially believing that Jiang Shuo lacked guitar skills. However, the melody Jiang Shuo strummed astonished him. One would require at least a decade of practice to achieve such proficiency. A sense of unease began to creep into his mind. Could this fellow possibly be a senior? He had never heard of him before. He tightened his focus, casting a dark glance at Jiang Shuo. Jiang Shuo's slightly weathered voice emerged slowly. That laughter reminds me of my flowers, blooming quietly for me in every corner of my life. I once thought I would always stand by her side. Just like every time Jiang Shuo began to sing, an absolute silence enveloped the audience. The students stared in a daze. This song lacked any particularly passionate climaxes, yet its simple, quiet murmurs unintentionally pierced their souls, evoking memories of their recently concluded high school years. They recalled the youthful smiles that accompanied them for 3 years. In silence, they savored the moment. Minutes later, after finishing his song, Jiang Shuo stood up and approached the bespectacled boy. Is that sufficient? The boy, who had harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Jiang Shuo's provocation, found himself momentarily entranced by the performance. Staring at Jiang Shuo in disbelief, he asked, "Did you write that song?" Jiang Shuo pondered for a moment. "No one has sung it before, so consider it my creation. And by the way, you are not a mere individual. You are a despicable one." The boy's face darkened, yet he was at a loss for a response. Jiang Shuo returned to Qianqian's side. Did he actually think the performance was impressive? Damn, this guy was singing just to impress that plain girl. Be quiet. Songganing shot an irritated glance towards the source of the noise from class 4. Jiang Shuo slightly furrowed his brow. Let's go. This setting isn't suitable for you. Let us take a stroll by the lake. Qianqian nodded obediently, biting her lip. The two departed from the gathering. By the lakeside, Qianqian still maintained a certain distance from Jiang Shuo, hesitant to draw closer. She thought that the song he had just sung was too enchanting. Such a radiant individual was beyond the reach of someone like her, a mere ugly duckling. As they walked, Jiang Shuo suddenly halted, expressing his discontent. Why do you always follow me from behind? Am I going to eat you? Qianqian was taken aback. Come here, you silly. Oh. She hurriedly jogged up, nervously standing beside Jiang Shuo. The moonlight shimmered on the lake's surface, and the fragrant scent of the earth wafted from the grass nearby. A gentle breeze brushed against her face, lifting her dark tresses. Her exquisitely shaped oval face flickered momentarily, only to be veiled by her flowing hair. Jiang Shuo felt a wave of frustration. How could this girl, who seemingly indulged in spicy dishes daily, possess such beauty? How could she have grown so tall? Lighting a cigarette, he pulled his thoughts back and remarked, "In a while, I will be opening a supermarket. Do not concern yourself with work. Come and join me for a part-time position instead." Qianqian lifted her enchanting eyes fleetingly towards Jiang Shuo, yet quickly succumbed to her insecurities, allowing her gaze to fall. "Oh," she uttered softly. "What do you mean? Have you lost your voice? Must you remain so dazed and silent all day?" Jiang Shuo playfully tapped her on the head. A mist of tears welled up in Qianqian's lovely eyes, and she lowered her head in a display of profound grievance. "That hurts." Jiang Shuo raised his hand, prompting Qianqian to instinctively retreat, fearing another tap. "What are you doing? I have no intention of striking you." "Oh," she replied, straightening her posture in trepidation. Jiang Shuo gently caressed the spot he had tapped. "Next time, I shall be more gentle." "Oh," Qianqian murmured, too shy to voice her thoughts, silently lamenting. "You promised the same last time." Chapter 54. Sister Qian's fear of injections after bidding farewell to Qianqian. Jiang Shuo made another trip to the supermarket entrance to observe the flow of customers. The bald man inside the supermarket, upon spotting the troublemaker from yesterday, was infuriated. His Mediterranean-style hairline and beady eyes glaring at Jiang Shuo repeatedly. Several times, he nearly seized a nearby broom to shoo him away, but Jiang Shuo remained unfazed. Ignoring him entirely, he stood at the entrance, contemplating how to package the store's offerings. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Deng Ying there, reclining on the bed. Shuo Gu, there was a call from Zhonghai University just now. They asked you to return the call. Who called? It seems to be someone named Qian. It should be Li Qian, Jiang Shuo replied, returning the call. As soon as the line connected, he was met with a torrent of tears. Has someone bullied you? Do you need me to bring my comrades from Liaoshan to your aid? Jiang Shuo asked, bewildered. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. All right, stop crying. What on earth is going on? You're driving me crazy. Woo-woo. I have a cold and need to get an injection. Jiang Shuo, could you come to the infirmary at our school to accompany me? Jiang Shuo felt a headache coming on. Sister Qian, how old are you this year? Almost 18, woo-woo. I'm just afraid of injections. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, he muttered, women are truly troublesome. In the infirmary of Zhonghai University, Li Qian appeared exceedingly pitiable. Her frail form trembled in oversized military training attire. Countless passers-by glanced curiously at the extraordinarily beautiful girl alone in the infirmary. Such a stunning girl, all by herself. This was rather unusual. Upon spotting Jiang Shuo at the door, Li Qian instantly broke down, her tears flowing even more profusely. She stood up, trembling. Jiang Shuo, you finally came. Why has your hairstyle changed? Seeing Li Qian's delicate demeanor, Jiang Shuo's earlier grievances dissipated. He placed the back of his hand against her forehead. You cut your hair short to stay cool. Yet how did you suddenly catch a cold? Li Qian furrowed her brow slightly, her large eyes gazing at Jiang Shuo with a sense of grievance. I don't know either. A gust of wind blew by, and I caught a cold. Jiang Shuo was rendered speechless. That wind must be fierce. Come on. Let us get the injection. I need to head back to sleep afterward. Inside, after helping Li Qian sit down, a nurse approached with a syringe. She resembled Song Manning in appearance, her hair elegantly styled in a bun, exuding a unique mature charm. Unlike Sister Kang's alluring maturity, this was a beauty imbued with an intellectual sisterly allure. The nurse teased, your boyfriend is here. He won't blow up our infirmary, will he? Li Qian flushed with embarrassment. Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause trouble. It's all right. It's my first time having my personal safety threatened in 5 or 6 years of working here. Jiang Shuo was perplexed. Threatened your personal safety? Li Qian felt a pang of guilt. It's nothing. The nurse remarked as I approached with the needle, your girlfriend suddenly erupted in emotion, declaring that if I dared to administer the injection, she would blow up our hospital and harm my entire family. I'm merely here to give an injection. How could this be easy for me? Jiang Shuo felt a mix of anger and amusement. She had been like this since middle school, unleashing her pig-like wails each time she stepped into the school's infirmary. My apologies, nurse, he said. Perhaps you could leave me your number, and I could personally convey my apologies to you on another day. Oh, let go, it hurts. Li Qian pouted, releasing her grip on Jiang Shuo's waist. She shot him a glare, clearly displeased. Even while accompanying me for an injection, you're thinking about flirting with girls. Jiang Shuo is such a scoundrel. The nurse, however, paid no mind. Once the medication was prepared, she approached Li Qian and paused, exclaiming, oh, this young lady. I didn't notice before, but you're quite beautiful. She then glanced at Jiang Shuo and shook her head, a rogue indeed. A flower nurtured by cow dung, such is the way of the world. Li Qian chuckled, thank you, nurse. Let us get on with it. Summoning her courage, she rolled up her sleeve. The nurse expertly inserted the needle into Li Qian's arm, which resembled a pristine lotus root. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Her piercing scream echoed through the hospital corridor, drawing curious glances from many onlookers. The nurse quickly withdrew the needle and looked at Jiang Shuo. Why are you making such a fuss? I haven't even injected you. Jiang Shuo furrowed his brows, pointing at Li Qian, who was biting into his arm. Am I supposed to feel no pain? Well, yes, biting your arm, the nurse replied. All right, it's done. You may go back now. Remember to drink plenty of water. Li Qian released her bite, satisfied, and let her sleeve fall back down. After collecting some medication, the two strolled through the campus of Zhonghai University. Jiang Shuo rolled up his sleeve, observing the deep teeth marks left on his skin. I recall you don't have canines. Why are these 2 spots particularly deep? Li Qian replied proudly. Who told you to try to flirt with that nurse? Jiang Shuo retorted in frustration. Who said I was trying to flirt with her? You threatened to blow up the infirmary over a simple injection, leaving everyone in a state of panic. I'm merely cleaning up the mess for you. You always have a myriad of chaotic excuses, Li Qian huffed. Jiang Shuo followed her. That nurse just referred to me as your boyfriend, and you didn't deny it. Am I now your boyfriend? Get lost. You're not, she exclaimed. This is pointless. Accompanying you for an injection should be the duty of your boyfriend. Don't seek me out anymore. Suddenly feeling a pang of sadness, Li Qian turned back to Jiang Shuo, tears streaming down her cheeks. Jiang Shuo was startled and quickly asked, What is wrong, my lady? Didn't you just finish the injection? Why are you crying again? Li Qian sobbed. Jiang Shuo, you are truly a complete scoundrel. Do you think I would perish if you weren't angry? Jiang Shuo no longer dared to jest. He approached her, cradling her delicate face in his hands, gently brushing away the tears that lingered beneath her eyes with his thumb. Why are you crying like this? I was just playing with you, he said. Come, let me escort you back to your dormitory. Li Qian felt a bit better and refrained from further conversation. As the two appeared beneath the girls' dormitory, several men holding bouquets of flowers emerged nearby. Upon noticing a male figure alongside Li Qian, their expressions twisted with envy and frustration. However, upon recognizing Jiang Shuo's playful demeanor, their jealousy was quickly suppressed. How could Li Qian be with someone like this delinquent? They thought. Jiang Shuo was also aware of these suitors. He cast a scornful glance in their direction, and, as Li Qian was about to enter the dormitory building, he affectionately ruffled her hair, teasingly saying, Remember to take your medicine on time. I'll call you later. Li Qian, aware of his insincere intentions, shot him an exasperated look and ignored him as she entered the dormitory. Jiang Shuo chuckled to himself as he departed. Upon returning to the boys' dormitory 212 at the College of Finance, Jiang Shuo discovered several individuals engaged in a drinking contest with Liang Guozhou, creating a lively and boisterous atmosphere. Chapter 55, a song by the talented Shi Yaij. Upon seeing Jiang Shuo's return, Liang Guozhou promptly stood to introduce him. Brothers, this is our leader of 212 Shuago. The others quickly rose, exclaiming, Hello, Shuago. Jiang Shuo, disinterested in idle chatter with these inebriated companions, waved his hand dismissively and climbed onto his bed. He understood that a few of these drinkers would surely linger around 212 for the long haul. Noticing Jiang Shuo's indifference, the group did not press the matter further and continued to drink. At that moment, Jiang Shuo's mind was still preoccupied with the supermarket affair. He kicked L. Wendy's bed and inquired, Old 3, have you called the supermarket owner? I have, and his attitude was quite firm. What price did you offer? 500. Don't worry, this old fellow still needs a bit of pressure. We all made our calls. Tomorrow, I will gather more people to continue the effort. Shuagu, are you truly planning to take over that supermarket? We specifically went to keep watch today. Seriously, how much business can that shabby place do in a day? The few brothers in the dorm remained concerned that Jiang Shuo might recklessly become a scapegoat. Thus, after the recent social event, they intentionally checked on the supermarket. No one was optimistic. Jiang Shuo considered their worries. You needn't fret. That store will undoubtedly become a hot commodity in a month. It won't be a loss. All right. If you say it's fine, then we'll bombard it starting tomorrow. We'll aim to transform that old man's Mediterranean into a Pacific. Sure. I'll reimburse the phone expenses. Once again lying down, Jiang Shuo began to plan the subsequent operations for that store in his mind, while also contemplating how to earn some quick cash. On a misty morning at the transition from late summer to early autumn, a delicate veil of fog enveloped the vibrant campus. Another day of military training commenced, and after several days, the students had grown accustomed to this life of precise marching. Qian, as usual, quietly followed her classmates, neither lagging behind nor seeking to outshine anyone. After a morning of training, Jiang Shuo bought a bottle of cola and tossed it to her before exiting the campus. The mesmerizing peach blossom eyes of Qian curiously followed Jiang Shuo's departing figure. Songgening approached her and remarked, Why isn't that rogue being fierce with you today? Qian replied softly, I don't know. He seems preoccupied. Songgening nodded thoughtfully. Well? Qian, it's best you avoid getting too close to him. He will only bully you. Okay. Qian lowered her head in a daze. Yet her eyes couldn't resist stealing another glance at the already distant figure. After leaving the school grounds, Jiang Shuo entered the nearby computer room. It was modest in size. The exterior housed a gaming hall, while inside were a few computers. The internet fee was 6 to 7 yuan per hour, which most students found unaffordable, resulting in sparse occupancy. After finding a seat, Jiang Shuo began to browse various online news articles and information. An hour passed, and Jiang Shuo, adrift in aimlessness, was captivated by a particular news piece. Title: The Plight of Northeastern Chili Peppers, a Farmer's Dilemma. The narrative unfolds in a village within a chili pepper cultivation base in northeast China, where the local farmers, in a blind pursuit of trends, have embarked on extensive chili planting this year. This impulsive decision has culminated in an overwhelming surplus of unsold peppers, resulting in countless trucks of chilies languishing by the roadside, with no one willing to pay even a dime per pound. Some poignant photographs capturing the despair of the farmers have been taken. Jiang Shuo quickly retrieved paper and pencil, jotting down the address, pondering what could yield swift financial returns. Reselling. Throughout his military training in the morning, this matter occupied his thoughts, though he had set his sights on supermarkets. The severe lack of information in this era made it seem unjust to profit from reselling information. He began to contemplate taking a few days off to investigate the market. As he was about to leave, his gaze fell upon a nearby computer. Intrigued by the dark, complex coding displayed on the screen, he glanced at the individual seated before it. The person, sporting thick-framed glasses and disheveled, greasy hair that suggested a few days without washing, appeared very thin. Fixated on the monitor, typing at a speed rivaling that of future wordsmiths. The screen flickered with incomprehensible code, reflecting in his lenses. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiang Shuo remarked, "Brother, do you know how to code?" The lanky individual shot him a disdainful glance, exuding an air of superiority. Unfazed, Jiang Shuo continued to observe the screen, expressing his admiration. "Truly, you are a master at this." This compliment struck a chord with the coder, who adjusted his glasses with a hint of pride and asked, "What, can you understand the code?" Jiang Shuo replied, "How could I not? You, my friend, are a combatant among experts. I am in awe. I have never witnessed anyone code with such prowess." In truth, Jiang Shuo barely grasped the coding. The coder, amused, responded, "Of course, I'm not boasting. I won first place in a coding competition held by Shanghai University last year. I am somewhat of a legend in the field, with stories of me circulating everywhere." Jiang Shuo quickly gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "A true master hidden among us. Is this the legendary figure who frequents the computer lab? Here, have a cigarette." He eagerly offered a red Tower Mountain cigarette. The coder reveled in this flattery. "Ah, you too are a Tower Mountain aficionado? I've been smoking these for over a year. They pack a punch." Feigning surprise, Jiang Shuo responded, "I never anticipated that we share such a common interest." The coder was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Shuo's charm. Their conversation finally flowed. He learned that the individual was Shi Yaij, a high-achieving sophomore in the computer department at Shanghai University, a recipient of numerous awards in various computer competitions, a veritable IT whiz. After a lengthy discussion, Jiang Shuo shifted the topic, asking, "Sure, have you ever used the Penguin social software?" The coder scoffed, "Penguin? Isn't that just a knockoff of ICQ? Those few have been running around, using it to swindle funding. It has long become a joke in our circle. There is nothing technically impressive about it. I could whip up a simple version in a month or two. The Penguin of 98 and Maz Ali, in the realm of the internet, are nothing more than grand jokes. No one holds any optimism for them. Otherwise, Mr. Ma would not have opted for Mr. Sun's investment. And the Penguin itself was nearly sold for a mere 600,000. The domestic internet landscape, dominated by the three major portals, Suhu, Xinlang, and Wangyi, has long established the status of its three founding figures, with others merely serving as their subordinates. At this juncture, the Penguin had already amassed over 1 million users. Yet it struggled to pinpoint a viable profit model. Many industry insiders perceive that Little Ma is not crafting a commercial product, but rather engaging in philanthropy, as he himself is oblivious to how this venture could generate revenue. If not charity, then what is it? Jiang Shuo, as a reincarnated being, is acutely aware of the potential growth of these fledgling entities into colossal enterprises in the future. Looking at Shi Yaij, he certainly needs someone to expand his internet territory. However, given the disdain for penguin-like products, if one were to inform him that 20 years hence, the penguin would boast a market value of 4 to 5 trillion, he would regard you as deranged. It must be approached gradually. Swallowing hard, he remarked, "Brother, I have a few matters to attend to. Let us exchange contact information. My admiration for you, dear brother, flows like an unending river. Should the opportunity arise, I would be delighted to introduce you to a junior from the finance department." Chapter 56. Senior sister of the Big Five. Upon hearing that Jiang Shuo was going to introduce a junior from the School of Finance, Shi Yaij's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. So, you're from the finance department, huh? Jiang Shuo responded with a fist salute. I'm a veteran of the finance department. Fond of befriending female classmates, and I possess ample resources. With my scientific evaluation system, I can find exactly what you desire. Although Shi Yaij was merely a sophomore, he genuinely regarded Jiang Shuo as an elder brother, who could truly comprehend the monk-like existence of a computer science major. Even the cleaning lady at the school dared not enter their classroom anymore. If you can introduce me to a junior from your department, I'd even call you father. He gulped. Now, elder brother, do leave me your number so we can communicate more in the future. Jiang Shuo burst into hearty laughter. Sure. The two quickly exchanged contact information. As they were parting ways, Shi Yaij gazed at Jiang Shuo earnestly. My happiness depends on you, elder brother. You must pay attention to this. Jiang Shuo chuckled. Rest assured, I'll get in touch with you. He patted his backside, feeling quite satisfied as he departed. After returning to his dormitory, he called Li Qian to check on her cold. On the other end, Li Qian sounded quite cheerful, for this rascal had finally shown concern. Over the phone, she inquired, Jiang Shuo, do you have time tonight? For what? Oh, I'm so bored. I'd like you to come over and chat with me. I miss home. Jiang Shuo pondered for a moment. I need to meet Qianqian later tonight. He spoke with conviction. Now that your cold has improved a bit, you must stay in your dormitory and recuperate. Don't go wandering about. The autumn breeze carries a chill, do you understand? Li Qian paused for a moment. Why are you being so fierce? I'm fierce for your own good. A weasel visiting a hen brings no good intentions. I want to say more. After this, Li Qian abruptly hung up. Though her words were sharp, a sweet smile graced her face like that of a little girl. Zhao Fen leaned over and nudged her. Oh. Our Qianqian seems to be experiencing a crush. How many boys at Zhonghai must be feeling hopeless now? Li Qian, flustered and unsure, stood up. Who is experiencing a crush? How annoying. I'm going to take a shower. After the evening military training, Jiang Shuo noticed Qianqian walking alone towards the girls' dormitory. Just as he was about to get up and follow her, Songgening blocked his path. Jiang Shuo, I need to talk to you. Frustrated, Jiang Shuo replied, what is it? Can it wait until tomorrow? Songgening was quite irritated. Counselor Li Xiaowei is looking for you. I'm just the messenger. You should go find her in her office. What is her business with me? I barely know her, he retorted. Barely know her? She's your counselor. Just go find her. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Songgening snapped before storming off. Jiang Shuo felt a surge of irritation as he lit a cigarette and headed to the department office. Li Xiaowei is a student who has chosen to remain at the university this year. To put it plainly, she is a senior from Jiang Shuo's class. This mirrors the trajectory of her past life. She possesses an attractive appearance, undeniably qualifying as the belle of the class, though it is regrettable that she is already engaged. Upon Jiang Shuo's entrance, Li Xiaowei glanced up at him and inquired, Are you Jiang Shuo? Indeed, that's me, teacher Li. Oh, please come over. I would like to discuss something with you. Jiang Shuo scoffed inwardly, thinking her just a senior. What else all this teacher talk about? After he sat down, Li Xiaowei began, Today, the student council reached out to me. They mentioned you sang a song on the playground yesterday and wished to recruit you into the council. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Shuo declined. I must report to you, teacher Li, I am not interested in joining the student council. What purpose would that serve? Endless meetings. One after another, with some students posturing too bureaucratic for my taste. My only interests now are making money and pursuing women. I cannot afford to waste time there. Li Xiaowei looked up, somewhat astonished. Not joining the student council? Jiang Shuo, such an opportunity is rare. You would be a special case among the recruits. Freshmen would do anything to get in and gain experience. Experience, indeed. What kind of experience? Just pretense. Even if one were to become a formidable warrior, it would ultimately be for the sake of securing a good job afterward. I have no intention of working for someone else in this new life. Various thoughts raced through Jiang Shuo's mind, yet he maintained a respectful smile. I sincerely appreciate the consideration from you and the senior members of the student council. But I genuinely have no time. Oh, by the way, teacher Li, I would like to request a leave of absence. A leave? Li Xiaowei's expression darkened immediately. Since military training commenced, students from the class have approached her daily with a plethora of absurd excuses. Did I not once request leave during my freshman days? I am well aware of your intentions. You merely seek to evade military training. Shaking her head, she replied, That is not permissible. The school has explicitly stated that students may not take leave during military training. Jiang Shuo, with a cheeky grin, replied, Teacher Li, you are so beautiful. Surely you can grant me this one favor. Just for a day, I beg you. or else my girlfriend will break up with me. You have a girlfriend? Li Qian scrutinized Jiang Shuo from top to bottom, her skepticism deepening. With no alternative, Jiang Shuo had to continue his persuasive efforts. Men are a challenge to win over. But women, well, there is none they cannot charm. After more than half an hour, Jiang Shuo triumphantly emerged from the department office with a leaf slip in hand. While behind him, Li Qian's face flushed crimson. Once he departed, she discreetly retrieved a mirror hidden in her drawer. Am I truly as beautiful and exceptional as he claims? Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Shuo was loath to squander such a splendid evening. He rose and made his way to the girls' dormitory. Just then, he spotted Qianqian emerging with a kettle of hot water. Upon encountering Jiang Shuo, Qianqian froze in place, visibly intimidated and hesitant to exit the girls' dormitory. Jiang Shuo shot her a sharp glance, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Am I going to eat you? Step outside, you fool." His voice resonated loudly, causing several onlookers to frown at his brashness. To bully a female classmate, what kind of man does that? With tears welling in her eyes, Qianqian trembled in fear and approached him, feeling quite aggrieved. Jiang Shuo noticed that she clutched a red plastic bag, inside which was a jar containing chopped chili peppers. After taking the water bottle from her, he frowned and asked, "Haven't you eaten yet at this late hour?" Qianqian bit her lip and nodded. "Why not? Aren't you hungry?" "I lost track of time while studying," she replied. Jiang Shuo rolled his eyes at her. "I told you, there's no need to study so hard in college. Come on, let me take you out for a meal." Seeing Qianqian linger without moving, he turned back and scolded, "What are you dawdling for? Eating that all the time can't be nutritious. Hurry up." "Oh," Qianqian murmured, lowering her head as she jogged to catch up. Chapter 57. To apologize or not to apologize. Within the confines of the restaurant, the two individuals dined in silence. Qianqian remained taciturn, finding the food exceedingly difficult to swallow. Primarily, she was perplexed by Jiang Shuo's intentions. If his aim was to pursue Sister Man Ning, why did he persist in inviting her to meals? She deliberately chose to consume only the vegetables, taking large bites of rice in between. A habit reminiscent of a child from a modest background. Jiang Shuo, wordless, continued to heap vegetables into her bowl. Qianqian sat upright, akin to a child being reprimanded. Her head bowed as she chewed slowly, savoring each bite. Once they finished, Jiang Shuo wiped his mouth, and Qianqian timidly placed her bowl on the table. I'm done eating," she murmured. Jiang Shuo gazed at her. "Have you already started looking for part-time work at school?" Qianqian bit her lip, her eyes fixed on her shoelaces. "Yes. I told you not to look just yet, didn't I?" Jiang Shuo's temper flared as he noticed her lack of response. There are typically two types of girls that leave a lasting impression: the most beautiful girl in class and the most unattractive one. Qianqian belonged to the latter category in her past life, leaving a deep impression on Jiang Shuo. During military training, he would often see this ugly duckling wiping tables in the cafeteria. The students received scant provisions, merely one meal a day, leading him to conclude that Qianqian was indeed scouring for work. "Fool," Jiang Shuo remarked with discontent. "Stop looking for now. Wait for me. Let us go. I'll help you fetch some hot water." "Okay," Qianqian replied, cautiously trailing behind him, maintaining a respectful distance, fearful of incurring Jiang Shuo's wrath. The hot water room was like a bustling marketplace, particularly during meal times. Even Jiang Shuo had to wait for quite some time to fill just 2 kettles. This illustrated how arduous it must be for the frail Qianqian to fetch hot water on her own. The two strolled through the campus, and as they passed a flower bed, Qianqian suddenly halted, her teeth clenched in distress. Jiang Shuo paused. "What is wrong?" Qianqian pointed to a table surrounded by people near the flower bed. "I want to take a look." Jiang Shuo glanced over. "Then let us go." Upon approaching, she discovered that the school's Entrepreneurship Association was recruiting members. Although it was dubbed an Entrepreneurship Association, it was essentially a labor dispatch front. Some upperclassmen gathered part-time job information from outside the campus and collaborated with the employers to take a cut of the profits. This was considered one of the most lucrative student organizations within the institution. Qianqian noticed a cleaning position available at a nearby restaurant, offering a monthly wage of 30 yuan and meals included for work on weekends. This was immensely appealing to her, considering her monthly living expenses barely amounted to 30 or 40 yuan. She calculated in her mind that she could work at the restaurant on Saturdays and Sundays while spending her weekdays in the cafeteria. The cafeteria closed at 7, leaving her with a few hours to seek additional employment. Unable to contain her excitement, she asked, "Classmate, could I have a copy of that information?" The senior student seated at the table glanced up at her, taking in her impoverished and unrefined appearance, which hardly conformed to the standards of a new beauty. Did she truly believe he was here to serve his classmates and perform good deeds? There were tasks at hand, but only for those who possessed a pleasing visage. With a wave of impatience, he dismissed her, stating, Go on, the Entrepreneurship Association is not suited for you. With that appearance, you do not meet our recruitment criteria. Feeling quite wronged, Qianqian stood there, tears welling in her eyes, utterly bewildered. Jiang Shuo's expression darkened as he pulled her to the side, exclaiming, What on earth did you eat for dinner? Your eyes now resemble those of a titanium-coated dog. Qianqian quickly tugged at Jiang Shuo, urging him to let it go. She had not anticipated such a strong reaction from him and regretted coming over. Turning his head, Jiang Shuo sternly commanded, Stand still and don't interfere. This is not your concern. Startled, Qianqian's doe-like eyes filled with confusion as she pondered her next move. The person in charge, upon hearing the commotion, became furious and raised his gaze, his countenance darkening further. Recognizing his intimidating demeanor, she felt a twinge of apprehension, aware that he was a formidable opponent. However, seeing him in military training attire lent him an inexplicable confidence. You are a freshman, yet you exhibit this attitude before a junior? Jiang Shuo's expression soured further. Should freshmen like you bow down before third-year students? He continued, Enough with the chatter. Apologize to me. Once you do, I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Hey, where did you come from, you little brat? With a swift motion, Jiang Shuo struck the person in charge, leaving him momentarily dazed. What the? Jiang Shuo pressed him against the nearby wall, his demeanor menacing. Locking eyes with the person in charge, he demanded, Apologize, or I will promptly report you to the school. I will expose your dirty dealings of exploiting students under the guise of recruitment. The person in charge faltered, realizing that Jiang Shuo had uncovered their unspoken rules. He quickly backed down. Fellow student, let's discuss this calmly. Let go. I can apologize. After releasing him, Jiang Shuo watched as the person in charge hastily uttered an apology to the downcast Qianqian. Fearing that Jiang Shuo might still harbor resentment, he handed her some materials, saying, I apologize, beautiful. I was just in a bad mood earlier. Cautiously, Qianqian accepted the papers, biting her lip. Senior, I'm sorry. I didn't expect Jiang Shuo to react so strongly. Jiang Shuo shot her a discontented glance. Why are you apologizing to him when he is the one who should apologize to you? Come, I will escort you back to your dorm. All right. The person in charge glared at Jiang Shuo's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. So your name is Jiang Shuo? I will remember you. Upon reaching the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Jiang Shuo snatched the materials from Qianqian's hands, tore them to shreds, and tossed them into a nearby trash bin. Looking at Qianqian, he said, This is not worth your time. Remember this, in this world, the rule always remains that the big fish eat the small fish. The frail and delicate cannot endure. Only when one bares their fangs will others tremble in fear. Do you understand? Qianqian nodded slightly, though her heart was far from comprehension. She feared the reprimand from Jiang Shuo and could only feign understanding. She was still contemplating whether to wait until Jiang Shuo had departed to apologize to that person from the Entrepreneurship Association. She felt nothing amiss with others' gazes. Having grown accustomed to such scrutiny throughout her life, Jiang Shuo, observing her vacant expression, shook his head and said, Forget it. Let us head back to the dormitory. I have matters to attend to tomorrow and will not participate in military training. Take care of yourself and do not allow others to bully you. Qianqian bit her lip in silence. Jiang Shuo, growing somewhat impatient, recognized her reticence and waved his hand dismissively as he departed. The cool moonlight illuminated the school roads, and Qianqian stood behind, gazing blankly at his retreating figure, softly murmuring, All right. It was not until Jiang Shuo had vanished from sight that she returned to her dormitory. Chapter 58. Finalizing the contract at 3 in the morning, Jiang Shuo stepped out of the school, shrouded in the autumn moonlight of Zhonghai. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Shihong fruit and vegetable wholesale market, the largest of its kind in Zhonghai. Each dawn, vendors from various local markets converge here to procure their supplies. After a thorough exploration of the premises, Jiang Shuo grasped the underlying dynamics. The retail price of chili peppers was 1.5 yuan, while the wholesale price stood at 0.9 yuan. This indicated that if you were to resell the chili peppers sourced from the northeast, there would be at least an 0.8 yuan profit margin to exploit. Such is the allure of information asymmetry, where opportunities abound. In a more advanced society, a mere post in a social circle would have led to a swift depletion of stock, leaving no room for him. Having observed for another hour or so, he discerned a wholesaler named Funong Agricultural Trading Company, the largest in the market. He lingered around, smoking, to ascertain details about the company. The proprietor, Jiang Qian, was a 40-year-old man with a modest fortune of several million, who visited the company every morning to check the revenue, driving a BMW. With this information in hand, Jiang Shuo turned his focus solely on this business, purchasing 2 steamed buns and a cup of soybean milk while waiting at the entrance. As the clock struck 9, the market began to quiet down. Finally, Jiang Shuo spotted a BMW halting in front of the trading company. A middle-aged man alighted, slightly short, somewhat plump, with a distinctive brow that exuded an air of rustic simplicity, embodying the spirit of a self-made entrepreneur. Upon his arrival, the employees inside greeted him warmly, to which Jiang Qian responded with equal cordiality. After an hour in the office, Jiang Shuo stubbed out his cigarette on the ground, rose, and brushed off his pants before stepping inside. This was a bustling establishment, frequented by all sorts of individuals. Jiang Qian was not one to maintain a facade. His approachable demeanor meant that Jiang Shuo went unnoticed upon entering. After a brief stroll through the interior, he positioned himself by the door of an office on the side of the stall. He knocked gently and called, "Hello, General Yan." A voice from within replied, "Just push the door. It's not locked." Jiang Shuo entered, and upon recognizing him, Jiang Qian momentarily paused, asking, "May I help you?" Jiang Shuo smiled and replied, "Greetings, General Yan. I apologize for the interruption. I am in charge of a chili pepper base in the Northeast and would like to discuss a potential collaboration." Upon hearing it was a business proposition, Jiang Qian's demeanor warmed slightly as he rose to shake Jiang Shuo's hand. Hello. My apologies for the oversight." Although Jiang Shuo appeared youthful, his demeanor exuded a seasoned air, having navigated various social situations in the past. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Jiang Shuo spoke directly. "General Yan, let me get straight to the point. I have a batch of chili peppers from the Northeast. Would you be interested in purchasing them?" Jiang Qian chuckled. "This is indeed my line of business. Why would I not be interested? How much do you have? Please also share your price." 800 acres. And I can offer them to you at 0.5 yuan per pound. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qian's interest swiftly evaporated. The wholesale price was 0.8 yuan per gene. Yet you offer me 0.5 yuan. After deducting the transportation costs from Northeast China, what profit remains for me? He shook his head with a smile, stating, "I can handle 800 acres of goods, but your price is rather outrageous. I'm afraid you should look elsewhere." Jiang Shuo, unruffled, replied, "The 0.5 yuan I mentioned includes shipping costs. I will take care of transporting the goods to you. You only need to pay the 0.5 yuan, including shipping." Jiang Qian's demeanor shifted significantly. He had always procured goods locally. Taking chili peppers as an example, even after deducting transportation fees, the gross profit barely reached 0.2 yuan. This additional 0.3 yuan was indeed quite enticing, especially as it required no effort on his part. He merely had to wait for the delivery and make the payment. Thus, the two settled down to negotiate. Initially, Jiang Qian harbored doubts about Jiang Shuo due to his youthful appearance. His hairstyle did little to instill confidence, leading him to suspect he might be a scammer. However, after 2 or 3 hours, Jiang Qian grew to trust Jiang Shuo's maturity. Gradually, Jiang Shuo secured a contract from him, 800,000 gene of chili peppers at a purchase price of 0.5 yuan per gene, with a delivery period of 10 days. To safeguard his rights, Jiang Shuo added a clause stipulating a penalty of 100,000 yuan for breach of contract. Fearing that Jiang Qian might suddenly refuse the goods upon their arrival, Jiang Qian understood his concerns and raised no objections. He required goods daily and operated on a cash-on-delivery basis, posing no risk to him. The two engaged in lively conversation, and as they exited, Jiang Qian remarked, "Little Jiang, you look like a student, not a farmer." He interacted daily with many farmers from planting bases and had never encountered such a youthful and delicate individual. Jiang Shuo, of course, refrained from disclosing his student status, knowing it could invite skepticism from these seasoned veterans. With a smile, he replied, "I am a salesperson for this company and have only recently graduated." "Ah, splendid," Jiang Qian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Those who have attended university certainly conduct themselves differently. Once this deal is completed, how about coming to work at my company?" He genuinely admired Jiang Shuo's poise and negotiation skills, remarkable for someone so young. Jiang Shuo smiled. "We shall see, General Yan. Thank you for your trust." He then hailed a motorcycle at the entrance. "Aren't you staying for lunch before you leave?" Jiang Qian urged. Jiang Shuo waved him off. "No, thank you. He patted the motorcycle driver on the shoulder and departed. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already noon. Once the few flamboyant individuals in the dorm returned, Jiang Shuo immediately instructed them, should anyone call the dormitory's landline, they must say it is a call from the Northeast Agricultural Base's Zhonghai branch. If he was not present, they should simply state he was out socializing and refrain from elaborating. The dormitory number was listed on the contract, and at that moment, he truly realized how inconvenient it was to be without a mobile phone. Contemplating the acquisition of a new mobile phone upon completion of this transaction, a few individuals were left perplexed. Jiang Shuo exerted considerable effort to navigate the situation. In truth, this individual possessed remarkable audacity. Such a contract bore significant risks for him. The unfavorable terms were entirely on his side should he fail to deliver the goods within 10 days. He would be compelled to part with 100,000 yuan if Yin Xiusong decided to pursue the matter seriously. However, in this era of commerce, fortune favors the bold while the timid perish. The more audacious one is, the greater the financial rewards. There was no room for hesitation. Once everything was meticulously arranged, he found himself troubled by the matter of taking leave. After much deliberation, he placed a call to his aunt, Zhang Hohot, imploring her to approach the school on his behalf as a guardian. It took considerable persuasion, but eventually she managed to resolve the issue. Not long after, Li Qian indeed called the dormitory, requesting his presence in her office to discuss the leave of absence. Unfortunately, during military training, requesting leave proved to be quite cumbersome, leaving him no choice but to muster his courage and head to the department office. Chapter 59. Sister Qian, have you taken a liking to me? Within the confines of the office, Li Qian diligently organized various documents strewn across her desk. Her long hair cascaded beside her ears, presenting a somewhat enchanting profile from the side. Upon the entrance of Jiang Shuo, Li Qian lifted her gaze and inquired, Jiang Shuo, did your mother mention that your father was hit by a car? Huh? Jiang Shuo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated his aunt would use such a reason to request leave. He mused to himself that the elder generation was indeed shrewd. Li Qian continued, oh, you are still unaware? After a brief silence, Jiang Shuo suddenly struck his chest in despair. Is my father all right? I am such an unfilial son, truly. It is not easy for them to sell pancakes every day to support my education. They only earn a few pennies for each pancake. Yet they manage to provide for me. Teacher Li, I must return to see him. Without hesitation, Jiang Shuo seamlessly continued, fearing that Li Qian would not approve his leave. Li Qian was indeed taken in by his demeanor. With a slight sigh, she retrieved a leave request form from her drawer, filled it out for 10 days, and handed it to him. Make sure to return early. Do not delay your classes after military training. Absolutely. Teacher Li, you are truly a good person. I am immensely grateful. Jiang Shuo bowed deeply, leaving Li Qian feeling somewhat awkward, as she was merely a senior student herself and not accustomed to such unabashed flattery. It's nothing, really. Also, have you given any thought to the student council? The department's youth committee reached out to me again yesterday. They hold you in high regard. Jiang Shuo continued to feign indifference. No, I cannot. Children from poor families must mature quickly. I need to work to earn my living expenses, and I simply do not have the time. Her heart ached at his words, and she glanced at Jiang Shuo, nearly reaching for her wallet to inquire if he had the fare home. After a long pause, she finally composed herself. All right, I will help you contact the Entrepreneurship Association. They offer numerous work-study opportunities. Be sure to return early, and remember to stay safe on your journey. Oh, and by the way, the song you sang the other day was truly beautiful. At this moment, Jiang Shuo understood why Li Qian was so invested in him. With a shameless thought, he realized that his senior was indeed a fan. He bowed deeply once more. Thank you for your care, Teacher Li. I will remember it for all eternity. And you need not react so dramatically. Off you go now. The teacher has much to attend to. She felt a chill run down her spine, anxious that Jiang Shuo might continue with his flattery. With a sense of pride, Jiang Shuo clutched the leave request and exited the department office, his mind already concocting plans for his upcoming trip to northeast China. Just as he stepped out of the teaching building, Songganing approached angrily. Jiang Shuo. Jiang Shuo cast a glance at her, perplexed as to why this woman seemed perpetually at odds with him. In a previous life, he had even teased her, and they had maintained a good relationship. Why, in this life, was she always targeting him? Not wishing to engage, he simply walked past her. Songganing, incensed, hurried to catch up. I called you. Did you not hear me? What is your problem? Jiang Shuo shot her a disdainful glance. Song extracted a band-aid from her pocket and handed it to him. This is from Qianqian. Qianqian? Jiang Shuo questioned. Why is she giving me a band-aid? Song looked at him with evident disdain. Qianqian mentioned that when you pinned that person from the Entrepreneurship Association against the wall last night, you scraped your hand on the wall. Thus, she asked me to deliver this to you. Jiang Shuo glanced at the back of his finger and indeed noticed a small scrape when he had overlooked. How observant of her, he mused. Why didn't she come herself? Why send you? Song sighed. She said she was afraid of being scolded. Jiang Shuo, as your future classmate, I must remind you, you really shouldn't bully Qianqian. Do you have any idea how difficult her life is? She constantly asks us where there are part-time jobs. She only eats that spicy pepper mixed rice every day. And she never gets into conflicts with anyone. What satisfaction do you derive from bullying her? Jiang Shuo frowned. What does that have to do with you? Even if I were to bully her, it wouldn't concern you. You, Song exclaimed, utterly exasperated. Everyone in their dormitory was aware of the exquisite beauty concealed beneath Qianqian's silky hair. Yet, her family background was so tragic that it evoked sympathy rather than jealousy. She possessed a gentle disposition, never retorting when insulted, and often apologizing in fear. The girls in their dorm felt deep compassion for her. However, Jiang Shuo, that rogue, seemed entirely indifferent to her dire circumstances, frequently yelling at her, which they could not tolerate. Every night, they would gather in their dorm to denounce Jiang Shuo, that scoundrel. As she saw him disregard her and stride toward the school gate, Song shouted in frustration, Jiang Shuo, you will face retribution for bullying Qianqian. Jiang Shuo glanced back at her with a glare. Busybody, mind your own business. Lighting a cigarette, he sauntered out of the school. The next time he appeared, it was in the cafeteria of Zhonghai University. Opposite him sat Li Qian, clad in military training attire, beads of sweat adorning her forehead. Even surrounded by fellow students in similar garb, her unparalleled beauty remained unblemished, drawing the occasional furtive glance from several boys. She sat there, not touching her food, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Shuo. Feeling uncomfortable under her stare, Jiang Shuo remarked, Miss, could you possibly consume your own food? Do you think merely looking at me will satiate your hunger? Am I truly that charming? Li Qian, feeling a wave of boredom, finally picked up her chopsticks while tucking her hair behind her ear with the other hand. I was just curious why you decided to grace me with your presence today for a meal. Jiang Shuo replied nonchalantly. I just wanted to see if your cold has improved. Also, I wanted to inform you that I've taken a 10-day leave to have some fun. So please refrain from calling my dormitory during that time. With a frustrated clatter, Li Qian placed her chopsticks on the table. Angrily, she declared, I knew you had ulterior motives for coming here to irritate me. Are you yearning to visit such a place again? The scene of the elderly lady at the train station has been etched in Li Qian's mind. The young girl is perpetually anxious about whether Jiang Shuo will venture into such locales. Jiang Shuo, exasperated, questioned, What on earth occupies your thoughts? And you dare claim you're merely going for leisure? I have matters to attend to. Honestly, you are quite the nuisance. Li Qian persisted. Then tell me where you are headed. I shall request a 10-day leave to accompany you. Jiang Shuo raised his gaze to her enchanting eyes, teasingly inquiring. Could it be that you have developed feelings for me? Flustered, Li Qian stammered. You are overthinking it. I have already stated that my idol is Aoki, not a rogue like you. Then what compels you to accompany me? This seems contradictory, Qianjia. Li Qian's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, retorting, Is there a problem in asking a classmate where they are going? Furthermore, my intent to follow is solely to keep an eye on you for your aunt. Even she was unconvinced by her own excuse, fabricating it on the spot. Jiang Shuo, with a playful grin, gazed at her adorably pouting face, and said, Would you truly like to know what I am up to? Of course. If you tell me, I won't mind. Li Qian replied. Oh, I see. How about this? Give me a kiss, just one, and I shall reveal my plans. With that, Jiang Shuo leaned in, his overly familiar lips approaching her. Chapter 60. Taking action. Jiang Shuo's glib remarks instantly ignited the ire of several boys nearby. A number of them had already discreetly tightened their grip on their plates. Should their goddess exhibit even a hint of displeasure, they would undoubtedly rush over and subdue Jiang Shuo with force. Li Qian felt a churn in her stomach and quickly pushed him away, exclaiming, What are you doing? You only think about taking advantage of me. You are truly insipid. Jiang Shuo wiped his mouth and leaned closer, saying, Now that you're clean, come on. I don't mind. Get lost. If you keep this up, I will return to my dormitory. Li Qian was vexed by Jiang Shuo's audacity, especially with so many eyes upon them. Enough. This is pointless. I won't force you. She then turned toward the boys, who were ready to defend her honor, and declared, "Gentlemen, do not be jealous. She only has eyes for Qingmu. If you wish to confront him, go ahead." "Qingmu? Who is this scoundrel?" They all thought simultaneously, bewildered. Li Qian, furious, stood up and declared, "I can't continue this conversation. I'm not eating anymore. I'm going home. You'd better not come looking for me again." Jiang Shuo hurriedly rose to follow her, but Li Qian resolutely ignored him. After a considerable distance of back and forth, Jiang Shuo remarked, "All right, I'm heading to the northeast. Do you truly think so little of me? I'm going there for business. I was merely teasing you." Ultimately, Li Qian's anger stemmed not from Jiang Shuo's advances, but from his failure to inform her of his whereabouts during his 10-day absence. Turning around, she found tears glistening in her large eyes. "Really? Aren't you going to find a lady?" Jiang Shuo, flustered, replied, "I wouldn't need 10 days to find a lady. I lack the stamina for that. I'm going there to transport goods." "Transport goods? What kind of goods?" Li Qian stood before him, a vision of grace at 168 centimeters, her unique feminine charm wafting through the air, intoxicating him. With her eyes blinking and a furrow of confusion on her brow, Jiang Shuo nearly leaned in to kiss her. Regaining his composure, he explained, "I'm working as a middleman, but I cannot divulge the specifics. Matters of a man's earnings are beyond your comprehension." "Oh, that's a relief," she replied with a giggle, her frown lifting. However, she soon glared at Jiang Shuo. "I'm hungry." All right, my dear. You had the chance to eat earlier, and now you come to me with your hunger. Let us go." They entered another restaurant. After parting ways with Li Qian, Jiang Shuo went directly to the train station to queue for tickets. In this era of green trains, purchasing tickets depended solely on standing in line. Yet Li Qian remained curious. Back in the dormitory, she pondered the situation, sensing something amiss. What if that scoundrel actually spent 10 days chasing girls? What if he returned from the northeast with a girl even more beautiful than herself? No, she decided she must call and clarify. This rascal was capable of anything. Hastily rising, she perched her petite form on the edge of the bed and dialed the phone number for Jiang Shuo's dormitory. The call was answered by Wendy, whose voice was thick with regional accent. "Hello, this is the Northeast Agricultural Base Zhonghai Sales Branch. Whom are you seeking? What company is this?" "Northeast Agricultural Base Zhonghai Sales Branch. What nonsense is this? I am looking for Jiang Shuo. Have him take the call." "Oh, our general manager Jiang has stepped out for a social engagement. What on earth is going on? Where has he gone for this engagement?" A few female clients arrived, and General Manager Jiang insisted on personally attending to them. He could not be persuaded otherwise. Jiang Shuo was undoubtedly the type to act promptly upon devising a plan. As fate would have it, he noticed tickets available for the afternoon at 5 o'clock, and he did not return to the dormitory. In this era, transportation was not as advanced. The journey from Shanghai to Jilin province spanned over 2,000 kilometers. It was all aboard the green-hued trains, which began with the letter can traveled at speeds barely exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, wasting precious time at various stops along the way. It was estimated that the journey would take at least 24 hours. Upon reaching Jilin province, he would still need to transfer to another vehicle to reach the rural area. The round trip alone would consume several days. The contract stipulated delivery within 10 days, thus Jiang Shuo was racing against time. Once aboard the train, he commenced the arduous trek. In later times, he would find himself traveling by such trains, feeling indifferent to the experience. However, with the advent of high-speed trains and airplanes, travel became exceedingly convenient. It was akin to a person accustomed to lavish banquets suddenly resorting to fast food. Initially, it might seem novel, but over time, it would become decidedly unpleasant. The train car was in disarray, with several older women seated nearby, clutching live chickens. The chickens stared at Jiang Shuo incessantly for an entire day and night, and the odor was unbearable, causing him considerable distress. At long last, he arrived in Jilin province after 6 o'clock the following afternoon. He sought a place to eat and rested for the night before continuing his journey the next day. By the third day, after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he finally found himself amidst the village frequently mentioned in the news. Standing on the village path, he gazed at the vast expanse of vibrant red peppers before him, and his spirits lifted remarkably. This village was named Chashu Village, devoid of rice fields, characterized entirely by hilly terrain. Jiang Shuo took the opportunity to inquire among the villagers, aiming to grasp the situation regarding the surplus peppers. Contrary to the news reports suggesting the villagers were blindly following trends, it became clear that a vegetable merchant had visited the previous year. signing a purchase contract with the villagers, which assured them that they could cultivate the peppers, and he would return to buy them. However, when the peppers ripened this year, that merchant reneged on the agreement. Upon reviewing the contract, it was evident that the villagers, lacking understanding of such documents, found no mention of breach of contract responsibilities. It could be said that the villagers of Chashu had been duped. They were simple, honest folk, solely versed in the art of farming, with little comprehension of market dynamics. Moreover, the excessive cultivation of peppers in Northeast this year left the villagers to witness their produce rot in the fields, shedding tears over their misfortune. Jiang Shuo felt a weight in his heart. After standing at the village entrance and enjoying a cigarette, I ventured into the village. Along the way, I inquired until I reached the doorstep of the village committee office. The village head, Lu Haud, was absent, yet the passing villagers, upon hearing that I had come to collect the peppers, joyfully rushed to inform Lu Haud at his residence. After a little more than 10 minutes, Lu Haud arrived, pedaling a sturdy bicycle with his pant legs rolled up. Upon dismounting, he scrutinized Jiang Shuo from head to toe, questioning, "Are you the one here to collect our peppers? You seem rather young, which raises some doubts." Jiang Shuo, unfazed, responded, "Yes, I intend to purchase all 800 acres of peppers in your village." "You must be village head Lu." He offered a cigarette from the Hometown Mountain brand. Lu Haud accepted it with a slight frown. His hands clasped behind his back as he led the way. "Let us proceed to the office for a discussion." An old yellow dog approached, only to be kicked away by Lu Haud. Jiang Shuo followed closely behind. Inside the office, an antiquated ceiling fan hung above, while the conference table bore the marks of significant wear and the walls showed signs of peeling paint. It was evident that the village was in dire straits. Once seated, Lu Haud poured him a glass of water and inquired, "Young man, which company do you represent?" Chapter 61. I am here to collect chili peppers. The issue had long been contemplated by Jiang Shuo, who possessed a well-developed strategy in his mind. After taking a sip of water, he introduced himself. "I am a buyer from Zhang Qianqian Agricultural Trade Company. Village Chief Lu. We are interested in procuring all the chili peppers from your village." Lu Haud's expression darkened. "All the peppers in the village? Young man, do you have any idea how many peppers we have? 800 acres, with a yield of 500 kilograms per acre. That amounts to 400,000 kilograms of peppers. Can you consume that much?" Having been bitten by a snake once, he was cautious of ropes for 10 years. Lu Haud believed that city folks had too many tricks up their sleeves. The merchants who had signed contracts with him last year had already caused him to lose face among the villagers. He absolutely would not allow a repeat of that embarrassment. Jiang Shuo understood his reservations and refrained from further discussion. He rose to close the door, silently retrieved his backpack, and, with a flourish, emptied a pile of cash onto the weathered wooden table. In this era, 100 yuan bills were scarce. The table was now covered with stacks of 10 yuan notes. 80,000 yuan certainly created a substantial heap. Lu Haud was bewildered. "What does this mean?" Jiang Shuo replied, "We came here after seeing the news, deeply concerned about the plight of the people of Chashu village, and we understand your fears of being deceived again. Therefore, the best approach is to exchange cash for goods." He added, "Do you still doubt me, Village Chief Lu?" Lu Haud's face flushed with embarrassment. Despite the young man's appearance resembling that of someone recently released from prison, the sight of actual money before him was enough to dispel any doubts. It would be foolish not to trust it. He took out some tobacco leaves from his pocket, rolled them in paper, and handed them over. "This is all we farmers have. Are you accustomed to smoking?" Jiang Shuo produced a red pagoda cigarette. "Try this one." He offered one to Lu Haud, who accepted it without hesitation, and they both lit up simultaneously. The conversation flowed freely. "You can keep the money for now. I will hold a broadcast meeting tonight to gather the villagers at the committee. We can begin harvesting the peppers this evening." Jiang Shuo interjected, No. There is one more thing, Village Chief Lu, for which I require your assistance. It concerns logistics and packing. Could you rally the villagers? I can offer payment for their help." Lu Haud inquired. "In the past, merchants prepared their own vehicles and labor for collection. Why have you made no preparations?" Jiang Shuo sighed. "Autumn is fast approaching, and once the autumn winds arrive, the peppers will start to fall from the plants. I'm simply trying to help the villagers in their moment of need, which is why I'm here in such a hurry." Lu Haud scrutinized him, nodding gravely, feeling as though he were dealing with a con artist. However, upon reflection, he thought to himself, since this young man had brought money, what was there to fear? He flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Very well, you shall stay at the village committee for the next few days and go nowhere. I will rally the tractor drivers from the nearby mountains to assist you in transporting the goods to the county. Come, I will show you to your accommodations." With that, He led Jiang Shuo to a room within the compound. Lu Hao remarked that this room was typically reserved for the village head's visits, which left Jiang Shuo somewhat taken aback. The farmers, with their innate simplicity, reciprocated kindness with kindness and responded to malice with a firm hand. The lines of affection and animosity were distinctly drawn. What Jiang Shuo was unaware of was that his arrival had already spread throughout the village. At this moment, the courtyard of the village committee appeared deceptively tranquil. However, as soon as Lu Hao stepped outside, numerous villagers emerged from the bushes, trees, and rooftops. Lu Hao furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you all doing here? Isn't there work to be done in the fields?" In an era where village notifications relied on loud calls and governance depended on harsh reprimands, the village head held considerable authority. A villager, whose hair resembled a bird's nest, approached with a grin and said, "Hee, village head, Zhuzi mentioned that a reformed criminal has come to the village, and we wanted to take a look. Is this fellow planning to commit crimes here?" Lu Hao kicked him lightly and retorted, "What reformed criminal? He is here to collect peppers." After dinner, they heard the announcement on the radio. Collecting peppers? Instantly, excitement spread among the villagers, young and old alike. Who among them wasn't worried about their meager pepper yield from a mere acre and a third of land? Lu Hao, still frowning, called out, "Guzi, come here." The brother with the bird's nest hair approached with a smile. Lu Hao instructed, "We have been deceived once before, and we cannot allow ourselves to be fooled again. From today onward, you and Zhuzi will each be responsible for a small team to guard the village committee. We cannot let those city folks escape. You will take the day shift, and Zhuzi will cover the night." "No problem." Guzi quickly stood at attention. Lu Hao pinched his chin and examined his teeth, then glared at a woman in the crowd. "Sohua, I'm not scolding you, but look at how many of your son's teeth you've knocked out. Can't you hold back a little? Isn't kneeling on the washboard enough for your domestic violence? If the washboard doesn't satisfy you, replace it with a cactus. In a civilized society, refrain from resorting to violence." The woman quickly averted her gaze, chuckling sheepishly. "Hee, there are still a few teeth left intact." Guzi, with a frown resembling an inverted V, pleaded, "Village head, you have to stand up for me. Get lost. I'm not in the mood to deal with your family's trivial matters right now. Everyone disperse and get back to work. Those with no task should return home and contribute to the village by raising more offspring." With that, Lu Hao left the village committee with his hands behind his back. The villagers, all smiles, returned to their homes. Later, during dinner, Lu Hao indeed called for a broadcast meeting. In an instant, the entire village erupted with activity. Men, women, and children rallied together to begin the pepper harvest. Jiang Shuo also joined them in the fields, observing the bustling scene, and felt a pang of nostalgia for his 40 years of shameless living. With over 100 households tending to 800 acres of pepper fields, the total output amounted to a mere 80,000 yuan. The villagers rejoiced and toiled through the night, all for the sake of dividing this meager sum. The low income was truly unimaginable. Certainly, peppers are cultivated in various seasons, and it is impossible to plant solely peppers throughout the year. Nevertheless, they are still among the lowest income groups. Regardless of the era, the farmers in these mountain villages perpetually remain a marginalized community. Suddenly, a memory of Qian surfaced in my mind. She, too, emerged from a mountain village, where a simple meal of chopped peppers and a few coins for rice constituted a day's existence. As these thoughts lingered, I fell into silence. I rolled up my sleeves and joined the villagers in the labor of harvesting peppers. After a night of toil, the following morning, Lu Hao mysteriously procured a dozen or so tractors. The villagers also brought sacks of peppers to the village committee courtyard with horse-drawn carts. Jiang Shuo set up a table in the yard, cash laid out upon it, while a scale stood nearby for weighing and dispensing payment. Several laborers from the village assisted in loading and unloading, maintaining an atmosphere of fervor and vitality, just as everyone was engrossed in their bustling activities. An old Santana came to a halt at the courtyard entrance. A middle-aged man, sporting mousse in his hair and clad in a floral shirt, angrily exited the vehicle, clutching a bag under his arm. Upon entering the courtyard, he bellowed, "What are you doing? Who authorized you to sell the peppers? Are you not afraid of legal repercussions? We have a contract." Chapter 62. The disgrace of the middle-aged man. The sudden appearance of the middle-aged man brought an immediate hush over the lively scene. No one dared to utter a word. Jiang Shuo's brow furrowed in concern. Lu Hao emerged from the room, and upon seeing the man seething with anger, exclaimed, "Gao Liguan, you were the one who refused the chilies. Are we not permitted to sell them now?" It became apparent that this individual was the unscrupulous vegetable vendor who had exploited Tea Tree Village. The crowd seethed with resentment, yet none dared to voice their fury. It was clear that this man held considerable influence in the area, embodying the archetype of a local tyrant. Gao Liguan approached Lu Haod, stating, "Village Chief Lu, did I not inform you that I would not be purchasing? I mentioned that the market conditions were poor, and that 10 cents was too high a price. I offered you 5 cents per jean, and you refused. Now, expedite the delivery of your goods to my warehouse in the county, and I will pay you immediately." 5 cents per jean. The villagers remained silent, suppressing their indignation. Observing their inaction, Gao Liguan barked, "Have you all lost your tongues? Get to work. I have tirelessly supported your village, and this is how you repay me?" Jiang Shuo began to comprehend the situation. The claim of a poor market was merely a ruse to suppress chili prices. While it is common for businesses to pursue profit, Gao Liguan's actions had clearly forsaken the principles of decency, with wholesale prices reaching 70 to 80 cents outside. He sought to acquire the villagers' goods for a mere 5 cents per jean. This was a blatant exploitation of the farmer's naivety. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Jiang Shuo stood up and declared, "I apologize, but I have already collected all the goods. You should leave." The villagers turned their gazes toward Jiang Shuo. Lu Haod hurried over to dissuade him, saying, "You cannot contend with Gao Liguan. His uncle is a member of the township government. Let me handle this." Jiang Shuo replied with a slight frown, "So what if his uncle is in the government? Does that mean the entire family is entitled to dictate our actions? He breached the contract first. Must we still submit to his whims? Who do you think you are, you wild brat? Do you even comprehend what you were saying?" Gao Liguan stormed over, raising his hand to strike. His anger stemmed from the knowledge that, given a little more time, the chilies would ripen and fall to the ground. At that point, the villagers would surely panic. When the time came, even if it were only 1 cent per jean, the villagers would find a way to sell them. Once in the fields, the chilies would be worthless. Any money they could gather would be better than nothing. Farmers had no other options. However, this morning, he had received word that the villagers of Tea Tree Village had gathered all their chilies the previous night. In a rush, he came here only to find himself confronted by a rival. Rivals are adversaries. In this mountain village, who would dare to challenge Gao Liguan? As he approached, this young man still dared to stand firm against him. He believed Jiang Shuo would not retaliate, yet he underestimated him. Such brazen thugs, resorting to coercion, render any attempt at reason futile, akin to playing a lute to a cow. When they resort to violence, one must not hesitate to respond in kind. Seizing a chair, he struck the advancing Gao Liguan with a forceful blow. Following this, he grasped Gao's greasy hair, unleashing a torrent of slaps upon his piggish visage, delivering more than a dozen fierce blows. The relentless pursuit of wealth leads some to their demise. My dear fellow, you have brought this upon yourself. With a decisive kick, he sent Gao sprawling to the ground. The villagers stood agape, astonished that an outsider would dare to engage in such a brawl. Gao, momentarily dazed from the assault, quickly regained his senses and rolled away, rising to point an accusing finger at Jiang Shuo. "You are ruthless. Just wait." He turned his ire towards Lu Haod, declaring that the village head would not last long in his position. Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, he fled in disarray to his vehicle, hastily departing. Lu Haod, stunned, slapped himself in an attempt to regain focus, staring blankly at Jiang Shuo. "Young man, do you understand the consequences of striking Gao Liguan?" Jiang Shuo replied with gravity. "This man is clearly bullying you. My actions were to vindicate your grievances." However, Lu's concern lingered. But what about his uncle seeking retribution? Does his uncle, a mere local official, wield such power? If he dares to come, I shall directly report him to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee. Those who conspire to oppress the villagers will find his uncle in a precarious position. It is not you, village head Lu, who will be ousted, but rather him. Now, let us proceed with the work. Quickly load the trucks. Jiang Shuo resolutely returned to the table, and the villagers were indeed intimidated by his fervor. They realized that there were higher authorities above the township, the city, the province, and the nation. What is there to fear? Thus, they resumed their labors, though the earlier excitement had waned. As the morning passed, 20 tractors were filled and began their journey to the county town. Jiang Shuo made a call from the village's small shop, notifying the logistics company previously contacted to prepare for the delivery. 80 tons, requiring 3 trips to transport the 20 tractors, but fortunately, the county town was not far, only 30 kilometers away, allowing for 2 round trips in a day. If all goes well, after the final batch is delivered tomorrow morning, Jiang Shuo would head to the county town and depart for Shanghai alongside the freight truck. Time was still pressing, and he yearned to return to Shanghai, perhaps due to the dismal conditions he observed in the mountain village. Alone in a foreign land, It was easy to reflect on the person in his heart. As for Li Qian, she lacked for nothing. Being a privileged young lady, there was little cause for concern. The group toiled until nightfall. Jiang Shuo, in a generous spirit, rewarded each helper with 10 yuan. He also instructed those who delivered during the day to bring back 10 pounds of beef and 20 pounds of pork. In the village, about 10 helpers gathered in the courtyard of the village committee, setting up a fire pit and arranging a lavish feast. They eagerly indulged in the spirited. After several cups, Lu Hao raised his thumb towards Jiang Shuo and remarked, "Xiao Jiang, throughout my life, I have envied those of you who have attended university. Do you have a girlfriend?" The question caught Jiang Shuo off guard, and he pondered momentarily. He had not revealed his relationship with Li Qian, and as for Qian, that fool, there was no need to mention him. Shaking his head, he replied, "No girlfriend." Lu Hao seemed to have anticipated this response, quickly beckoning someone from outside. "Come in. Meet Xiao Jiang." A youthful girl with a ponytail entered, dressed in a simple patchwork garment, standing approximately 165 centimeters tall. Her hair was styled in 2 braids, and her bronze skin accentuated her well-defined features. Nervously, she clutched her braids, exuding a shy demeanor. Overall, she could be likened to the beauty of Songganing, certainly a striking figure in this rural setting. Village Chief Lu introduced her. "This is my daughter, Lu Xiaoya." Jiang Shuo scrutinized Lu Village Chief with skepticism, shaking his head in disbelief. "I can't believe it. You must be jesting." Chapter 63. The mischievous Dogsy laughed heartily. "Village Chief, I told you that the girl cannot possibly be your biological daughter." Xiao Jiang, a man of discernment from the city, had seen through it at a glance. Lu Hao, in a fit of anger, kicked him to the ground. "Stop with your nonsense. If you keep yapping, I'll tell Tsui Hua about the time you spied on Widow Ren while she was bathing. I'll knock your front teeth out." Dogsy immediately lost his bravado. Thinking to himself that he was not the only one harboring doubts, everyone in the village suspected that his wife had been unfaithful, leading to the birth of the girl. Why was he being singled out? Is it really so difficult to speak the truth these days? Ignoring Dogsy, Lu Hao continued, "Xiao Jiang, in our rural village, we hardly make any money all year round. She is my only daughter." "Oh, rest assured, she is definitely my flesh and blood. I've confirmed it through blood recognition." Jiang Shuo felt a chill run down his spine. "How old is your daughter?" "She is 15, Lu Hao replied. "Goodness, village chief. Although I don't have a girlfriend, you can't just recklessly." Lu Hao's face turned serious. "Xiao Jiang, you don't think I intend for you to marry my daughter, do you?" Jiang Shuo felt bewildered. "Isn't that the case? Don't be absurd. I merely want you to help my daughter develop in the big city." Lu Hao, still young, was baffled by Jiang Shuo's wild imaginings. Though Jiang Shuo felt a twinge of frustration, he understood that Lu was merely trying to save face in front of him. It was evident that Lu hoped for Jiang to marry his daughter, but upon sensing Jiang's disinterest, he felt embarrassed. Not wishing to dwell on the matter, Jiang raised his cup to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Come, let us drink." "Ah yes, drinking." The table of guests suddenly became lively again. Lu Xiaoya observed Jiang Shuo from the side, finding him quite amusing despite his peculiar hairstyle and poor drinking skills. At that moment, a bespectacled man entered the courtyard, accompanied by Gao Liguan, whom Jiang Shuo had beaten earlier. The atmosphere instantly grew tense as everyone unconsciously stood to greet them. Lu Hao, shaken from his drink-induced haze, said, "Director He, what brings you here personally? Haven't eaten? Come, we have food and drink." Director He brusquely pushed Lu Hao aside, his anger palpable as he stormed over to Jiang Shuo's side, taking a seat directly across from him. He glanced around and frowned. "Village Chief Lu, are you not going to make introductions?" It was clear he had come looking for trouble over the incident with Gao Liguan. Director He was indeed the brother-in-law of Gao Liguan in the local government. Lu Hao quickly put on a smile. "This is Xiao Jiang, here from Shanghai to collect peppers." With a loud bang, Director He suddenly slammed his palm on the table, startling the villagers into silence. Gao Liguan, feeling emboldened, had indeed been intimidated by Jiang Shuo's fierce demeanor earlier. But with his brother-in-law present, he felt invincible, wishing nothing more than to devour Jiang Shuo alive. Jiang Shuo casually adjusted his ear. "What an impressive display of authority. It seems I must report this to higher-ups." Director He felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Shuo. "Stop posturing. How do you intend to handle today's incident? Assaulting someone can lead to imprisonment." Jiang Shuo chuckled and shook his head. "Oh, come on, arrest me if you dare. The moment you do, my colleagues will promptly escalate this matter to the authorities. We'll see who suffers then." "You're talking nonsense. What kind of company do you even represent? Aren't you just a petty trader?" Gao Ligong erupted in frustration. He knew his brother-in-law was most fearful of those who could jeopardize his future and dreaded the possibility of him backing down. Indeed, director he fell for this tactic. Barking at Gao Liwei, silence. Gao Ligong, chastised, lost his temper. Director he turned back to Jiang Shuo. Which company do you represent? Jiang Shuo remained composed. Canon Agricultural Trade. Canon Agricultural Trade? I've never heard of it. It's not unusual that you haven't. We are a subsidiary of the Grain Group, essentially a state-owned enterprise. Upon hearing this, director he immediately shrank back, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he adjusted his glasses, staring intently at Jiang Shuo. How can you prove this? Jiang Shuo laughed heartily. It's quite simple. Just have the police arrest me. If you detain me, within a day, someone from above will surely come to inquire about this matter. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, our superiors are aware of the news from Chashu village, which is why I was specifically assigned to address the villagers' concerns. In essence, this reflects the will of the state. With that, he dismissed Director He. Speaking with an air of superiority, Director He found himself in a predicament, glaring at Jiang Shuo in silence. Meanwhile, Lu Haod and the others were left in a daze. Has our Chashu village truly caught the attention of the state? A prosperous future is within reach. The villagers were equally ecstatic, never having imagined that Jiang was indeed affiliated with a state enterprise. Jiang Shuo was clearly bluffing, exuding confidence as it was now nighttime. Leaving director he unable to verify anything. By the time morning came and he managed to investigate, Jiang would have long departed with his goods. In truth, a minor official like him could intimidate the villagers, but once Jiang entered the county, he would not dare to act against him. As for Jiang's assault on his uncle, could he afford to pursue that? If he dared to press on, his uncle's fraudulent dealings with the villagers would inevitably come to light. In such a case, he would merely end up compensating for medical expenses at the county police station and writing an apology letter, as it was nothing more than an ordinary dispute that caused minimal harm. But what about you? Can you withstand the fallout from those trivial matters? In an age of limited information, who knows who is who? This ploy was indeed effective. As time passed, Jiang Shuo calmly savored his meal and drink, seemingly oblivious to the tension, engaging in a psychological battle. Indeed, director he began to show signs of yielding. Jiang Shuo, so remarkably youthful, stood before a local official with an extraordinary composure that could only suggest the presence of formidable backing. With a change of expression, he fixed his gaze upon Gao Ligong and commanded, apologized to Xiao Jiang. Gao Ligong, taken aback, stammered, but we have come here to seek justice. Why must I apologize? He Chuchong interjected with a booming voice. I demand you apologize. Do you understand? Jiang Shuo, with a serene smile, replied, there is no need for an apology. He Chuchong, relieved, said, I apologize. My brother-in-law has a rather difficult temperament. Suddenly, Jiang Shuo raised his head and interrupted, an apology is futile. Yet the deceit he has perpetrated against the villagers demands accountability. He must slap himself in front of these villagers and then leave. If you refuse to comply, I shall report this matter immediately. Chapter 64. Where has that scoundrel gone? It was not merely Jiang Shuo's relentless pursuit. Rather, it was Gao Liguan's outrageous behavior that truly incensed. Life is already arduous for the farmers, and yet, this despicable individual sought every means to exploit them, which was utterly intolerable. Naturally, he had rallied the villagers of Chashu village behind him as a shield. Gao Liguan erupted, springing to his feet and pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Shuo. You little brat, do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your true nature. You may deceive others with your petty tricks, but you cannot pull the wool over my eyes. Today, I shall make you pay. He seized a stool and hurled it towards Jiang Shuo. He Chuchong was taken aback, hastily preparing to intervene, but the villagers were quicker. They had been harboring a deep-seated anger towards Gao Liguan, and now that Jiang Shuo was a representative sent by the state to assist them, they were no longer afraid of him. Even your smug little nephew has cowered before Jiang Shuo. Would it not be a matter of conscience to trample a few shoe prints on your face with my size 50 feet? Having consumed a bit of alcohol, the villagers found their courage swelling. In mere moments, Gao Liguan was pinned to the ground and mercilessly beaten by a dozen villagers. He wailed and begged for mercy, and only after he had knelt in supplication did they relent. He Chuchong was seething internally but dared not voice his discontent. He turned to Jiang Shuo, saying, Today's events are all a misunderstanding. You've harvested nearly all your peppers. Best to leave early tomorrow. Jiang Shuo shrugged. Rest assured, I shall depart tomorrow. No farewells necessary. He Chuchong cast another glance at Lu Haod, warning, Do not let this incident spread. If it does, you can forget about being village chief. With that, he dragged Gao Liguan away. Once the two had left, the villagers erupted with joy, crowding around Jiang Shuo. Little Jiang, so you are indeed a person of the state. No wonder your hairstyle is so different from the others. Their realization dawned upon them. Jiang Shuo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he faced the earnest villagers. Lu Hao calmed the crowd with a gesture and turned to Jiang Shuo. Are you truly from a state enterprise? Jiang Shuo met his gaze. Of course. Why would I deceive you? That's splendid, Lu Hao exclaimed with delight. In the neighboring village, there are over 1,000 acres of potatoes that have yet to be sold. Why not take them along as well? Jiang Shuo quickly interjected. No. I was sent to assist Chashu village, not the neighboring one. However, if you provide me with a contact number, I can inquire with my superiors about any potential assistance. Such a good man. Dogsy interjected, giving a thumbs up. Village chief, in gratitude to little Jiang, why not let a girl accompany him for the night? Get lost. Lu Hao kicked Dogsy away, exclaiming, my daughter is not for sale. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyao blushed deeply as she gazed at Jiang Shuo, with thoughts swirling in her mind. She resolved to dedicate herself to her studies, aspiring to enroll in the prestigious University of Zhonghai, all to seek out that peculiar older brother with the strange hairstyle. That night, the revelry of drinking brought immense satisfaction. The essence of drinking lay in the ability to speak boisterously, indulge in hearty meals, and savor spirits in abundance, truly a mark of genuine camaraderie. Last night, Lu Hao, in a state of inebriation, had indeed locked Lu Xiaoyao in Jiang Shuo's room, preventing her from returning home. Jiang Shuo found himself deeply suspicious once more, convinced that Lu Xiaoyao must have been unfaithful, perhaps even bearing another man's child. Yet, it was he who had escorted Lu Xiaoyao home beneath the twinkling stars. Though I am not a paragon of virtue, I hold steadfast to my own principles. Upon awakening the next morning, villagers were bustling about, preparing their goods. Jiang Shuo took Lu Hao's bicycle and ventured to the neighboring village. Upon arrival, he discovered that the person known as Lao San was, in fact, the village chief. After exchanging contact information, he departed. Following lunch, Jiang Shuo hopped onto a tractor, relishing the earthy aroma of rural life as he left the quaint village behind. In the logistics park of the county town, a fleet of over a dozen 9-meter-6 trucks stood in neat rows, brimming with peppers. Upon arrival, Jiang Shuo waved his hand, sending the colossal convoy on its way to Zhonghai. Meanwhile, at Zhonghai Financial College, Qianqian gazed vacantly at the playground, her eyes, shaped like delicate peach blossoms, betraying a hint of distress. She mumbled in a tone of grievance, wondering why she had not seen him for so many days. Had he been taken away by the police after that incident with the senior? Her brow furrowed, guilt enveloped her, and tears threatened to spill. Noticing her silence, Songganing approached. Qianqian, why are you crying? Quickly wiping her tears, Qianqian replied, I'm not crying, Sister Mining. Has Jiang Shuo bullied you again? That rascal has been absent for days. Another dorm mate chimed in. I heard his father was hit by a car, and he went home. At this, Qianqian slightly raised her head, only to let it droop again. Is his father all right? Relieved that he had not been apprehended by the police, she still harbored worries. Songganing spat. Pa, I knew that if he bullied you, there would be retribution. Indeed, karma visits swiftly. In a flurry, Qianqian protested, Sister Mining. Jiang Shuo hasn't he bullied me? Hasn't he bullied you? Yelling at you all day counts for nothing? He treated me to a meal. I haven't eaten meat in 3 years. Upon hearing this, her dorm mates were filled with sympathy. Songganing sighed. You are a classic case of a country girl, easily swayed by others. Just 2 meals, and you forgive him? You must be cautious, or you'll find yourself deceived. Qianqian mumbled, lowering her head, unable to meet anyone's gaze. At that moment, the instructor's whistle blew. 60-odd students begrudgingly rose, hoping for the end of military training. Soon, they were immersed in various training sessions, each sweating profusely. A rogue approached, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Upon recognizing the rascal, Wendy promptly nudged the upright Liang Boizhou beside him. Old Yao, is that Shuago? Liang Boizhou and the others swiftly turned their gazes. Goodness, who else could it be? Finally, he has made an appearance after a week. In an instant, the entire class directed their attention towards him. Qian glanced up momentarily, her enchanting peach blossom eyes brimming with astonishment as she met Jiang Shuo's gaze, only to hurriedly lower her head. The instructor had a vivid impression of Jiang Shuo, primarily due to the song he had sung. Thus, upon seeing him approach, the instructor called out, Get back in line. Stop wandering about aimlessly. Jiang Shuo stood at attention and replied, Report, instructor, I took a 10-day leave. Today marks only the 8th day. I still have 2 days free from military training. The instructor scratched his head, realizing the validity of this statement, and, with a hint of impatience, retorted, Then stay put over there, and refrain from meandering. Yes, I assure you I shall remain perfectly still. With that, Jiang Shuo moved to the side. Chapter 65, Trying to Deceive Me? Indifferently puffing on a cigarette. He sauntered to the side. The fragrant green grass, mingled with the earthy aroma of soil, was intoxicating. Classmates strolled past, marching in formation. Jiang Shuo gazed at the azure sky, his attention drifting, and soon succumbed to slumber. Before long, his snoring reverberated like thunder, exasperating his peers. Was Jiang Shuo deliberately trying to annoy us? We were exhausted, yet he was napping soundly nearby. Even the instructor frowned at the commotion, but he could hardly reprimand him. It was not intentional. He was simply worn out. This morning, he had arrived at the Zhonghai wholesale market at 6, followed by unloading and settling accounts. After finishing, he returned directly to school without resting in the dormitory, heading straight to the playground. After several consecutive days of relentless toil, he could not control his drowsiness when the opportunity to relax finally presented itself. Qianqian cautiously observed Jiang Shuo's sleeping form amidst the crowd, muttering, So this is how he looks even when asleep. So fierce. Time passed swiftly. As 6 o'clock approached, Wendy and his 2 companions attempted to rouse Jiang Shuo, but to no avail. Suddenly, Liang Boizhou shouted, The beauty from the next class is leaving. The trio reluctantly abandoned Jiang Shuo, planning to return once their business was concluded to drag him back to the dormitory. They had garnered a reputation and were under pressure from the first-year students to select the most beautiful freshman girl and other accolades in the shortest time possible. These 3 were undoubtedly the type of friends who would take a knife for a brother, yet stab a brother for a woman. Qian hesitated, her head lowered, when Songgening tugged at her sleeve, asking, Aren't you going back to the dormitory? She pointed at the sprawled Jiang Shuo. I will wait for him to wake up. Songgening frowned slightly. What if he wakes up and scolds you? Qian bit her lip. I don't know. Forget it, if you want to wait. Then wait. With that, Songgening led the other girls away. Qian cautiously approached Jiang Shuo. His worn, pale white shoes, with a small hole, pressed into the verdant grass, radiating a unique youthful charm. With great restraint, she squatted down, her almond-shaped eyes, slightly upturned, blinking as she watched Jiang Shuo sleep. She noticed a small abrasion on his forehead, a result of an accident while helping with the unloading earlier in the day. Men, after all, are often indifferent to such scrapes and bruises. After a moment's contemplation, Qian retrieved a band-aid from her pocket, trembling slightly as she approached to apply it. Just as she affixed it, Jiang Shuo's eyes suddenly flew open, startling Qian, who fell back onto the ground. Quickly scrambling to her feet, she lowered her head, stammering, I am sorry. Jiang Shuo sat up, rubbing his head. How long have I been asleep? Over 3 hours, she replied. I've slept for that long? Yes. Jiang Shuo lit a cigarette and stood, one hand in his pocket. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal. See, can I not go? Why not? Jiang Shuo turned around curiously, gazing at the aggrieved and tearful Qian. She bit her lip. I have something to attend to. All right. Do as you wish. Let's go. I'll escort you back to the dormitory. What a simpleton, he remarked. Qian cautiously trailed behind him, adhering to her usual demeanor. Too timid to stand beside Jiang Shuo. With her head lowered, she maintained a respectful distance. Upon reaching the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Jiang Shuo, feeling somewhat impatient, abruptly halted and turned back. Qian, unaware, bumped her head against Jiang Shuo's chest. Startled, she quickly stepped back, resembling a child who had misbehaved. Jiang Shuo stared at her intently. Did you miss me during my days off? Qian remained silent. Jiang Shuo sighed. Must you be so naive? Can't you? Just this once, deceive your conscience and make me happy. What a fool, he thought. You should go inside now. I'll take my leave. Lighting a cigarette, he nonchalantly turned and walked away. Unbeknownst to him, Qian stood at the entrance of the dormitory, gazing at his receding figure until it vanished. Her beautiful lips parted slightly, deep in thought, yet not in a disingenuous manner. After Jiang Shuo departed from the girls' dormitory, he arrived at the college supermarket. During this period, the supermarket owner had been enduring tremendous mental strain. Each day, he received 1 or 2 phone calls. Hello, is the supermarket for transfer? Yes. 5,000 to transfer? Get lost. Hello, is the supermarket for transfer? Yes. Is there a deal for the owner's wife? Scram. Eventually, he became convinced that someone had set their sights on his wife, prompting him to send her away. To make matters worse, the supermarket at the intersection had begun holding promotions, leading to his business dwindling to a mere trickle, just as rent was due. The school had issued a notice stating that if he failed to pay, his store would be confiscated. Thus, he found himself wavering. Suddenly, he recalled the young man who had offered 50,000, someone he had once wished to strike down with a broom. Yet now, he found that young man rather endearing. How peculiar. At that moment, he scratched his bald head while lost in thought, when a voice called out, "Bida." Oh, good. The owner grabbed a pack of cigarettes. 7 yuan, thank you. As he raised his head to receive the money, he was taken aback to see Jiang Shuo, nearly bursting into tears. Little brother. You look so familiar. Jiang Shuo replied. Yes, I came to your shop a while back, hoping to take over, but you kicked me out. Ah, young brother. You misinterpret my words. The owner quickly got up from behind the counter, warmly inviting Jiang Shuo to sit down. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a bottle of sports drink from the fridge and placed it in front of Jiang Shuo. On the house, Jiang Shuo accepted graciously, popping open the drink and taking a sip. He glanced at the owner. Brother, you should get to bed earlier these days and refrain from too much activity with your wife. Why? Jiang Shuo replied. Your hair, when I was here last time, I counted about 30 strands. In merely a span of 10 days, how has half of it vanished? The boss, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, remarked. This has nothing to do with my wife. I'm quite troubled about this store. Young man, he continued, I see you radiating vitality, possessing remarkable talent and innate gifts. What do you say to taking over my establishment? Jiang Shuo cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, Old brother, I sense a hidden agenda in your words. You intend to deceive me. The boss laughed heartily, attempting to mask his unease. What do you mean, young man? Why would I deceive you? Truly, after you left last time, I was struck with regret, lamenting my decision. Each day, I contemplated whether to seek you out and offer my apologies. However, as fate would have it, I misplaced my phone that day and could not locate you. The boss rambled on, but Jiang Shuo, uninterested in further conversation, set down his drink and contemplated before stating 40,000. Chapter 66, Sister Qian is very angry upon the utterance of 40,000. The previously serene supermarket descended into an even deeper silence. Jiang Shuo looked up at the owner, momentarily taken aback. Boss, why do I feel as though the few strands of hair you have left are standing on end? The owner, overwhelmed by an intense wave of frustration, felt as if his heart were being besieged. Within mere seconds, he mentally greeted Jiang Shuo's ancestral lineage through 18 generations. After calming his turbulent emotions, he endeavored to present a congenial smile. No, my young friend, we had previously agreed on 50,000. You seem rather charming. Why engage in such unbecoming haggling? Jiang Shuo chuckled innocently. I recall it being 40,000. He scratched his head. My mother always said that where there is an offer, there is room for negotiation. Boss, I believe further discussion on the price is warranted. How about 30,000 instead? The owner leapt to his feet, fury igniting in him, yet he swiftly regained his composure. 30,000 was still preferable to the 5,500 he had contemplated. Better than having to part with his wife, he mused. This lad was certainly no saint. Restraining himself, he inhaled deeply, a hint of anger flickering across his face. 40,000 it is. Do not attempt to haggle with me. When can we finalize the contract? Also, I owe 2,000 in rent to the school, which you must address. I've laid bare my financial situation before you. No more bargaining. Jiang Shuo gazed steadily at the older man. Drawing from his extensive experience in the business world and countless negotiations, he deduced that the owner was unlikely to budge below this price. Regretting the potential loss, he waved his hand dismissively. All right, we shall settle on 40,000. However, let us postpone signing the contract until tomorrow. Why not today? The owner inquired anxiously. Jiang Shuo replied, the weather is unsuitable today. The owner's remaining strands of hair bristled once more, yet he found himself powerless to resist. Grudgingly, he conceded, tomorrow it is. Please provide me with your name, phone number, and other details. Jiang Shuo supplied his contact information and, upon completing this exchange, stood to shake the owner's hand. By the way, what is your name? The owner, harboring a hint of annoyance, replied, Cui Haidao. Jiang Shuo involuntarily glanced at the man's balding head and remarked, your esteemed family truly possesses foresight. What? Oh, nothing. Brother, I must take my leave. See you tomorrow. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Shuo pondered for a moment before dialing Li Qian's number. Shortly, Zhaofan's voice resonated on the other end. Who is this? Zhaofan? Yes, and you are? Jiang Shuo responded. Why is it always you who answers the phone? Are you the receptionist for your dormitory? How tedious. If you are here to see Li Qian, I shall hang up, for she is unavailable. Jiang Shuo smirked with satisfaction. Ah, but you must consider who is calling. Let it be known, Brother Shuo has returned. Silence enveloped the line for a few seconds. However, Zhaofan's voice soon echoed once more. Qian said to tell you to get lost. She even insulted you, calling you a bastard and a scoundrel. Wishing that Ultraman would vanquish those wicked foes. She instructed you never to call again, as she no longer has any ties with you. With that, she abruptly hung up the phone. Jiang Shuo was left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? At that moment, the three flamboyant roommates returned. Each held a small notebook, engaged in fervent discussion as they walked. One might mistake them for diligent students deliberating over some academic topic. In truth, the contents inscribed in their notebooks were details about various girls, including their measurements, personalities, names, and more. They appeared utterly serious and composed. Upon entering, they found Jiang Shuo sitting there, looking utterly perplexed. Wendy remarked, Shuo, you're back. I was just thinking of carrying you back from the playground, I swear. Jiang Shuo shook his head. Tell me, during the days I was away, did any girl call looking for me? Yang Buzhou chimed in. Yes. There was one from Zhonghai University, but she never revealed her identity. She called at the same time every day. Once, she even called at 3 in the morning, sobbing and scaring us half to death. We thought you had done something terrible out there, and her ghost was coming to claim you. Jiang Shuo pressed. And how did you respond? We told her you were out socializing, just as you instructed, Liang Buzhou replied. There's no problem with that. Jiang Shuo was utterly baffled. Deng Yingkai added, Old San always says you went out to entertain female clients. Damn it. Jiang Shuo glared fiercely at Wendy. Wendy chuckled. I might have said that a couple of times. You can't blame me. Jiang Shuo felt as if he were on the verge of burying Wendy alive and urinating on the grave for good measure. Soon, he arrived at Li Qian's dormitory building, feeling a bit more composed. He called her, fully aware she would not come down. Forcing his way into the girls' dormitory was out of the question. The matron was scrutinizing him with her hawk-like eyes. He couldn't afford to provoke any suspicion. Climbing over the wall? That too was ill-advised, as he would certainly be met with a barrage of water basins from the girls in Li Qian's dormitory. Deep in thought, he approached the dormitory matron. Her eyes narrowed further, a silent message conveyed. I've had my eye on you for quite some time. She looked up and stated, This is a girls' dormitory. Boys are not permitted. Go back. Jiang Shuo replied with a cheeky grin. Ma'am, you are truly beautiful. Huh. You must be a freshman, she responded. How did you know? Because boys in their second year and above know that flattering me with such tactics won't work. I have been guarding this building for a decade, and how many young men have flattered me? Let me tell you. Even if you were to pat my backside to shreds, I would not fall for your tricks. Out you go. Jiang Shuo felt a surge of frustration. Dear lady, I have no intention of barging in. Just help me notify someone to come down, and it is as simple as that. The matron scrutinized Jiang Shuo from head to toe, sensing an unsettling air about this brash young man. Growing impatient, Jiang Shuo urged, Yes, please notify her promptly. Oh, and who should I seek? The occupant of room 503, Li Qian. Ah, yet another admirer of Li Qian, the matron remarked with a hint of familiarity. As if this were a daily occurrence. She cautioned, You should consider this carefully. Li Qian may not come down. No worries, just notify her. Very well. What is your name? Jiang Shuo pondered for a moment and replied, Li Yujun. Chapter 67. The True Villain. Yin Qiusong. The call from Auntie swiftly reached dormitory 503. Upon realizing it was her father, Li Qian could not help but complain about his lack of prior notice, especially at this late hour of 9 o'clock. Reluctantly, she tidied herself up to step outside. Jiang Shuo, who had been waiting in the lobby, pondered that given Li Qian's temperament, she would likely turn and leave upon seeing him. If she retreated into the girls' dormitory, with Auntie acting as an obstacle, it would be impossible for him to draw her back. Thus, he decided to wait outside, allowing for a brief moment to bridge the distance with Li Qian. Lighting a cigarette, he waited with an air of indifference. After 5 or 6 minutes, Li Qian emerged from the dormitory building. Adorned in a plaid dress that danced gracefully in the evening breeze infused with the fragrance of osmanthus, her delicate, oval face bore slightly puffy apricot eyes, a testament to her recent melancholic days. Glancing around the entrance, she noticed her father was nowhere to be found. Curiosity piqued, she stepped out to search for him. As she scanned the surroundings, her gaze suddenly landed on Jiang Shuo's mischievous demeanor, and a realization struck her, prompting her to turn away in anger. Jiang Shuo quickly approached and grasped her arm. "All right, dear lady, you wouldn't have come out to see me otherwise. Let go of me, you scoundrel. If you don't, I'll scream," she retorted. Jiang Shuo promptly released her grip, presenting a small gift, a keychain figurine of Sakuragi Hanamichi. After 6 years of camaraderie, he was well aware of her fondness for the character from Slam Dunk. Indeed, upon seeing the keychain, Li Qian hesitated to retreat to the dormitory. Snatching it from his hand, "You rascal, don't think you can placate me with such trinkets." Understanding her sentiment, Jiang Shuo smiled. "Come on. I haven't tea at dinner yet. Let us get something to eat." Oh, just as she prepared to follow suit, a thought struck her. "Wait a minute. You haven't told me what you've been up to these past few days." She halted, fixing her apricot eyes on him, demanding, "Where have you been?" Jiang Shuo realized he needed to provide substantial explanations. Otherwise, Li Qian would dismiss his words as mere excuses. He retrieved several train tickets. "These are tickets to Jilin province in northeast China, and this one is for a bus to Chashu village. I took a motorcycle for part of the journey, but the driver didn't issue a ticket, so I can't provide one for that." Li Qian examined the tickets, feeling some of her pent-up frustration dissipate, yet soon countered. "But these are for the trip there. What about your return ticket?" Jiang Shuo explained. "Didn't I tell you? I went there to transport goods. Naturally, I returned with the cargo truck." Li Qian pondered his words and gradually softened. Her previously fuming expression transformed into one of clarity. "Fine. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now. But I'm starving. I haven't had a proper meal in days." Jiang Shuo leaned closer. "Oh, look at you, Qianjia. Your eyes are all puffy. It seems that I have transformed into a little malcontent because of you. Shall we clarify our relationship? Get lost. Even if you were the last man on earth, I would never look at you." Li Qian puffed her cheeks and marched ahead. Jiang Shuo followed her with a lazy expression. "You are rather unamusing, aren't you? If I were the last man on earth, would I still be interested in you?" Li Qian stamped her foot. "Jiang Shuo, you are truly a complete scoundrel." A night passed. Jiang Shuo finally embarked on his grand entrepreneurial journey. He sold a batch of chili peppers from Tea Tree Village to Yanqi Song for 50 cents per kilogram. The purchase price was 10 cents, selling at 50 cents, yielding a gross profit of 40 cents. With a total revenue of over 400,000 kilograms of chili peppers, the gross income exceeded 400,000. And after deducting the purchase cost of 80,000, labor costs, transportation fees, and other expenses totaling 30,000, he profited 290,000. Coupled with his existing funds, he now had 390,000 in his pocket. In later years, countless remarkable individuals have established billion-dollar empires with just 100,000 during this era. With his 390,000, he could accomplish many endeavors. After a restful night, he felt rejuvenated and returned to Yin Qisong's office. It was Yin who had called him over regarding the potato matter from the neighboring village of Tea Tree Village. After exchanging pleasantries and settling down, Yin Qisong wasted no time and said, "The wholesale market price for potatoes is 60 cents. If you can procure a batch for me, I'll give you 30 cents per kilogram, leaving me with a 30-cent profit." Jiang Shuo looked up and asked, "Brother, can you handle such a large quantity?" With over 1,000 acres of potatoes, I had roughly gauged their yield, which could reach 1,000 kilograms per acre, amounting to about 500 tons. That's quite a considerable volume. Yin Qisong laughed heartily. "What? Do you underestimate my capabilities? Let me put it this way. I control half of the vegetable wholesale market in Shanghai. I also have connections in several neighboring provinces. Even if Shanghai cannot absorb all of it at once, there are other places that can, so this should not be a concern for you." Yin Qisong was well known in the industry, a fact Jiang Shuo had not investigated. What Jiang Shuo was even less aware of was that Yin Qisong had thoroughly researched his background. For someone of his stature, uncovering Jiang Shuo's details was quite effortless. However, the terms of their contract were highly advantageous for him, so he chose not to expose it. Initially, he thought Jiang Shuo would have no chance, yet yesterday, more than a dozen large trucks from the northeast parked outside his store, leaving him utterly baffled. He genuinely felt a shiver run down his spine for this student. At that time, most students were nestled within their ivory towers, pursuing romantic ideals and savoring their best years. Who could fathom the difficulties of survival outside? Yet, Here was this student, audaciously bringing in over a dozen truckloads of goods. He truly admired Jiang Shuo, which is why he approached the negotiation with clarity and directness. Without any unnecessary preamble, Jiang Shuo shook his head and remarked, "Indeed, as long as you accept it, that's sufficient. Well then, let it be 400. To arrive within 4 days. Following the customary practice, they proceeded to sign a contract. As Jiang Shuo was about to leave, Yan Qiusong smiled and said, "I will be visiting Zhonghai University in a few days for a social gathering. Would you care to join?" Jiang Shuo cast a curious glance his way, asking, "What kind of gathering?" "Just a casual affair, an opportunity to strengthen our connections. Since you are at the School of Finance, you might as well come over for a drink. Getting to know a few people could be beneficial for you in the future," Yan Qiusong replied cheerfully. Jiang Shuo looked at him with a bemused expression. "Brother, have you investigated me?" Yan Qiusong burst into hearty laughter. Understanding one's business partners is an essential lesson for any merchant. In a world rife with deception, those who neglect to comprehend their surroundings are the ones who meet their demise. Chapter 68. Baihui Mini Supermarket. This statement was delivered with sincerity, reflecting Yan Qiusong's attitude towards Jiang Shuo. Although this individual appeared to be dressed in a manner reminiscent of a peasant, underestimating him as someone lacking insight would be a grave error. One does not reach such a level without possessing considerable capability. Jiang Shuo, seasoned with the wisdom of 40 years, could naturally discern the goodwill embedded in Yan Qiusong's words. With a smile, he replied, "After all, you are a senior. However, my friend, this situation is beyond my control. As a student, I am often subjected to scrutiny." "Indeed, that is understandable," Yan Qiusong responded with a hearty laugh. "Come, I shall escort you out of the market." Upon leaving the market, Jiang Shuo made his way directly to the SEG Electronics Mall, where he purchased a mobile phone. With several $100,000 in his pocket, he had no intention of denying himself. After browsing for over an hour, he ultimately chose the most expensive and fashionable sliding phone available at the time, the Nokia 8810, spending a staggering 12,000 yuan, which left him feeling quite pained. The rapid advancement of mobile technology made these so-called luxury phones seem antiquated in comparison. Yet, there were no other viable options. On his way back, he called Lu Haud from Chashu village. Upon hearing that Jiang Shuo intended to purchase the potatoes, Lu Haud was overjoyed. They ultimately agreed on a purchase price of 5 cents per pound, with the collection commencing that evening, loading the truck the following day, and departing the day after. After alighting from the vehicle, Jiang Shuo promptly visited the bank to transfer 100,000 yuan, feeling a sense of completion. He understood that once this batch of goods arrived at Yan Qiusong's storefront, the latter would undoubtedly retain the contact information for Chashu village. Business people are not naive. There is no need for a middleman to siphon off profits. Even if there were future transactions involving other crops from Chashu village, they would not involve him. Business is business, and friendship is friendship. There is nothing wrong with this distinction, and no one is plotting against anyone else. He then turned and re-entered the college supermarket. The owner, amidst sighs of despair, finally signed the contract. Once the owner departed, Jiang Shuo began to wander through the supermarket, shaking his head at the disarray. The merchandise was haphazardly displayed, the sections poorly defined, resembling a warehouse. With such a subpar shopping experience, how could the business thrive? Noticing a door inside, Jiang Shuo pushed it open and was momentarily taken aback. To his surprise, he discovered a small courtyard of approximately 30 square meters behind it, complete with 3 rooms, a bathroom, and a kitchen. This was quite an unexpected delight. Squatting in the courtyard, he contemplated the computer with sure yacht he had encountered in the computer lab. Perhaps it was time to begin developing a social media platform? That seems feasible. Standing at the doorway, he thought, this room should be designated for social networking, while this one could focus on e-commerce. And what about the last room? Perhaps a dating site? Of course. He recognized that the current user base of the internet was rather poor and competition was fierce. Furthermore, the industry was still in a phase of burning through cash without a clear path to profitability. He aspired to dominate the social and e-commerce markets all at once, a feat that was undeniably unattainable. Taking hasty strides could lead to significant repercussions. After much contemplation, he resolved to first become the sovereign of traffic endpoints, specifically social software. With his decision made, he retrieved his 8810 and dialed the number for dormitory 212. The voice of L. Wendy soon resonated. "Hello, welcome to Ganong Agricultural Trade." "Enough about Ganong Agricultural Trade. Is my brother Shuo there, along with a few members of your organizing committee?" "Oh, boss, they're all here." "Good. Have them come to the college supermarket immediately. What's the matter? Stop with the nonsense. With that, he ended the call. Wendy, momentarily taken aback, suddenly shouted, Brother Shuo has been ambushed in the supermarket. Brothers, grab your weapons. The three of them, filled with fervor, armed themselves with brooms and mops and rushed to the college supermarket. Upon arrival, they found Jiang Shuo unscathed, leaving them utterly perplexed. Jiang Shuo pulled down the roller shutter and led the trio to the backyard. One of them sat on a stool. Liang Guozhou was the first to react. Brother Shuo, you haven't actually taken over this store, have you? The other two also looked at Jiang Shuo with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. Jiang Shuo nodded. I told you I would acquire it. I will certainly do so. From this day forth, you will proudly become employees of the college supermarket. I will also recruit some part-time students to rotate between classes and working at the store. Goodness, how much did you spend? Did the owner's wife sleep with you? Wendy was still struggling to comprehend. Jiang Shuo kicked him. Why would I need the owner's wife? She's an elderly woman. Only you would have such interests. Enough chatter. Are we in or out? In. Why not? The trio immediately ignited with enthusiasm. Entrepreneurship among students was a topic brimming with anticipation and novelty in this era. They were eager to partake in the experience. The four then convened to discuss plans. Deng Yingkai had friends in the renovation business and would contact them to overhaul the place. Naturally, it wouldn't be a massive undertaking. They merely intended to replace the sagging ceiling and repaint the walls. The advertising light boxes would also be revamped. The storefront sign needed to be thoughtfully designed by Jiang Shuo before a final decision was made. For more than an hour during the lunch break, they passionately deliberated until it was time for military training. After they departed, Jiang Shuo gathered some white paper and a pen to begin designing. The sign had to be bright, and the store name could not bear the college supermarket title. The limitations of the term college were too constrictive. After mulling it over, a name suddenly emerged in his mind. Baihui Micro Supermarket. The exterior of the light box needed to be simple yet elegant, avoiding a hodgepodge appearance. Gradually, he became lost in his own thoughts. It wasn't until after 6 o'clock that Liang Guozhou and the others returned from training. A few individuals were busily engaged within the supermarket, diligently arranging various items in the backyard, as the renovation crew was scheduled to arrive within 2 days. Time was of the essence. Jiang Shuo, feeling a hollow emptiness in his stomach, handed 30 yuan to the trio, instructing them to procure something to eat. He then made his way to the cafeteria. After placing an order for a meal, he remained lost in thought, clutching some A4 papers in his hand. As the number of patrons in the cafeteria dwindled, he found himself unaware that evening had crept upon him, and by 8 o'clock, few remained. In the corner, a girl wielding a cloth was meticulously wiping down a table, her back turned to Jiang Shuo, her head bowed in concentration. Jiang Shuo gazed at her silhouette, momentarily distracted, his mind preoccupied with concerns regarding the supermarket's subsequent operations. As he continued to observe, the girl turned around. He was momentarily taken aback, and upon recognition, his expression darkened instantly. Wiping his mouth, he approached her and stood before her. Did I not instruct you to refrain from seeking part-time work for now? What compelled you to come here and clean the tables? Chapter 69. Teacher Qingmu. In my heart, the person wiping the tables was none other than Qianqian. Faced with Jiang Shuo's domineering inquiry, she appeared somewhat flustered, lowering her head and trembling slightly. Her exquisite, oval face was etched with a look of grievance. Jiang Shuo glared at her, demanding, I'm asking you, who allowed you to wipe the tables? Tears glistened in her peach blossom eyes as she replied, I need to work. How long have you been here? Jiang Shuo asked, feeling a twinge of sympathy upon seeing her distress. Qianqian dared not look up. A few days. Is this what you referred to yesterday when you said you had something to do? Yes. Starting tomorrow, do not come here anymore. Go work at the college supermarket instead. I will send you your salary. Jiang Shuo, with an air of authority, seized her rag and tossed it into the trash. Observing the grease smudged across her fair, slender fingers, he produced a tissue. Give me your hand. Qianqian timidly raised her hand. Jiang Shuo grasped it firmly, startling her. Yet, with his grip unyielding, she had no choice but to comply. The cafeteria is filthy. This work is not suitable for you. Is it worth it for just 2 meals? Qianqian remained silent. Jiang Shuo cleaned the grease from her hands and said, Let us go. I'll take you to the supermarket. There was no room for dissent, and Qianqian had no option but to follow him. Upon returning to the supermarket, the few boisterous residents of the dormitory had already gone for their meal. Jiang Shuo led Qianqian to the back courtyard and inquired, Do you know how to plant flowers? Qianqian nodded hesitantly. I often bring wildflowers from the mountain to plant at my doorstep. Very well, starting tomorrow, you will plant flowers in this courtyard. Do not go anywhere else. Your pay will be the same as Liang Boizhou and the others, worth 100 times more than your part-time work in the cafeteria. Do you understand? Yes. Qianqian, not daring to oppose him, lifted her gaze slightly. Will I only be allowed to plant flowers? Jiang Shuo replied. If you find planting flowers too dull, you may assist with tasks in the front. However, do not engage in work meant for men. Simply take a broom and clean. Understood. Qianqian was taken aback, wondering why Jiang Shuo had arranged a job for her to plant flowers. Was this supermarket his? Given Jiang Shuo's fierce demeanor, she refrained from asking further questions. Burying her thoughts within, timidly glancing at Jiang Shuo, she retrieved a band-aid from her pocket. As she raised her hand, Jiang Shuo barked. What are you doing? Startled, she clutched the band-aid, fearfully pointing at the area on his forehead that bore a bandage. The one from yesterday needs to be changed. Jiang Shuo touched his forehead. Gaining a bit of courage, Qianqian tremblingly replaced his band-aid and murmured, I'll return to the dorm. Go on, go on. Jiang Shuo waved his hand dismissively, lost in thought as he contemplated ideas for the small courtyard. Qianqian felt a sense of relief and, albeit nervously, departed from the back courtyard. As she exited, she encountered Liang Boizhou and his two boisterous companions entering, instinctively lowering her head once more. Her flowing hair obscured what was, in reality, a visage of unparalleled beauty. Cautiously, he greeted the three individuals before stepping outside. The trio stared, their eyes wide with surprise. What had Shuo just been doing with Qianqian inside? Why must Shuo's taste be so intense? Wasn't Li Qian charming enough? The 10-day holiday had come to an end. The military training was nearing its conclusion, with merely 2 or 3 days remaining. Every student eagerly anticipated the onset of true university life. Some thought, I will immerse myself in the gaming room until the end of time. Others mused, I will pursue the girls from the finance department. Having just endured the rigors of the college entrance examination, they resembled sparrows yearning to break free from their cages if they did not indulge themselves. They feared they might be struck by lightning. Yet, Jiang Shuo alone pondered the matter of embarking on a new journey. After returning from Chashu village, he had brazenly taken a nap before his fellow students engaged in military training. The instructor had not forgotten this incident. Thus, upon returning to the squad this morning, he was met with 200 push-ups, leaving his classmates feeling a sense of satisfaction. Who told you to act so arrogantly? During a break in military training, Jiang Shuo sat on the sidelines, massaging his sore arms, while addressing the trio nearby who were deeply engrossed in their examination of various flowers. You three are still out there chasing after blossoms. I have a premonition that it will inevitably incite public outrage, resulting in your demise beneath a set of military punches. Elwendy calmly surveyed the thousands of individuals on the field. Those who wish to extinguish us are not merely thousands. Yet, for the sake of allowing the flowers to bloom more brilliantly, to prevent the pearls from gathering dust, even if it costs us our heads, so be it. Jiang Shuo glanced at Qianqian, who was with Songganing, then at the trio, and internally labeled them as 3 blind mice. At that moment, a voice of surprise emerged from behind Jiang Shuo. Teacher Qingmu, it truly is you. Jiang Shuo paused, turning around to find it was the bespectacled individual he had embarrassed at the social gathering. The little glasses were now filled with excitement, a stark contrast to the arrogance displayed that evening. Liang Boizhou and his companions looked at the small glasses with curiosity. Approaching Jiang Shuo, the small glasses respectfully stood before him. That night, I failed to recognize Teacher Qingmu. Please forgive me. Jiang Shuo felt a surge of frustration. Was not the name Qingmu somewhat renowned in Jiayang City? How had it spread all the way to Zhanghai? Instinctively, he replied, Brother, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Which rascal is Qingmu? The small glasses paused for a moment, having just assumed the posture of a sycophant, but quickly processed Jiang Shuo's current demeanor. Warily eyeing Liang Boizhou and his companions, they leaned closer to Jiang Shuo, lowering their voice. Teacher Qingmu, may I have a word? Without waiting for Jiang Shuo's consent, they pulled him aside. Once they were away from the crowd, the small glasses solemnly bowed to Jiang Shuo. Teacher Qingmu, I apologize for the intrusion. Jiang Shuo regarded him with a hint of annoyance. What Qingmu? I do not know him. You have mistaken me. The small glasses hastily responded. No, I certainly did not mistake you. Sister Yanling told me that Qingmu is a student from our finance department. I didn't believe it at the time. No wonder that after hearing you sing that night, I felt an uncanny familiarity in your voice. I never expected to have such close proximity to Aoki. How fortunate. Having said that, this fellow exaggeratedly performed a deep bow of 90 degrees towards Jiang Shuo. After the first bow, he immediately prepared for a second. Following the second, he was ready for a third, but Jiang Shuo stopped him, saying, "Hey, I'm perfectly well. Why are you bowing to me like this?" The little bespectacled guy quickly stood up, smiling sheepishly. "Teacher, Oki, I merely admire you, truly." Suddenly, Jiang Shuo recalled that bizarre letter, the one delivered to the small shop at his doorstep. The letter's author was one of the few, alongside Hao Jiangwo and others, who knew of his identity as Aoki. He spoke up. "The sister you just mentioned, Yinling. Her full name is Huang Yinling, from Taiwan, right?" Chapter 70. Reasonable allocation. Upon hearing the name Huang Yinling, Jiang Shuo felt an undeniable confirmation that this was indeed Qing Mu. He quickly responded, Yes, it's Sister Yinling. She wrote you a letter." Unbeknownst to Jiang Shuo, on that day at the Jiangong Opera Square, someone had recorded his song The Brightest Star in the Night Sky with a tape recorder, and it had been uploaded online. The moment it was released, it caused a sensation across the internet. Fortunately, the network was not as developed at that time, or else Qing Mu would have become a household name throughout Zhonghai streets. The boy with the glasses came from a wealthy family, had a passion for music, and knew Huang Yinling. He had carefully preserved the recording despite the chaotic background noise. To him, Qing Mu was a deity. After being slapped in the face by Jiang Shuo that day, he felt an eerie familiarity in the voice. Upon comparing it with the recording, he was around 70% certain it was indeed Qing Mu. He called Huang Yinling again, and after describing the facial features, he reached a 70% conviction, which persisted until today. Jiang Shuo, dressed in attire identical to that worn during his performance at the Opera Square, confirmed his identity 100%. This was Qing Mu, and thus he felt a surge of excitement. Jiang Shuo realized he could no longer conceal the truth and frowned. "Do not mention this to anyone else. I have no interest in developing a career in the entertainment industry. My singing has been out of necessity, do you understand?" The boy with the glasses regarded Jiang Shuo with reverence. "Rest assured, Teacher Qing Mu, whenever you have time, I would love to seek your guidance on musical matters." Jiang Shuo felt overwhelmed. He was a reborn charlatan, singing songs that were not his own, and discussing musical notes was beyond his capability. He flatly refused. "I have no time. I have many matters to attend to." Preparing to leave, the boy with the glasses was not so easily deterred. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, "Teacher Qing Mu, could you assist me with a favor? Our cultural department is hosting a gala as military training concludes, and I hope you might perform on stage." "Apologies, but I am not interested," Jiang Shuo replied without a moment's hesitation. What a ridiculous proposition. Who had the inclination to sing amidst such responsibilities? Ignoring him, he rejoined the military training formation. Behind him, the boy felt disheartened but soon reignited his determination. "I will find a way to get you on stage, Teacher Qing Mu." After the boy departed, while marching in formation, Jiang Shuo suddenly recalled something. "I can utilize this gala to promote the supermarket effectively. I have a brilliant opportunity here." Noticing that the boy had walked far away, Jiang Shuo could not help but shout, "Hey, wait." As the words left his mouth, over 60 pairs of eyes turned to him, staring as if he were a spectacle. "Oh no, I'm doomed." Indeed, the instructor's stern expression darkened. "Jiang Shuo, step out of line. 50 push-ups." With no alternative, Jiang Shuo dragged his weary arms to the side and began to perform push-ups. Once the military training concluded, Jiang Shuo first made a phone call to arrange matters regarding the potatoes in Chashu village. For 2 days and nights, the entire village, comprising men, women, and children, rallied together to load the goods onto the truck, which is now en route and expected to arrive by midday tomorrow. After concluding the phone call, I made another trip to the supermarket. Among the 3 spirited individuals, their enthusiasm surpassed that of anyone else. The meager 10 yuan daily wage held little allure for them. Instead, they were invigorated by the thrill of entrepreneurship. After all, any losses would be borne by Shuo, allowing them to focus solely on their tasks. The renovation crew had already commenced work, adhering to Jiang Shuo's directive to complete everything within 3 days, with the promise of double wages. Qianqian was diligently tidying up the backyard as well. Jiang Shuo gathered the group for a division of responsibilities. Deng Yingkai, being from Zhonghai and familiar with the area, was tasked with procurement and handling the advertisement board. Lu Wendy, known for his eloquence, would oversee daily operations within the store. As for Liang Buozhou, whose fondness for alcohol raised concerns about reliability, he was assigned to manage inventory and warehouse organization. After the store opened, Jiang Shuo planned to hire additional part-time workers, who would be managed under their supervision. Once they finished discussing roles, Lu Wendy curiously inquired about Qianqian's responsibilities, lowering her head in silence. Qianqian wondered if Jiang Shuo truly intended for her to only tend to the flowers. Jiang Shuo contemplated for a moment before stating that she would maintain the store's cleanliness and manage the backyard garden. Additionally, she would take on a secondary role in overseeing the store's finances. Well, Lu Wendy exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Managing the finances is a role fit for the boss's wife. Qianqian clasped her hands tightly, uncertain of how to respond, her knees trembling with anxiety. The others regarded her with a knowing gaze. Jiang Shuo scanned the group and remarked, if she doesn't handle the accounts, do you expect you few men to take on that responsibility? Each of you bears the look of a potential thief. I do not trust you. Come on, Shuo. That's not fair. We are brothers. They protested. You're still our leader. How can you not trust us? They lamented the decline of trust in a cunning society. Jiang Shuo furrowed his brow. Have you finished your performance? If so, let's go eat. The group immediately straightened up. Liang Boizhou thumped his chest. If there's wine, you remain our leader. Jiang Shuo shot him a glance. You would sell your parents for just a bottle of erguo too. Let us go. I'll treat you all, he declared. The group playfully bantered as they headed to a nearby restaurant. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Shuo revealed his Nokia 8810, causing the others to gaze in awe. Deng Yingkai discreetly tucked away his Nokia 5110, aware that the 8810 model had skyrocketed in value to 12,000 yuan in Zhonghai, rendering his device rather unimpressive in comparison. This realization delighted Lu Wendy and the others, who began to tease Deng Yingkai with a triumphant tune. Who told you to show off? Jiang Shuo ignored their jests and stepped onto the balcony to call Li Qian. As soon as the call connected, he addressed her directly. Is this Zhaofan at the front desk of 503? Zhaofan wore a look of discontent, fully aware of the caller's identity. She turned and called out, Qian. That convict is looking for you. Jiang Shuo felt a wave of annoyance wash over him, but chose to remain silent. After a brief pause, Li Qian's voice resonated. Is that you, Jiang Shuo? I bought a new phone, so please note down my number, 133XX. You can reach me directly on my mobile from now on. Jiang Shuo replied, I also purchased one. Jot down my number. Oh, splendid, Li Qian exclaimed, hastily retrieving a piece of paper and a pen to write it down. Once finished, she inquired, where did you find the money to buy a phone? Do you still have money left for living expenses this month? Jiang Shuo chuckled softly. Are you intending to support me? Enough. Can't you speak properly? The young woman's demeanor shifted again, and with a cheerful smile, she announced, Jiang Shuo. For the military training evening gala, they have chosen me as the host. Will you be able to come to our school that day? I would love for you to be there. Chapter 71. Seeking Promotion Avenues host? What nonsense. It's merely the host of the evening gala, haha. A senior invited me to join, and after the event, he promised to connect me with the school's broadcasting station. Li Qian was quite delighted. Being a broadcaster had been a childhood dream of hers, thus she looked forward to it eagerly. Jiang Shuo, without a moment's hesitation, interjected, I'm not interested, goodbye. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Li Qian was left in a fog. Is Jiang Shuo angry? I didn't say anything wrong. What is his issue? Zhaofan leaned over. You hung up so quickly. That jerk seems to be upset, but I don't know why. Zhaofan remarked. The bystander sees clearly. Think carefully. If I were him, I'd be angry too. With that, she took her water bottle and stepped out to refill it. Li Qian raised her exquisite oval face, her large almond eyes filled with confusion. After pondering for a while, she finally grasped the situation and, with a little stomp of her foot, exclaimed, Hee, so you jerk, are feeling jealous after all. She promptly sent out 2 messages. The first was to the senior. Hello, senior. I sincerely apologize, but I think I will not take on the role of host after all, as I lack the experience and it may not suit me. The second was for Jiang Shuo. Jiang Shuo, are you feeling jealous of that senior? The reply came swiftly. No. Li Qian responded, I don't believe you. You are definitely jealous. Don't worry, I've just turned him down. Jiang Shuo replied, Oh. Qian Jie, be my woman. Li Qian shot back, get lost, I'm going to bed. Jiang Shuo, 886. Li Qian, not warm at all, reply again. Jiang Shuo, 886. The following day at noon, after training, Jiang Shuo made his way to the student center. The student center resembled an indoor basketball court, with several vacant rooms lining its periphery. The school had designated distinct offices for various student council departments, such as the publicity department, external relations department, and entertainment department. each taking up their own space with much formality. Student councils across schools tend to be quite bureaucratic, often convening meetings. Which was precisely why Jiang Shuo was reluctant to participate. He deemed it a waste of his precious youthful rebirth. Rather than squandering time, he preferred to earn some money. He had come to seek out his glasses. To his surprise, as soon as he entered, the senior girls practicing their dance immediately surrounded him. "You're Jiang Shuo? Not that handsome, huh? Little Junior, what an adorable hairstyle you have. Little Jiang Shuo, come on, sing us those lovely songs." A flock of women chattered incessantly in his ears. Being amidst such attention was indeed a delightful experience, especially those senior girls in their dance attire, each possessing a figure that could make even the most stoic blush. However, Jiang Shuo held no interest. He was not there to flirt. He mused on how these senior girls could be so starved for attention. He quickly raised his voice. "Ladies, I know you admire me greatly. So how about this? Please write down your measurements, phone numbers, class, and so forth, one by one, and hand them to me later. In the future, let us venture into the grove together to explore the profound mysteries of life. I have ample time, yet today I am here for serious matters. So I shall not linger with you for now." The chattering senior sisters, upon hearing Jiang Shuo's words, immediately lost interest and collectively uttered a term, rogue. They then dispersed in a flurry. Jiang Shuo, at a loss for words, paid them no mind and entered the office of the Cultural and Entertainment Department. Just as he stepped inside, a loud exclamation rang out. "Teacher Aoki, you have come personally." The bespectacled student hurried over, stumbling slightly, and promptly closed the door behind him. Jiang Shuo cast a curious glance at the large sign on the desk where the student had just been seated. It read Minister. Looking at him quizzically, he asked, "Are you still the Minister of the Cultural and Entertainment Department?" The student chuckled. "Indeed, Teacher Aoki, that is correct." Jiang Shuo rolled his eyes. "You are quite the bureaucrat, aren't you?" Looking all official. The student, eager to please, replied, "That was the initiative of the others. I instructed them not to, but they did not listen." "Teacher Aoki, have you agreed to participate in the performance?" Jiang Shuo plopped down into a chair, tossing a cigarette to him. "I can sing a song, but I require the event to be named after my supermarket." "Named after? What does that mean?" The student looked perplexed. Jiang Shuo proceeded to explain. "It is a common practice in future gatherings, merely an additional line from the host. This program is brought to you by, akin to a persistent adhesive plaster, a form of brainwashing. Yet, at present, few have adopted such a practice. What Jiang Shuo aims to do is build momentum for an explosive launch on opening day. If a store fails to gain traction on its opening day, it will struggle to thrive thereafter, making that day crucial. The promotional aspect of this freshman military training gala is of great importance. He also plans to employ a series of strategic moves, such as utilizing the school radio station and sponsoring club activities, among others." The student listened in a daze, still not fully comprehending, but he managed to summarize. "Teacher Aoki, you mean to have our event hosts assist in advertising for you? Also, you have taken over the college supermarket. The previous owner had a full head of dark hair when I was a freshman, but within a year, he became bald due to losses. Please proceed with caution." Jiang Shuo, uninterested in trivialities, said, "You need only inform me whether this is feasible. If it is, I can perform once on stage. If not, then so be it. It signifies we cannot be friends, and you need not seek me out in the future." The student, alarmed by this, pleaded, "No, Teacher Aoki. I am entirely at your service, but I must also contend with significant pressure from the school. After all, no one has ever done this before. So I wish to propose a small request." "Heh, what request?" Jiang Shuo inquired. The student rubbed his hands together. "Teacher Aoki, might you sell me the rights to one or two of your songs?" "Oh, not more than one. Just one will suffice, and I am willing to offer 50,000. Furthermore, rest assured that upon release, I shall duly credit the original lyricist and composer as a sign of profound respect for your work." Jiang Shuo was momentarily taken aback. 50,000 for a song? Indeed. The bespectacled individual replied, visibly anxious. Jiang Shuo felt a wave of frustration. It was no wonder they say that stars earn money the fastest. After tirelessly toiling in the Northeast, I have only managed to accumulate 280,000. Yet, this song could effortlessly yield 50,000. The ease with which money flows is astonishing. If I were to truly lose my temper, this bespectacled fellow, regardless of his family's immense fortune, could find himself utterly bankrupt. What a trivial challenge, considering the multitude of songs available for him to exploit for profit in the future. However, upon further reflection, I decided against it. Celebrities are widely recognized, drawing attention, and while they may possess wealth, Their standing in elite circles often lacks genuine acknowledgement. Nodding in agreement, I replied, "Very well, I shall acquiesce. I will sell you that song, Blue Lotus." The bespectacled man leapt with excitement, unable to restrain himself, and embraced Jiang Shuo, planting a sudden kiss upon him. Chapter 72. Who is the girlfriend? With a crisp sound, the air was instantly filled with an unusual atmosphere. Jiang Shuo's eyes widened, as did those of the bespectacled boy beside him. To their dismay, a girl with a ponytail stood at the doorway. Her name was Zhu Yuwei, the vice president of the student council, who had come to discuss the upcoming freshman military training gala with the bespectacled boy. Little did she expect to stumble upon such a scene. Awkwardly standing outside, she inquired, did I interrupt something? Damn it. Jiang Shuo exploded. Why did you kiss me? He was flustered, his face turning crimson. I am Jiang Shuo. With outsiders present, he wished to keep Xingmu's identity concealed. The bespectacled boy quickly responded, yes, yes, yes. Brother Shaw, my apologies. Senior Zhu, please don't misunderstand. We truly have nothing going on. Jiang Shuo felt even more frustrated, thinking, what is there to explain? The more I clarify, the more convoluted it becomes, you understand? Zhu Yuwei stepped inside, pondering that it seemed they were merely newly acquainted. Were today's boys this audacious? She reassured, don't worry, Dong Hao, I won't tell anyone. Internally, Jiang Shuo felt helpless and was rendered speechless. After taking a seat, Zhu Yuwei asked, the young lad who sings those flowers, is he willing to perform at our gala? The dean had personally inquired about it, and she emphasized that he needed to take this matter seriously since time was running short. The bespectacled boy hastily replied, Senior, this is Brother Shuo, the freshman who sings those flowers. He has just agreed to perform on stage, but he has some requests, and since you are here, I will report this to you. Dong Hao then recounted Jiang Shuo's various demands. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuwei felt somewhat overwhelmed. Primarily, such arrangements had never been attempted before. While the school indeed secured sponsorship for galas, it usually entailed simple banners and congratulations from local restaurants. The notion of integrating advertisements into the gala was entirely foreign to her. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I cannot provide an answer at this time. I need to consult with the relevant faculty. Jiang Shuo shrugged nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. If you agree to everything, that is fine. If you cannot meet the requirements, I regret to inform you that I am quite busy and have little inclination to engage in matters unrelated to my work. Zhu Yunwei, puzzled, remarked, this matter has nothing to do with your boss. Why are you defending him so fervently? She perceived Jiang Shuo as merely a part-time student working at a supermarket. Jiang Shuo, however, had no intention of revealing his true identity, primarily because if Li Qian discovered it, she would inevitably rush to the supermarket. What would happen if she arrived and found Qianqian working there? Wouldn't it lead to an awkward situation? Thus, he intended to maintain a facade as a behind-the-scenes proprietor, presenting himself to the outside world as the store manager of the supermarket. After a moment of thought, Jiang Shuo explained, the owner is my relative, you see. Zhu Yuwei furrowed her brow slightly, gazing at Jiang Shuo with a sense of unease. After deliberating, she concluded, forget it. I will personally approach the school leadership regarding this. You are fortunate. Our management department head is quite fond of your song. The director has specifically requested us to bring you to the stage. And even the dean is inquiring about it. It seems there might be a possibility. Let us wait for news. Jiang Shuo felt a surge of optimism and his mood lightened considerably. Then I thank you, senior. He added, I have other matters to attend to. So I must take my leave. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunwei's face brightened with a lovely smile, thinking to herself that this junior's hairstyle was rather peculiar. His fondness for men was odd, and his speech was equally strange. While Zhu Yuwei may not possess conventional beauty, her smile certainly earned her considerable admiration. Noticing Jiang Shuo at the door, she turned to ask Dong Hao, who among you is the boyfriend, and who is the girlfriend? With a thud, Jiang Shuo, caught off guard by the question, stumbled and fell to the ground. Inside the supermarket, workers were busily engaged in their tasks. A large banner had been erected outside, crafted according to Jiang Shuo's specifications. Baihui Supermarket, coming soon. Many passers-by were curiously pointing and whispering, indeed drawing a significant amount of attention. In the courtyard behind, Jiang Shuo stood amidst a sense of tranquility. In the modest 50 to 60 square meter yard, numerous chrysanthemums were blooming vibrantly in the late summer breeze. The golden grain shone like the sun, the white flowers resembled winter's snowflakes, and the purplish-red hues evoked the colors of a sunset. Qianqian busily tended to the flowers with a small trowel, unaware that Jiang Shuo was standing behind her. The evening glow cast a soft, ethereal beauty upon her figure. Jiang Shuo noticed several cuts on her hands and approached her, squatting down to inquire, "Where did you gather so many flowers?" Startled, Qianqian hurriedly stood up, accidentally tipping over a nearby bucket and scrambling to upright it. Jiang Shuo grasped her hand, frowning. "Did you pick these from the mountain?" Qianqian attempted to retract her hand, but found it firmly held by Jiang Shuo. Feelings of grievance welled up, and tears glistened in her eyes. "It hurts." Jiang Shuo, displeased, examined her hand. "How did you get this?" Tears rolled down Qianqian's cheeks as she replied, "There are many wild chrysanthemums on the mountain. I saw them during military training and went to pick some." Jiang Shuo fell silent, pondering how foolish she was. Did she truly think I wanted her to simply pick flowers? Releasing her hand, he rummaged through nearby supplies for some band-aids and brought over a pack of tissues. Ignoring whether Qianqian objected, he meticulously dressed her wounds. Afterward, he gently wiped her tears with a tissue. Fearing Jiang Shuo's reprimand, Qianqian did not protest. Once finished, Jiang Shuo asked, "Did you go to the mountain alone?" "Yes," Qianqian replied, biting her lip, hesitant to meet his gaze. Jiang Shuo frowned. "Aren't you afraid to go to the mountain alone?" She shook her head. "No, I'm not afraid. There is a big mountain behind my house." Jiang Shuo reflected for a moment, realizing that a child raised in the mountains would not fear venturing into them. He spoke. "Promise me you won't go to the mountain alone again, all right? Zhonghai is not your hometown. The mountains lie beyond the school walls, and there are unsavory characters outside. Who knows what might happen up there?" Qianqian nodded. "Okay." At this moment, Elwendy and his companions joyfully entered the backyard. Upon seeing them, Qianqian immediately lowered her head, her silken tresses concealing her exquisite, oval visage. As they stepped inside and beheld the chrysanthemums, a wave of tranquility washed over them. Elwendy inquired, "Qianqian, did you plant these?" She nodded in response. Jiang Shuo, uninterested in idle chatter, took Qianqian by the hand and said, "We are heading out for a meal. You all can dine here later." Qianqian obediently followed Jiang Shuo, remaining silent. The trio simultaneously remarked to Jiang Shuo, "You have no regard for the opposite sex." After escorting Qianqian back to her dormitory that evening, Jiang Shuo's phone rang as he walked along the road. He retrieved his 8810, drawing the astonished gazes of passers-by. Indeed, a student wielding a phone worth 12,000 was quite a spectacle. The caller's number was from the northeast, and Jiang Shuo held the device to his ear. Chapter 73. The straightforward northeastern man Old Meng, a truck driver from northeast China, was the head of the cargo team responsible for transporting the potatoes. A cheerful voice came through the phone. "Xiao Jiang, our truck will arrive at the Zhonghai market tomorrow morning. You'll be coming too, right?" Jiang Shuo smiled. "Of course. I'll treat you to a grand feast. Last time was too rushed. This time, I must invite you." Old Meng laughed heartily on the other end. "No problem. See you tomorrow then." After hanging up, Jiang Shuo began calculating the profits from this batch of potatoes during his journey. With a purchase price of 0.5 yuan and a total cost of 100,000 yuan, selling at 0.3 yuan would yield a profit of 0.55 yuan per kilogram. For 1,000 tons, that would amount to a gross profit of 500,000 yuan. After deducting transportation costs of around 20,000 yuan and considering the previous capital of over 300,000 yuan, he would soon have control over more than 800,000 yuan. He wondered if this sum could allow him to participate in the fierce financial competition of the internet industry. Deep in thought, he returned to his dormitory and called Shi Yaij. Upon recognizing Jiang Shuo's voice, Shi Yaij eagerly inquired, "Brother, have you found a suitable junior sister yet?" "I've been waiting." The intensity of his eagerness was palpable even over the phone. Jiang Shuo, feeling slightly awkward, reassured him, "Don't worry, I've kept this matter in mind. Are you free tomorrow evening? Come over so we can discuss." "Oh no, I have something to discuss." Shi Yaij hesitated. "I need to go to the computer lab tomorrow evening. I might be a bit pressed for time. A junior sister will be joining us for dinner. Although it's important, meeting with you is even more so." Jiang Shuo couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Are the boys from Zhonghai University this desperate?" After the call, his mind was filled with thoughts of social media. That night, he had a particularly vivid dream, envisioning Xiaoma begging for mercy before him, tears streaming down his face. The next morning, Dong Hao called, informing him that the school had approved his request from yesterday. This news lifted Jiang Shuo's spirits considerably. He suddenly remembered the matter of requesting leave and hurried over to Li Qian, using the excuse of rehearsals for a school event. He requested 2 days off from military training. With only 2 days left of training, Li Qian readily approved his leave. He hopped on a bus, arriving at the market by 10 in the morning. In front of Jiang Qianqian's wholesale store, several large trucks were parked, creating a grand scene as his employees unloaded goods. Inside the office, he met Jiang Qian, who was equally straightforward in business dealings, promptly handing him a check for 600,000 yuan. Satisfied, Jiang Shuo stood up and said, "Thank you, brother." Jiang Qian chuckled as he rose and patted Jiang Shuo on the shoulder. "Regarding the matter I mentioned last time, pay a little more attention. It should be in 2 days. I'll call you with the specifics." Jiang Shuo replied, "No problem. It's on me." Jiang Qian shook his head with a smile. "This is not my occasion. The host is someone else. You can accompany us merely to witness the scene. Do not overshadow the host." This remark made Jiang Shuo take it more seriously. There are 2 types of invitations, one among friends or peers in business, where it matters not who pays. The other is a gathering hosted by someone of considerable stature. To pay in such a scenario would be to steal the host's thunder, which could lead to discontent among others. Having navigated numerous social gatherings in his later years, he understood this well. With a chuckle, he said, "All right. I'll just carry my brother's back." Jiang Qian laughed heartily. "Are you jesting? You truly want to join us for lunch?" Jiang Shuo declined. "I need to treat a few Northeast drivers to drinks later. I must return to school in the afternoon. My schedule is quite packed. Perhaps next time, brother." Jiang Qian was never one to pressurize others. Seeing Jiang Shuo's lack of interest, he nodded. "Very well. We shall meet the day after tomorrow." Upon exiting the establishment, Jiang Shuo invited a dozen drivers into the finest restaurant nearby. They ordered a lavish spread, for during these times, one's improvement in life was largely reliant on meat, devoid of the myriad delicacies of the future. After a few rounds of drinks, the seasoned drivers, slightly inebriated, began to open up. Old Meng, unable to contain himself, finally spoke. "Xiao Jiang, to be frank, we have inadvertently betrayed you." He sighed. "Honestly, I felt uneasy about this all morning." The others set down their glasses, aware of Jiang Shuo's generosity during their previous journey back from Zhonghai, where he had treated them to water and snacks without hesitation. His promptness in settling bills and his respectful demeanor had earned him their admiration. Therefore, when Old Meng spoke, the straightforward Northeast men fell silent, as if a fishbone lodged in their throats. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Jiang Shuo smiled and said, "Brothers, there is no need to make the mood so heavy while drinking." Old Meng slapped himself on the forehead. "I am such a fool. The proprietor of that trading company is scheming against you. Did you know? This morning, he approached us for the contact information of Tea Tree Village. I should never have given it." The others remained silent. Jiang Shuo glanced at them. "Is that what this is about?" One of them, with a flushed face, remarked, "Old Meng, I said it shouldn't have been given, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, you've severed Xiao Zhang's source of income." Jiang Shuo quickly interjected, No, my dear brothers, this is something I anticipated. Business, after all, exists solely for profit. I was not naive enough to think anyone would form emotional ties over such matters. No need to dwell on it. Come, let us drink." With that, he raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Old Meng still felt the need to express his frustrations. "Xiao Jiang, do you realize that after your last 2 shipments, the threshold of Lu Hao's home in Chashu village is nearly worn out? In the mountain towns spanning 10 miles, 7 or 8 villages are eager to seize the opportunity presented by Zhonghai to market their agricultural products. If you were to take them all on, the profits would far exceed what you earned from these 2 shipments." Jiang Shuo, observing Meng's lingering discontent, could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. "Brother, I'm merely making a profit from arbitrage." What does arbitrage mean? It refers to the gains derived from the lack of information flow. Generally, it's a one-time deal, and I consider myself fortunate to have had 2 opportunities. Moreover, I am well aware of Mr. Yan's principles in his dealings. If he were to cut off my financial avenue, he would surely compensate me elsewhere. What Jiang Shuo was alluding to was Yan Xiusong's intention to involve him in that particular arrangement, which likely included Yan's desire to make amends. Chapter 74. Why should we respect him? Connections are sometimes not something that can be acquired with money. Once you enter a particular circle, you partake in the business inherent to that circle, which is often a serendipitous occurrence. Otherwise, the existence of numerous social butterflies and socialites would be inexplicable. However, Jiang Shuo harbored no interest in assimilating into other circles. As a reincarnator, I hold the ultimate trump cards. Do I truly require the business of an established circle? My aspiration is to forge my own circle, Upon observing Jiang Shuo's sincerity, a dozen drivers felt a sense of ease. Lao Ming took a deep breath and raised his glass, exclaiming, "Xiao Jiang, we must express our gratitude to you. You have established a vital agricultural route between Northeast and Zhonghai, and from now on, we shall undoubtedly have a considerable amount of goods flowing this way each year. You have paved a path to prosperity for us. Come, let us toast to you." Upon Lao Ming's proclamation, the group of burly men stood in unison, each offering a toast to Jiang Shuo. He graciously responded to each one with fluidity. The banquet was a joyous affair, lasting until 2 in the afternoon before it finally dispersed. After Jiang Shuo hailed a taxi and departed, Lao Ming and the others stood at the market's entrance. Gazing silently at his retreating figure, Lao Ming sighed, "What a heroic youth. In my lifetime of wandering from place to place, I have never encountered such a vibrant young man." Another chimed in with equal sentiment. "I firmly believe that the future of Huaxia cannot exist without the name of Xiao Jiang." Yet, despite being merely 18, his composure at the banquet was astonishingly mature. Such behavior was far beyond what one would expect at his age. The group continued to reflect on this. Upon returning to Zhonghai Financial Institute, Jiang Shuo took a long afternoon nap in his dormitory. When he awoke, it was already 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. He tapped his head, muttering to himself that he would never again drink with those reckless Northeasterners. Checking his phone, he found several messages from Dong Hao, instructing him to arrive at the club center for a rehearsal for the evening event at 6:30. Jiang Shuo grumbled, "There sure are a lot of trivial matters." He then called Deng Inkai to inquire about the others, learning that they were all busy at the supermarket, with Qian lending a hand as well. After yawning and getting ready, he made his way to the club center. This time, he was not as warmly received as before. The senior girls clad in black leggings continued their dance, merely casting a glance in his direction before losing interest. On the opposite end of the basketball court, a stage was set up where numerous individuals were rehearsing. Below, several members of the student council stood, including Zhu Yunwei. The 3 of them held a folder, their hands clasped behind their backs as they pointed and discussed, exuding an air of authority that might lead one to mistake them for school officials. Dong Hao was busily occupied on the other side. Upon noticing Jiang Shuo, Zhu Yunwei hurried over and pulled him aside, introducing him to the others. "Jiang Shuo, allow me to present to you the vice president of the student council, Ren Yihe." With a pair of deep-framed glasses perched on her nose, Ren Yihe cast a cold glance at Jiang Shuo, offering no greeting before turning her attention back to the rehearsal on the podium. Zhu Yunwei felt a wave of awkwardness and shifted her gaze to another young man, the vice president of the student council, Tian Zhe. Tian Zhe was somewhat more courteous, offering Jiang Shuo a brief smile before dismissing him entirely. Jiang Shuo, disinterested, chose to ignore them, avoiding the flattery often heaped upon seniors. His demeanor was notably aloof. Seeing Jiang Shuo remain unresponsive to Zhu Yunwei's introduction, Ren Yihe's displeasure became evident. Checking the time, she turned to Jiang Shuo and asked, "Do you know what time it is?" Jiang Shuo chuckled lightly. "Apologies, I had a few too many drinks at noon and slept through the afternoon," missing Dong Hao's message. This only intensified Ren Yihe's irritation as she scrutinized him. "Are you a freshman?" Sensing her hostility, Jiang Shuo responded curtly, "Yes." Was a freshman really so bold as to address the head of the cultural department of the student council by name? Shouldn't he append the honorific senior to it? Jiang Shuo yawned, his expression nonchalant. "Not only do I not need to call him senior, but he also calls me Shuogu." Can you believe it? Tian Zhe, intrigued, turned back to gauge Jiang Shuo's demeanor. Jiang Shuo then called out, "Dong Hao." Upon hearing the teacher call his name, Dong Hao eagerly waved, "Shuogu, I'm over here." His bright voice struck Ren Yihe like a slap to the face, leaving him utterly humiliated. Just as he prepared to retort, Zhu Yunwei interjected with a stern expression, "Jiang Shuo is the department head, personally requested by the dean to perform." It was merely a title. Why were they so concerned? Both men cast a glance at Zhu Yunwei, their expressions rife with hostility. Jiang Shuo discerned the dynamics among the 3, finding it amusing that 2 grown men were ganging up on a single female senior. Grateful for her defense and her pleasant demeanor, he decided to restore her dignity. He feigned curiosity and asked, "You 3 are the vice presidents of the student council. What about the president?" Their expressions shifted instantly, particularly Ren Yihe's. The previous student council president had already graduated, leaving the position vacant, and it was certain that one of these 3 would be chosen to fill it. Zhu Yunwei, unable to compete with the 2 men, remained in a subordinate position. Among them, Ren Yihe had the highest chance, as the faculty advisor had already spoken with him multiple times. As for Tianjia, he was merely Ren Yihe's lackey, more concerned with leveraging Ren Yi's family connections for his future career. Ren Yihe, sensing Jiang Shuo's pointed remark, retorted with irritation, "When did it become your place? As a freshman, to comment on student council matters? Absurd." With that, he turned to leave, followed closely by Tianjia. Jiang Shuo chuckled coldly to himself. He really thinks too highly of himself. Zhu Yue tugged at him, urging, "Do not go too far. At least show some respect." He retorted, "Respect for what? I am not a member of your student council. Besides, I have no interest in participating in this performance. If it comes to it, I simply won't take the stage." He treated trivial matters as if they held great significance, placing undue importance on himself. This response left Zhu Yunwei feeling quite awkward, confirming her impression that Jiang Shuo was indeed a rebellious spirit. Unfortunately, he was someone held in high regard by the dean and department head. With little choice, she bore with it, saying, "All right, stop dawdling. It's your turn. Go on stage. Time is of the essence, as the event begins the day after tomorrow." Suddenly, Jiang Shuo fixed an intense gaze upon Zhu Yunwei, making her feel a chill run down her spine. "What are you planning?" she inquired. He chuckled, "Senior, you look most enchanting when you smile. Do not frown. As I ascend the stage, do not become too infatuated with me. I am but a legend." With that audacious remark, he made his way to the stage. Zhu Yue felt a flush of heat rise to her face. She was certain that she had just been playfully teased by a first-year junior. With a stomp of her foot, she expressed her frustration. Chapter 75. What have you done again? The appearance of Jiang Shuo captured the attention of numerous individuals on stage. The senior sisters, clad in tight-fitting pants and dancing, gravitated towards him. The song "Those Flowers" had long circulated, and many were humming it quietly, showing keen interest. Ren Yihe furrowed his brow at the sight. He was displeased by the attention Jiang Shuo was receiving. Turning abruptly to the senior sisters, he admonished, "Mind your own business and refrain from spectating here." Internally, he scolded, "I am the focal point here. What is a mere freshman like you?" Aware of his position as the vice president of the student council, the senior sisters reluctantly dispersed. Yet, upon returning to their spots, they continued to observe Jiang Shuo from a distance. Dong Hao assumed the role of Jiang Shuo's aide, assisting with the microphone and guitar, while also inquiring, "Shuo Ge, did you have a disagreement with Ren Yihe? It seems like he is targeting you." Jiang Shuo, unfazed, replied, "Who knows? Perhaps he is envious of my hairstyle. The moment I appear, he inexplicably goes after me." Dong Hao glanced at Jiang Shuo's hairstyle unintentionally. "I doubt anyone would envy your hairstyle. Who wants to look like a convict?" He quickly added, "Oh, never mind. Shuo Ge is the most handsome, haha. We should find a time to visit my recording studio. My friends there would love to meet you. Just let me know when." Jiang Shuo, disinterested, did not engage further. Dong Hao finished preparing his things and was about to leave the stage. Silence enveloped the audience. Members of the student council and those rehearsing the dance stood in hushed anticipation. Jiang Shuo surveyed the crowd before picking up his guitar to begin playing the prelude of Those Flowers. The audience soon fell into a gentle and relaxed rhythm. Suddenly, Tianjia interrupted, "Stop." The music ceased abruptly, and Jiang Shuo looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" With a serious expression, Tianjia stated, "Your casual posture is unacceptable. We are performing for the entire school, and there are many military personnel watching. You must sit up straight. That is the proper posture." The audience bristled with irritation, yet no one spoke. Jiang Shuo instinctively glanced at Ren Yihe, who wore a smug expression. It was evident that he had orchestrated this trouble through his minion. Shrugging, Jiang Shuo thought, "All right, you're the vice president of the student council. I'll comply." He straightened his posture and continued. After singing a line, Tianjia gestured again. "Stop. Why are you looking down? Did your parents die?" Jiang Shuo's expression soured. Everyone present recognized the absurdity of the situation, casting puzzled glances at Tianjia, all understanding his intent. Zhu Yunwei could no longer contain herself. "Tianjia, what time is it? Why are you fixating on such trivial matters? Is it necessary? The gala is tomorrow. We have little time left for rehearsal. Let us not waste it." Tianjia retorted, "I am striving for perfection. After the military training, we will immediately begin recruiting for the student council. If this event fails, what will the numerous freshmen think of our student council? We must be serious." Just as Zhu Yunwei was about to respond, Ren Yihe interjected, "Xiao Zhu, I believe Tianjia is right. Jiang Shuo, you need to bear with it. This is a gala, not you aimlessly strumming your guitar on the playground. It requires seriousness. Do you understand?" Internally, he cursed, thinking of him as a mere rascal, unworthy of a grand stage. Ren Yi, being only a day or two older than Zhu Yunwei, often addressed her in a condescending manner, which had long frustrated Zhu Yuwei. She directly stated, "Everyone, please refrain from speaking. Let Jiang Shuo perform freely. And we will continue with the next program afterward. Jiang Shuo, you may begin." Jiang Shuo glanced at her, paused for a moment, and then resumed singing. That laughter. It reminds me of my flowers. Stop. Tianzhi predictably raised his hand to interrupt. I said to look straight ahead. Do you understand? A student must exhibit vitality, not appear lifeless. And what are these lyrics? Change them immediately. The essence of those flowers lies in its gentle murmurs and the simplicity of its lyrics. At this moment, Tianzhi outright rejected everything, which stirred discontent among the audience, leading to murmurs. Ren Yi, noticing the situation spiraling, shot a glare at the crowd to regain control. He then addressed Jiang Shuo. Indeed, there are significant issues with the lyrics, and the melody is too melancholic. It's uncomfortable to listen to. Jiang Shuo, please revise the song tonight. Revising the lyrics and even the melody over 2 nights was clearly a challenge meant to trouble Jiang Shuo. Beside him, Dong Hao clenched his fists, thinking, what do you know about music? You, who cannot recognize a single note, dare to critique a nationally renowned teacher like Qingmu on how to sing? Unable to contain himself, he prepared to defend Jiang Shuo. However, Jiang Shuo spoke up first, placing his guitar aside. Senior Ren, how do you think I should change the lyrics? Naturally, Tianzhi seized this opportunity, responding sharply, sing praises for the motherland, celebrate the school, and let youth resonate with a touch of sunshine. Isn't that suitable? If you can't revise, I will do it for you. Jiang Shuo retorted. So you want me to sing the story of spring? That would sound better. Ren Yi chuckled. That song is quite good. It aligns with the grand backdrop of our nation's modernization. Contemporary university students should sing more of such songs to honor the education our country has bestowed upon us. Jiang Shuo, with a hint of defiance, smiled. Serving the motherland as a student means using the knowledge you acquire to build the nation, not merely singing a few lines. I beg to differ with you. Ren Yi laughed heartily and said, Jiang Shuo, your perspective is deeply misguided. As contemporary university students, you ought to recognize the weight of the responsibilities upon your shoulders, rather than indulging in such a melancholic tune that corrupts the spirit of your peers. I find the suggestions of Senior Tian to be quite commendable. Perhaps you should revise both the lyrics and the melody. Jiang Shuo shook his head, responding, a student, audaciously discussing the responsibilities upon one's shoulders? Is our sole duty not to diligently pursue our studies? When the nation faces adversity, we have our soldiers. In the construction of our country, we have our laborers. For the nation's development, we rely on our entrepreneurs. I must inquire, Senior Ren, what contributions have you made towards the construction of our nation? What strides have you taken for its advancement? When the floods come, do you, like the soldiers, step forward as a rescuer, carrying the bags of flood prevention to the front line? Chapter 76, The Purposeful Withdrawal from Performance Heal. Jiang Shuo articulated each word with precision, leaving even the esteemed vice president of the student council at a loss for words. The onlookers, astonished, felt an inexplicable thrill. The senior girls in fitted pants gazed at Jiang Shuo, contemplating how this seemingly eccentric young man possessed a commendable moral compass. With their leader rendered speechless, of course, Tianzhi, the sycophant, felt compelled to interject. With a grim expression, he glared at Jiang Shuo. Do you even realize who you are speaking to? Mind your attitude. A mere freshman, did he think he could turn the tables? He must change. Jiang Shuo chuckled heartily. Such grandiosity. I doubt even the department head would command as much authority as you do. Just because you choose to be a sycophant, doesn't he mean I, Jiang Shuo, will follow suit? Who are you insulting? Tianzhi, struck to the core, erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Shuo. Jiang Shuo met his gaze. Look at your name. Your parents truly had foresight. Tianzhi, a sycophant? A senior girl murmured amidst the crowd, quickly covering her mouth. Laughter erupted throughout the venue. Among the student council members, who didn't know that Tianzhi was merely Ren Yi's lackey. In a fit of rage, Tianzhi bellowed, what are you laughing at? Anyone who dares to laugh, get out of the student council immediately. The crowd fell silent. Dong Hao discreetly gave Jiang Shuo a thumbs up from across the room. Teacher Qingmu is impressive. He voiced our collective sentiments. At that moment, Ren Yi furrowed his brow. Jiang Shuo, do you intend to resist us to the bitter end, refusing to heed our guidance? Are you truly prepared to defy authority? Jiang Shuo shook his head. Guidance? Do you genuinely believe yourself to be of significance? What wisdom do I need to glean from you? Do you assume you are some celestial figure tasked with enlightening the Monkey King? If I choose to defy your authority, what then? Presumptuous. What kind of character do you possess? How could a student like you gain admission to the School of Finance? Ren Yi could no longer maintain his composure. Being consistently challenged without a shred of respect, Jiang Shuo disregarded his position as vice president of the student council entirely, causing Ren Yi's inflated ego to shatter. With a sigh, Jiang Shuo suddenly smashed his guitar to the ground. Stop your prattling. I refuse to perform this song any longer. You can seek out whoever you wish. What do you think you are, a significant leader? After shattering the guitar, he descended the stage and walked away. You deem me a scoundrel. Well, I embrace that role. What can you do about it? Behind him, Ren Yi completely lost control. He shouted, fine. Once you step through that door, don't expect to re-enter the student council. Place him on the blacklist. He shall not be permitted into any club, not even as a class representative. Zhu Yue was astonished that Jiang Shuo would outright withdraw from the performance. Unable to contain herself, she retorted at Ren Yi. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Jiang Shuo received a personal call from the department head and the dean, urging him to take the stage. Have you simply dismissed him? Should I report this situation to the department head? Upon hearing this, Ren Yi and Tianjia fell silent, fully aware of the implications. As vice presidents of the student council, they were not oblivious to the matter at hand. Zhu Yunwei chose to disregard them, hastening to catch up with Jiang Shuo, with Dong Hao trailing closely behind. Once she reached Jiang Shuo, she quickly interjected, Jiang Shuo, pay no mind to those two. They are merely causing trouble. Just sing your song. Jiang Shuo, casually walking ahead with a cigarette in hand, responded languidly, apologies, but I shall not sing. Please, Shuo Gu. The climax of our evening's event hinges upon your performance. If you refuse, how shall we account for this to the department head and the dean? Zhu Yue seethed internally, cursing Ren Yi and Tianjia. If the department head inquired, she would not hesitate to report the truth, as this was infuriating. Jiang Shuo continued to ignore the pair, stating, do not follow me. Even if your department's teachers came, it would be of no use. If I choose not to sing, then I shall not sing. There is nothing anyone can do about it. With that, he strode away, leaving Zhu Yunwei and Dong Hao in a state of dismay. Dong Hao, his face ablaze with anger, exclaimed, Senior, what should we do now? Zhu Yue pondered briefly. What else can we do? We must inform the department head. If we fail to report beforehand, we have no idea how they will shift the blame onto us. They are primarily responsible for the event, while Ren Yi and Tianjia merely assist. Moreover, they have not hesitated to undermine me in front of the department as faculty. We must report this swiftly. I refuse to take the fall. Dong Hao nodded in agreement. The two made their way directly to the department's office. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuo did not return to the supermarket, but instead ventured to the back street outside the campus, where he had arranged to meet Shi Yaij. His withdrawal from the performance was not without motive. Zhu Yue had relayed a crucial piece of information. The request for him to perform came from the department head and the dean. This represented a valuable resource. If he were to take the stage immediately, the most he could expect was a nod of approval from the department head and the dean, who might think, ah, this young man sings quite well. However, that would be the end of their engagement, and they would likely not pay him any further attention. But what if a story unfolded in the interim? This could provide him an opportunity to connect with one of them. Naturally, he was cautious. The dean would never directly call a student, but the department head might be different. He understood that the dean was eager to hear Jiang Shuo sing. And as a subordinate, would he not endeavor to alleviate his superior's concerns? It was a given. He would surely lower himself to call Jiang Shuo. Once he established a line of communication with Jiang Shuo, he could draw closer to the department head, and with that proximity, he could further his own ambitions. The ultimate goal is merely for a single network cable. In this day and age, procuring a network cable is quite a challenge, particularly within the confines of a school, where students lack the autonomy to install one themselves. He is poised to enlist the help of Shi Yaij and is on the verge of commencing his internet venture. If he cannot even secure a network cable, how can he aspire to greater heights? Upon arriving at a late-night eatery named Brother Barbecue, a young man seated inside immediately approached him. Shuo Gu, over here. Jiang Shuo glanced at him for a moment. You are Shi Yaij? In anticipation of meeting the junior from the Finance Institute that Jiang Shuo had mentioned, Shi Yaij had meticulously prepared for the day. He understood that in the realm of love at first sight, a staggering 80% of attraction stems from one's appearance, demeanor, and that fleeting rush of exhilaration experienced in the initial moments. Thus, he had taken great care to wash his hair, which had gone unwashed for 4 to 5 days. He styled his center-parted hair with mousse to achieve a polished look and donned a pair of exceptionally fashionable flared jeans. His smartly polished shoes gleamed brightly, making him appear as the most dashing lad on the street. Consequently, Jiang Shuo failed to recognize him at first. Noticing that Jiang Shuo had arrived alone, the young man's interest waned. "Shuo Go, where is the junior you promised to introduce me to?" Chapter 77. The deception enters the scene. Jiang Shuo gazed at him for an extended period, confirming that it was indeed Shi Yaij. Unable to contain himself, he tugged at his jeans, exclaiming, "Wow, is that the same style as Andy Lau?" Lacking the presence of a junior female student, Shi Yaij felt no excitement and retorted, "Go away, don't ruin it." Jiang Shuo responded, "Brother, you certainly have a bold taste, sporting a little tiger emblem." "A little tiger emblem? What little tiger emblem?" Shi Yaij looked utterly bewildered. Jiang Shuo pointed at his zipper. "Your fly is undone," revealing a small tiger totem inside. "Damn it. Shuo, cover me." Shi Yaij quickly hid behind Jiang Shuo and zipped up his pants. Once they settled at the table, they ordered an abundance of dishes. Observing Shi Yaij's gloomy demeanor, Jiang Shuo fabricated, "All right, there was actually a junior girl who was supposed to join us, a real campus beauty, but her parents arrived unexpectedly, so she couldn't make it." Upon hearing campus beauty, Shi Yaij felt a flutter of excitement and shyly remarked, "What merit do I, Shi Yaij, possess to interact with the beauty of the Finance Institute?" The beauty from the Finance Institute could rival the finest of Zhonghai University, a subject he had extensively studied. This illustrated the stark disparity in appearance between the girls from the two institutions. Of course, there were exceptions like Li Qian, whose mere presence elevated Zhonghai University's overall aesthetic average. Jiang Shuo continued his charade, "Brother Shi, with your impressive skills and handsome looks, it's merely unfortunate timing that you're at Zhonghai University. What do you mean by merit and ability? I must formally refute you." Shi Yaij unconsciously adjusted his center-parted hair, chuckling, "Oh, Shuo, you're making me feel a bit bashful. So, does that mean you're treating today?" Knowing full well that a table piled high with food would cost at least 50 or 60 yuan, he had no intention of being the fool, especially since Jiang Shuo hadn't brought any junior girls along. Jiang Shuo laughed heartily. "Of course, today I'm treating. Come, let us raise our glasses to you, Brother Shi, our handsome friend." The two lifted their glasses. In later years, Jiang Shuo would navigate various social gatherings, understanding one crucial lesson: never discuss business before drinking, as the other party's mind remains clear. However, after a few drinks, people become exuberant, making it the perfect time for negotiations. Otherwise, how could Mr. Ma have been persuaded by Mr. Su to invest 12 billion in Honda football after a single dinner? This was the unique business acumen of the dining table. As a mere student, Shi Yaij was no match for Jiang Shuo's manipulation. Within just a few drinks, he began to regard Jiang Shuo as a sworn brother. Sensing the opportune moment, Jiang Shuo remarked, "Brother, I believe if you truly fancy that junior from the Finance Institute, it would be best for you to establish a long-term presence there." "Sounds good." Shi Yaij's mouth watered at the prospect. "Shuo, what brilliant advice do you have?" Jiang Shuo feigned deep thought. "To be honest, I know a significant capital investor who is quite interested in the internet. He is preparing to invest in this sector and has asked me to take charge of it. Would you be interested in joining?" How could Shi Yaij possibly lack interest? After all, his field of study is computer science, which is inherently aligned with his future career aspirations. Gazing at Jiang Shuo, he remarked, "Brother Shuo, you are quite impressive, having connections with external capital." Jiang Shuo then proceeded to articulate his vision for a social networking application. The workplace would be situated in a few rooms behind a supermarket. However, he was acutely aware that revealing himself as an investor would undoubtedly raise Shi Yaij's skepticism and diminish his confidence. After all, he was merely a student, and they had only met twice. Why would Shi Yaij trust him? Thus, he fabricated an elaborate investment group, intending to instill a sense of security in Shi Yaij. Nevertheless, Shi Yaij, still somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Brother Shuo, isn't it better to pursue a portal website? Why must it be a social networking platform?" At that moment, only the advertising model of portal websites had achieved profitability. The rest were still exploring various avenues. Although Shi Yaij possessed exceptional technical skills, he was a novice in commercial operations and struggled to comprehend the intricacies. Jiang Shuo chuckled, "I understand your thoughts. This boss is indeed a visionary. Having returned from America, He must possess his own strategies. However, due to the proprietary nature of this business, he won't divulge too much for now. All you need to do is decide whether you want to join or not. Shiyaj lifted his glass and chuckled. This boss must be somewhat misguided. How does one profit from a social networking application? Look at the South, countless individuals have failed in that arena. Is he truly that stubborn? Jiang Shuo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Then consider him a fool, if you must. My friend, for the sake of our little sister from the finance department, are you not willing to give it a try? With a monthly salary of 500 to 600, you could enjoy this income while pursuing a beautiful life alongside her. Is that not enticing? The conversation shifted back to the little sister, and Shiyaj's spirits lifted once more. Ah, the little sister. Brother Shuo, I find your reasoning quite compelling. I will join you. Jiang Shuo's mood brightened considerably, and the two clinked their glasses together. They then agreed on a timeline. Once Jiang Shuo retrieved his computer and internet connection, Shiyaj would come over to write software whenever he did not have classes. A single meal was sufficient to persuade Shiyaj to join the endeavor. Of course, no one could have anticipated that, years later, these two individuals seated here, sharing drinks, would become renowned across the globe. On the final day of military training, a palpable sense of lethargy permeated the air. Li Qian was primarily in charge. While the instructors had received their orders to organize the student parade for the following day, leaving them quite occupied, Zhang Shuo sat on the sidelines, his mind preoccupied with the events surrounding the social networking application from the previous day. He sensed that although the sum of money he possessed could be considered substantial, once embroiled in the fierce financial competition of the internet, it would quickly amount to mere pocket change. In the past, Penguin was resurrected with the substantial backing of $2 million from both Winco and IDG. Ali, on the other hand, managed to extricate himself from his predicament with a generous investment of $20 million from Boss Sunday, regardless of how one calculates. My mere 800,000 Huaxia coins appear insignificant in comparison. According to the trajectory of future events, next year, Penguin will secure that $2 million, marking the commencement of their comprehensive strategic expansion. In the competitive arena, it is certain that I will be drawn into a fierce battle. Following the supermarket's grand opening, profitability is expected to be commendable, yet it cannot keep pace with the rapid cash burn in the realm of the internet. Hence, Jiang Shuo consistently feels a sense of unease and recognizes the necessity to procure additional funds. Meanwhile, the three flamboyant individuals nearby are embroiled in a trivial dispute regarding a girl's rating. Jiang Shuo recalls the matter concerning Shiyaj's request to his junior classmate. He glanced over at Zhang Qianqian, who was seated and sipping water, and abruptly turned to the trio beside him, inquiring, "Gentlemen, have you reached a consensus on who will pursue Zhang Qianqian?" Chapter 78. The wound in my heart as the heated argument among the three subsided. They turned their curious gazes towards Jiang Shuo. Liang Guozhou spoke up, "Shuo, this matter is quite serious. We are currently in discussion. Spare me the nonsense. Just tell me if anyone is pursuing her," Jiang Shuo replied, dismissing the frivolity. LV Wendy answered, "All three of us are interested. But we can never seem to decide on who should make the first move." Jiang Shuo rolled his eyes at them. "What is there to deliberate? By the time you come to a conclusion, she would have already been swept off her feet by someone else. Then forget about pursuing her. One day, let me treat you all to a meal as compensation." "Shuo, you can't give up on that girl," Liang Guozhou said, intrigued. Jiang Shuo waved his hand dismissively. "No, it's not that. There's a guy from Shanghai University who has taken a liking to Zhang Qianqian, and I need to facilitate their connection. How could you be such a traitor? Here we are, working tirelessly to gather resources for our class. And you're thinking of digging a hole in the dam to let the good fortune flow away." The three were momentarily outraged. Jiang Shuo, unfazed, replied, "Drinks are on me, and feel free to order skewers. How does that sound?" Instantly, they fell silent, their attitudes doing a complete 180 as they hurried to ingratiate themselves with him. If Zhang Qianqian ever discovered that Jiang Shuo had sold her out for a late-night snack, she would likely be furious enough to spit blood. At that moment, Li Qian approached. Dressed in a pair of jeans, she accentuated her petite figure beautifully. Standing around 162 meters tall, her proportions exuded elegance, despite her modest height. Upon seeing her, the four quickly straightened up. Li Qian looked at Jiang Shuo and said, "Jiang Shuo, the teacher from the student union contacted me. Why aren't you participating in tomorrow night's performance?" Jiang Shuo replied earnestly, "Report, teacher. I cannot stand that arrogant Reniha. He wants me to sing the story of spring, and I refuse." His loud voice elicited laughter from many nearby. while Qianqian propped her chin on her hand, gazing at Jiang Shuo, though she soon lowered her head in embarrassment. Li Qian felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Don't speak ill of him. He is, after all, the vice president of the student union. Don't throw a tantrum. You are the only one from our class selected to perform, and we're counting on you to bring glory to our class. Trust me. Continue with the rehearsal. The teacher from the committee also said that no one can alter your singing program. Jiang Shuo's ultimate goal was to connect with the department head, not merely to please a teacher from the committee. He continued to refuse. That's simply one deal. I have been insulted, and I possess my own principles. Li Qian glanced at Jiang Shuo, sighing at his stubbornness. Think it over. This is genuinely a wonderful opportunity for you. She referred to the prospect of joining the student union. Li Qian simply could not comprehend Jiang Shuo's mindset. Wasn't it advantageous for students to join the student union? It could significantly enhance their resumes when seeking jobs after graduation. After she left, another group approached them. This time from a club. The student council and clubs represent two distinct entities, with the former tasked with assisting teachers and maintaining student discipline, while the latter serves as a hub for hobbies. Many students fervently aspire to join the student council, whereas clubs require individuals to recruit members on their own. Consequently, during their breaks, various clubs eagerly seek new members. Upon hearing the introduction of the Entrepreneurship Association, Jiang Shuo experienced a moment of clarity. Though indifferent towards the student council, he found the club, particularly the Entrepreneurship Association, intriguing, as the school likely possessed entrepreneurial resources. It was better than nothing, and at the very least, it provided a convenient excuse to skip class. He thus requested a form, filled it out, and submitted it. The atmosphere was quite lively, with numerous classmates enthusiastically inquiring about the clubs. However, Qianqian sat quietly at the side, feeling rather self-conscious. As a student from a less privileged background, she had little time to spare, as all her hours were devoted to working. After submitting the form, Jiang Shuo plopped down beside Qianqian and asked, "Are you thirsty? Would you like me to get you some water?" Qianqian politely shook her head and replied, "No, I'm not thirsty. Are you?" Jiang Shuo chuckled, picked up her chipped ceramic jar, took a sip, and said, "I'm thirsty." Qianqian became flustered, exclaiming, "But that's what I've drunk from." Jiang Shuo set the jar down, responding, "I don't mind. Why are you so anxious?" Qianqian replied softly. Jiang Shuo continued, "There's a performance tomorrow. Would you like me to sing?" Qianqian lifted her enchanting peach blossom eyes and replied, "Yes, that would be lovely." "That song about the flowers?" "Yes," he said. "If you want to hear it, I'll sing it for you." "Okay," she replied, glancing at the scar on Jiang Shuo's forehead, which had mostly healed. Yet he seemed indifferent to such trivial injuries. It had reopened slightly, prompting her to nervously retrieve a band-aid and apply it to Jiang Shuo. With them seated so close, the unique fragrance of the girl enveloped Jiang Shuo, intoxicating him. Li Qian also possessed her own distinctive scent, a subtle hint of soap combined with a wildcat's allure. Equally captivating, Qianqian's scent, however, bore a sweet freshness reminiscent of the forest, showcasing two contrasting styles. After applying the band-aid, Qianqian's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, unable to meet Jiang Shuo's gaze. Noticing the fresh wounds on her arms, Jiang Shuo's expression soured immediately. "Did you go flower picking on the mountain again?" he asked. Startled, Qianqian quickly tugged at the sleeves of her faded old-school uniform, attempting to hide her injuries. Trembling as she replied, "There are camellias on the mountain. They are beautiful." Jiang Shuo had encouraged her to plant flowers in the little courtyard, leading her to believe he had a fondness for them. As a result, she went to great lengths to collect beautiful blossoms, neglecting the scratches inflicted by thorny brambles. With 7 or 8 wounds on her arms, she couldn't bear to use a single band-aid on herself. Yet, she was always mindful of Jiang Shuo's forehead injury, keeping several band-aids in her pocket, ready to assist him whenever she saw him, which irked Jiang Shuo considerably. Staring at her, he inquired, "Do you have any band-aids?" "Yes," she replied, fearing his wrath, and quickly retrieved them. With a stern expression, he took them from her and grasped her arm firmly. Alarmed, she attempted to retract her hand. "What are you doing?" "I am merely tending to your wounds. Stay still." Tears welled in her alluring eyes and trickled down, soaking into the fabric of her worn high school uniform. In a voice laced with grievance, she murmured, that is for you." "What do you mean for me?" "Stay still." Ignoring her protests, he resolutely adhered the band-aids one by one. Once finished, he gently pulled down her sleeves. "From tomorrow onwards, refrain from venturing up the mountain to gather flowers. Do you understand?" What do you mean, I'm speaking to you earnestly." If you continue to go up the mountain, do not blame me for reprimanding you. What a mess. You've cut yourself in so many places. Chapter 79. An unexpected encounter. Qian gazed at Jiang Shuo with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, resembling a tranquil lake surface, concealing the tumult beneath. At that moment, Jiang Shuo's phone rang. It was Yin Qiushan calling. He brought the phone to his ear and answered, President Yin. Hello, Xiao Jiang. Yin Qiushan responded cheerfully as always. Are you busy? Jiang Shuo released Qian's arm, and she sighed in relief, quietly observing Jiang Shuo's phone with curiosity. Jiang Shuo stood up, holding the phone. What could a student possibly be busy with? I'm utterly free every day. Yin Qiushan chuckled heartily. Xiao Jiang, your words are quite amusing. Do you remember what I mentioned last time about coming to Zhonghai University? Yes, the matter regarding Zhonghai University? Jiang Shuo confirmed. Exactly. Come over tonight to the Jinhai nightclub. No excuses, mind you. I've already introduced you to a few old friends. Yin Qiushan was determined to recruit Jiang Shuo. Aware of his goodwill, Jiang Shuo nodded. All right, brother. Since you've invited me, I certainly shall not decline. After ending the call, he informed Qian, I'll head to the dormitory first. There's a social gathering tonight. You can go directly to the shop later. Qian nodded slightly and remained silent. At 8 in the evening, Jinhai nightclub stood as the most upscale establishment near Zhonghai University. The lobby on the first floor was bustling with patrons embracing, singing, and engaging in ballroom dancing. The upper floors were dedicated to karaoke, transforming into a cacophony of sound come nightfall. In the Dream Jiangyan private room on the top floor, Yin Qiushan sat across from a middle-aged man of similar age. Their attire differed significantly. Yin Qiushan exuded the aura of a rural entrepreneur, while the other man embodied the visage of a successful individual. Dressed in an elegant suit, with meticulously styled hair, he radiated shrewdness. His name was Yu Qishan. His wealth comparable to Yin Qiushan's, and they hailed from the same hometown. Yin Qiushan had been discussing Jiang Shuo with him. After listening, Yu Qishan expressed his astonishment. He made a profit of 800,000 after reselling twice. How could a student from the financial college possess such audacity? Does he have any family background? Yin Qiushan shook his head. I'm unsure about his background, but I inquired with the driver who came from that side. He accomplished it all on his own, without any assistance. Yi Qingshan gasped in surprise. He truly is a talent. No wonder you've been so eager to introduce him to me. Are you hoping to recruit this young man? Yin Qiushan laughed heartily. Who knows? He is like the Monkey King, not so easily tamed. Yi Qingshan smiled wryly. In all the years I've known you, this is the first time I've seen you so intrigued by a student. Very well. I shall witness the capabilities of today's youth. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a group of men and women entered, instantly transforming the previously quiet room into a lively gathering. Among them, one girl approached, immediately entwining herself around Yi Qingshan's arm. Yin Qiushan smiled quietly after reading the message. He was aware that this was a woman kept by Yi Qingshan, a fact well known among the local students. As the clock approached 9, Jiang Shuo finally arrived at the Golden Sea nightclub. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a dazzling array of lights spinning on the ceiling, causing a momentary dizziness. Spotting someone passing by, he assumed it was a staff member and quickly called out, Excuse me, could you tell me where the elevator is? The individual turned around, retorting, Do I look like I work here? You're asking for directions. Suddenly, recognition dawned on Jiang Shuo. Wait, it's you. Jiang Shuo was taken aback, staring at the person who looked somewhat familiar, but the dim lighting made it difficult to recall. The person, filled with rage, pointed at Jiang Shuo, exclaiming, You arrogant punk. Even if I turned to ash, I would recognize you. Have you forgotten so soon? You remember the bottle you smashed over my head a few days ago, right? At that moment, Jiang Shuo recognized him. It was Lin Wenxiang, the person he had struck with a bottle at the late-night food stall. What a twist of fate. It was truly unfortunate to encounter an enemy in such a place. Without any desire to engage in further banter, Jiang Shuo glared at him. What? You want another bottle to the head? Lin Wenxiang, recalling the threatening demeanor Jiang Shuo had shown that night, instantly transformed into a meek figure. What is your problem? Can't I just say hello to an acquaintance? You were asking for directions, right? It's over there. Just go by yourself. After giving Lin Wenxiang a final glare, Jiang Shuo proceeded toward the elevator. Once he walked away, another person approached Lin Wenxiang. Brother Chang, that guy has a wild hairstyle. Do you know him? Lin Wenxiang glanced at the newcomer, and a thought struck him. Has Brother Tan arrived? He has, right over there. Let us go find Brother Tan. That guy is in for some trouble. The two made their way toward a man adorned with gold chains, surrounded by women. Upon entering the private room, Jiang Shuo immediately captured the attention of many, especially Li Qian, who greeted him with great enthusiasm. After a round of pleasantries, they settled onto the couch to chat. Several young women sang in the foreground. Jiang Shuo observed them and remarked with a smile, "They look like students." Li Qian laughed heartily. "Ah, Xiao Jiang. You're a student from the Finance Institute, aren't you?" Jiang Shuo nodded in affirmation, prompting Li Qian to call out, "Xiaoming, come over here." A girl in a skirt approached, her features quite appealing, perhaps scoring an 8 out of 10. Yet, her demeanor made it evident she was a kept woman. Upon arrival, she sweetly asked, "What's up, Qishanji?" Li Qian playfully slapped her on the backside and introduced her. "Meet your classmate from the Finance Institute, Jiang Shuo." Suddenly, Xiaoming felt embarrassed and at a loss for words. What a joke it was to encounter a fellow student here. If news of this spread back to school, how could she ever show her face there again? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she struggled to respond. Li Qian gazed at Jiang Shuo and remarked, "In her 3rd year. She is your senior. Xiao Jiang, you do not have a girlfriend yet, do you?" "Xiaoming would be delighted to be your girlfriend for the evening." Jiang Shuo, with his tousled hair, replied, That's unnecessary." He had no interest in such women. "Senior, please continue singing, I assure you." "I did not hear anything just now." Upon hearing Jiang Shuo's words, Xiaoming felt considerably more at ease. "Well then, Mr. Yi, I shall go sing." Li Qian looked at Jiang Shuo and asked, "Are you truly not interested?" "No, really, my brother, let us discuss serious matters. We still need to return to school." Yin Qiuxing, standing nearby, chuckled and said, "Yes, let's talk about the land you mentioned. Xiaoming, you may go over there." Only after she departed did Yin Qiuxing continue. "Old Yi, what are your plans for that piece of land? You summoned me today. Do you have intentions of bringing me on board?" Chapter 80. Conquering you with ideals. Li Qian adopted a serious demeanor and recounted the matters he was engaged in. A few men listened intently. The women, observing the men engrossed in discussion, lowered their voices considerably. The girl named Xiaoming, feeling neglected, lost her desire to play and continuously glanced at Jiang Shuo. Her mind preoccupied with worries about whether Jiang would divulge their conversation at school. As the conversation progressed, Jiang Shuo grasped the nature of the dialogue between Yin Qiuxing and Li Qian, gaining insight into Li Qian himself. Li Qian and Yin Qiuxing hailed from the same hometown, with Yi being a local power broker. Previously, he had specialized in demolition work for real estate companies, employing a cadre of individuals and establishing extensive connections. After accumulating some wealth, he acquired over 40 acres of land, aspiring to develop it himself. However, real estate development necessitates substantial capital, which he could not shoulder alone. Thus, he sought to circulate the opportunity within his network, akin to financing, inviting investments in exchange for a share of the profits from the development without granting equity in the company. Moreover, Jiang Shuo discerned that Yin Qiuxing had invited him today to involve him in this lucrative venture, indicating a desire to assist him. The group was highly intrigued. Well aware of the rapid financial returns in real estate, yet they understood that this business relied heavily on approvals and connections. Without the right relationships, one could not thrive in this realm. Fortunately, Li Qian's connections could facilitate their entry into the project. As Jiang Shuo listened, he could not resist interjecting, "Gentlemen, may I offer a few words?" At this moment, the group turned their attention to him. In their eyes, he was merely a student, lacking knowledge of real estate affairs. Thus, they had not paid him much heed during their discussions. However, due to his association with Yin Qiuxing, they bore no animosity towards him. Li Qian smiled and said, "Xiao Jiang, do you have something to share?" Jiang Shuo responded, "I have been listening attentively. You intend to construct residential buildings, correct?" Yin Qiuxing affirmed, "Indeed. That is the plan proposed by old Yi." Jiang Shuo shook his head. "That would be a lamentable waste. The value of that land should not merely be squandered on residential buildings." Please, share your thoughts, Xiao Jiang," urged Li Qian, his demeanor growing more earnest. Jiang Shuo took a sip of beer and continued, "Old brother, 40 acres would hardly accommodate many buildings. Have you considered developing a shopping center instead?" His reasoning stemmed from the unique positioning of the land. Presently, the Fudong district remained desolate. But how it would transform in the coming years was clear to someone like him, who had returned from a future life. If all went well, in a decade, this land would become the nexus of 3 subway lines, situated adjacent to Lijiazui, boasting exceptional geographical advantages that would render it a prime urban core. If you were to develop residential buildings and sell them, you would sever all ties to the project. Wouldn't that be a waste? Jiang Shuo devoted 10 minutes to succinctly outlining an innovative model for real estate development. In the realm of commercial architecture, the concept of a mixed-use skyscraper emerges. Featuring retail spaces on the ground floor and office suites above, the surplus land at the rear could be utilized for additional residential buildings, thereby maximizing the value of the property. The seasoned business professionals present were momentarily taken aback, genuinely perplexed by the insights offered by a student from a financial academy. This discourse led them to regard Jiang Shuo with newfound respect. After a brief silence, Li Qian, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Brother, do you mean we should hold on to the retail spaces and office buildings for the long term? That area seems desolate. Is that feasible?" Jiang Shuo replied, "This is a matter of trend. The land resources in several other districts of Zhonghai are already under severe strain from overdevelopment, with soaring rents and dwindling land availability. I firmly believe that within a few years, Fudong District will become a focal point for Zhonghai. I foresee a significant influx of businesses and population into this area. Furthermore, Zhonghai's population continues to grow annually. I envision it evolving into a colossal metropolis with a population of 25 million. Where there are people, there is growth. The revitalization of Fudong District is merely a matter of time. Moreover, your land is a mere 5 kilometers from the Zhonghai Pearl in Fudong District. I can confidently assert that once policies are enacted, this area will be among the first to benefit from development. Brother, such a valuable resource should not be squandered." The individuals present, each older than Jiang Shuo by at least a decade, gazed at him with the admiration typically reserved for a student. His reasoning was sound and articulately presented. Although they still harbored doubts, Jiang Shuo's propositions were undeniably worthy of consideration. After a prolonged moment, Li Qian turned to Yan Qiusong and remarked, "Old Yan, I finally comprehend why you were so eager to introduce us to Xiaojiang. This young man, once he graduates, will undoubtedly make waves in the outside world." Yan Qiusong laughed heartily. "I told you, he is no ordinary individual." Yet, he felt a twinge of unease. He had initially perceived Jiang Shuo's audacity during his trip to the northeast as mere luck, a fortunate encounter with a non-deceptive counterpart. However, the meticulous thinking Jiang Shuo demonstrated now unsettled this veteran of the business realm, who had spent 2 decades immersed in its intricacies. Others shared this sentiment. Jiang Shuo smiled serenely. "You gentlemen are too kind. I have merely gleaned knowledge from books." His demeanor, humble yet confident, elevated his standing in their eyes. Li Qian decisively stated, "Xiaojiang, why not join us? Invest the earnings from your endeavors in the northeast. I assure you, you will not be disappointed." The others nodded in agreement. Jiang Shuo quickly interjected, "No, I have no intention of venturing into real estate." The group exchanged puzzled glances, and Yan Qiusong, taken aback by Jiang Shuo's refusal, remarked, "This is clearly a lucrative opportunity. Why do you lack interest?" Li Qian, assuming Jiang Shuo's hesitance stemmed from distrust, reassured him. "Rest assured, we conduct our affairs with a certain flair. However, we adhere to our own principles and would never deceive a student." Jiang Shuo waved his hand in a gesture of surrender, saying, "All right, my dear brothers, I appreciate your intentions. As of now, I have no desire to venture into real estate. In my opinion, the returns from real estate are still too slow." Yan Qiusong paused for a moment, recalling Jiang Shuo's trip to the northeast. A round trip with 2 shipments had netted him 800,000. In contrast, real estate investments take 2 to 3 years to yield returns, which indeed seems excessively slow. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Very well. Just make sure you have thought it through. If you ever change your mind, brother, you will always welcome you." This was a way of leaving Jiang Shuo an avenue for future possibilities, and he understood. Li Qian certainly understood as well and chuckled, "Always welcome. Come, come. Let us sing." The group momentarily set aside their business concerns and plunged into revelry, feeling somewhat stifled inside. Jiang Shuo exchanged pleasantries with a few individuals and stepped out of the private room. Chapter 81. Narrow Paths of Enmity on a Night in Zhonghai. The city was ablaze with countless lights, each towering edifice adorned as if draped in gemstones, while the streets transformed into a resplendent galaxy. Jiang Shuo lit a cigarette, standing by the window of the 10th floor, gazing into the silence beyond. His thoughts were consumed by matters of real estate. He had just uttered a falsehood. It was not that he lacked interest in investing in property. Abstaining from such ventures upon his return to life would indeed be folly. However, at this moment, he found himself short on funds and disinterested in becoming entangled in the affairs of others. In essence, he yearned for solitary success. Casting his gaze towards the dimly lit Pujiang New District, He realized the urgency of securing plots of land for himself. Having lived in this city for over 20 years, every subway line was etched in his memory. He resolved to acquire land along those yet-to-be-developed subway corridors. Yet, to pursue solitary success without sufficient capital or resources was a distant dream. He needed a means to swiftly expand his network among the elite. As he pondered, a sudden wave of perfume, laced with the scent of smoke, enveloped him. Turning around, he was met by the unexpected presence of Xiaoming, who had quietly approached. He found little interest in engaging with such a girl, casting a fleeting glance her way. "Rest assured, I have claimed to see nothing, and I shall remain tight-lipped." Xiaoming smiled, shedding the feigned coyness often displayed before men. A hint of a worldly air emerged as she introduced herself. "My real name is Liang Mengrong, a junior majoring in art broadcasting." Jiang Shuo raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You share your true name with me. Are you not afraid I might divulge it?" "Afraid?" "Not in the slightest," Liang Mengrong replied, leaning against him. "Could I have a cigarette?" From the side, she was indeed quite attractive, a fact that would not escape the notice of affluent men. He produced a Red Tower cigarette and offered her one. After lighting it, she exhaled into the long corridor. "You must think I'm with these men for their money." Jiang Shuo felt a twinge of awkwardness, pondering her motivations. Surely, she could not be suggesting that her interest lay in courting portly older men. He remained silent. They both understood the underlying truths too well to feign ignorance. Liang Mengrong shook her head. "My family is not lacking in wealth. I am merely in it for the thrill." She then fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Shuo. "I've never seen these men show such interest in a young man. They seem to hold you in high regard." Skeptical of her claims regarding her family's affluence, Jiang Shuo shook his head. "Perhaps. In any case, I should be on my way." "Wait," Liang Mengrong called after him, her expression tinged with a hint of anxiety. "Your name is Jiang Shuo, right? Let's spend the night together." This caught Jiang Shuo off guard, and he turned to scrutinize Liang Mengrong from head to toe. She wore a short floral dress, stopping mid-thigh, complemented by flesh-colored stockings that adorned her long legs, undeniably intriguing to any man. At that moment, her gaze towards Jiang Shuo betrayed a flicker of trepidation. In an era still shrouded in primitivism, it is undeniably audacious for a woman to openly express her desire to share a bed with a man. Liang Mengrong, observing his silence, adopted a more serious demeanor. "I could accompany you to a hotel right now." Her breath quickened with anticipation. Jiang Shuo furrowed his brow slightly. "Did brother you send you to find me?" "Absolutely not." "Then why do you wish to sleep with me?" he inquired. "Are you afraid I might say something about you at school?" Liang Mengrong bit her lip, thinking to herself that she had laid her intentions bare before him. All he needed to do was take her to a hotel room, and everything would be his. He could do as he pleased. Why the unnecessary chatter? Don't men constantly think about such matters? Seeing her silent, Jiang Shuo shook his head. "I'm not interested in sleeping with you, apologies." With that, he waved his hand and departed, leaving Liang Mengrong in a state of agitation behind him. Upon returning to the private room, Jiang Shuo could hardly muster any praise for the boisterous revelry of his companions. Their singing was more akin to a cacophony of shouts than music. After enduring 10 minutes of torment, he could no longer bear it, excusing himself with a brief farewell. As he stepped outside, he spotted Lin Wenxiang and a group of men advancing towards him with an air of menace. Upon seeing Jiang Shuo, Lin Wenxiang's fury ignited, and from a distance, he pointed at him. Today is your unlucky day for encountering me here. Stay put." Jiang Shuo felt a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated this fellow would seek revenge. When they approached, he sighed. "Brother, is this really necessary? We're all here to enjoy ourselves." Lin Wenxiang, clearly unyielding, seemed to relish the thought of Jiang Shuo begging for mercy. His tone dripped with arrogance. "Enjoy ourselves? Just the other day, I was out for a late-night snack, trying to have a good time, and you spoiled it for me. Come on, didn't you toss a beer bottle with great flair? Go ahead. Do it again in front of Brother Jun." Jiang Shuo glanced at the man adorned with a gold chain standing behind Lin Wenxiang. He appeared to be in his 30s, and it was evident he was no saint. Likely, he was the muscle behind this ruffian. Not wishing to engage in idle conversation, Jiang Shuo stated plainly, "You truly want me to strike you?" Lin Wenxiang, filled with rage yet laughing mockingly, replied, "Yes, I dare you to hit me. Let's see if you have the guts." Brother Jun, observing Jiang Shuo, remarked, "Who is this young man? I've never seen him before. Have you not heard of me?" Jiang Shuo responded, "I am a freshman from the finance department, newly arrived in this esteemed place, and I do not recognize you." Brother Jun, irked, thought it absurd that a mere student would present himself with such arrogance. Impatiently, he turned to Lin Wenxiang. Enough with the chatter. What do you want him to do? Lin Wenxiang, confident that Jiang Shuo would back down, jubilantly declared, Brother Chang, patience is a virtue. I simply want to see if this kid dares to strike me. Come on, hit me. If I don't see you kneeling on the ground singing conquer, I'll change my name and be erased from the realm. Jiang Shuo frowned at the absurdity. Brother, why do I get the impression you thrive on humiliation? Enough of the bluster. Are you bold or not? Jiang Shuo cast a casual glance at him, internally expressing a sense of helplessness as he uttered, Wait a moment. He then turned and entered the private room. Inside, his companions were fervently shouting into the microphone. However, upon noticing Jiang Shuo emerging with an empty beer bottle, Li Qian set down the microphone. He approached and inquired, Xiao Jiang, what do you intend to do with that beer bottle? Jiang Shuo tightened his grip on the bottle without turning around and replied, There's a scoundrel outside, insisting that I smash his head. With that, he strode out. Li Qian, momentarily perplexed, thought, Has Xiao Jiang encountered trouble? He set down the microphone and called out before following him outside. Outside, after Jiang Shuo brandished the bottle, Lin Wenxiang continued to shout incessantly. Jiang Shuo paid him no mind, advancing to his front before raising the beer bottle high and bringing it crashing down upon Lin Wenxiang's head. Chapter 82. Foes or allies. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered into countless fragments. How dare you lay a hand on me? Lin Wenxiang exclaimed, clutching his head in pain as he crouched down. Astonishingly, this fellow's resilience was remarkable. He managed to endure the blow. Jiang Shuo, unable to suppress his amusement, reached out to pat his head, saying, Brother, you must have invested heavily. Your skull is quite formidable. Suddenly, Juntin took action. With a fierce expression, he pushed Jiang Shuo toward the wall, growling, Do you not take me seriously? Jiang Shuo, caught off guard by the shove, staggered backward. However, just as he was about to fall, a large hand unexpectedly supported his back. Li Qian and Yin Qishang emerged from the shadows. Li Qian steadied Jiang Shuo and inquired, Why did you not inform us about the tough situation outside? Jiang Shuo managed a wry smile. Just a bunch of petty ruffians. Upon hearing himself referred to as a mere thug, Tanjun's fury ignited. Kneel along the wall. I will settle this matter with you, piece by piece, he bellowed. Lin Wenxiang rose to his feet, still not kneeling. This is Tanjun, the current leader of our generation. Do you not recognize him? Tanjun was flanked by a group of menacing followers, each with a fierce countenance, poised for a confrontation. Li Qingshan's expression darkened as he approached. Jiang Shuo attempted to signal him from behind, but Yin Qishang restrained him. No, let Brother Yi handle this. Is that wise? Jiang Shuo queried. Yin Qishang chuckled softly. Old Yi has always been quite domineering. Indeed, before Yin Qishang's words had fully left his lips, Li Qingshan had already marched forward, seizing Tanjun by the hair. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a barrage of slaps. Li Qingshan, towering at over 6 feet, appeared like a giant, while Tanjun, despite his fierce demeanor, resembled a struggling chick in his grasp. He cursed vehemently, What are you all standing around for? Get in there and help me. Lin Wenxiang and his cohorts quickly rolled up their sleeves and charged in. Yin Qishang let out a hearty laugh. Xiao Jiang, go fetch a bottle. It had been years since he had engaged in a brawl, the last occasion being a year ago when he had given his family's large black dog a sound thrashing. Without hesitation, he surged forward, joined by the others. The women accompanying them hurriedly retrieved numerous bottles from the private room. Jiang Shuo seized one and hurled it at Lin Wenxiang, declaring, This is absurd. I refuse to believe I cannot break your skull. Thus, chaos erupted in the corridor. After just a few minutes of fighting, a group of security personnel rushed over from the elevator. From a distance, they shouted at the fighting crowd, Everyone, cease this instant. Who permitted you to brawl here? Fortunately, their timely arrival prevented Jiang Shuo and his companions from facing defeat. After all, these are pampered middle-aged bosses, ill-equipped to contend with the ruffians of the streets for long. Moreover, the adversaries held a significant numerical advantage. As the security personnel approached, many ceased their actions. The leading security guard, upon recognizing Tanjun, exclaimed, Brother Jun, is that you? At this moment, Tanjun appeared quite disheveled. Li Qingshan, a formidable character himself, had fixated on this individual amid the chaos, having knocked out several of his teeth. Li Qingshan, too, was not in a good state. His expensive suit lay tattered, and he leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. One of his eyes had been transformed into a panda eye. Jiang Shuo and Yin Qiosong bore their own share of injuries, each displaying various signs of battle. The group stood against the wall, panting heavily. Jiang Shuo's unwavering gaze fixated on Lin Wenxiang's head, internally lamenting, how could this skull be so resilient? I've already shattered 3 bottles against it, yet it remains unscathed. Upon seeing the security guards align with their side, the group instinctively straightened their posture. Tanjun spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Pointing at the foremost Li Qian, he ordered, "Get him. Make sure he is dead." That old man knocked out several of my teeth, though he shouted defiantly. He dared not meet Li Qian's gaze, fear evident in his demeanor. The head of security, frowning, approached Jiang Shuo and the others, his eyes locking onto Li Qian, who still leaned on his knees, disoriented. "Tanjun is a friend of our boss. You need to provide an explanation before you can leave today." Li Qian, panting, replied. "What sort of explanation do you seek?" The head of security glanced back at Tanjun, who was livid, barking, "Everyone kneel before me. Let me knock out a few more teeth." Hearing this, the head of security turned his attention back to Li Qian. Taking a deep breath, Li Qian straightened up and commanded, "Bring Zhang away here. Tell him that I, Li Qian, was assaulted in his establishment. If he wants me to kneel, let him kneel before me and explain why I should bow to a street thug or to the lowly security guard in his employ. Do they truly believe I am so easily bullied?" At these words, everyone on the opposing side was left stunned. Jiang Shuo was the proprietor of this establishment. As the security personnel pondered Li Qian's name, they dared not underestimate him, holding their breath. Upon recognizing Li Qian, one guard's knees buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. Trembling, he stammered, "Why Yi, Mr. Yi, what brings you here?" Behind him, Tanjun, growing impatient with the head of security's inaction, shouted, "What are you doing, old Qing? Get moving." The head of security turned and bellowed, "Shut up. Handle him." His subordinates immediately sprang into action, swiftly transitioning from allies to adversaries. They brandished their security batons, mercilessly assaulting the group. Jiang Shuo remained fixated on Lin Wenxiang amidst the throng. Upon witnessing the blood streaming from Lin's head after being struck by the guards, he inhaled deeply, relieved. Finally, he is not so invulnerable. Soon enough, Tanjun and his companions lay sprawled on the ground, dragged like defeated dogs to kneel against the wall by the security team. After the incident, the head of security cautiously addressed Li Qian, saying, "Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for my lack of recognition. Your eyes, thus, I failed to identify you at once." Li Qian, wincing as he touched his swollen eyes, felt a surge of irritation and cast a furious glance at the onlookers. He bellowed, "Strip them of their clothing." Tanjun and the others were taken aback. Although he did not recognize Li Qian, the demeanor of the sycophantic old Qing indicated that they had encountered formidable opposition today. Fixating on the approaching old Qing, he protested, "What are you doing? Old Qing, we've shared many drinks together. You cannot strip me of my clothes." The head of security's expression darkened, realizing that he had narrowly avoided a catastrophic blunder due to this man. Seething with anger, he gestured vehemently, prompting his underlings to recklessly commence the removal of their garments. Chapter 83. Just some students soon. These individuals were stripped bare. Li Qian displayed a ruthless demeanor, commanding others to remove their clothing and undergarments while tossing them down the stairs. Only Tanjun remained, desperately fighting to shield his remaining pair of briefs. He pleaded, "Bro, please don't take everything. If you do, I will be left with nothing. Just leave me a scrap of cloth, I beg you." At that moment, Jiang Shuo emerged from behind and bellowed, "Everyone, step aside." The security team leader promptly made way, allowing Jiang Shuo to stride up to Tanjun and seize hold of his briefs. "Bro, you've thrown away all our clothes. How are we supposed to go out now? Please, spare me this once and I promise to make amends with a drink in the future." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Shuo tore his briefs to shreds and flung them out the window. Tanjun let out a cry of despair and crouched down, never before having endured such humiliation in his life. Li Qian felt his anger dissipate significantly and instructed the security team leader, "Ensure they are expelled from your nightclub." The security team leader nodded and began to usher them out. Several large men, using their hands to shield their final shred of dignity, left with their heads bowed. Once everyone had departed, the remaining group lost interest in continuing their revelry and exited the nightclub. As they parted ways, Jiang Shuo expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that had it not been for Li Qian, they might have faced dire consequences. On the Academy Life Street, at the intersection, the owner of Baihui Supermarket, Juan Fabian, had been operating the establishment for 5 or 6 years, making it the most profitable in the academy, quietly amassing an annual income of at least 300,000 to 400,000. With newfound wealth, Juan Fabian's demeanor had notably elevated. He often drove around in a BMW, displaying an air of superiority. That morning, he arrived at Baihui Supermarket, standing at the intersection, and lighting a cigarette as he derided the still under construction Baihui Supermarket. He placed the cigarette to his lips and remarked sarcastically, "Chui Tuho handed his supermarket over to a student?" Beside him was his nephew, Wan Hongyang, the supermarket manager, who replied with a hint of disdain, "That is indeed our speculation. The clientele lately seems to be nothing but students. However, uncle, the hot water facility over there poses a problem." Wan Feiben glanced at the soon-to-open hot water facility and scoffed. What problem could there possibly be? Are you worried that Chui Tuho's supermarket will encroach on our business? A bunch of clueless students. What do they know about commerce? Running a supermarket demands the best location. And my position at the intersection is unassailable. Look at how shrewd Chui Tuho is. He remains under my heel. What can a group of ignorant students achieve? Wan Hongliang pondered for a moment, concluding that it was merely a water supply room, and it could hardly pose any significant impact on them. Thus, he dismissed it without further thought. Wan Feiben continued, "How many boxes of the expired Piao Rua shampoo do we still have?" Wan Hongyang replied, "About 10 boxes, uncle. You ordered too much last time, and it's somewhat difficult to handle. Now the students are keen on using head shoulders, which complicates matters for us." Complicated? Wan Feiben tossed his cigarette, but to the ground. This is precisely where it comes in handy. Starting today, distribute it as a gift. For every purchase over 20 yuan at the supermarket, offer a packet of shampoo. Students are easily swayed by small favors as the person in charge. You must understand these marketing techniques. Wan Hongyang quickly grasped the idea and gave Wan Feiben a thumbs up. "Uncle, your experience truly shines through. Not only do we rid ourselves of expired products, but we also attract business. Impressive. Could you share how you became so adept?" Wan Feiben felt a mix of embarrassment and pleasure at his nephew's flattery. He was more than willing to recount his success story. Just as he was about to boast about his remarkable journey, a young man with a Z-shaped haircut walked by. Wan Hongliang quickly whispered, "Uncle, that's the guy? He must be the supermarket manager." Wan Feiben observed him closely. "He doesn't look like a student. Is he a labor camp inmate?" "No, he is indeed a student. A freshman. I suspect he is the owner, though I lack evidence." "Owner? He doesn't appear to be one. He is likely just an employee." "Enough. I've told you there is no need for alarm. They're just a bunch of insignificant students. Don't make a fuss. Remember to distribute those shampoos. I want them to see a desolate store on opening day." "Understood. Now, let us head to your office to discuss." The uncle and nephew chatted as they entered Baihui Supermarket. At that moment, Jiang Shuo walked into Baihui Supermarket. Inside, the ceiling and walls had been freshly painted. And with a multitude of workers, the renovations had been completed in less than 2 days. Deng Yingkai, following Jiang Shuo's instructions, had procured some shelves. Although they would only arrive later that afternoon, he was also in charge of liaising with suppliers. If all went according to plan, they would receive their stock that evening. And with the advertising company scheduled to install the sign tomorrow, they would be ready to open the day after. Time was tight, and all 3 of the flamboyant individuals had taken leave to busy themselves in the store. Upon entering, Zhang Qianqian noticed them wielding shovels for cleaning. He glanced around and remarked, "Hasn't Qianqian taken leave as well? Why isn't she here?" Liang Boizhou looked up, visibly frustrated. In the presence of the opposite sex, one loses all sense of propriety. "Brother Shaw, you really shouldn't act this way. We share a living arrangement, and yet you only inquire about Qianqian." Jiang Shuo kicked him playfully. "Have you eaten too many eggs this morning? Is that why you're so restless?" "Of course not. Qianqian is cleaning in the back." Jiang Shuo ignored their banter and proceeded to the backyard. Shallow was seen laboriously using her delicate little hands with the cement. Glancing towards the corner of the yard, one could observe a long flower bed constructed with bricks along the wall, where an array of flowers swayed gracefully in the gentle morning sunlight. Dressed in her worn school uniform, Shallow busily moved about, oblivious to Jiang Shuo's entrance. Her small hands were mixing cement with the bricks, occasionally brushing her long, straight hair aside, her face smudged with cement. Jiang Shuo gazed at her silhouette and inquired, "Did you create this flower bed?" Startled, Shallow quickly stood up. Upon recognizing Jiang Shuo, she lifted her exquisite oval face. Her charming dimples appeared as she smiled at him, replying with a simple yes. A sense of anticipation filled her, for she wished to surprise Jiang Shuo. She envisioned him sitting in the backyard amidst the flowers, savoring their fragrance while sipping tea, certain that it would bring him joy. Thus, the young girl rarely displayed such a genuine smile. However, to her dismay, Jiang Shuo's expression immediately soured. Chapter 84. Why be hypocritical? Who compelled you to engage in such tasks? Jiang Shuo's stern rebuke left Qian momentarily at a loss. She had not anticipated such a reaction from him and gradually lowered her head. Biting her lip, a single crystalline tear fell onto her worn little white shoes. Jiang Shuo's expression darkened considerably. He rushed to the back among the goods, retrieved a fresh towel and a new basin, and filled it with water, placing it on the nearby table. After wetting and wringing out the towel, he approached the trembling Qianqian, his irritation mounting at the sight of her face smeared with cement. Gently brushing aside her hair, Qianqian instinctively took a few steps back, her tearful peach blossom eyes gazing up at Jiang Shuo. I am merely wiping the cement off your face, not punishing you. Stay still. Qianqian, biting her lip, nodded slightly. Jiang Shuo cupped the back of her head and began to meticulously clean her face. Qianqian dared not move, her heart pounding with fear. In her life, aside from her grandfather washing her face during her childhood, no man had ever treated her with such kindness. After several passes, her face was finally clean. Jiang Shuo's earlier domineering demeanor softened. You should not be doing such things. Do you understand? It's dirty work meant for men. Qianqian replied softly. I have been in a pigsty. It's not dirty. That is still unacceptable. Jiang Shuo asserted firmly. After the supermarket opens, you will be in charge of the finances and accounts. You need not engage in anything else. All right. As they conversed, Wendy approached from the front. Shuo, the shelves are about to arrive. Save some money for the checkout. Finally, they had reached the end of their ordeal. Just then, he caught sight of Qianqian looking up, instantly stunned, as if struck by lightning. Jiang Shuo had cleaned her face so thoroughly that her oval visage, illuminated by the sunlight, was breathtakingly beautiful. Upon seeing Wendy, Qianqian immediately lowered her head again, hiding behind Jiang Shuo, her exquisite features once more enveloped in dust. Wow! Wendy exclaimed after a moment of astonishment. He approached, breathing somewhat heavily. Shuo, brother, is this Qianqian? Jiang Shuo cast him a sideways glance. You work alongside her every day. Do you still need an introduction? And no, brother Shuo, this is just, wow. How come you never told us Qianqian is so stunning? Qianqian, feeling tense behind Jiang Shuo, was unsure of how to respond. Jiang Shuo poured out the water and returned, saying, do not put Qianqian on any of your ridiculous lists. Furthermore, if I see her mixing cement again, do not say we are still friends. This is work meant for men. Wendy took a long moment to process this. What a mess. My head is all scrambled. Who said that our cohort of female students from the finance department is overshadowed by Li Qian from Shanghai University? Qianqian is more than a match. No, that's incorrect. Shuo, Li Qian is not. Jiang Shuo quickly covered his mouth, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? Can you not speak? Wendy, enlightened, immediately grasped the implication behind Jiang Shuo's words. Once Jiang Shuo released his grip, Wendy promptly gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, Shuo. Being the leader truly sets you apart. Only now do I genuinely revere you. Jiang Shuo shot him a glance. Enough nonsense. Let us get back to work. He tugged Wendy forward, fearing that he might inadvertently mention Li Qian in front of Qianqian. As a good friend, Wendy certainly would not divulge anything. Yet the revelation was astonishing. The most radiant beauty of this year's freshman at Shanghai University, along with the gem Qianqian from the finance department, was monopolized entirely by Shuo. What a shocking twist of fate. Looking back at Jiang Shuo, Wendy's eyes suddenly gleamed with understanding. Do modern girls really favor the hairstyle of convicts? He unconsciously approached a nearby glass, brushing his fingers against his long-prized center part. Alas, such a hairstyle is now out of fashion. To remain eligible, one must adopt a style akin to Shuo's. Amidst this contemplation, Jiang Shuo's phone rang. After a brief conversation, he hung up and announced his departure from the supermarket. This was a call he had anticipated all day. The caller was none other than Chang Guangli, the head of the management department. The matter at hand was, of course, regarding the upcoming gala and his performance. He was summoned to the office immediately, which lifted Jiang Shuo's spirits considerably. Shortly after exiting, while passing by Bin's supermarket, he encountered the owner, one Fabian, who had just stepped out. Jiang Shuo recognized him as the proprietor of the establishment, having frequently seen him in the supermarket. Paying him no mind, he continued on his path. One Fabian, who was about to get into his car, could not resist approaching Jiang Shuo. Hey, brother, care for a smoke? Jiang Shuo replied. Somewhat annoyed, is there something you need? One Fabian chuckled. Not much, just wanted to inquire if you've taken over that shop belonging to Cui Tuho. Jiang Shuo pondered for a moment. I am not the owner. The actual owner rarely comes around here. Upon hearing that Jiang Shuo was not the proprietor, Juan Fabian immediately lost interest. He returned the cigarette he had taken out back into the pack, his demeanor growing considerably cooler. Then who is your boss? When did he take over? Jiang Shuo, somewhat exasperated, looked at him. Do I owe you an explanation? Juan Fabian was taken aback by Jiang Shuo's brusque response but quickly suppressed his irritation. As neighbors, we should know each other better and interact more. We are in the same line of work, so we should exchange insights and learn from one another. I had a good rapport with Cui Taho. Jiang Shuo was disinclined to engage in further conversation and retorted, if there is nothing else, I'll be on my way. The department head is waiting for me in his office. With that, he turned and walked away. The notion of mutual communication and progress among peers is utterly nonsensical. Colleagues are often adversaries, locked in a struggle where it is a matter of survival of the fittest. Engaging in such insincere pretenses serves little purpose and yields scant benefit. Thus, Jiang Shuo would not extend any courtesy to Juan Fabian, as their paths would inevitably cross again in the fierce battleground of life. A confrontation was merely a matter of time. His demeanor successfully ignited Juan Fabian's seething rage. How dare a mere supermarket worker, a student at that, exhibit such blatant disregard? Where does that leave the dignity of a BMW driving owner? The atmosphere grew increasingly hostile, and when his nephew, Wan Hongyang, approached, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Commence the operations today. I want a thorough inventory check to see how many expired products remain in the warehouse. Remove them all for disposal. These insignificant items that can't even be displayed on the wall, do they truly believe themselves to be significant? I will bring your boss to ruin. Let us see where you'll find employment then." Chapter 85. I fear that leader in the office. Chang Guangli furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed at Jiang Shuo. The two had already conversed once earlier. Chang Guangli felt somewhat disheartened today. How could a freshman possess such audacity? He had attempted to persuade the student council, the counselor, and the teachers of the youth league to encourage Jiang Shuo to perform, but all had failed. It was imperative that Jiang Shuo personally take the stage. Yet he had just flatly rejected the request. What was the student truly intending? After a prolonged silence, Chang Guangli realized the gravity of the situation and remarked, "Xiao Jiang, this is truly a splendid opportunity for you. Why do you insist on declining?" Jiang Shuo feigned timidity, replying, "Director Chang, I genuinely feel reluctant to speak up. My status is humble, and I am merely hoping to graduate successfully from the School of Finance. It's best if I keep a low profile to avoid offending anyone." Chang Guangli, now incensed, retorted, "Tell me, has someone threatened you? Who is it? Is there no law or order?" Sensing the moment was ripe, Jiang Shuo, appearing somewhat frightened, confessed, "I went to the club center for rehearsal that day. However, I was interrupted 2 or 3 times during the practice. That leader claimed my song was indecent and demanded that I revise the lyrics and melody within a day or 2. Lacking the ability to comply, I had no choice but to refuse. As a result of my refusal, that leader was furious, threatening to blacklist me from the student council and even prevent me from being a class representative. Hence, I am afraid it's best if I abstain." As he spoke, he prepared to leave. Seeing him about to exit, Chang Guangli quickly rose and grasped his arm. "Young man, why do you leave mid-sentence? Was it the dean or the associate dean who made such demands?" He thought it unlikely to be the dean since Jiang Shuo had been specifically named by him. It was improbable that he would require a lyric alteration. Thus, it must have been the associate dean. Jiang Shuo shook his head and sighed. It wasn't he the dean or the others. "Thank you for your concern, Director Chang, but I have matters to attend to." "Then who is it? What business could a student possibly have? Speak clearly." Chang Guangli, now furious, knew that his superiors were only a few individuals at the institution. If it were not them, he could address the issue directly. What sort of leader could instill such fear in Jiang Shuo? Jiang Shuo, wearing a troubled expression, replied, "Director Chang, I truly cannot divulge that information for fear of retaliation. You must tell me. Whatever the situation, I will advocate for you. Feel free to voice any requests." Jiang Shuo had been awaiting this very statement. He was subtly coercing Chang Guangli, knowing that the latter, eager to please his superiors, would not abandon him. Yet, he adopted a posture of vulnerability to cleverly exert pressure, ensuring that Chang Guangli would not harbor resentment or perceive him as overly demanding. Naturally, he would not directly mention his name, for doing so would raise suspicion of him reporting to Chang Guangli, thereby tarnishing his impression of Jiang Shuo. With a helpless demeanor, he sighed, "I won't specify which leader it is. Since Director Chang has said so, I shall take the stage. However, Director Chang, Do the matters previously approved by the Youth League teachers still hold? What about the supermarket issue? Chang Ligang gazed at Jiang Shuo. Yes, precisely that supermarket matter. I'm under considerable pressure from the owner, and I must find a way to cope. Although Jiang Shuo had signed a contract with the bald-headed Chui, that store ultimately belonged to the school. Chui still had 3 years left on the lease with the institution. At that time, Jiang Shuo chose not to amend the contract for the sake of convenience. Thus, the school still recognized Chui as the proprietor, and few knew that the ownership had transferred to Jiang Shuo. After listening, Chang Ligang nodded. I have also looked into the supermarket situation. You are commendable, demonstrating a spirit of diligence and frugality. Since the Youth League teachers have agreed to your requests, I shall not contradict them. All previous commitments stand. Jiang Shuo nodded and donned a cheerful expression. There's another matter, Director Chang. I have a keen interest in entrepreneurship and wish to. Director Chang interjected with a glance. I believe you have already submitted an application form, haven't you? I am aware of this matter. The Youth League teachers mentioned it to me. Rest assured, I will write a letter of recommendation shortly and have Teacher Li deliver it to you. It's not a significant issue, Chang Ligang replied with a pleasant demeanor. Jiang Shuo, having received what he desired, promptly stood at attention and saluted. Thank you, Director Chang. You shall always be our most dashing director. Director Chang faced flattery daily, yet this compliment on his appearance was indeed a first, an innovative form of praise. A refreshing stream amidst the flattery. Thus, his fondness for Jiang Shuo increased slightly. Waving his hand, he urged, hurry to rehearsal. The performance is tonight. Do not cause any trouble. At your command. Jiang Shuo replied earnestly as he exited. Once Jiang Shuo left, Chang Ligang pondered. Who is the leader requiring Xiao Jiang to revise the lyrics? After a moment's reflection, he called the Youth League teacher, who then contacted Zhu Yunwei to inquire about the events that transpired during the rehearsal 2 days prior. Jiang Shuo initially had no intention of attending the rehearsal, but suddenly found himself missing those senior sisters in tight pants. Halfway there, he detoured to the club center. Upon arrival, he greeted each of the senior sisters enthusiastically, eliciting laughter from them all. Zhu Yunwei, holding a notebook, approached him and pulled him aside, slightly frowning. The Youth League teacher just called me to inquire about what happened the other day, mentioning that the department head wants to know if you said anything in front of them. Jiang Shuo surveyed the scene and indeed did not see the pretentious Tianjia or Renia. Adopting an expression of feigned ignorance, he replied, I didn't say anything. The department head insisted I take the stage. I merely mentioned that someone requested me to modify the lyrics, and I have said nothing else. What's the matter, senior? Zhu Yunwei furrowed her brows, scrutinizing him. Why didn't you mention Renia? Let me tell you, Renia's father is a close friend of the dean. You may expose Tianjia, but under no circumstances should you bring up Renia. Do you understand? This was an unexpected revelation for Jiang Shuo. He realized that this pretentious individual had such connections. Nodding, he replied, I assure you, I haven't uttered a single name. Rest assured, thank you for your concern, senior. Do you have a boyfriend? Zhu Yunwei shot him a disapproving glance. You truly resemble a little rogue. Moreover, Jiang Shuo, why do I get the impression that you are rather opportunistic? Do you have any grievances against me? Chapter 86, Reverse Thinking Opinion? I hold no grievances against you. However, senior, I find you quite intriguing. Jiang Shuo shamelessly approached. Zhu Yunwei shot him a glare. You truly are a little rogue, having flirted with every female classmate present. Now you've turned your attention to me. Enough chatter. Hurry up and prepare for the rehearsal. Time is of the essence. Fine. I shall proceed. Jiang Shuo dusted off his trousers and ascended the stage. As soon as he stepped up, the senior girls in tight pants immediately flocked around him. This time, there were no pretentious individuals to interrupt, allowing Jiang Shuo to sing smoothly. The girls were visibly excited, their faces blooming with admiration as they watched him. Those behind him were somewhat disheartened. Originally, Jiang Shuo was supposed to descend after one rehearsal and let the next performance take over. However, the enthusiasm of the senior girls compelled him to sing several times. This situation genuinely frustrated Jiang Shuo. Outside the office, Renia and Tianjia wore grim expressions. Just minutes prior, they had endured a severe reprimand from Chang Liguang in his office. Spittle from Chang Liguang had splattered across their faces, and they were particularly aware that he had likely not brushed his teeth that day. As Zhu Yunwei had anticipated, Chang Liguang had directed all his ire towards Tianjia, effectively making him the scapegoat. There was no alternative. His father was influential. Both lit a cigarette, and Renia, with a dark demeanor, remarked, Did that convict fill out an application form for the Entrepreneurship Association? The club is one entity while the Student Council is another. These are two distinct organizations. Thus, Renio believed that Jiang Shuo, feeling threatened, had chosen to shy away from the Student Council and sought refuge in the club instead. Tianjia nodded. Lao Tong mentioned to me over drinks last night that he had seen Jiang Shuo's application form. Renio's expression turned sinister. That impoverished fellow dares to undermine me by reporting behind my back. I fear he truly lacks awareness of the depths of the sophomore, junior, and senior years. Let us head to the Entrepreneurship Association. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Upon hearing this, Tianjia's face lit up with delight. Yes. How could I not have thought of that? Although this lad evaded our student council, we can certainly humiliate him at the Entrepreneurship Association. He promptly followed behind. This day was destined to be exceptionally busy. Jiang Shuo resolved to use this evening's event to promote his supermarket, which many needed to prepare a plethora of materials. This had already been arranged in advance. After the rehearsal, Jiang Shuo returned to the supermarket. The shelves were set up, and the advertising company was busy installing the storefront signage. Standing in the backyard, Jiang Shuo held the small cards he had requested Zhang Qianqian to create. After examining them, he set them down. Not bad, although I am not entirely satisfied. They will suffice. Discounts are the favorite promotional strategy of merchants in this age. However, everyone has grown weary of the strategy of exorbitant pricing followed by paltry discounts. There is simply no novelty left to exploit. Jiang Shuo intends to offer discounts upon opening, but he aims to do so with flair. The small cards are all emblazoned with the character for 1 yuan coupons. If customers spend 5 yuan in the store, they can take away one of these coupons, which can be used to deduct 1 yuan from their next purchase. Moreover, there is no limit on the number of coupons. This effectively resembles a 20% discount. In later years, supermarkets that dared to offer such discounts would likely lament their fate, as profit margins are exceedingly thin. However, the situation is different now. Zhang Qianqian has calculated the costs, and the average gross profit margin for supermarkets can reach 50%. This implies that even if they concede 20% of their profit margin, they still retain 30%. After accounting for various store expenses, labor costs, and the like, Jiang Shuo can secure a 10% net profit. Hence, Jiang Shuo is bold enough to engage in such tactics, which is far superior to the practices of later years where businesses resort to selling at a loss just to attract customers. Zhang Qianqian then suggested, "Shall we set our opening day for tomorrow?" Jiang Shuo glanced outside and replied, "Hold on, I've reconsidered. It's best not to rush. Primarily, the arrangement of goods must be orderly. If it resembles a warehouse, it will leave a poor impression on customers when they arrive tomorrow." Jiang Shuo then articulated all his requirements. Any large chain supermarket must adhere to a standardized method for product placement. This pertains to the customer flow within the store. For instance, what categories of products should be displayed at the entrance and which should be tucked away in the far corners. The aim is to optimize the shopping habits and experiences of customers to the fullest extent. Jiang Shuo is essentially applying the successful supermarket model from the future to the present. Since product differentiation is unattainable, let us distinguish ourselves through the in-store shopping experience. Afterward, Liang Boizhou still expressed some anxiety, saying, "Brother Shuo, I still feel apprehensive. Can this water station truly bring about change for us? Moreover, that Baihui Supermarket is likely aware of our impending opening and is already distributing those cheap packets of shampoo. They are making a fierce advance." Throughout the day, the three of them kept a close watch on Baihui Supermarket, their most formidable future competitor, which they could not afford to underestimate. Jiang Shuo smiled confidently and asked, "Youngest, do you have a habit of buying your meal when you go to fetch water?" Liang Boizhou nodded. "Yes, so what?" Jiang Shuo continued, "Let me ask you, do you usually buy your meal first or get the water first?" Without hesitation, Liang Boizhou replied, "Of course, I get the water first. If it's crowded at the water station, what if I spill my meal? That would be quite troublesome." The others, upon hearing this, seemed to have an epiphany. As if they understood something profound, Jiang Shuo looked at the bewildered Liang Boizhou and remarked, "You still don't grasp the essence of what I'm saying?" Upon realization, Liang Boizhou slapped his forehead in a moment of clarity. "I fetched hot water before going to purchase meals and other daily necessities. The principle remains the same. Who would carry a hefty bag of items through the supermarket only to go to the water room? Since it appears that all my classmates share this habit, wouldn't our proximity to the water room be an unparalleled advantage? Hasn't our presence effectively siphoned business from Baihui Supermarket?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuo laughed heartily. This is a geographical advantage. Now we must also create favorable timing and unity among people. The favorable timing refers to our seemingly endless promotional activities. Isn't Baihui Supermarket selling shampoo? How audacious of him to offer that as a giveaway. Let us see who ultimately prevails. Jiang Shuo actually wished to add, "You think you can compete with me? My mind is brimming with a multitude of promotional strategies from the future, enough to outwit you in countless ways." Chapter 87. A plethora of intrigues at 8 in the evening. The playground was teeming with an exuberant crowd. The afternoon South military parade had concluded, marking the official end of the freshman training, and thus the students were in high spirits. The boys sported an array of hairstyles, enhanced by mousse, ranging from a 19 to 1 to a 9 to 1 parting, exuding flamboyance. In a corner of the playground, Wendy and his companions were busily arranging a plethora of 1 yuan coupons on a table. Jiang Shuo approached, issuing a few instructions before heading backstage. Upon his arrival, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of senior sisters clad in form-fitting pants, chattering animatedly. Jiang Shuo was bemused, noting that during training they had all donned cotton leggings. Yet now they were adorned in leather pants. A voice rang out through the crowd. "Sisters, after this, shall we rendezvous in the grove to share our life experiences? Any takers?" This provoked a flurry of bashful giggles and foot-stomping among the senior sisters, their cheeks flushed with shyness. Zhu Yunwei approached with a furrowed brow. "Jiang Shuo, at this hour, you still have the mind to tease others? Hurry and prepare. The evening event is about to commence." Jiang Shuo shrugged. "No rush. I'm the last to perform, with ample time for a nap." This was all orchestrated by Ren Yihe, who had deliberately arranged the schedule. The event was set to conclude by 11 o'clock, while the dormitory doors would close at 11:30, making it rare for students to remain until then, as most would retreat early to tidy up and rest. Although he could not influence Jiang Shuo's performance, he certainly had the ability to alter the order of the acts. Zhu Yue understood this well and shot Jiang Shuo a knowing glance. "You should still prepare adequately. All right, you all carry on. My act is simple, just a guitar, a microphone, and a chair will suffice." With that, he shamelessly mingled with the senior sisters once more. Zhu Yue observed him, feeling a headache coming on, and chose not to engage further. On stage, the previously darkened scene erupted into light with a resounding thud as powerful floodlights illuminated the surroundings. The once boisterous crowd fell silent. The host emerged from backstage, beaming with enthusiasm, microphone in hand. "Good evening, dear students, esteemed teachers, and respected instructors. The closing ceremony of the 1998 freshman military training at Zhonghai Financial Institute is hereby officially commenced." Then, the host swiftly transitioned to announce the next act. Jiang Shuo stood momentarily taken aback, and he was not alone. Wendy and his companions, who had been bustling about, were equally stunned. Prior to this, Jiang Shuo had confirmed the host's speech, which was supposed to include numerous advertisements for Baihui Supermarket. The absence of any mention left him irked. With no inclination to tease the senior sisters any longer, he remained silent. But Zhu Yue was quick to question. "Zhang Qianqian, who authorized you to alter the script?" Zhang Qianqian, with a somewhat indifferent demeanor, cast a glance at Zhu Yunwei. As the nephew of the dean and the head of the school's broadcasting station, he replied coolly, "I have hosted numerous events for the school. I have never encountered such an abundance of advertisements for medicinal plasters. I must apologize, but I hold no respect for engaging in the sordid act of promoting others' endeavors. If you believe in your capabilities, then let one of you take the stage." After uttering these words, he cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Shuo, his eyes brimming with contempt and derision. Jiang Shuo had undertaken extensive preparations and never anticipated being thwarted at the hands of the host. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Senior, this behavior is rather unbecoming. The speech has received the school's approval. What more do you have to say?" Zhang Qianqian scoffed dismissively. "I have no desire to repeat myself. If you possess the ability, then hire someone else. I am not in the mood for trivial discussions." With that, he elevated himself above the fray, choosing to ignore those around him. Zhu Yunwei was infuriated, on the brink of losing her composure, but Jiang Shuo subtly signaled her to refrain. It was evident that they had been undermined. Had Zhang Qianqian raised this issue earlier, Zhu Yue would have certainly sought an alternative. However, with the event already underway, what options remained? Moreover, he was the dean's nephew and would not fear any repercussions from Zhu Yue. Jiang Shuo sensed a deeper issue at play and, with a furrowed brow, exited the venue. With Zhu Yunwei hastily following. "Jiang Shuo, please do not be upset. I will speak to Zhang Qianqian again shortly." Jiang Shuo understood her concerns and reassured her, "Fear not. I shall handle the program." Behind him, Zhang Qianqian cast a cold glance, filled with disdain. What sort of ignorant individual is this freshman? The audacity of Jiang Shuo expecting Zhang Qianqian to promote him was laughable. Upon arriving at the playground, Jiang Shuo was immediately surrounded by LV Windy and others. Liang Boizhou anxiously said, "Boss, what should we do now? This is not how the rhythm is supposed to unfold." The expressions of the others mirrored his anxiety. Jiang Shuo, with a grim countenance, urged, "Calm down. Tell me, did any of you see Zhang Qianqian interacting with anyone?" The group, deep in thought, eventually shook their heads in unison. Jiang Shuo felt a wave of frustration. The instigator could not possibly be Ren'Yihe, given he had just been warned by the department head regarding the program. He would not dare to act against Jiang Shuo at the event. So, who could be orchestrating Zhang Qianqian from behind the scenes? Suddenly, Qian, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "I saw the owner of Baihui Supermarket." The group experienced a moment of clarity. LV Winnie's anger flared. "Now I understand. Zhang Qianqian is the dean's nephew. I was aware of that. Furthermore, Juan Fabian is also a distant relative of the dean. I have been conversing with the aunt selling breakfast next door these past few days. Initially, Juan Fabian secured that store through this connection. Shuo, we have been undermined by Juan Fabian. He must have been the one manipulating Zhang Qianqian from behind." At this juncture, everyone grasped the situation. Since it was not Ren'Yihe, it had to be their rival, Juan Fabian. Just then, Zhu Yunwei hurried over. "Jiang Shuo, Juan Fabian has already arrived backstage. He is negotiating the speech with Zhang Qianqian. You need to go at once." It was evident that Zhu Yunwei genuinely wished to assist Jiang Shuo. Jiang Shuo fell silent for a moment before addressing his fellow dorm mates. "It seems that today is not our day. Let us gather our belongings and return home. Do not be disheartened, for many opportunities await us in the future." Just as he was giving these instructions, the first performance concluded, and Zhang Qianqian took to the stage. With a smile, he addressed the audience. "Dear classmates, before we announce the next performance, I am delighted to share some good news with you all. The Baihui Supermarket is currently running a promotion where a purchase of 20 yuan allows you to receive a complimentary bottle of shampoo as a token of gratitude to our esteemed faculty and students. I encourage you to visit when time permits. Baihui Supermarket, a trusted brand of the Finance Institute for a decade, offers fair prices and guarantees product quality. Now, for our next performance. Let us welcome the dance titled High Mountains and Flowing Water. Chapter 88. Singing into the heart. Zhang Qianqian's words unequivocally confirmed the fact that he had been bribed by Juan Fabian. The atmosphere among the group was tense. Jiang Shuo followed Zhu Yue back to the backstage area, where they encountered Juan Fabian lounging there. With a feigned air of cordiality, he regarded Jiang Shuo, saying, "Isn't this the head of Baihui Supermarket? What brings you here?" His tone dripped with sarcasm and smugness. Initially, he was unaware of Jiang Shuo's involvement in the evening's preparations. However, upon Zhang Qianqian's father arriving today and inviting his son to dinner, the matter was brought up at the table. This revelation sent Juan Fabian into a cold sweat, prompting him to hastily slip a red envelope to Zhang Qianqian, urging him to alter his speech. Naturally, Zhang Qianqian complied to favor his relative, thus leading to this predicament. Zhu Yunwei's expression soured as she interjected, "Apologies. But this is the backstage of the event. We must ask any unauthorized personnel to leave." Juan Fabian, unperturbed, chuckled, "Young lady, you ought to be cautious with your words. Are you aware of my relationship with the dean?" This left Zhu Yunwei momentarily speechless. Jiang Shuo stepped behind her, displaying no trace of anger, and remarked with a smile, "Brother, you've played a clever move, truly commendable." "Ha ha, you flatter me, young brother," Juan Fabian replied, his smile tinged with mockery. Internally, he mused, "What qualifies a freshman like you to speak so boldly before me?" After the laughter subsided, he continued, "Perhaps you should consider working for me. I can offer you 100 yuan a month, meals included. What do you say?" Jiang Shuo replied with a smile, "No, my boss treats me quite well. I have no plans to change jobs for now." "Then, brother, may I suggest you take your leave?" Juan Fabian feigned helplessness. To be a student. I envy your fearlessness. The audacity of youth is indeed admirable, yet how can a mere calf hope to challenge a tiger? It's nothing but futile bravado." With that, he departed. Jiang Shuo's expression darkened significantly. Zhu Yunwei, concerned that Jiang Shuo might storm off in anger, continuously urged him to remain calm. Jiang Shuo sat silently for a while, eventually sighing, "It seems I must rely on myself." As time passed, the host continuously announced various performances. But the speech he held was entirely plagiarized from Jiang Shuo's original work. Only the advertising slogans for Baihui Supermarket had been altered to promote Baihui Supermarket. By the time the clock approached 11 o'clock, the enthusiasm of the audience had waned considerably, with many students already preparing to leave. Zhang Qianqian relished this scene. Before announcing the final act, he deliberately prolonged his remarks to induce impatience among the audience. Finally, as a significant number of attendees began to exit, Zhang Qianqian lazily introduced Jiang Shuo's performance. Jiang Shuo emerged from backstage, guitar in hand. As I passed by Zhang Qianqian, I cast a glance at him. My eyes as cold as winter. This irked Zhang Qianqian greatly. Had it not been for Jiang Shuo's upcoming performance, he would have erupted in fury. Upon reaching the backstage, he angrily tossed the microphone aside, exclaiming, "What a piece of work. Let's see how you wrap this up today." On stage, Jiang Shuo surveyed the dwindling crowd below without uttering a word, and proceeded to take a seat on the prepared chair, cradling a guitar in his hands. The spotlight shone down upon him, yet the absence of the audience's fervor diminished much of the brilliance that accompanied such moments. His gaze was vacant, staring into the distance. After a considerable pause, he began to speak. "The song I originally intended to sing is titled Those Flowers, a tribute to our lost youth. However, after enduring a month of military training, I believe the true tribute belongs to the instructors who have accompanied us throughout this time. While we lamented our struggles, they stood steadfastly by our side, deserving of our utmost respect. This song is called The Soldier's Homecoming." At these words, a senior officer, initially rising to depart, paused in his tracks, as did the leaders of the school. The instructors, too, gazed at Jiang Shuo with a mixture of curiosity and surprise. In the preceding 2 hours of performances, there had been tributes to the nation, flattery directed at the school, and heartfelt praises of university life, yet never had there been a program dedicated solely to these instructors. Many students, having already made their way towards the dormitory buildings, turned back with intrigue. Jiang Shuo, oblivious to all distractions, deftly plucked the strings of his guitar. The jubilant, majestic, yet melancholic notes wafted into the night sky, akin to a clear spring that quietly seeped into the hearts of many. In that moment, Dong Hao, responsible for the band's accompaniment, was suddenly inspired. He found himself instinctively keeping time at the drum set. Jiang Shuo's slightly raspy murmurs emerged in the homeland. Nanida awaits Moose's return, as withered leaves long for his arrival. Each seed is transformed into green leaves. The Soldier's Homecoming is certainly not a song destined for widespread acclaim in future generations. Yet those who have heard it become utterly immersed, especially for the soldiers. It does not depict scenes of valiant battles, nor does it sing of boundless glory. Rather, it narrates the tale of an ordinary soldier's return home, where a girl, having waited countless years, eagerly anticipates his arrival. It is simple, imbued with the melodic essence of the Mongolian steppe, and possesses an enchanting allure. The once stoic faces of the soldiers below grew silent, including that senior officer who found himself rendered speechless. The throng of over 3,000 students and faculty members halted in their tracks, gradually making their way back towards the stage. Even those passing by the playground approached quietly, drawn in by the atmosphere. The entire piece unfolded over 5 to 6 minutes, as Jiang Shuo sang on, captivating the audience of over 3,000 into a profound silence. In the audience, Qian quietly observed Jiang Shuo, her peach blossom eyes shimmering under the starlight, lost in thought. After a considerable time, it seemed that the song had struck a chord within her, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. As 5 or 6 minutes elapsed, several school leaders instinctively rose to their feet. Upon the conclusion of the piece, the previously silent colonel's commanding voice reverberated through the night. "Form up." The sound of feet echoed sharply. The instructors, standing nearby, hurriedly approached the stage, swiftly arranging themselves into 10 columns and 3 rows. The colonel, too, with a serious demeanor, jogged to the front of the stage. Turning to the 20 or so instructors, he commanded, "Attention." The synchronized sound of heels meeting the ground resonated in the stillness of the night. Thousands stood in solemn respect, none daring to utter a word. As if each had forgotten to breathe, Jiang Shuo then picked up his guitar and rose to his feet. The colonel issued another command, "Salute." In a remarkable display, all 20 or so instructors rendered Jiang Shuo the most precise military salute. Chapter 89. A Turnaround Astonished. A throng of soldiers rendered a solemn salute to a student devoid of any notable identity or background. Thousands stood dumbfounded, but among the crowd, the most elated and proud was none other than Dean Zhang Qianqian, a senior colonel, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, saluted a student from their institution. And how could that not be a source of pride? With a mix of gratification and excitement, he raised his hand to his ear in response, following the dean's lead. The heads of departments and other school officials naturally followed suit. Jiang Shuo, however, was not one to bask in unwarranted arrogance. With guitar in hand, he bowed to the audience in acknowledgement. Afterward, the senior colonel exchanged a few words with the dean before leading his team away from the scene. The audience of 3,000 was reluctant to disperse. Some recognized him as the one who had sung those flowers on the playground that fateful night. Once the soldiers departed, the atmosphere lightened and an uproar erupted. Jiang Shuo's gaze fixated on Zhang Qianqian, sensing he had achieved the desired effect. Grasping the microphone, he addressed the crowd. I apologize. Everyone, I must reveal a truth. The thousands fell silent once more, and Zhang Qianqian and his colleagues looked at Jiang Shuo with curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shuo continued. The items generously provided by Baihui Supermarket, which the host has been promoting, are all expired products. Please be vigilant about the production dates when purchasing items to avoid harm to your health. Thank you. With that, he cradled his guitar and retreated backstage. His words struck abruptly, leaving the audience bewildered. However, the scene soon erupted in chaos. Zhang Qianqian's expression darkened as he summoned the head of the logistics department. What was the true nature of Baihui Supermarket? Though Wan Feiben was a distant relative of Zhang Qianqian, the relationship was steeped in opportunism rather than familial bonds. Easily disregarded, the notion that they were peddling expired goods to students was an affront to his position as dean. The logistics head found himself chastised, unable to lift his head in shame. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wendy and his companions were struck by realization. Wow, Shuo is impressive, Liang Buozhou exclaimed. Though our plan has been thwarted, Shuo has decisively struck back at our adversary. Deng Yingkai remarked, sometimes I feel Shuo is not of this world. What he accomplished today was astute and bold. Most wouldn't dare to act so. The group began to pack their belongings to return to the supermarket, but Qian lingered, contemplating, before grabbing a bottle of water and heading backstage to await Jiang Shuo's emergence. Backstage, Zhang Qianqian was on the verge of exploding. Unable to contain himself, he confronted Jiang Shuo. What do you mean by this? Are you intentionally undermining me? You directly accuse the advertiser of distributing expired products. What else could this be but sabotage? With a furrowed brow, Zhu Yunwei positioned herself in front of Jiang Shuo, declaring, Baihui Supermarket has been distributing expired products. This is no secret. Everyone is aware of it. It's merely a matter of giving away products, and no one has bothered to hold him accountable. Jiang Shuo had not misspoken. Shut your mouth, you filthy woman. Zhang Qianqian glared at Zhu Yunwei without a hint of respect. Turning his gaze back to Jiang Shuo, he continued, if you're a man, stop hiding behind a woman and step forward to speak. Jiang Shuo's eyes glinted with a piercing sharpness as he approached him step by step. Do you truly wish to make me your adversary? Zhang Qianqian found the notion amusing. I am the head of the school's broadcasting station and the nephew of the dean. Are you threatening me? If I am to be your enemy, then what of it? Jiang Shuo, I believe you view this world far too simplistically. Are you not working for that supermarket? Very well, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Although the broadcasting station may not be a significant department within the school, it possesses the power to shape public opinion. What if I were to broadcast negative information about your Baihui Supermarket? Would anyone still patronize your establishment after that? Countless schemes to tarnish Jiang Shuo's supermarket flooded his mind. Jiang Shuo, having received the response he sought, replied with chilling calmness, very well, I will remember you. I recall your words precisely. What is your attitude? Apologize to me. Zhang Qianqian, seeing Jiang Shuo show no signs of backing down, found himself unable to contain his fury. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Qianqian. Your uncle wants you to visit his office. Turning around, he saw the school's logistics head. The group immediately straightened their posture, though Zhang Qianqian was brutishly domineering. He dared not threaten anyone in front of a teacher. He shot Jiang Shuo a fierce glare and warned, remember this, and stormed off. Before leaving, the logistics head turned to Jiang Shuo and remarked, your song is quite good. I am also a retired veteran. Jiang Shuo smiled and replied, thank you, teacher. Once they departed, Zhu Yue intended to discuss Zhang Qianqian's behavior with Jiang Shuo. However, Jiang Shuo was in no mood for idle chatter and simply called out as he exited. Zhu Yue could only sigh behind him, feeling a mix of exasperation and curiosity as she watched his retreating figure. Having already offended the two vice presidents of the student council and now Zhang Qianqian from the broadcasting station, This junior seemed to embody the spirit of a mischievous monkey. As Jiang Shuo stepped outside, Qian timidly extended a bottle of water towards him, saying, "Here, this is for you." Under the dim glow of the streetlight, her delicate features lifted Jiang Shuo's spirits considerably. Accepting the bottle, he said, "Let's go. I'll walk you back to your dorm." "Okay." They continued in silence, with Qian trailing behind. When they reached the lake, Jiang Shuo suddenly halted and turned to face her. "Are you worried about me facing retaliation?" Qian nodded lightly. Earlier, she had overheard several senior students discussing the quarrel between Jiang Shuo and Zhang Qianqian in the backstage area. She had also learned that Zhang Qianqian was the nephew of the dean, which made her quite anxious. However, Qian struggled to express her feelings and feared Jiang Shuo's wrath, so she kept everything bottled up inside. Jiang Shuo smiled and asked, "Do you know why I decided to change the song at the last minute?" "No, I don't," she replied. Jiang Shuo then elucidated his reasoning. He had played his cards exceptionally well. Had he simply sung those flowers, he was confident he could have lured back the departing audience. Yet, that would have served little purpose beyond providing amusement. By switching to the soldier's return, he struck a chord with the senior military officer present, instantly elevating his status in the dean's eyes as a student who brought honor to the school. Moreover, when he exposed the expired products at Brother Bin's supermarket, the dean would surely overlook the minor details and harbor no resentment towards him. A good student enjoys considerable leniency in a teacher's heart. Furthermore, Jiang Shuo was also reminding everyone about the expired goods. It was clear that Zhang Qianqian was likely being thoroughly reprimanded in the dean's office at that very moment. Not to mention the fact that any future attempt by Zhang Qianqian to retaliate under the dean's name would be futile. Without the dean's support, Zhang Qianqian was nothing. Qian listened, only partially understanding, but seeing Jiang Shuo's confidence made her feel that her worries were somewhat unfounded. After explaining, Jiang Shuo shifted the conversation abruptly and asked, "I noticed you were crying while I was singing. Why is that?" Chapter 90. The so-called lackey. Upon hearing these words, Qian fell into a contemplative silence. The mist of tears in her eyes once again began to rise as she gazed sadly at the surface of the lake. Jiang Shuo felt a surge of frustration. "What is it? Is there something you cannot share?" Qian bit her lip. "No, nothing at all. My father was once a soldier, and he perished during the war in South Vietnam. After I was born, my mother succumbed to depression and also passed away." A profound silence enveloped Jiang Shuo. In all his lifetimes, he had only known this extraordinarily beautiful girl as someone who humbly concealed her own allure. Yet, he remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding her parents. He recalled the events of South Vietnam in '79 and ventured, was it during the counteroffensive? In other words, your mother was pregnant with you when your father went to South Vietnam and ultimately lost his life? Qian nodded slightly, her enchanting eyes conveying a multitude of unspoken words. Jiang Shuo, understanding her timid nature, spoke to her with an unprecedented gentleness. "To live well is the finest tribute to those who have departed. Let us return to your dormitory," he suggested. "All right," Qian replied, carefully following behind him. Under the moonlight, the pair walked in tandem, drawing curious glances from several passers-by. After escorting Qian back to her dorm, Jiang Shuo made his way to the supermarket. Their initial plans had been thwarted, necessitating a re-evaluation. Several paths were now blocked, the evening event was cancelled, and the broadcasting station was inaccessible. Jiang Shuo needed to find a breakthrough. Wendy and his companions were merely playful students, lacking any understanding of commercial advertising strategies, and thus could offer no assistance. After much contemplation, Jiang Shuo concluded that he should enlist Zhu Yunwei's help. He planned to visit the club center the following day, and he also needed to swiftly gather information regarding the Entrepreneurship Association. It was a busy time indeed. That evening, at a night snack stall on the back street of the college, Reniha, his lackey Tianjia, and the vice president of the Entrepreneurship Association, Tong Yuxing, were gathered, enjoying drinks. Had Jiang Shuo been present, he would have instantly recognized Tong Yuxing, for he was the very individual Jiang had confronted by the flower bed. The three men at the table constituted the anti-Jiang alliance. After a few rounds of drinks, Tianjia boisterously declared that Jiang Shuo is truly a hard-headed fool. Can you guess who he offended today? Reniha, having just returned from a day away from school, was unaware of the events that transpired behind the scenes of the evening event. Tong Yuxing, as a club member, had not participated in the student council activities, and thus was equally in the dark. Both men exchanged puzzled glances. Reniha inquired, who did he offend? Tianjia, brimming with self-satisfaction, erupted into laughter, This fool clashed with Zhang Qianqian, and it escalated all the way to the dean's office. I heard the dean summoned Zhang Qianqian and gave him a thorough reprimand. By now, Zhang Qianqian must be absolutely seething with rage towards this idiot. Well done. Tong Yuxing chuckled heartily. I can't help but feel this is good news. Come, gentlemen, let us raise our glasses in honor of Jiang Shuo, the fool who knows no better. Several individuals erupted in hearty laughter, raising their glasses to clink them together before downing their drinks in a single gulp. Once they set their glasses down, Tong Yuxing curiously inquired, Old Ren, I have heard that Zhang Qianqian is the dean's nephew. Is that true? Ren Yi chuckled and nodded. Absolutely true. Thus, this ignorant fool has unwittingly paved a path of trouble for himself. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such an audacious freshman who, after merely undergoing military training, has managed to offend everyone within the school. Changing the subject, he asked, by the way, Old Tong, how is your entrepreneurship association coming along? Tong Yuxing laughed heartily. Everything is prepared. Tomorrow, he shall see how I humiliate him. By the way, do you think Jiang Shuo truly has a mental deficiency? After hitting me, he submitted another application for membership. How can such a foolish person exist in this world? Tianjia smiled, just another clueless individual. As they conversed, a striking figure suddenly caught their attention, causing them to instinctively lower their glasses. Across the street stood a girl, holding an ice cream, her laughter reminiscent of wind chimes. As she lingered by a fried rice stall, her plaid skirt swayed gently in the evening breeze, and her pure beauty instantly captivated the hearts of the men. Ren Yi swallowed hard. Surely, she cannot be a student from our finance department. Tianjia chimed in. No, she is Li Qian, a freshman from the International Trade Department at Zhonghai University. Ren, have you not heard the saying a branch of pear blossoms outweighs the begonia? Tong Yuxing seemed to understand. Continuing the conversation. In previous years, our finance school was known for its beauties, but this year, with the emergence of Li Qian from Zhonghai University, she immediately eclipsed all our freshman girls. In absolute beauty, he remarked. Tianjia, as a quintessential and exemplary sycophant, was adept at sensing his master's thoughts in any given situation. He quickly encouraged, Run, Li Qian is notoriously aloof at Zhonghai University, never interacting with any men. However, I believe the sacred lotus is reserved for you. Ren Yi became slightly serious, swallowing again. What do you mean? Tianjia responded. She is the vice president of the student council at Zhonghai University, and it won't be long before she becomes the president. Her family business spans Zhonghai, with assets exceeding 100 million. Does she not deserve someone like you coming from a small city? Beautiful girls, after all, seek someone of your caliber. Therefore, I think you should attempt to get her number. Tong Yuxing joined in the encouragement as well. Flattered by the compliments, Ren Yi felt as if he were soaring high. Touching his middle part hairstyle, do you truly believe so? Of course. They both replied in unison. Ren Yi then feigned modesty. Oh no, that wouldn't be appropriate. I am no lecherous man. How could I covet another's beauty? Come, let us partake in some libations. Tong Yuxing found himself utterly perplexed by Ren Yi, as he could not comprehend his intentions. Just moments ago, he had exhibited a keen interest. How could he suddenly become devoid of thoughts? Meanwhile, Tianjia was plagued by a myriad of frustrations, for he understood that Ren Yi was subtly urging him to procure contact information, thus orchestrating a connection between the two. Ren Yi had engaged in such matchmaking endeavors on numerous occasions. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he declared, Ren Ge, your assertion is misguided. It is essential to engage in normal academic exchanges, for how else can one elevate oneself? No, for the sake of Ren Ji's enlightenment, I shall retrieve that number for you. With that, he rose and made his way over. Tong Yuxing cast a curious glance at Ren Yi, who offered no objection. Suddenly enlightened to the situation, he glanced again at Tianjia, who was already approaching Li Qian, and mused, Brother Tian, you have truly grasped the essence of servility. Commendable. Indeed. Chapter 91. When Brother Shuo says you should leave, you must depart at this moment. Li Qian was indulging in ice cream, her gaze fixated on the sizzling fried rice being expertly tossed by the proprietor. Nearby, Zhao Fun, the front desk attendant from dormitory 503, was also present. As Tianjia approached, he found himself breathless once more at the sight of Li Qian's exquisite features. While she appeared stunning from a distance, her beauty became even more captivating up close, leaving him utterly enchanted by her every expression. After a while, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. If I were to obtain her number, should I truly share it with that foolish Ren Yi? Swallowing hard to steady his nerves, he addressed her, Hello. May I ask if you are Li Qian? Li Qian, with her charming almond-shaped eyes, turned curiously to look at him, her delicate brows furrowing in perplexity. May I ask who you are? Tianjia quickly introduced himself. Oh, I am Tianjia, the vice president of the student union at the School of Finance. It is a pleasure to meet you. He extended his hand in a courteous gesture, though his mind harbored a rather inappropriate thought of grasping her fair, delicate fingers. Li Qian took a bite of her ice cream with her thin lips, a motion that sent a shiver down Tian's spine, nearly causing him to weaken. What does it mean to die under the peony, yet remain a spirited ghost? This is it, Li Qian replied blandly. Do you need something? Noticing her indifference to his outstretched hand, Tianjia awkwardly withdrew it. Oh, it's nothing. I just felt as though I had seen you somewhere before. You must be a freshman. This university is quite different from high school, a blend of society and academia, fraught with numerous challenges. Perhaps you could share your number with me? If you ever visit our School of Finance, I would be delighted to introduce you to our student union. Li Qian looked at him with a bemused expression, thinking to herself, does this senior from the School of Finance have a screw loose? I attend Zhonghai University. Why on earth would I want to learn about your student union? With a polite smile, she responded, I'm sorry, senior, but I never give out my number. Hiki. Just then, the proprietor handed over the freshly prepared fried rice, and Li Qian took it and walked away. Tianjia, however, was not one to easily concede. He hurried after her, persistently insisting, No, junior. Listen to your senior. I'm in my third year and have a wealth of experience to share. I truly feel as though I've seen you before. You're also from Jiangyang City, aren't you? Li Qian felt a headache coming on. She had no idea how someone had discovered her origins, leading to an incessant stream of strangers attempting to befriend her. Choosing to ignore him, she continued on her way, while Zhao Fan, trailing behind, shared her irritation with Tianjia. At that moment, Li Qian's phone rang. Upon seeing Jiang Shuo's number, she quickly answered sweetly, Hello, what are you up to? Why haven't you contacted me in a few days? Jiang Shuo's voice came through. I've been busy. What about you? I'm out buying fried rice, hehe. Would you like some? I can bring a portion to your dorm. Jiang Shuo pondered for a moment, realizing that Li Qian was at Zhonghai University and Qian was in the School of Finance. There was no way he could let that overlap occur. He promptly declined. Eating fried rice for dinner will only make you gain weight. Li Qian's expression fell. You jerk, I haven't eaten all day. What is wrong with eating? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Though she spoke casually, she had no intention of ending the call. Jiang Shuo discerned her thoughts. He continued the conversation over the phone. Are you wearing a dress to buy fried rice? Yes. Is it another nightgown? No, it's a long plaid dress. The one you've seen before. At this point, Li Qian glanced at the incessantly chattering Tianjia beside her. Do you know your student union vice president? Vice president? What nonsense. A guy, he has been asking for my number. Jiang Shuo immediately became alarmed. Did you give it to him? Of course not. Then tell him to get lost right now. If you can be a bit less ladylike, just say to get as far away as possible. If he keeps bothering me, I swear I'll deal with him. Li Qian paused for a moment, holding the phone, and then looked at the still chattering Tianjia. Tianjia, taken aback, thought she was about to hand the phone to him and quickly interjected. Junior, even though we're not at the same school, our college lives are quite similar. Li Qian abruptly interrupted, reciting word for word. Get as far away as possible. If you keep bothering me, I'll deal with you. What? Tianjia was utterly unprepared for such a vulgar outburst from this seemingly pure and saintly girl, standing there in shock, watching as Li Qian and Zhao Fan entered the gates of Zhonghai University with their takeout of fried rice. The day after military training. The morning in the School of Finance was exceptionally tranquil. Everyone indulged in a leisurely sleep as the vibrant and colorful university life was about to unfold. The publicity department of the college had plastered numerous promotional posters on the bulletin board, announcing which student union departments were recruiting, which clubs were in need of members. And where your presence was essential, the information was abundant. Students gathered around the bulletin board, discussing intently before heading to the club center to sign up for various activities and introductions. Jiang Shuo initially harbored no interest in such matters. However, he had no choice. In pursuit of a network cable, he had been his principles and changed his intentions, preparing to mingle within the Entrepreneurship Association. Utilizing his association status to acquire a network cable and skip classes, the Entrepreneurship Association had arranged a room adorned with numerous chairs. At the front sat President Chen Yiqing and Vice President Tong Yuxing. Tong Yuxing was eagerly awaiting Jiang Shuo's arrival, ready to unleash a torrent of insults to avenge the humiliation from that day. Sitting there, He couldn't help but grin widely, causing Qianqian to shy away, fearing she might catch whatever affliction he had. Jiang Shuo truly wished to remain low-key. Yet, it was impossible to do so at this moment. For the first time, the song "Those Flowers" was softly sung among the students, and everyone remembered it. The second time, the soldiers' return inspired high-ranking military officers to salute, and thousands stood in solemn respect. He had become a figure of prominence within the school. Thus, upon his appearance at the club center, the senior girls clad in tight leggings erupted into enthusiastic cheers and shouts. Surrounded by a throng of individuals, he found himself in a state of exasperation. With no other recourse, he exclaimed, "Senior sisters, may I have a moment to speak? My heart, ever open to you, remains unappreciated amidst your incessant encirclement. We must engage in meaningful dialogue to progress further. Let us proceed formally. I ask all the women present to inscribe their names, classes, measurements, and contact numbers. After the committee has deliberated, I shall decide with whom I might venture into the serene grove to explore the profound truths of life. What say you?" Upon hearing Jiang Shuo's proposition, the senior sisters dispersed in unison, none willing to engage further. Though his singing was melodious, his demeanor resembled that of a roguish libertine, leaving no one daring enough to consider a romantic involvement with him. Jiang Shuo, somewhat speechless, ultimately chose to disregard them and entered the Entrepreneurial Society's recruitment room. Chapter 92. The senior sister's unease fearing that future disturbances might arise, he chose to enter discreetly through the back door. Upon stepping inside, he encountered Qianqian, who was busy distributing materials. Qianqian was not the epitome of conventional beauty, yet her features were quite pleasing. Moreover, her statuesque physique resembled that of a runway model. As a student majoring in ethnic dance within the arts department, she exuded a distinctly traditional aura. Today, her shapewear accentuated her figure even further. Indeed, she was one of those senior sisters who could barely contain herself upon seeing Jiang Shuo. Initially taken aback, she then looked at Jiang Shuo with palpable excitement. "Xiao Shuo, are you planning to join our entrepreneurship association? The cultural and entertainment department hasn't stolen you away, has it?" Jiang Shuo recognized her and smiled faintly as he took a seat. "Haha, I'm just here to observe. Senior sister, please continue with your work." "Oh, all right." Qianqian had numerous tasks to complete and would not squander her time. However, just a few steps away, she reconsidered and returned to lock the back door. Jiang Shuo looked up, questioning, "What are you doing?" "Since you've entered the Entrepreneurship Association, you aren't allowed to leave," she replied playfully. With that, Qianqian, starry-eyed, settled in front of him with her materials. Jiang Shuo noticed the sign in front of the seat and was taken aback. "This senior sister is the president? Well, that certainly makes things easier," he thought, glancing at Tong Yusheng, the resident eccentric beside him. Why does this seem familiar? After Qianqian took her seat, Tong Yusheng turned back, casting a curious glance at Jiang Shuo. A sudden smirk appeared on his face. "Hello there, Junior. You've finally entered the lair of the seniors, haven't you? You're done for." Before long, a member of the Entrepreneurship Association handed him a number tag. The recruitment process resembled an interview, where each candidate would present themselves before the president, vice president, and core members of the association, who would then assess their suitability. Everyone understood the vast social and academic resources the Entrepreneurship Association had access to, making it far more enticing than other clubs, such as the Cycling Association or the Recitation Society. The classroom quickly filled with enthusiastic students, each eager to introduce themselves. In these times, even the slightest matters seemed to escalate into grand speeches about national development and contributions to the homeland, which left Jiang Shuo feeling somewhat drowsy. Just as he prepared to discuss life with Zhou Gong in a secluded grove, an organizer called out, "Student number 52, please come to the stage for your introduction." Jiang Shuo perked up slightly, glancing at his number tag. Yawning, he rose lazily amidst the gaze of many and walked to the stage. Ruffling his hair, he began, "Hello, seniors, my name is Jiang Shuo, a student from Management Class 3. "Stop," Tong Yusheng interrupted with a serious tone. Jiang Shuo straightened, looking up. "Senior, what is the matter?" Tong Yusheng sternly admonished. "First and foremost, you must understand that our entrepreneurial association is a legitimate entity, not a den for ne'er-do-wells. Look at you. Your posture is slouched, your words lack vigor. Where is the spirit of a contemporary university student? Rectify your attitude and reintroduce yourself." Qianqian gazed at Tong Yusheng in bewilderment, pondering why this overly dramatic individual was so stirred up. She remained silent. Jiang Shuo also found himself perplexed. This fellow seemed rather aggressive. Could he also be a sycophant of Reniha? Nevertheless, needing something from him, he decided to play along. Straightening his body, he declared, "Hello, seniors. My name is Jiang Shuo, a freshman from Class 3 of the Engineering Department. I am deeply rooted in the ideals of modernization and aspire to contribute to the nation's development, hoping to blossom as the most beautiful flower for my homeland. Therefore, I have resolved to offer my dedication to the Entrepreneurial Association, and I sincerely hope that you will grant me membership." How hypocritical! Utterly hypocritical! Tong Yuxing interrupted once more. As a university student, what can you possibly contribute to the nation? Your sole duty is to study diligently. When did the responsibility of national development fall upon you? There are workers for such tasks, he continued, launching into a long tirade. Jiang Shuo soon realized that this fellow was indeed a lackey of Reniha. The words he spoke echoed those directed at Reniha during the rehearsal at the club center that day, now being flung back at him. This was clearly an unwelcome encounter. Observing Tong Yuxing, who was still vehemently spitting out words, Jiang Shuo impatiently interjected, "Stop, stop, stop. Could you please clarify what exactly you wish to achieve?" Tong Yuxing, feeling exhilarated by his outburst, took a sip of water and replied, "My opinion is quite simple. Scoundrels like you should not be allowed through this door. Immediately leave this place. Our Entrepreneurial Association will not permit a cancerous presence like you to poison our entire group." The spacious room fell into a profound silence, with dozens of individuals left speechless. Qianqian stared at Tong Yuxing in confusion, exclaiming, "What are you talking about? Jiang Shuo, how has he become a scoundrel? Is he not enough of a scoundrel?" Tong Yuxing continued his tirade. "Do you know what he did upon entering his freshman year? He confronted the student union's vice president, Reniha, in Tianjin. Moreover, he even assaulted a senior member of our Entrepreneurial Association in public. Such a scoundrel is nothing but a threat. Get lost." There is no room for negotiation. Jiang Shuo remained calm, scrutinizing the individual before him with newfound understanding. It dawned on him that this was the senior he had confronted that day. It was evening then, and with his subsequent rush to the northeast, he had forgotten this person entirely. Qianqian, feeling irritated, thought to herself, "I was worried about Jiang Shuo leaving, yet you are here trying to expel him?" Her expression immediately soured as she continued, "Jiang Shuo is a prominent figure in our school, a key candidate we wish to recruit. Let me be clear, I have been observing him closely. We have a vacant position for a vice president, and I intended to place him in that role. How could you possibly attempt to drive him away?" Tong Yuxing was taken aback, staring at Qianqian, seething with rage. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying? The vice president of the Entrepreneurship Association, and you wish to bestow that role upon an uninformed freshman?" Their relationship had long been fraught with tension. The underlying reason was that Qianqian was a second-year student, while Tong Yuxing was in his third year. The previous president, who had already graduated, had elevated Qianqian to the position of president before his departure. This was an unspeakable anguish for Tong Yuxing. How could a junior become my superior? Where is the respect for a senior like me? Consequently, their tempers flared, causing those nearby to steer clear of the conflict. Jiang Shuo stood on the stage, appearing as an outsider, observing Qianqian with an amused smirk, thinking to himself, "I seem to have quite the charm with women." At that moment, the two were at an impasse. Qianqian slammed her hand on the table, declaring, "Enough of this nonsense. Let us put it to a vote and decide Jiang Shuo's fate right here and now."